This audiobook contains 182 censored sentences and 316 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Chapter 1, Part 1, Training and Moving Forward Japan, Kuoko, Academy Gene Skyward Few. It's been a month and 2 weeks since the small reunion that the Haimajimas had, as well as when I checked up on SE Tiju. Many things have happened since then that I don't even know where to start. I gazed up at the sky as the clouds slowly drifted across the sky. The weather was bright and sunny, and a weak breeze brushes by my face every now and again. I was currently on the rooftop of the school, and it was lunchtime. Why? I don't know, I just felt like it. Maybe I wanted to come up here at least once. It's quite famous in anime after all. While I ate my lunch, not all of it mind you, I lied on my back. I already informed everyone that I would be up here, Centuredo. They probably were peeking at them. When will they learn? Hug Guachomp. Aquino, you snuck up behind me? Yufufu, you really do know me well. Outer God-sama. Aquino had come up behind me and greeted me warmly, standing very close to my back and whispering near my ear. She also called me that. Ugh, when will they let it go? When will you guys let that slide? It's been nearly a month already. That's right, I revealed myself to them. When? On the day when everyone headed home. Suzaku was the one who convinced me, well, partially. I was already planning on telling them, but she was the one who coaxed it out of me. Never. She giggled to herself and hugged me tighter. I also told them about my reincarnation, and when they learned this, they were shocked. The only lie I told them was that I had no prior knowledge of this world. I didn't want them having an existential crisis like Drake and Albion. The other point was I rescued Valerie Teeps. She's currently in my home. She hasn't met up with Gasper yet. I told her that a peace conference was on the horizon, and she told me she'll wait till then. Why? She wants to surprise him, I guess. She's done well avoiding him while staying in my home. I also said she was free to join the school. Rias said she'd approve it quite easily. Centuredo, but our minds are another story. When I first brought in the Gremory peerage, I did not have the aging feature on, so we all aged up. So, I'm 18, but I should be 19 before I graduate. Rias and Aquino were 19, making them graduate at 20. Kiba and Asia were 17. Chiron and Gasper were now 17. Flashback 1 month prior Monday, okay. We'll get moving then. Barakiel and Shuri were the ones who wanted to leave first. We just finished having breakfast. I thought she would want to stay a little longer. Maybe they didn't have time to do their activities, so they were hightailing it back to their home in Grigori. Are you sure? You can stay a little longer, you know. Mama Kino looked a bit upset, but knowing she can reach them anytime she wants, she wasn't that upset. I can't stay here forever, Aquino, but you can come over to our home anytime you want, including your dear friend. What kind of nickname is that? I'm glad she's a bit more open about it. I want to be in good standing with both of them. Barakiel wasn't against it. The only gripe he probably had was if I was able to protect and take care of Aquino. I can do that easily. Shuri was a different story. Being revived and then being told her only daughter might be in danger must have been quite a shock. Why do I care about all of this? Aquino obviously cares about her parents, plus the fact that her dead mother is now alive and her relationship with her father has been repaired. Therefore, she wants both their approval. So if I said I didn't want their approval and did whatever I wanted, she might not be happy. I like them too. They clearly care for me, especially when they extended that Haimajima hug a few days back. See you around then, Shuri. Barakiel. Yes, you too, Jean. Barakiel nods at me as he and Shuri teleported away. The only ones left were the Slash-Dog team, but the girls don't seem to want to go yet. Me, Cookie, and SE will get going then, Jean. Thanks for having us. After he finishes his breakfast, Tobio says. The other two nodded along with their leader's plan. Really? Well, if you guys don't know what about them. I gesture to Natsum and Shigen. We're staying for a little bit longer. I nod. I wonder when Natsum will move in, or if she even wants to. She will eventually, partner. Don't rush these things. I'm not rushing it. I was just wondering, that's all. Right, well, my point still stands. She'll approach you with that question when she's ready. All right, we're off. See you around, Jean. Tobio and I fist bump as they left through the door. So, the only ones left were myself, my group of friends, Suzaku, and Shigen. Well, Yasaka and Kuna too. So the two of us, see you at school, Jean senpai. Gasper and Kiba also leave. What was the hurry? Nothing of significance was happening, I think. Jean, can we talk? I feel a hand on my arm. When I turned to see who it was Suzaku. What does she want to talk about? Sure, lead the way. The girls were staring at me and Suzuka, but we ignored their gazes and headed to my room. Once there, she sat down, and I did the same thing. So I think you should share your secret with everyone, like, right now. To the point, I see. Well, I was already planning on doing that down the line, aka before the peace conference. Why did she want me to tell them it now? I was planning on doing it eventually. Why do you want me to reveal that now? I believe it's just the right time. Many of them are here. The only ones missing are Roswai-san and Gabriel-sama. Certainly, I can teleport them here whenever I need to let them know, but she has a point. Many of them are already here. I planned on bringing them into the pocket dimension soon too. Fine. They'll do it. HAA, sure. They'll get them know. Can you gather everyone into the living room? They'll get Rose and Gabriel to come. She smiles and nods. Centurato Irene? I can tell her when she moves in. I use the transceiver on my ring and call Gabriel first. Hey, Gabriel? Jean? Jean, how can I help you? Hee hee. She sounded quite happy to hear me. I actually need to talk to you, as well as everyone else. If you're free, can you come down to my home? The rest will be in the living room. I'm free right now. They'll teleport there then. They'll see you there. With that, the line goes dead. I switch over to Rosweiss and call her. Jijin, how can I help you? She sounded a bit surprised by the sudden call. I don't blame her, since it's still very early. Hey, Rose. I was wondering, can you join me in my house? I have to tell everyone something that will include you too. Tell me something? Well, I'm sure. I'm free. Great. I'll teleport you to the living room, so just join everyone there. Yes, I will. See you there. I nod and teleport Rose from Asgard to my living room. Since I'm quite used to her aura and mana, I can do it easily. How time to do this tango then? Partner, will you reveal your reincarnation? I was wondering about that too. I may as well. They'll just leave out the part where their world was a work of fiction to save them from having an existential crisis. And why not US? You two combed through my memories. I didn't exactly tell you. You guys just found out that way. Fine. I chuckle at them and make my way downstairs. In the entrance hallway, Suzaku was waiting for me. She nods at me, and we go into the living room together. Once we enter, all eyes were on me. I did say I was going to tell them something. Once I sat down, I cleared my throat and looked at them seriously. Ukotud. Hug. Don't break up with us, Naya. Kuroka tackled me as she started to comically cry. Most of the girls' eyes opened wide, but a few seemed incredulous. What the cat girls said seemed foreign to them. Also, I wasn't dating all of them. Please don't start jumping to conclusions, Kuroka-san. Oof, I steady myself and put Kuroka on my lap as I let out a defeated sigh. Where in the world did you even come up with that? Also, I'm not even dating everyone in the room. Kuroka looked up at the ceiling, finally figuring out her mistake. She turns red and goes back to sit with Akino. She teased her relentlessly. I shake my head and look back at them. All right, so how the hell do I go about this? I look at Suzaku as she gave me a smile that indicated that this was up to me. Great. Thank you, Suzaku-sama. Very helpful. So, some of you may have wondered what I am. Oh, so you're finally telling us that you're no longer a human dragon god hybrid? Akino tells the group, and a few who weren't aware look at her in shock. W8 a what? W8 was... Natsum freaked out, a few others sharing her shock as they stare at me wide-eyed. I also let Ophis hear what I was about to say. Centurato the moon? You went to the moon? Wone Natsum, for some reason, was surprised by that. Can't the supernatural travel to the moon easily? Right, anyway, when I went up there I evolved. Changed. Either way, I became something else entirely. They waited for me to continue, so I did. I became, or evolved into what's called an outer god. To be more specific, I'm an outer dragon god, so I'm technically still a dragon god. Outer god? They all repeated in unison. Yeah, that term doesn't exist here, so I went on and told them what I said to Suzaku a few days ago. Centurato, all eyes were on her as she remained oblivious and waited for my answer. Many of the girls turned red at her vulgarity. Smack! Bite! Smack! Chiron bit Kuroka's arm. Graphia smacked her head, and Rias brought out a paper fan from somewhere and smacked her on the head. Ow. Nia. It was a legitimate question. Chiron, stop that. Ow, ow. Well, I can, but I want. Anyway, any real questions? If not, it'll continue. Continue? There's more? Rennie was confused, and I nodded. So, our world isn't the only one out there. There are multiple worlds, timelines, realms, and realities. The multiverse and omniverse theories are real. So, there is a timeline that you would have said yes. Kuroka again got lightly hit by them. No, my existence is unique. As an outer god, only one of us can exist. Therefore, I will exist only in the present, not in the past or the future. So, if someone somehow manages to time travel and tries killing me before I change into an outer god, it's not possible. So there are more worlds and universes out there? How strong are they? Ingvild seemed quite curious about this. She already knew I could potentially create universes. Many are far stronger than this world's top 10 strongest. Many beings out there can casually punch out the galaxy or Milky Way, and some can outright snap a universe out of existence. Some have abilities and techniques that prevent them from dying or negating everything. There is one other outer god who is awake and interfering with me that might extend to all of you. I have Kuntuar to tell me about when that happens, though. Kuntuar? They all repeat confused. Yeah. Hey, Kuntuar, come out real quick. When I said that, she immediately materialized in front of me. She turns to them with a smile and bows. How do you do, Jean's group of companions? I am Kuntuar. I'm pleased to become acquainted with you all. They all stare at her in surprise. She's, I guess, a supercomputer with the super part not there, since she's limited on what to tell me, since Azathoth is limiting her. She helps me from time to time. Nice, you're taking the Graphia route. The helper gently poked my cheek after I teased her. Finally, I brought out the boosted gear and divine dividing. How? Rias blurted out as everyone stared at the two sacred gears. Akino was fine since she knew about it beforehand. I don't know, blame Azathoth. I am genuinely the Red Dragon Emperor. There are two divine dividing in the world, though. Hey, Kuntuar, care to explain that? She nods and turns to the girls. But I stop her. Wait, one last thing before you do. I did have a reason for telling you guys that the multiverse and omniverse were real since I reincarnated. They all look shocked at me. W, what do you mean by that, Jean? Like the evil peace system? I shake my head at Rias's question. No, I lived another life before this. When I died there, I was reincarnated here by Azathoth. I don't have all my memories, but I remember my old world perfectly probably. Anyway, my memories of my past self are a blur. However, I've been receiving small dreams, flashbacks, and voices over time. Wait, Naya, is that the reason why you went to Ireland, because of the voices? Yeah, but it's a bit more complicated than that. Anyway, I was apparently 26 before I died. Kuntuar can't tell me anything else since she's physically being stopped by Azathoth, so if I add my ages together, I'm 44 years old in total. Wrong. Before you reincarnated, your soul floated in the void for around 87 quintillion years. You accidentally came across Azathoth's domain, and he reincarnated you. So, you're 87 quintillion and 44 years old. Drake interrupted me, sounding smug. G may have gone into that if you didn't interrupt him. Shut up, Albion. What Drake said. This is a lot of information being dumped onto us. Rossweiss had her hand on her head, seemingly getting a headache. Yeah, I don't blame you. If ITLL, take you guys time to digest, then have at it. Jean, why don't you use more of your power? If what you say is true, most beings would do that. Graphia looked at me seriously. I see a few of the girls nodding, agreeing with the maid. Right, about that I was just a normal human before reincarnating. So, being thrust into this new world with information of the supernatural being real. New powers, it was a mind-blowing experience. How come I don't use it more? Your rings and enchantments are among them, in a way. As well as creating my shadows, I also created a new life. But if you mean by not running around fixing all the problems in the world, life would be boring. A utopia is never achievable. Why? There will always be beings against it. I could easily end this world if I wanted. But I've slowly liked living here. I want to have experiences, you know? It's like in a video game, I'm a cheat character. I can breeze through it if I want. But I'm taking my time so I can at least enjoy it. Why don't I do this? Why don't I do that? It's my life and I can live how I want. I'm not interested in starting a faction. I'm not interested in world domination, omnivore's domination. In my second chance at life, I want to spend this life the way I want to. Who the hell are you to tell me how to live it? Not you specifically, Graphia. Sorry, it's rhetorical. She smiles and nods. I sigh and look up at the ceiling. I have made my own precautions so you girls won't be hurt because of me. Hell, I died at 26. That's not exactly the age of super maturity. I probably partied hard or something in my 20s in college. But I died, I mean. So, why did you become the middleman? I chuckle at Ross Weiss's question. I was an otaku in my past life. I can confidently say that. In this life, that also means I am still one. A romantic story with many characters. The work of fiction in my old world interested me in it. I have the power to do that in this world, so I ran with it. The middleman of the factions? I get to interact with different factions, meaning I can meet all kinds of people. If someone catches my interest, they'll get to know them better, and if things don't work out, they'll move on. Did you have bad luck in romance then? Is that why you want so many people around you? People who care about you constantly? Kuroko was staring at me with concern. This question raised a few eyebrows from the girls. I have no idea. Maybe that's the other reason I wanted many close companions. My lack of affection in my past life? Kontor hasn't answered that question fully, but based on my own theory, probably or not. I don't know. I know that I lacked familial affection. My past lives' parents were probably neglectful, abusive. Who knows? But for the romance, I'm drawing a blank. If you're wondering about my old world, the supernatural wasn't real, or at the very least very weak. Only the occasional sightings of ghosts or weird creatures. Perhaps the age of gods has ended, or never existed. Has anyone experienced your full power? As an outer god, Akino has a good question, and Ingvild raises her hand, as well as Yasaka and Kunu. The girls stare at them in disbelief. Back when we first went to Kyoto, we got into some topics, and Jean unleashed just 1% of his power as an outer god. Honestly, it was quite sickening. So much power at such a high density could just come out of a person. Ingvild shook her head and slightly shivered. The same with Yasaka. Kunu grabbed onto her, but still smiled at me. Yes, also a creature that attacked us many years ago in Kyoto. You said it was called the False King. Ghidorah, yes? I nod at Yasaka's question. That thing is a universal threat. Right now, it's currently flying around the multiverse, destroying worlds and universes. Why? I have no idea. It's probably just made by the universe with one thing in mind, which was to just simply destroy anything in its sight. As I mentioned before, that thing is stronger than the top 10 strongest in this world. Even Ophis and the True Dragon, Great Red, can't kill it, even if they team up. These two are tied for first place. Yasaka and Ingvild smiled at me. But this world has you, right? You'll help us, right? No, protect us. Yeah, that's what I promised to the three of you, as well as Seraphol. I will do the same for other dangers. But if I keep doing that, the inhabitants of this world will never grow. There will be times that you will need to face these types of dangers down the line, not just universal or multiversal threats, but threats of your world. An example is Cow's Brigade. I will provide help or even take them on myself, but all of you will need to participate or fight your own battles in the future. I feel a tug on my side. It was from Suzaku. Jean, did you remember your old name? No, I flatly answer her. That's the one thing I can't remember as well. I was given the name Jean Skyward by Azathoth Heir Comptoir when I reincarnated here. Albion and Draig were still out, occasionally glowing to confirm what I say, but they mostly kept quiet. I sigh one final time for now. That's all I can think of. That's all I wanted to say. If you're weirded out or freaked out, feel free to break it off with me or distance yourself. I won't blame you. As I said, I wouldn't blame them. I just reveal my real race, species, as well as clue them in that the multiverse is a thing. More dangers are out there, and there's a very high chance you'll be a target if they choose to leave. I won't blame them. They'd be safer that way. Rennie gets up and comes over to me. She smiles and hugs me, then pulls away. I'm not sure if I speak for everyone here, Jean. But wouldn't you agree this is a positive step in the right direction? You finally revealed this deep secret to us. That means you trust us, right? I do feel you to trust us in the past, but I would say even more so now. You probably agonized over this many times, right? Questions like, will they believe me? Will they think I'm crazy? Lying? Will they accept this? Will they leave? She puts her hands on both my cheeks and lightly bumps her head with mine as she smiles at me. I for one believe you. I trust you with my life. You've proven time and time again, helped many people even if you just wanted to meet women. She giggled cutely, and the others joined in. The members of my group, my companions, got up and gathered around me. The two sacred gears vanished. Graphia, Aquino, Kuroka, Chiron, Ingvild, and Gabriel came over and hugged me. Suzaku had got up to make space. We have been waiting for you to reveal this to us, Jean. Graphia starts. It's been a long time coming, Naya, but Kuroka continues. It's like what Rennie said, regardless of how long it took you, we would have waited for you. Aquino finishes. Chiron, Gabriel, and Ingvild nodded along. I could see through some holes in this big hug that Natsum was nodding along. She may not have been close to me for very long, nor have we deepened our relationship that far, but she was supportive. Not just her, the rest of them looked relieved. I don't know, but I can tell they didn't hold any negative feelings as of this moment, giving me a sense of relief. I see, thank you all of you. I hugged them back. Maybe this has been piling up inside of me for so long, I just didn't realize it. Huh. God, both of you shut up after that. The mood lightened up, and I started to answer questions from them. They were hesitant at first, but they began to pile up. I'll need to do this with my future lovers too. Tell this truth to them. Guys, I want to go to that place soon. The few that didn't know looked at me funny. I chuckle and explain what that place is. So, if you can find time like 10 minutes, that's all I need. I want to go there once, maybe a few times, who knows. They nod and talk amongst themselves on times when they can join. Everyone more or less could make it. All right, great. They'll contact you all when the time comes. Everyone dispersed, a few still deep in thought, like Shigyun, Rossweiss, and Rias. But to the ones I teleported here, I sent them back. Gabriel wanted to stay, but I had to inform her I had school, so I couldn't stay in for the day. So, she reluctantly went back to heaven. Jean? I turn around and see Suzaku beckoning me to follow her. I do so. We get to the backyard and stand there for a few seconds in silence. So what do you need from me? Did it feel freeing? Is it liberating? Like a burden taken off you? She probably means with my secret. Well, I guess so. I haven't had time to digest it all, but from what I can gather, the girls are supportive of it. I can see and feel they still have questions. They may approach me in private, so I'll wait for them to. Yeah, I guess so. Take care of Aquino for me, okay? Yeah, I will. They'll get going then. Thank you for the hospitality, Jean. I will see you again when we go to that place. I nod. Yeah, I'll teleport you actually. Let's make it easier this way. We both turn to each other, and I summon a ring. I make the gemstone out of red zircon and give it to her. She looks a bit surprised, but smiles and slips the ring on. That will make communication and finding you easier, as well as protect you. May I touch your clothes? She nods, knowing what I'm going to do, so I did. With that, everything's done. Goodbye for now, Suzaku. Yes, thank you, Jean. She grabs my hand again and put it towards her face. What is she doing? I have no idea. She brings them down and gives me her usual charming smile. She finally lets go of them and turns to leave. A prayer, perhaps? I don't know. 4 days later, I made this promise back then to Gasper, and am finally following through with it. Everyone decided to take this day off. It was currently Saturday after all. So, no training or anything of the like. I have to do this alone too. Today, I'm going to Romania. I try to find Valerie Teeps, but it seems like her presence does not exist. I can only conclude that Nyarlathotep is hiding her. Maybe she's already been used. I have to hurry up if that's the case. I do know she's in the Teeps faction of the vampire faction. So, I just had to teleport there, go invisible, and search around for her. Simple enough. Is this a smart move on my part? No. But I can't sit back and let Valerie suffer or have this burden on Gasper. It took me a while to get this done, and that's all on me, but I can make up for it now. Also, Irene will move in 3 days. I already made some preparations for her dimensional gap. The red dragon head on the necklace. I already have it connected to the dimensional gap of this world too, So that part of her request is done. Once done, it'll move Bellion and Kamish into the dimensional gap and leave them to protect it. I just hope Nyarlathotep doesn't power up the Yexi gods. I also wondered if Chimyun Chapati or Shikigami would make contact with me. I mean, I've shown signs of being interested in girls, but not to the extent of Issei. Kuntor also answered the girl's question about how I had both boosted gear and divine dividing. It was the first time I heard about it all. According to Kuntor, my sacred gears were created by Azathoth, so they did not belong anywhere. So even the Draig and Albion were his creation. He just adapted their capabilities and personalities from the originals. As to why there's still a divine dividing in the world and not another boosted gear, he fused the boosted gear of this world with mine. So I own both in a way. He left divine dividing to Valley since Kuntor said she didn't know. So I put out the thought of he may have felt like it, but I did also replace Hayato Issei. So I guess he wanted the rivalry to continue. Whatever the real reason is, he'll find out when I meet him. Anyway, he'll keep an open mind and go from their Shikigami makes contact around the events of Loki. He'll see from there. Partner, are you done? Let's get going already. Right, my bad, let's go. Romania, I've never been here before, so I got no idea where I am, whatever. He'll just locate their aura and signature and found it. Looks like my fellow outer god only hid individuals she saw as useful and not the mobs. Should I be thankful? No idea. Probably, though. Nodding to myself, I teleport away from the random, silent alleyway I was in. When I teleported, I found myself in a very peculiar place, honestly. I just straight up teleported into some sort of castle area, and I immediately turned myself invisible. Now, to find out if I teleported into the Carmilla faction or Teeps faction. I know the Teeps faction is mostly male-dominated, while the Carmilla faction is female-dominated after the quarrel between the two in the past. Even if they're dominated by either sex, that doesn't mean either faction doesn't have the other sex. Case in point, Valerie Teeps, a female damper in the Teeps faction. Well, she's the daughter of King Teeps, but still. The crap surrounding Valerie is complicated. I, for one, want to kick her brother's ass. Marius Teeps, using and manipulating Valerie in order to use her sacred gear, the Sephiroth Graal. I have no idea how bad of a state she's in right now, since I can't detect her. The more I twiddle my thumbs here, the more she suffers. Whoosh! I begin my search, Flash stepping everywhere, stopping the wind pressure I create after Flash stepping everywhere. I check each room, no matter how insignificant they seemed. Those rooms mostly were storage or had other functions that weren't useful. I get to a room and stop. What is this? In front of me were hundreds or maybe even thousands of bags of blood. What is this? Is this their storage room? Aren't they noble or something? Do they sneak out and collect blood from people this way or something? I know I was busy with looking around the place for Valerie, but now that I stop and look, it's quite cliché looking, like the typical spooky-looking castles in movies. Chandeliers and candles everywhere, they serve the purpose of lighting the place, obviously. Several red, dark red, or light red carpets were dotted around the place. But there were also other colors, such as yellow and purple. Perhaps the former and current leaders of the faction are represented by a few paintings? Past Teeps, perhaps? Partner, Sully. He'll stop being awed by the place. He'll get going. Whoosh! No. Not here, either. Where the hell are they keeping her? Please don't tell me she's in a cardboard box like Gasper. I mean, vampires actually like them. It's apparently like small and easily movable coffins, as weird as it sounds. No vampire. I want judge. Sorry, Gasper, for judging you before, not really, but whatever. This is a stone door? Oh God, a secret entrance. I want to open it. He'll just slip through it. Vibrate my way through like what a ghost can do, or like what the Flash can do. Once I was through, I slowly walked down the stairs with my invisibility still there. Removing it now would be stupid. What if there were, what he'll just scan ahead? No, but I found my target. Even in this weird place, they had pictures of vampires, mostly men. Well, that makes sense. It's the Teeps faction. This small and narrow hallway was barely lit by candlelight. Vampires have night vision, right? They're not that different from devils. I mean, in powers. They can turn normal humans into vampires under a full moon when they bite them after all. But if they're too weak, then they turn into undead poor guys. After my short monologue, I go through an open door without a door and find a bed. There lying on it was the female damper I was looking for. Valerie Teeps. W what? She's already in ultimate class in power? Hey, Cuntoir. Cuntoir. Answer. She has consumed Azrael's blood, Nyarlathotep's blood. So, she really has been the one that gave that crow blood. It was enough to bring him to the peak of God class. No, probably, maybe even Dragon God class TCH. I should upgrade the girl's rings and enchantment. They'll do it when I get home. Can it be removed? I wanted to remove it. I have no idea how that blood works, if Azrael can control it or even Nyarlathotep, or if they can remove them entirely, the ones who have their blood. I didn't want to take the chance. Cuntoir. Answer. Yes, removing blood of Azrael from Valerie Teeps. Cuntoir. Answer. Azrael's blood has been successfully removed. Cinchuredo, how much did they use and abuse this girl? I could feel something bubbling inside of me, probably anger, but I calm myself. Losing my emotions here won't do any good. Her mind, heart, and soul are completely broken. How much have they made her use her sacred gear? No, if Nyarlathotep is involved, add Azrael, Avetsa, and rise of him pieces of garbage. Does that mean she achieved her subspecies balance breaker? It's no longer just one Sephiroth Grawl, but 3. I check again and could only feel one of them within her. One of those 3 has the other 2, no doubt. Avetsa is a careful woman from what Shigyun and Rennie told me. While she mostly focuses on her research and making those divine beasts and whatever she does. She isn't dumb. She's a mad scientist, and she's still smart. How annoying. Azrael? I have no clue. He seems smart since he hasn't recklessly charged at me yet. Whatever. They'll save these thoughts for a later date. Time to heal while my hand was still on her. I healed her mind, heart, and soul. Once I did, a bright but small golden light emitted from my palm. This light covered her body for a full 2 minutes. Healing a soul and heart isn't easy. Add her mind too. I'm sorry for being late, Valerie Teeps. They'll make it up to you before the events with Kiba and Kokobeel start. Maybe even Azrael will show up. Cuntoir? How is she? Cuntoir. Answer. She's been healed, however, she has suffered for quite a long time. So it will take her time to awaken. Cuntoir. Answer. I suggest you delve in her mindscape and soul to help ease her. Talk to her. Talk to her, huh? It's still around 3 in the afternoon, and I told the girls I'd be out for who knows how long, all right. I cover the room with a dilation barrier. I have no idea how long this will take, but let's dive in. 10 minutes. 1 year I dove in her soul first. Once there was a mix of light and darkness. These powers were battling with each other, trying to see who could be the dominant one. Was she fighting this by herself for this long? Even when she broke, she kept on fighting silently. I have got to admit I'm moved by this. Most people would just give up, but she kept fighting. Why? Is it because she believed there would be a better future? To meet her childhood friend Gasper again? Whatever the case, it'll help her even more now. As I flew around her soul for a while, I even discovered a large piece of the Sephiroth Grawl, but Valerie was nowhere to be seen. Is she at a different place? Her heartscape? Or mindscape? Check both, but how about going into her mind first? I plan on doing that, so let's go there first. I go into her mindscape instead. No, the voice echoed far, but it also sounded near and everywhere at the same time. Help! Someone! It hurts, Father. Why? The sounds of crying started to resound everywhere. I flew around, but it was an endless void. Nothing or no one could be found. Are these her memories, perhaps? From when she was young? From when she was being used as a tool? I didn't know, but she did suffer, that much is clear. Gasper, help me, those 2 really cared for each other. She wants to see him that badly. Don't worry, they'll make it happen. She was the one that got Gasper to cross-dress. A lot time to move on then. To her heart, Jean. Yeah, I had arrived in her heartscape. I look around, and it's mostly reddish pink. A few pieces of furniture were also of the same color, almost like the castle I was in. But the bed was different, even if it was a little weird in color. I flash step around until I see a figure in the distance. I had to leave the castle, but when I turned back, it was just a regular house. But the inside was weird. Did she and Gasper have a good childhood? Even while being hated by their own brethren. Vampires discriminate more on half-bloods than peers, even more so than noble devils to reincarnated or low to middle-class devils, even to the point of nearly neglecting them. These two found each other and grew close, supporting each other when no one else did. No wonder they have a close bond. Gasper found a new family, new friends. I can do the same for Valerie, and when the time comes, probably during or before the peace conference, they can reunite. La 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 la. I find someone singing. It was her, Valerie Teeps. What does that count as singing? She was humming a tune and saying la la la. Valerie Teeps is a young woman with short blonde hair and red eyes. She seemed like she was around 20 or 21. Now that I look around, the scenery here is a bit too beautiful, like it's almost fantasy-esque. Did she read books while locked up and being used? No, probably prior to being used as a tool. That's why her outside looks this beautiful. Vines growing from the tree, trees of all shapes and sizes. Small bits or rays from the sun shining through the leaves, a gentle breeze. Yes, it was a picture-perfect cottage in a forest fantasy. Can she manifest other beings here? Like birds and the like? I noticed that the singing stopped. I looked back at Valerie as she was staring wide-eyed at me. Centuredo, you're probably wondering how I got here. Yes? She didn't answer but kept staring, so I kept going. In the Red Dragon Emperor, the brand new middleman of the factions and a friend of Gasper Vladi. A reaction from her when I said Gasper's name. Gee, Gasper, you know Gasper? She almost said in a whisper. Yes, he's safe, has new friends, a new family, and allies. He's quite happy with his life right now, but he's quite worried about you, you know? I start to walk towards her, seeing her body relax a bit. I reach her and stand beside her. As to how I got here, well, let's say I'm strong and could do a lot of things. I rescued you from your fate. You're currently in my home, in Japan. Gasper is a reincarnated devil now, and he's part of Rius Gremory's peerage. Reincarnated devil. He nearly died. That's when Rius Gremory, his king, found him and reincarnated him, making him her servant and also saving him from death's door. Don't worry, though. The devils of Gremory are known for looking after their servants, treating them like family, so he's been in good hands. I won't tell her about him being locked up for quite some time. I'll let Gasper say that part. A smile dawned on Valerie's face, seemingly relieved after hearing what I said about her childhood friend. Ich sehe im Glatt Jinsan. How long will I be here for? In where? My home. Or in here? I gestured to my surroundings. Both, if you don't mind me asking. Well, you can stay in my home for as long as you like. My home is probably definitely the safest place in the world right now. Here? I'm not too sure I healed you, so your mind, heart, and soul are okay now, but I'm not sure on when you'll wake up. She seemed both happy and sad after hearing that. Don't worry. Even if you're still asleep, I'll come here and talk to you. Rius lives in my home. She also brings her peerage here quite often, including Gasper. I can relay stories about him to you daily if you wish. She brightened up upon hearing that. She nods slowly. Please, it seems like a bother, but I would appreciate it very much, and when I wake up, can I see or meet Gasper? Well, that's entirely up to you. I removed the blood from you earlier, so right now you are back to middle class in power. You are ultimate class, but if you kept that blood, it may have been dangerous. I was forced to drink it. Her body shivered. I put a hand on her shoulder and calmed her. She noticed this and smiled at me, as well as giving me a thankful look. It's fine. It's gone. You won't need to worry about it. Anyway, as I said, it's up to you when you want to meet him. With my help, Gasper has become an ultimate class devil in power. He's gotten better control of his powers and is only getting stronger and braver. He still cross-dresses, though you're the one to blame. Yes? I grin at her as she giggled and nodded. He looked cute in girls' clothing when we were younger, so I had him cross-dress a lot, Valerie. Even when you wake up, don't push yourself. You still need to adjust, but I can help along with my companions. Companions, she repeats the word as she looks at me. Am I being judged? I can't tell from her expression, but her emotions were neutral. Very well, I will keep that in mind, Jean-san. I'll get going for now. I'll tell you more stories when I come again tomorrow. I tell her, and she nods at me with a smile. In back out time to tell the girls later then. I just need to wait for them to be here and Gasper to be gone. I don't think I'll be fine seeing his childhood friend in this state. I look back at Valerie. She's a lot better off now, but still looking paler than what a vamp damper should look like. But the strained and pained expression she had before I rescued and healed her were gone. It just seemed like a normal person sleeping there. Well, apart from what I said earlier. Censuredo, why? So I have something to announce, I start, and they stop eating to look at me. This may concern Gasper. For now, don't tell him. I feel like I have a legitimate reason this time for keeping this secret. Seeing as how pissed Gasper got when he found out Issei died, as well as Valerie's death, I don't want to take chances. Yes, the guy has improved greatly, but that's in terms of power and a bit of emotional stability. I think once Valerie gets better and is on her 2 feet, then I'll have them meet again. Jean, please explain before I agree to this. Rias looked concerned and also curious, the same with everyone else. I nod. So, Gasper had a childhood friend called Valerie Teeps. She's also a damper like Gasper. Well, things happened. I promised Gasper I would rescue her, and I did today. They fall silent as they stare at me without a word. She's in an unoccupied room right now, sleeping. I healed her mind, heart, and soul. They were all damaged after repeated us of certain scared gear. She even attained balance break, and a subspecies 1 at that. But she was mainly used as a tool. For what? I don't know. I do and don't at the same time. Yes, the evil dragons may still happen, but probably not at the rate and amount like in canon, but Avetsa and Nyarlathotep are still a thing. They may just create divine draconic beasts instead. They used her as a tool, forced a balance break, broke her mind, soul, and heart. She was basically a shell in a deep sleep. I healed her as I said, so she'll wake up. Eventually you guys seen that Gasper can control darkness and shadows. The majority of vampires can also do that, but they vary. Anyway, from my brief conversation with her, those two care greatly for each other. I don't want Gasper seeing her like that and losing control. That's why I want to keep her a secret for now. I don't want my junior to suffer and have a bigger burden on him. I think it's the right step. Of course, I can't protect him forever from finding out the truth, but let's keep it easy for him for now. In bringing them into the pocket dimension, after all, it'll work with Gasper and his confidence, darkness, and shadow powers, as well as bravery. Sorry, I see. We'll be taking your rules for the guys at Gremory. They'll just tweak it to the Occult Research Club rules for men instead, since I'm not part of Rias Peerage. ORC groups male lessons. 1. A man has to protect a girl. 2. A man has to stand up no matter what. 3. Don't give up no matter what. I think that's more or less what I see. I'm fine with that then. Gasper's powers are still in training after all, and if what you say is true, then I can only imagine what Gasper might do. At least Rias agrees. Sorry, buddy. We'll be keeping this a secret for a while. I hope you'll understand my decision. A few weeks later, around 3 weeks have gone by, I did what I promised to Valerie and visited her every day. I talked to her about random things, including what Gasper has achieved and is focusing on as of late. I also gave him the rules of the Occult Research Club for males. He seemed quite fired up for it, Kiba as well. So, the 3 of us enemies have to go through us if they want to hurt the ladies. Though, they'll probably beat them up first, more or less. Good news, as well Valerie woke up. I helped her up and got her acquainted with everyone during at night, of course, since Gasper wasn't there. She still looked quite pale. I hypothesized she may need blood. So, I let her have some of mine. I didn't know how to go about it, so I let her feed from me on the neck. She seemed a bit hesitant about it. A few of the others wanted to try as well, but I declined. Anyway, a few weeks passed, and it was time to go into the pocket dimension again. Everyone was here. Valerie has gotten a lot healthier. Since Sharedo, she would train in her own way, so a lot of meditating, slowly getting her mana reserves up. I was fine with that, but told her if she needed help with actual training, she could come to me or anyone else. Of course, she also became friends with everyone else. They were quite welcoming, especially Rias and her peerage, so Aquino and Chiron. She was Gasper's childhood friend after all. She got along the best with Rennie and Grafia. I have no idea how or why, but they did so. Everyone ready? They all nod. I managed to get everyone, and I mean everyone, Gremory, peerage, including Gasper, but I had used transformation magic on Valerie, so she was disguised. Gasper being Gasper, he was a bit nervous with a new person. Ingvild, Grafia, Gabriel, Rennie, Natsum, Shigyun, Suzuku, Yasaka, Kanu. Rosweiss, Kuroka. The Gremory peerage is mentioned before, and last but not least, Latia. Yeah, she came over once before. I invited her to join us, and she was fine with it. Even I managed to convince Suzaku to come along. Well, she had time, apparently. All right, let's go then. Once in the pocket dimension, the ones who knew what was going on went off to start killing the monsters and do their own thing. The newcomers, so Yasuka, Rosweiss, Natsum, Shigen, Latia, Gabriel, and Valerie, I explained to them what this place was and how it worked. Quite a few of them were excited. That thing over is a replica of my house, so Valerie, you can go over there or sit by the benches behind me. Everyone else go wild. Try out as many new things you want, master what you can. We'll be coming back here 2 more times. They all nod and leave. Natsum, Shigyun, and Suzaku stuck together. The duo Kitsune of mother and daughter stayed together. Latia decided to join Rias as they know each other, and finally Rosweiss and Gabriel were stuck by my side. Not sure on what to do, you two? Gabriel shook her head as well as Rose. I do know, but I'm not sure on where to start. Gabriel nodded at what Rosweiss said. I see. We'll look at this like a video game. If you kill those monsters that are spawning in, you'll gain a small bit of their powers. That's how everyone got so powerful in a short time. But let me warn you, once you reach God class power, ITLL start to slow down. Like in video games, the higher level you are, the more EXP you'll need to level up to the next level. I wouldn't see this as a terrible thing. You can master and improve whatever magic, weapon, sacred gear, or aspect of yourself you want to improve. You'll have the perfect chance to use them on the same class of monster. Of course, they might be below you too. But you can master your craft and also have the chance to grow in power. Isn't there something you want to completely master, Rose? Gabriel? I want to improve my Norse magic, elemental magic, and defensive magic, as well as my hand-to-hand combat. I nod. See? You go and get them then, Rose. She smiles at me and flies away. The only one left is Gabriel, not including Valerie on the bench behind us. How about you, Gabriel? She looked like she was thinking about something. She finally turned to me with her usual happy self. Jean, can you use light magic or light manipulation? Yes, I can. I even put the information into Natsum a few weeks back, yeah. Why do you ask? Please evaluate my current strength and mastery. She looked at me seriously, and I nod. Gabriel then proceeded to show me what she was capable of, being one of the 4 great seraphs. She was quite powerful as she reached low-tier god class in her training with Greed in my home. Gabriel was creative with her attacks. She even copied a few moves from the other girls. Creating Griffin based on light was a surprise. I guess her friendship with Natsum was that strong. Maybe I should have her learn from Rennie or Grafia and make magic. But based on light, for her, weight, light, magic, light, manipulation, I was going through my memories of characters. I knew who used it, not many come to mind, but Kizuru or Borsellino from One Piece, as well as Patali or Lick from Black Clover. I look back at Gabriel as she tilts her head at me, waiting for a response. If I can have her recreate many of their moves, even combine them or develop new ones, she can take it to the next level. Gabriel, come here. I beckon her towards me. She was more than happy to waddle over to me. I point 2 of my fingers at her and touch her forehead. I transfer my knowledge of certain techniques from those 2 into her head. Once I was done, she stared at me blankly. I also added the light make into her head as well, just to add a bit more spice to her arsenal. How about that? Think you could try to recreate those? A giant smile appears on her face. She lets out her wings. She gives a peck on the cheek and flies away. Phew, I let out a sigh as I sat down on the bench beside Valerie. We both watched everyone training. I could see that she was in awe watching them work. Her heart rate was increasing. Did she want to try training like that too? I couldn't help but chuckle. Want to join them down the line? Gasper is also working hard. She had a gentle smile on her face as she watched her friends and Gasper working hard. She closes her eyes and settles into a meditating pose. Her body was covered in mana as she sat there silently. I guess she has her own convictions, huh? What should I do? Train? Just observe as usual? Now that I think about it, hey, Irene, Ophis, you guys want to join? That's right, Irene was in my necklace now. I had also formally put Bellion and Kamish in the dimensional gap. They're patrolling and protecting it as I speak. Irene has joined the girls a few times. Many of them surprised to meet another powerful individual surprisingly. She got along with Yasaka and Grafia. I guess there's a mature and confident energy between them. I'm not that, Irene replied. Huh? How did she hear me? What the heck? The animal? Ophis replied confused. How innocent am anyway about what I said when I joined. Or at least, mingle out here. The blue dragon head glowed and Ophis appeared. She immediately used my lap as a pillow and watched everyone do their thing. Ophis, you can help Canoe if you want. You two are great friends after all. Later. Won't argue with that. She's at least willing to help her. A few seconds later, the red dragon's head glowed and Irene emerged. It still feels quite strange being away from my home, Irene mutters. Yeah, it'll take you a while to adjust, but I'm confident you'll get through it. After all, Cinceredo Irene turned to glare at her while blushing. How and where the hell did she even get that quote? Isn't that from that fantasy show song? I certainly haven't done that. Answer, reverse card. While a memory was suddenly pushed forth into me. I was in my soul, with the two dragons and Barato, and I was singing. There's a treasure-loving dragon living on the edge of a certain country. The dragon goes for a walk when the weather is good. Dragon, dragon, friendly dragon. Hooray, hooray, roar, roar, puff, puff. There are so many types of treasures, but he likes the gold ones the best. Cinceredo, the big dragon, also pushes today. The memory ended. Oh, why was I singing that? Why are those two lizards joining in? Why is she happily clapping along? When did this happen? I can't get drunk. It's physically impossibly. Smack. Stop. Why are you imagining that? Ow. What the hell? Why did Irene just hit me? I looked to see she was even redder than last time. She saw that. Wait, that's not my soul. That's a dream. What the heck? I don't remember that at all. I don't know. I don't remember this dream. But this has to be quite early on before I met her. Did she see this while going through dreams? Did she like the zoom iron part? I'm just confused now, dream. Oh, hello, Irene-san. Valerie had opened her eyes while looking at me, and Irene, why now? It's nothing, Valerie. Don't worry about it. Never again. Ditto. Irene had flown away without saying a word. From the looks of it, she's going toward Grafia. Please don't rat me out or tell her a lie. The wrath of Grafia is both great and exhausting. Wait, Cinceredo, third-person point of view with Yasaka and Kuno mother. These things are strong. Both mother and daughter duo were unleashing their powers upon the monsters. Some who were weaker than them were killed easily. This helped Kuno a lot in getting stronger, while the stronger ones, Kuno, had to support Yasaka. The two turn around and see that Ophis has joined them, a small but content smile on her face. Fies! Kuno exclaimed and hugged her friend. Ophis nodded and killed the monsters around them with a flick of her wrist. Yasaka had a bitter smile on her face. Casually flicking them to kill them, these should have been ultimate class or higher, truly terrifying Ouroboros dragon. I will help Kuno train. She also turns to Yasaka and her mother. Really? Yes. Being helped by one of the strongest existences made them quite happy, right? Even without including Irene or Jean, this opportunity is quite rare. Let us start. Upon hearing Ophis' announcement, the two kitsunes got ready. With Latia and Rias, so this place has been your training grounds? Latia looks around still in awe of the place. To her, it was a video game-esque environment. Kill monsters, absorb some of their power, get stronger, and eventually go up in power rank. How? That was the question Latia, Astaroth had. How did Jean do this? She hasn't been informed of what he is, but was just invited on a whim since she decided to visit randomly earlier in the week. She accepted since she was curious about the place. Yes, Jean is powerful. Let's just say that, haha. But yes, this is almost like a video game. Kill monsters to gain experience and level up to get stronger. But our lives can still be in danger. Push yourself, but don't be too reckless. Rias tells Latia as she fired another spirit gun made out of her power of destruction at several monsters. They were quite weaker than her, so she didn't need to pay too much attention. I see you have become quite efficient in the use of your power of destruction. Yes? Yes, thanks to Jean and my own training, but I still have a lot to learn, a new technique and form I wish to try and master. New technique and form? This piqued Latia's interest. She wondered what this new form was. Was this the same thing as her older brother's true form? but that's impossible to replicate. Surzex, in a way, is raw power of destruction in human form. Since his birth, everything around him was destroyed, they perished. The only exception was Venelana Gremory. She was safe. His output and power of power destruction were that high and dense at such a young age. Could he even be called a devil at that point? A weird mutation? Whatever the case, he was born from greatness and was probably meant to become a Satan in his life. What can this new form achieve? Are you interested? In response, Latia nods as Rhea smiles. Well, I don't have it mastered, more like I only thought of it a few weeks ago, and I've been slowly trying out. Rhea smiled, and her power of destruction started to cover her body with slash dog girls plus Aquino devastating gale. As a thin but strong and condensed wind covered Natsum's body, if you didn't look hard enough, you could almost believe nothing had happened. Let's Go Sylph was quite happy with how far Natsum had come. She had come out to cheer her on. Griffin was also out, and Natsum had extended her devastating gale to Griffin, making his power, speed, and defense even stronger. Whoosh! The two of them danced around the pocket dimension at high speeds, Griffin slicing monsters apart with his wings, also sending out wind attacks every now and again. Natsum was fighting with both her light gun and a light sword. She hacked, slashed, and shot at monsters she came across. She had a broad grin on her face because she was having a lot of fun. This was her first time here, but it almost seemed like she had already been here. Natsum is having fun. The rest of the girls watch their comrade and friend swiftly deal with the monsters around them. Suzakawani-san, will you come and train with me? Aquino had joined them since she wanted to invite her cousin to train with her. She turns to Aquino and nods. The two of them go to another area of the pocket dimension. Suzaku, left, roar. The group turns around to see a giant humanoid dragon. It was like the incomplete juggernaut drive of Issei Hayadu. It's like Jean's armor bad. Lavinia, Rennie puts her fist over her palm. The air and area around her started to turn cold. The ground beneath her starts to freeze. Shick, ice make. Lance, she muttered as she thrust both her hands forward. From her palms shot out lances made out of ice. The attack flies towards the humanoid red dragon and pieces all of its body. Pierce, Shiik. Once the attack was finished, the monster fell to the ground dead. It was at the peak of Satan class. Rennie was a lot stronger, so killing it with a simple attack like that was no problem to her. Do you even need your sacred gear at this point, Lavinia-san? Shigen was looking at the dead monster as ice covered its body. It appeared 1 second and died the next. Although she thought she would have an epic battle with it, her teammate managed to get rid of it pretty quickly. Let's keep training, okay? Rennie smiled at Shigyun, and she nodded. Natsum had finished and joined her two teammates. With the two Hamajimas Aquino, can you use fire magic? Demonic fire. I haven't focused much on it in the past, but I've been slowly practicing with my demonic elemental magic. Right now, it's water and fire. I think my demonic lightning and holy lightning are in a good place. I see I have fire manipulation thanks to, the vermilion bird as well as the Shinto gods allowing us to manipulate fire. Have you used the vermilion bird much, Nei-san? She smiled bitterly and shook her head. Only on a few occasions. Team Slashdog were the main fighters I provided support in the past when we had the same goals or objectives, so we teamed up. Even then, I only used the normal fire manipulation. The vermilion bird has amplified its power, but I have an Aquino puts her hand on Suzaku's shoulder and smiles at her. We can work on that here, Nei-san. Jean can also help. He's really good at magic and other things. He's the reason for many of my new attacks and techniques. I see. I will keep that in mind. BZZZT. A monster had approached the two, but Aquino dealt with it quite effectively by hitting it with a strong holy lightning attack. But even more monsters showed up. Za, Dan, KSHHH, FWSHHH. Suzaku made a small hand gesture, and the entire area lit up in flames. The monsters that were near them were burned up, the weaker ones died instantly, and the stronger ones were hurt. But that only agitated them even more. Suzaku put out her hand and opened her palm, and a small bird made of flames appeared. One moment the firebird was on her palm, The next, the entire area in front of the two Hymagemas was engulfed in a huge torrent of flames. Incredible Aquino was in awe of her cousin's power. Was this the power of the head of their clan? The current possessor of the vermilion bird, Suzuku Himejima. Is she an ultimate class in power? Just below me, amazing. Suzakawani-san is amazing. Aquino, shall we exchange tips? The two of them smile at each other and continue their leisurely walk through the pocket dimension. With Asia, Ingvild, and the Nakomata sisters, boom. Rumble, rumble. Ingvild and the two sisters stare at the giant crevice that was made by their nun friend. A monster that was around 40 meters tall and hairy showed up. Asia screamed at the sight of it, covered herself in tuki, and punched the ground. Ahaha, what resulted in a giant crevice being made from her punch. The monster fell through. They had looked below, but saw no end to it. That thing was dead. Asianaya, that was reaction, was a bit much. Kuroka had a complicated expression on her face as she stared at the giant crevice. Chiron finished her sister's sentence as she looked at the hole. Ingvild had joined them to further her understanding and mastery of Tuki. I don't blame her. That thing was awful. Ingvild shook her head. It looked completely bare and strange in the wind. Kuroka walked over to Asia as she put her hand on her shoulder reassuringly. Asianaya, Kuroka called out her name. She looked up at her, still blushing. You'll see and learn more about Jean in the future, so don't be too embarrassed when the time comes. Asia, who was already blushing, turned a deeper shade of red. You could see steam coming out of her head and ears. Smack, smack. Nei Shama, Kuroka. Chiron and Ingvild had lightly smacked the cat girl, again with her increasing vulgarity. Senchuredo, Asia senpai. Asia. The two went over to their friend worriedly. Kuroka just scratched her head, not understanding why they were so embarrassed by it. You know, Jean's been thinking of spending more time with you two lately. I'm pretty sure hell approached Graphia, first Onaya. When Chiron heard this, her cat girl's ears and tail came out involuntarily. The ears twitched rapidly, and the tail wagged furiously. She seemed quite happy with it. Naya haha. Well, your body has developed quite a bit, Chiron. You're not that far from my body. Our heights are the only things separating us. Kuroka crossed her arms and struck a confident pose. Chiron glanced at her own reflection and sighed. It's true I'm not as confident as Nei-sama. But, I can make up for it in my own way. Your unique style makes up for it, though, Kuroka replied warmly. Senchuredo's school rooftop? Chiron had gone into thinking while holding Asia. Kuroka turns to Ingvild with a sly grin. Inin, you're a lot more physically affectionate with Jean, yes? What was it again? Faithma? Nia? Ingvild looked mortified at her. HHH, how does she know about that? Did Jean? My ears can hear a lot, you know. Nia, well, make sure you keep that secret to yourself during our time in the pocket dimension. Kuroka got up and let the two girls think it through. Asia was still out of it, but perhaps she partially heard it all? Only time will tell. Later that night, after dinner, Jean, Skyward, So, the girls are taking turns using the open-air bath? I mean, all right if that's what you guys have planned, but why are you telling me this? We had finished eating dinner a few minutes ago when Aquino and Rias came up to tell me about the girls' plans. I'm happy they're all getting along. They all did go into their own groups earlier on the day. But tonight, during dinner, it's like they've known each other for a long time. No peeking, Keen. I turn to see Natsum lighting glaring at me. I wouldn't do that, though, unless I get dragged in by Aquino, or with something I turned back to Aquino, and she was grinning at me. Please don't tell me you're going to try to convince them to let me join you guys that didn't exactly end too well last time. You seem to have enjoyed it quite a bit. I won't deny that, but I mean for the sake of the girls' mental health ID, rather not be an exhibitionist. Anyway, we'll be going to the open bath with the guys. We'll see you guys later on. Sure, that sure didn't sound that convincing. I started to walk to the guys' entrance when Kiba and Gasper left in a hurry. Guys, what's wrong? And nothing, senpai. I have something to do. They'll head back later. All right, I want to practice a bit more. They'll see you later, Jean senpai. They both seemed flustered, no, scared or something what. They both run away almost like their lives depended on it. Whatever. More space for me then. I grab my towel and step into the open bath. In front of me were the girls of Slash Dog, Valerie, Gabriel, and Suzuku. Where were they stopped by someone else before coming in? All of them turned their heads towards me. This is a misunderstanding. Wait, were Kiba and Gasper here earlier? They didn't answer me, but Rennie got up and skipped towards me with a cheerful expression. Holy crap! Centuredo creating bubbles with her mouth. The sacred gear didn't seem bothered by the act. Gabriel happily waved at me. Suzuka didn't seem too bothered by this. Did Akino tell her in advance? But she was still lightly blushing. Valier crossed her arms and turned away from me. I looked away politely to give her some space. I was pulled by Rennie to the bath. She made me sit down, and she sat beside me, leaning onto me. So, how are you guys doing? Gabriel got up, still oblivious to everything around him. Don't look at the innocent angel like that, mister. Rennie had whispered into my ear. Centuredo the coming year? Me too. I would like some help too, Suzuku, Natsum, and Shigen asked for my help. I mean, that's the point of this place. No need to be so formal. I'm more than happy to. I already knew that Valerie wanted help, so we already made that promise earlier in the day. Sure, like said before, it'll help everyone out here. Just call me on the rings or when I come by. Choo choo choo, I glanced to my left, and Rennie was nuzzling against me with affection. I love the attention, Rennie, but what's the occasion? I couldn't help but chuckle as she kept on doing it. I could see the other girls were blushing at her open affection towards me. I wrapped my arm around her and pulled her closer. I gave her a few kisses back, making her giggle. You all being all lovey-dovey, all of a sudden you can do that too. You know, Natsum went silent after Rennie teased her back. She seemed to be thinking of what she said. She nods to herself and walks towards me. She had wrapped her towel around her again. She turns her back and sits nearby, leaning back comfortably and looking up at me. Her cheeks were flushed. I guess she wanted to get closer to me? The times we spent were mostly the same, the occasional friendly gesture, but nothing more. I mostly trained them in the training facility after all. You're very adorable right now, Natsum. I agree. Natsu is cute right now. Nice work ethic, Jean. The adorable voice of Sylph resounded from Natsum as she teased her partner and complimented a thanks, I guess. Cute nickname for her, though. Hee. Yeah, Natsu is being very cute right now. Don't worry, they'll have a lot of time to spend with you all in the upcoming 3 years. Of course, they won't be all at the same time. Being stuck in here for too long won't be too healthy. As much as I want them to be strong and ready, not all of them are training or battle maniacs, and neither am I. I mean, I like a good fight, but not to the extent of Valley. Hopefully, the ones that are in low-tier God will be at the peak of God class after the 3 years are up. Everyone else can be at least Satan class, and uphell, maybe even low to middle-tier gods that would be ideal. Universal, multiversal, and omniversal, how long will it take them? Everyone's growth here is weirdly fast, so I want to know for sure. In canon, their growth was already stupidly fast. With my help, they'll reach bigger heights. Hey, Comptoir, how long do you think? Comptoir. Answer. You can turn on the 2x growth function. That is the limit since this space is already a very powerful and cheat-like ability. So like a 2x EXP thing, how long will it last? Can I turn it off and on at will? Comptoir. Answer. No restrictions. However, I think you should use it once they reach Dragon Gods and up. Their growth rate will slow down significantly by then. You said it yourself. The higher they go, the more EXP they'll need for the next rank up. The highest here, excluding myself, are Ophis and Irene, and they're not even at the peak yet. I need those two to train Jean. I turn to see Gabriel and Rennie looking at me worriedly. Sorry, I was speaking to Comptoir. They nod in understanding. I introduced Valerie to her earlier in the week, but I haven't gotten around to Latia about her. They'll do it during the rest of the year. We chatted about the things they wanted to achieve, and even more things for the future. They have the determination. So, I wanted to help them reach those heights. I let out a big yawn. It was around 1 a.m. I had woken up no more like I couldn't sleep. I felt restless. Centuredo, they pressured her into a humiliating situation as Yasaka and Irene watched, the latter mortified and embarrassed. I go outside and stare at the moon I had created for this place. Well, it's just simulated, so if you try to go up to it, you'll reach a barrier and just slam into it. I could theoretically make it a real moon. Visiting other planets and stuff, but why? If the girls request, then maybe, but I could just do that out there. I had looked down, and the silhouette of the blonde hair and red-eyed soul was in front of me. He didn't say anything, but I had a hunch that if I say his name, his full body image will be shown to me. But I didn't. I'm not sure if I'm ready to yet. That means I'll be going to that world down the line. When I meet her, that's another pile of worms waiting for me. I wonder what state their world is in now. Wait, is their world based on the WN or LN? Crap, I didn't think ahead to that. The two are basically so different, but since he has been scattered and she is looking for him, oh, whatever. They'll deal with it when time comes. Wait, he said I had trouble when I try looking into the future. Let's try that. I closed my eyes and tried to look into the future. One in front of me was a giant single eye looking back at me with a lot of intensity. I could withstand it, so I stood there calmly, just a bit surprised at the start. It didn't say anything. It didn't blink. I couldn't feel any emotions or hear any thoughts. Time, not time, evolve time. Not time yet. Evolve? Is this Azathoth? But why the creepy eye? Or is this the barrier he set in place so I couldn't look into the future? Why though? Let me see it. Centuredo, does that mean he has some sort of test plan for me soon? Does that include the challenge and crossroads? If so, then, okay, I understand that part. But what the hell is beyond and the outside? Comptoir. Answer. Perhaps the outside, as it may refer to your evolution and surpassing him. Centuredo, I have to go beyond him to whatever this outside is and surpass him by conquering whatever these challenges are at these crossroads. Am I getting this right? Comptoir. Answer. Yes. Oh, great. You answered. It said soon. So, I guess ITLL happened to Kokobeel events? Azrael, maybe it has something to do with that. Then I have to be ready the same with my companions. I need to help them reach at least Dragon God status, the ones near them at least. Jean, you're still up? I turn around and see Rennie and Suzaku one odd pair see. I nod. I also didn't notice them approach. I was way too engrossed in my own thoughts. Is this a nerf? Well, I rarely use that power, so it's not that big of a deal. I can still use everything else. Yeah, couldn't sleep. I was feeling restless. They make their way to me, each of them standing to one of my sides. Rennie hugged my arm, and I pulled her close. Why are the two of you up? I was sure that you were asleep earlier, Rennie. Yeah, she was sharing the sleeping quarters with me on the scheduled rotation since a lot of girls were here already. Barado, Grafia, and Yasaka were the ones in charge of it. Everyone else was asleep. I woke up since I wanted a drink, but I noticed that you were gone, so on my quest to find you, I came across Suzuka, who also wanted a drink. I see. So they just checked outside and found me, huh? You guys looking forward to the year? We're three. They both nod. Suzaku has been pretty silent. I wonder what's on her mind? Whatever it is, I sigh. Let's go back to sleep then. For months later. Ting. Clang. Slash. Come on, Kiba. Use that speed of yours. Kiba and I were training. No, the Grimmery peerage against me. A rematch of sorts. Then the team of girls with Suzuka next. Then everyone else in their teams. I had a sword made out of pure energy clashing with Kiba's demonic swords. They had improved a lot over the last 4 months. I could feel myself temporarily freeze good. Gasper had a good grasp on his sacred gear, however, too weak. Shatter. I broke free of its binds. I dodged to the side as a giant bolt of holy lightning crashed where I once stood. I evaded a flurry of punches and kicks from Chiron. She was in her Chiron mode. Her punches and kicks reverberated behind me, with shock waves too. Centuredo, during the 4 months, she had learned some enchantment magic different to mine. She could directly buff her allies. Right now, they had increased speed and attack power. Dark clouds in the sky. Akino seriously wants to use Kirin here? I watch her closely as she prepares to cast. I guess I wasn't safe from that when we were fighting then. I smirk back at her. She knows full well what I meant by that, which made her blush. No distractions in the middle of a match. Rias cutely complained beside her queen. The spectators laughed at the crimson-haired princess. Era, are we feeling competitive today? Rias? Yes. She had become a lot honest with her feelings towards me. We've grown closer, even shared a moment, but haven't made it official. It's not on my part, but her. It feels like she wants to prove herself or something. Maybe once the rating game against Sona is done, or even Sarorg. Either way, it'll say yes when she finally confesses. She's become a great leader, growing in experience and power. Honestly, she's matured a lot faster than me. I'm sort of jealous. Envious even. Huh. Kiba roared as he summoned his fire sword and ice sword, dual-wielding them and slashing them at me. Clang! That's a Kiba. Chiron appeared behind me. The same with Gasper. She sent out a field-powered punch with 2 ki, and Gasper sent out several attacks with his shadow and darkness. Above me was Kirin slowly appearing. Rias was also powering up a power of destruction Kamehameha. These guys are the distractions, while Aquino and Rias finish me off. Huh, splendid. I'm sure they realize they can't rely on pure power all the time. But this sparring match isn't about that. Asia used a different enchantment, and the 3 who were attacking me quickly evacuated the area. Their attacks were repelled by me when I slapped away Kiba's swords, stopped Chiron's punch, and broke Gasper's attacks. Kirin. Huh. The giant holy lightning dragon came crashing down onto me. At the same time, Rias Pod Kamehameha was coming closer towards me. This is a step up from our last match. Cinchuredo. I turn around and tell the next team to get ready. All right, next team. Chuai felt her kiss me on the cheek. Is this her own payback? Hee hee. I welcome more then. Payback, perverted dragon emperor. Yuvo WHYYY parent near. I'm sorry, Drake-san, I can't help it. I've somehow gotten weirder titles than Issei. While I'm not as openly eccentric as him, I still keep some things to myself, where my group of close friends can see me being more honest with myself. I opened my status after a long time, and when I checked the titles, it had an expand option on it. I'm scared of clicking on it. Oh well. I mentally press it. Titles. God of Gods, God King, Red Dragon Emperor, White Dragon Emperor, Welsh Dragon, Vanishing Dragon, Outer God, Rising Outer Dragon Emperor Backside, Dragon Emperor Barato, Dragon Emperor Limb, Dragon Emperor Lover, of Scorch, Dragon Emperor Fragment, of Partner, Darling, Husband, Dear Middleman, Gene Senpai, Cinchuredo, and your power? It complements great our Irene's titles as Dragon of Dragons, DXD. I'm sorry, we somehow got Supreme Dragon Emperor, but the Lover of Scorch, Scorch Dragon Emperor, and Fragment of. It's too obvious who. HAAA. They'll say his name when he appears again. I want to talk to him. Why almighty conflagration then? What the hell does that mean? I haven't excessively used fire magic or manipulation that much, Gene. Are you ready? I hear Natsum ask, and I turn around. We'll deal with that crap later. Yeah, let's get started. That evening, I was on my way to my room just to lay down when I was pulled into Ingvild's room. She pushed me down on her bed, and we spent the next few minutes talking and laughing together. I was a bit surprised. I didn't think Ingvild was this bold. Did Kuroka say something to her? For the last 4 months, she has been spending more time with me, often wanting to hang out together since I'm usually the one left in the boys' section of the open bath. Gasper doesn't last long since he'll overheat, and Kiba leaves a few minutes later or at the same time since he wants to take care of the guy. I offered to, heal him, but he declined for some reason. They probably know that some girls join me, or I go join them. Gene, come here, Ingvild says as she pulls me into a Barato. Cinchuredo, okay. That's enough. She pulls away and glances behind her, then looks back at me with a small smile. It's fine, I suppose. She takes my hand and places it gently in hers. I grin. That was fun. You're pretty cool. Huh. Cinchuredo, am still tense, so they'll go consult Kuroka, Aquino, or Grafia, or something Limestar Gene. Seat. Ingvild points to her bed and told me to sit. I raised a brow but complied. Asia, Chiron, come here. Ingvild gestures for the other 2. Beside her, all 3 were in front of me. Now, oh no, Cinchuredo, Making room for the others, Chiron timidly approaches first and gently greets me. Oh, I let out a surprise sound. This encouraged Asia to join her on the other side, offering a warm welcome as well. The moment feels comforting and welcoming. Ingvild focusing on me, while Asia and Chiron were being affectionate. I haven't made it official with Asia yet. Crap. I mean, it's obvious she has feelings for me, but I haven't formally asked her. Should I do it now? Why not? While the other 2 continue to show their appreciation, I gently pulled Asia away to talk to her. She looked surprised and a bit hurt. Tears started to form, so I had to quickly act. Jaejin-san? She asked in a trembling voice. The two stop as they stare at her, in surprise. Asia, sorry to spring this up on you, but you know I only do this with my lovers. Yes? No response, and tears begin to fall. I love you. Asia, Senchorito, hello there. Ah, Ilu. Nice to meet you. Oh no, this is getting a bit awkward. Meeting a new colleague and having two others greet me at the same time. I'm not sure if I should say, hi. Should we head out? Or maybe we should start with introductions. Nice to meet you, friend. Wow, they sure know how to get under my skin, I muttered, shaking my head. Pwah. Ingvild looked startled and quickly stepped back, while the three girls nearby shared a laugh at my reaction. Senchorito, sorry, I can't. I buried my face against her shoulder as I let out a long sigh. My two younger companions laughed proudly, playfully splashing water toward me and pretending to gulp it down. They were still dripping from our earlier water fight. This was pretty fun. Naya ha ha ha. A new voice appeared. By the door that wasn't closed was Kuroka, who had a smug, teasing grin. Looks like my advice from a few months back worked, Naya. He's doing well and full of energy. Huh? Asia Naya? She jumped over to join us, excitedly. Thanks for the extra meal. Lyman 6 months later, huh? For huge torrents of fire went past me as I dodged them. Right now, I was sparring with Yasaka, Kunu, and the Slash Dog girls plus Yasaka and Kunu had sent out foxfire at me, Suzaku with her fire manipulation, and Shigen with her own fire magic and using her whip's golden flames. Good, keep going. Fwoosh! Natsum appeared behind me covered in her devastating gale to increase her power. She was joined by Kunu, who was on her shoulders. Huh. The two of them combined their attacks, wind and foxfire, but I quickly broke the attack with a flick of my wrist while also sending a strong shock wave towards me. The two of them were blown away. Kunu and Yasaka had improved greatly during these last few months, of course. Everyone else did. But these two, after spending time with the dragon god and true dragon, these two, in a way, mutated. Kunu now had access to her fox dragon mode. Her hair transformed into the color white, the same with her tails. She had taken her training with Ophis and her mother very seriously. She may be the youngest nine-tailed fox in the history of the supernatural world so far to reach this strength. She was ultimate class. She had gone from middle class to that. I was proud of her, very much so. Yasaka also went from ultimate class to the peak of Satan class. You may wonder why not more? She had helped her daughter more than focusing on herself. A mother's love? Definitely. Even so, she had learned 10k and mastered it. She didn't slack off. In exchange for raw power, she mastered other things, as previously mentioned, 10k as well as elemental magic. Yasaka has also shown signs of manifesting her own fox dragon mode. Thanks to being around both Ophis and Irene, the three friends have deepened their bond. They take turns reining me in if I get too rowdy. Ahaha thwack. FWWWHHH. Shigen sent out her whip towards me covered in golden flames. Suzaku also sent out a much bigger bird made out of fire at me. I grabbed the whip while also punching the fire bird out of existence. I pulled Shigen towards me and cocked my arm back. She lets go of her whip and propelled herself into the air with her fire magic. She's gotten a lot more versatile with her fire magic. She had been exchanging information with the prominent fire users of my group of allies. Fire Fist. Both Shigen and Suzaku shouted as they covered their arms with flames and punched towards me, sending gigantic amounts of fire to me. Just like Ace from One Piece's Fire Fist, I'm glad I suggested it to them, as well as many other techniques over the last few months. Shigen's Fire Fist was golden in color. Somewhere down the line, her normal flames turned golden. I can only theorize it's because of her constant use of her whip. Suzaku's was the same color as before, but it was a lot hotter and intense. The vermilion bird amplified this even more after her training. The two attacks came at me from different directions. I sent a punch towards Shigen's Fire Fist, extinguishing it, and also disrupting her stable condition in the air. She fell onto the ground, but softened her landing with her magic. I turned back to Suzaku's attack and smiled. Row Ajax. 7 flower petals made from light appeared in front of me. It takes the form of a 7-layered, iridescent flower. Originally, each flower petal layer has the defensive power of a fortress wall. However, with my own version, these walls are powered with outer god energy. Unless you're that strong, it won't pierce through any layers. Boom! Suzaku's attack collided with my row Ajax, but it couldn't pierce through it. It stopped there, eventually slowly dying out. That should be fine for now. Nice work, all of you. You sent us flying too far. I turned around to see that Natsum and Kunu had come back. I pulled both of them into a hug and healed them. Ha. Saw thee. I'll hold back next time. You're forgiven. That was quick, but 1 month left here before we take a break and have another year here. Chapter 1. Part 2. A promise in the start of events. 1 month later, Gene skyward boom. Boom. You need to be faster, Rose. KH. I was sparring with Rosweiss and Latia. These two have had interesting development so far. But today marks the end of our first out of 3 visits here. Rose took my advice and trained hard. Her Norse magic elemental and defensive magic became a lot stronger. Get ready. You're next, Latia. The two nodded and took a defensive stance. Griga. My right index finger pointed at Rosweiss, and a small dark red flame appeared. She looked quite confused and let her guard down a little. It may look small and weak, but don't underestimate it, Rose. Use your defense's full capabilities. I warned her, and her eyes became sharp. I felt a rise in her power, and she created a multi-layered circle shield. Crash! GSHHH. Ugh! Rosweiss struggled to stay in place as the small dark red flame started to push her back, and her arms began to lurch, the same with her knees. She started to sweat and looked like she was about to pass out. A little bit more, Rose. She gained her second wind and put even more power into her shields. Latia stared in awe as she saw the Valkyrie give it her all. With a surge of energy, my attack finally disappeared as Rose's shield broke. She sighed in relief before falling to the ground. I quickly flash-stepped to catch her. Well done, Rose. You did very well. She had a satisfied expression on her face as she fell asleep. Rosweiss had risen up from high class all the way up to the peak of Satan class. She had to juggle that with mastering the things she set out to do. I believe everyone here will reach God class before the 3rd year we come back. One moment, Latia. She nods, and I flash-step to the bench that Valerie was sitting at. She had trained a few times, mostly using her own powers, but she didn't participate in killing anything. So, her mana pool increased, and she mastered the small bits of attack she knew. Hey there, Valerie. Gonna put Rose down here for a sec. She did really well. Valerie stroked the sleeping Valkyrie's hair and smiled. She became a big sister in a way. Gasper had some suspicions over the year, but simply shrugged them off. He wanted to get stronger first and foremost, so didn't bother with finding out who she was. The guy has gotten stronger in his own way. Physically, for some strange reason his body didn't change, but his overall physical power did. He looks like a stick, but can probably hit as hard as Cannon Sarord. That's how much she improved. Excuse me. Good luck. Valerie waved me off, and I got back to Latia. Sorry for the delay. Shall we? She nods. Latia and I had gotten closer, and I took the liberty of teaching her some new magic. While she's smart and has a knack for technology. Centuredo, she trained in territory magic from Fairy Tail, as well as recreating techniques from Law from One Piece. Room. Latia conjures a blue transparent, spherical force field of sorts that is centered around us. She then summoned ice-shaped objects around us. She knows she can't transport me around, but she can do it with her own objects she made. Shambles. Latia swapped places with one of the ice figures, covering her hands in territory. Nihility, another form of spatial magic, sending a punch towards me. Boom! I block her punch. Latia frowned, created a hole behind her, and jumped into it. I see. She's doing that too. It looked like a mix of Fallen Angel Gate from Black Clover and the territory magic of Fairy Tail. Multiple spatial circles appeared in the room she created. SSCHHH. Block. After emerging from one of them, she sent another Nihility punch at me, which she repeated a few times, until she finally jumped out and sent a normal punch. Shambles. Latia disappeared and reappeared behind me and followed up again with her territory. Nihility boom. Not a bad tactic, Latia. I like your creativity. She jumps back into the spatial circle. The ice statues around us started to float and fly towards me. They were covered in spatial magic. Is this boom? Once they got closer to me, they all exploded. I was fine with my true infinity, but if it was someone else, they would have suffered quite a bit of damage. She really is creative. That's going to be her biggest advantage. She had used territory, explosion. She can cover her opponents or objects with it and have them explode. This is quite a fearsome thing to do with her ability to create and swap people around with shambles. It's a deadly combo. Latia had reached ultimate class after all. If I could give her some sort of tool or equipment that would help her even further, maybe a sword, so she can follow up more with Law's abilities. Doesn't seem like a bad idea, huh? When she emerged from the spatial circles, the room and the circles had disappeared, leaving her completely exhausted. I walk over to her and heal her up. Good job, Latia. Your new magical and demonic pool makes you an incredibly fearsome fighter thanks to your creativity. Add your intellect, they'll create something for you in the future to make things easier. She smiles at me and nods. Thank you, Jean, but yes, it was quite exhausting. Let me rest a bit. I picked her up and brought her back to the bench. All the other players were still training. We have a few hours left, so they want to take advantage of it. We'll be back again. Shisha had grown closer to everyone, including Latia. I'm 99 sure she started to have a small crush on me, with the number of glances the girls gave me while giggling to themselves when Latia was around, or when we spoke. It doesn't take a genius to figure that out. But it's a crush, nothing more or less. So they'll work on that with her in the next 2 sessions in the pocket dimension. It's like speed dating. Huh? Are you stupid? Comptoir. Answer. Single dragon. Be quiet. You're single too. Both of you. While they started arguing again, geez, they're like siblings fighting at this point. I sigh and look at the distance. All right, this in the first year I had gathered everyone up, and we all went back home. Skyward household Gene. Skyward a week later. Everyone wanted to take a week off before heading back into pocket dimension. I don't blame them. Training at the end of the day is boring. Yes, you can get stronger, but it's still boring. In MMORPGs, grinding for hours on end in the same place gets boring, right? Even more so when the amount of EXP you need keeps increasing with each level up, or in the girls' cases, rank up. So, we took a week off to rest and recuperate. I had suggested maybe even 2, but they said 1 week was fine. Splash. Our group was at the swimming pool facility with the Grimory Peerage and with my close group of companions, which included Gabriel and the Slash Dog girls, Yasaka, and Kanu. However, not everyone. I was just sitting, relaxing, not really jumping in and swimming. Cinchuredo. Kuroka's tail was uncomfortable if pulled too hard, so having Chiron handle it carefully was a helpful experience. Tug. Whoa. I felt someone tug on my shoulder. When I looked up, it was Akino, and she pulled me into the pool. Ding. Splash. Crap. My phone buzzed. Someone texted me. But I couldn't get to it since I got pulled back. I heard a few laughing at me. Akino giggling at me too. Now you've done it. Come here, Akino. Yeah, I splashed her. Huh. W8 Jean. Not TH Splash. I had gotten her back for the prank she pulled on me 2 months earlier at the Kuo Town Pool Center. Take that. My hybrid lady. She comes up after being slammed into the water with puffy cheeks and looking for revenge. Jean, don't leave me out, Naya. We both look at Kuroka, who had left Chiron and dive-bombed us, flailing wildly as she crashed into us. Cinchuredo. They were all wearing varying swimsuits. It was such a fun sight. Gasper was also wearing a swimsuit, which was hilarious. Valerie couldn't stop giggling when she saw him. She gave me a peace sign, proud of what she had done to him. God help you, Gasper, or Satan. Jean is flailing in the water. Before he decides to join us all, I suggest calming down. Join you, Naya? Do you mean team up with us all? That's the end goal, right, Naya? Several have turned red, letting out disappointed sighs. I grabbed my phone from my inventory, and Checo messaged me. Jean, it was Ross Weiss. I started to type back. Hey Rose, what's up? Granny wants to meet you soon, like in a month or so. See, can you make it? Gondol, huh? I don't see why not. Gotta meet the grandmother, parents, and grandparents eventually. Sure, let's talk plans when we're in the pocket dimension. Igriga. Let's do that then, bye. I have some work for Odin Samaya. Take care. I close my phone and throw it back into my inventory. I want next week to come already. Pocket dimension, well, we're back here again. Everyone made it, and everyone was working their asses off now, including Valerie. I had her join Graphia. She had a knack for teaching, and I could leave Valerie in her care. Boom, 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 roar. Oh, a dragon spawned. Acnologia, from Fairy Tale. Now that's something interesting. A dragon interesting. Acnologia piqued Irene's interest. I was currently sitting on the same bench. Ophis was with Yasaka and Kunu. While Irene and I were just relaxing, she was reading a book, What's with These Two Dragons, and reading books Acnologia. The Black Dragon and Dragon King. He's quite a tough opponent. I could also see that this one scaled up to Rennie, who is a middle-tier god class. Everyone below that will have a hard time. They may need to team up all of them. I put an echo to my voice, so everyone in the pocket dimension could hear me. Everyone, that thing is a powerful dragon. Acnologia, the Black Dragon, and a self-proclaimed Dragon King. It scaled its power rank to Rennie, so it's in God class. Work together to beat it. Dragon King? I shall assume it's different to the ones in our world. Yes? Yep. How powerful is he if I compare him to the beings of this world? Probably on par with the current Dragon Kings. Maybe below them, if not in their ranks. I'll be honest, if he was, would he be at the top? Probably not. He's strong in his world, but the Draconic Deus is something else entirely. Even the dragon gods of Fairy Tale are just self-proclaimed want to fight him. Irene shook her head. She had no interests. She leaned back on my shoulder and kept reading her book. She had taken her witch hat off, talk about being comfortable. Any development between us? No. We're good friends, though, seeing as how she's comfortable doing this. Third-person point of view, big dragon. Kuroka screamed as she looked at the black dragon in front of her. She turns to Ingvild and starts pointing at the thing. Make use of your Nereid Kyrie. It should work on it, right, Naya? I'm not sure, but it's worth a shot. Jean said it was the same power as Rennie, as unfortunate as it may sound. Valerie was sent away, as she was still middle class. Considering everyone just entered the pocket dimension today, it's a bit reckless, no, stupid to ask someone in that power rank to wrestle with a god class being. Everyone else here should be able to hold their own. Everyone, let us work together to take this down. Graphia took command as everyone looked at her. Asia, Gasper, you two will act as our main supports. Asia, can you enchant all of us? All eyes were on the nun from the Gremory group. She nods. Centuredo, the first year she was in the pocket dimension, she had tried to achieve a balance break with her scared gear, but she had luck. However, before she came here, she had had a bit of luck with it. She wasn't quite there yet, but she was on the right path. She just needed very well. Yudo, Rossweiss, and Yasaka shall be the frontliners. Wizard types shall also be behind the frontliners, but in front of the supports. Everyone else will provide them support, be it offensive or defensive. Kuroka and anyone else that have some sort of supporting capabilities, try to utilize that before anything else. Only in a pinch you are to provide offensive support. Yes? Yes. Ingvild, your scare gear will be our deciding factor. Use it as effectively as you can. We will need you to put your all into that dragon. Yes, Graphia-san. Everyone nodded and got into their positions. I will take charge, Rossweiss-san, Yasaka-sama. Please back me up. Yudo announced his intentions. The two nod. Asia was at the back with Gasper as she enchanted everyone. She increased their power, speed, durability, and gave them some passive healing. While it may not be as powerful as her Twilight healing, it should serve its purpose of healing small wounds. Shine! Gasper had activated his sacred gear, locking the dragon in place. Roar! It roared in frustration. However, it was still far more powerful than Gasper, as it slowly broke free, but before it could BZZT. SHZZZTTD. Oh no, you don't. Ufufu Akino Himejima had struck the black dragon with her holy lightning, a large amount of it, paralyzing the dragon temporarily. Kiba seized the opportunity to charge it, summoning his destruction sword. He swung it down on the dragon, but it didn't pierce its scales. Tch. Kiba clicked his tongue. He swung his sword again and again, making light dents on the scales of the dragon. He couldn't produce his balance break yet, nor holy draconic swords. Huh! Rosweiss and Yasaka both shouted. Rosweiss summoned multiple magic circles behind her. Yasaka summoned many orbs of foxfire. Both of them launched attacks at the dragon. Burn, Suzuka muttered as she summoned a large fire bird and let it go towards the dragon. Sylph, it's now or never. Yay, we're doing that, huh? Yeah, let's go. Only a few of the girls knew what Natsum and Sylph were talking about. She had been training relentlessly to be able to achieve this. A giant amount of mana burst forth from Natsum and Sylph. The mana turned green. The properties of wind were running wild around them. When combined with Sylph, Natsum Minagawa's left arm is cloaked with green mana. A green circle of connected crosses appears around her wrist. A green wing appears from the left side of his back, and a green half-crown of connected crosses appears on the left side of her head. Spirit assimilation, spirit dive. The ones that didn't know looked at Natsum in shock. The girl had a wide smile on her face. She concentrates a large amount of mana in the palm of her hands, and then released it in a dense beam of swirling wind magic. Wind spirit magic, spirit storm, swoosh, boom. The attack merged with Suzuku's bird, turning it a mix of wind and fire magic, a raging firestorm. They both combined. Rias was shocked as she saw the attack quickly approaching the dragon. All the attacks from Rosweiss, Yasaka, Suzuku, and Natsum's hit the dragon. Kiba had to quickly dodge to get out of the way of that destruction combo. Boom! The area around them reverberated violently. It took a few seconds for it to calm down and stop shaking. Did we get it? No, Gasper asked, but Jean's voice resounded throughout the area, making them tense up. The dragon floated there, looking menacingly at them. It was pissed. It had taken some damage, so that's why it was even angrier at them. Roar! The dragon quickly charged up a breath attack and released it. Dodge! Grafia shouted, as everyone scattered to dodge it. Luckily for them, they were quite nimble and fast, so they easily dodged its attack. But, boom! Rumble! Rumble! Its attack had hit an unoccupied part of the pocket dimension and completely destroyed it. The group stared at the destroyed area in stunned silence. At least this version of it isn't weak. Irene had looked up and seen the destruction the dragon caused and had a small smile. It seemed she was happy with what it did. I don't get you. Jean shook his head, still drawing a blank on how Irene's brain worked. You fufu, it will take more than a year's time with me, Skyward San. Back with everyone else. The dragon broke free and began chasing after random people. KH. It targeted Latia as it chased her down. It was gaining on her when shying. Gasper stopped it again. Latia turned around and covered the entire dragon in territory magic. Territory. Drain. The magic power from the dragon was being rapidly drained. It was slowly getting weaker. Get it? It's being drained by Latia. Ria shouted as she had already been charging up a power of destruction, Kamehameha. Dark clouds hung above them, and Akino was busy preparing Kirin, as she had also transformed into her fallen angel mode and proudly displayed all 12 jet black wings. One more time. Let's make it bigger this time, Sylph. Yeah. Natsum and Sylph started to charge up an even more powerful spirit storm. Gabriel also spread her wings. She had watched everyone else fight the dragon and wanted to support them. Gabriel crosses his arms in front of her as she waits for the other girls to release their attack. She wanted to time it right. In fact, she was planning to perform the attack Yasakani no Magatama, but on a much larger and more powerful scale. Yasaka-sama, one more time. Yasaka nods at Rosweiss's request. There was damage from the combined attack earlier, even if it was relatively minor. Dragon slaying magic, can Jean teach me? He'll ask him after this. Rosweiss felt a little frustrated, even though she had learned many types of magic. Her Norse magic was what she felt was the most powerful, but barely made a dent in the dragon. If I can combine them in the future, Rennie and Grafia stepped forward. Rennie had summoned 3 ice dolls to stand in the same position as her and Grafia. While Gasper had the dragon immobilized, Latia draining it, Graphia also added her own time stop on the dragon, making it even harder for it to move. Ingvild puts her hands out and used her Nereid Kyrie. She had become middle-tier god class like Rennie, but was a rank below. While Rennie was SSS, she was just AAA, but her sacred gear should still affect the dragon. Roar! The dragon let out another small roar. It got weaker. On top of two people stopping, it with time affecting abilities, Latia's magic draining, and now Ingvild's sacred gear, it had significantly weakened. Oh, it seems to have dropped down a rank. It's low god class. Nice work, Ingvild. Ingvild gained a bit of confidence after Jean's voice resounded through the area. She only used her left arm to keep her sacred gear on the dragon. In addition, she used her other arm to control the lakes, puddles, and other sources of water around them. Combine the water with Kieran. ITLL be a shocker. Akino's joke got a few chuckles and groans from everyone as she continued her attack. Everyone else charged up their attacks. Is this the final attack? The attack to take down the dragon? The Dragon King? Huh. Kiba had charged forward. He felt the most useless out of everyone right now. His swords weren't sharp enough to cut the scales of the dragon. He only had his demonic swords. He couldn't conjure up dragon-slaying swords. Yet, he hadn't achieved balance break. He only had his speed, swordsmanship, and sword birth. He had to put everything into this attack. Flosish. Pi Rarexy. I could have bit through it. Was it because of its power going down? Yudo, out of the way. Kiba heard Rias's voice and immediately flew away. He didn't want to get caught up in this. Now, with Rias, shout, everyone launch their attacks. A torrent of attacks, ranging in many elements and energies, shot towards the Dragon King. It couldn't move, so it could only wait for its demise. Rias's power of destruction, Kamehameha. Akino's Kieran. Natsum's Spirit Storm. Rennie, her 3 ice dolls, and Greyfire's ice dragons. Yasaka and Kunu draconic foxfires. Rossweiss's full burst of elemental attacks. Gabriel's Yasakani no Magatama. Suzaku's vermilion-powered large firebird. Kuroka added her own gigantic aura bullet. Shigyan with her golden flame fire fist. Finally, Ingvild, shaping her huge amounts of water she gathered, she fused them all to be of a giant spear, making crash onto the Dragon King, Acnologia. Boom! Jean whistled in admiration. Those were quite powerful attacks they just launched at the dragon. It's definitely dead. After that, Irene nodded, while also looking at the site. Many forms of magic techniques and attacks were used in this fight. She was impressed too, especially Yasaka. She had managed to use her fox dragon mode like her daughter Kanu. I can't detect its signature anymore. Yeah, they killed it. When the smoke and dust from their combined attacks had settled, they saw that the dragon had a huge hole through it. It was lying on the ground, not moving. It was a total victory for everyone. We did it. Gasper cheered as he slowly fell down. Kiba quickly caught him and chuckled at his junior. We did. Nice job, Gasper Cohen. Thank you very much, but it was a combined effort. While Kiba suspected it, the very small dent he made may have played a factor in the final attack. Was it because he was able to chip away his scale, revealing a weak point and the attacks hitting it? It would surely hurt. Well done, everyone. It seems our combined might defeated our foe. Quite a lot of them cheered after seeing what they had done. Jean skyward, this isn't enough. If they struggled against a low-tier god class, and if Avetsa is right about her divine beasts being both god class and Satan classes, then they all need to get even stronger. So, everyone needs to be at least Satan class and up? Yeah, more or less. Is it possible for some to achieve Dragon God status? I look to my side and see Irene has turned back to reading. She also needs to get stronger as well as Ophis. They'll try to entice Ophis since she'll be a bit easier to deal with. Irene, on the other hand, will think of something. Later that night, how in the world did I get into this mess? It was currently after dinner. Everyone wanted to celebrate after their major victory today. I don't blame them. It did take the combined efforts of everyone. So I cooked dinner and made a feast to remember. Afterwards, Yasaka and Rossweiss suggested drinking some alcohol. It was a special occasion, so Graphia gave the okay for even the underage to drink and now we're in this mess. Kiba and Gasper were passed out. Their drinking tolerance was abysmally low. Not as bad as Rose's, since she gets drunk after one drink or sip of alcohol. Kiba was spread out on a sofa, while Gasper was curled up on his stomach, almost like a cat. Everyone else was still awake, well, in varying degrees. A few were swaying from side to side. A few were a little bit more energetic and braver. Cinceredo, drunken smile on her face. She had confessed her feelings to me while crying her eyes out. I'll wait for another time when she's sober to accept this. It feels like I'm taking advantage of her if I accept it right now. Rose clumsily and drunkenly leaned in toward me with a playful pout, but when she pushed herself up, she fell back down, hugging the bottle in the process. She fell asleep. Rosweiss-san is a terrible drinker of fufu. Cinceredo, when she had gone off the deep end and became a full-blown drunk cat girl, she became completely unhinged and had to be calmed down. Now she was peacefully sleeping on my lap. I have no idea how Rose didn't disturb her, but hey, I ain't complaining. But this place isn't the most ideal place for sleeping, so I snapped my fingers and teleported her to a quiet guest room to sleep it off. When I say everyone is drunk, I mean everyone, with the exception of Kunu and Valerie, the two of them watching everyone with a concerned expression. Kunu watched her friend Ophis with even more concern. She was swaying from side to side while she had been looking at me for an extended amount of time. Honestly, everyone had their eyes on me. I was just waiting for them to do something. My eyes are spinning. Asia muttered as she had been lying on the floor, completely out of it. Cinceredo, okay, I feel more people coming towards me. What's happening next? I feel another person standing behind me. I look back to see Gabriel had positioned herself behind me, still with that innocent smile. She was hugging me from behind, resting her arms around me. Cinceredo, very tempting and mine too, as I am your maid. These are for your personal use. Ingvild, Grafia. Jean likes female characters? Hee, you can count on me. Jean's so sweet. How sweet. Gabriel, I hope we can stay close friends in the future, UOO. Cinceredo. Irene, as usual, was still reading a book, a different one, while sipping on wine. She had requested some, so I gave her a few bottles. Yes, he is Grafia, agreed with the kitsune. She made space, and Yasaka joined in, forming a close group around me. I could hear Natsum grumbling to herself, but I was too distracted by the large group of people standing in front of me to focus on what she said. Suzaku and Shigyon were beside her. Shigyon giggled at Natsum's silent grievances, while Suzaku was staring at her cousin with an expression I'm not sure how to describe. We should retire to bed early. We have a year ahead of us to train. With our recent victory, it may have put some confidence in some who didn't have it before, or more into others. Grafia tells the group, and I add my own comment. Also, fighting with a hangover won't be pretty. Better hit the hay early tonight. Cinceredo, Grafia, and Yasaka, with Kunu, soon followed. The room was slowly emptying. I snapped my fingers and teleported Kiba and Gasper to their respective rooms. Latia also got up and left, so the awake ones left with me were myself, Suzaku, Natsum, Shigyon, Gabriel, Ophis, Irene, and Valerie. Asia, Chiron, and Rosweiss were passed out. Jinnum, sure, come here. Valerie started to say something, but was still quite embarrassed asking for it in front of others. She needed something right now, and Jean didn't mind. What is it? Well, it was just a matter of needing blood. She had developed a strong craving for it. I asked Comptoir about it once, and she said she changed its effects so Valerie wouldn't immediately shoot up to Omniversal class or anything. It simply tasted good to her, while giving some extra regeneration. I also gave Valerie her own ring. As well as enchanting her clothes, I also upped the upgrades and enchantment. The barrier for the rings have been changed from being able to defend from Dragon God level attacks to Omniversal level attacks, the same with the enchantment on the clothes. But Nyarlathotep is the only one currently awake and present that can cause direct harm. In any case, they're a lot safer now. The nagging feeling I had subsided since I did that. I'm not sure if that's a good or bad thing. In my little monologue, Valerie had reached me. She, for some reason, took her time getting to me. She bared her sharp fangs and bit in my neck. I could feel her drawing from my vein. I could also sense her near my neck for some reason. When she was done, she, as per usual, tended to the small wound she made. We both already know that those will heal instantly, but she's adamant on doing it. Thank you. She thanked me, and I nod. Censuredo, she's a pure-blooded vampire. She may be even more addicted to my blood. What about Gasper? He's trained a lot, so I don't think he'll need to have any unless he goes berserk or something. I'll go to my room. Now Valerie stutters out, and quickly Power walked away. I sigh and deadpan at Irene. She just let out a chuckle at the female Dampier's expense. Shall we head to bed then? They all nod. I made the 3 girls who had fallen asleep float beside me. I carried them to their rooms and tucked them safely into their beds. I turn around to find Natsum still there. Everyone else seemed to have gone to their respective rooms already. Natsum, is something wrong? She shook her head and beckoned me to come closer. I did so. I bent down since it looked like she wanted to whisper something to me. Good night. She whispered good night to me and gave me a kiss on the cheek. I pulled away as she sported a small blush. She smiled and ran to her room she was sharing with Shigen. Goo. For months later, boom. Dawn. Boom. I was sparring with Irene and Ophis. I managed to convince them to train. They didn't want to fight the monsters and have a chance of those monsters being turned to dragon god levels. The girls already struggled quite a bit 4 months back against Acnologia. The 2 of these worked pretty well together. The 2 of them sent a breath attack towards me. I slapped the attack away, and Irene appeared behind me, with Ophis in front. They both sent a punch covered in powerful draconic aura at me. Catch. You and your stupid powers, Irene muttered as I caught both of their punches. I proceed to fling them both away. Of course, they stabilized themselves and stood back on the ground. Go, Jean. Aquino cheered me on, along with Rennie. Everyone else had taken a break, so I stopped the spawning of the monsters as they all watched my little sparring match with the 2 dragons. These 2 wanted to practice their hand-to-hand combat as well as increase their physical strength. They're absurdly strong, so each punch or kick sent my way had enormous shockwaves produces. I have to constantly nullify those unless I want everything around us to be completely obliterated, my house included, since I don't have the barriers on it here. There's no use for it here. I can stop the monsters from spawning. Therefore, there's no threat when we relax for the night. Nor can anyone else come in here without my express permission. Blip. Dawn. Irene disappeared from her spot, and we started to blip around, fists colliding. Right now, my output is 100 Dragon God. Since she was doing the same, I had to use the same amount. Add the fact Ophis was also here. Even though she tends to look lazy, laid back, she's quite skilled in her use of power and close combat. Maybe she learned from watching everyone else over last session when we were here. Irene and I both covered our fists with draconic aura. When both fists collided, they created large shockwaves. Contour was out and about. She canceled any shockwaves that came near my home and the spectators. I had originally put a barrier up, but Irene said she didn't want to feel suffocated, whatever that means, so I took it down. While I'm no battle maniac, I hadn't had this much fun fighting since I fought Thor, even if I did hold back. Irene jumped back. She summoned multiple magic circles behind her. From them came out huge meteorites. Lady, Joe, what the hell? Wasn't this supposed to be hand-to-hand combat? Oh, isn't close quarters combat. I have decided to change it. That's unreasonable, lady. Forget it. I flash-stepped and destroyed all the meteorites in a blink of an eye. I used very highly condensed and concentrated crush magic. It's different from me touching something and breaking it, since it literally erases the attack from existence. Crush magic comes from Fairy Tale. It allows the caster to break anything they come into contact with. Gildarts from Fairy Tale was a user, and he was quite powerful with it. New magic? Quite interesting, Jean. Irene looked interested as she flew towards me, and our fists collide again. No, that's an after image. She was behind me and let out a point-blank breath attack. Banning. FSHHH. Have I finally won? In behind you, you know. Wasmack. Crash. Irene relaxed for a second, and that costed her. When I spoke behind her, she turned around looking stunned. I slapped her back into the ground. Once I did, I land back on the ground. I looked to where Ophis was, and she had joined the spectators. Did she get bored already? I mean, we sparred for about 30 minutes, but she seems quite lax. That was like what Jean did to Riser. History repeats itself. Thank you for the running commentary, guys. I looked towards Irene as she had pulled herself out of the giant hole she made when she crashed into the ground. You okay? Yes. You really don't. Blood is coming out of your head. I shake my head and go over to her. I put my hand on her head and heal her. I didn't strike her that powerfully. How did she get injured? She's a powerful dragon, too. She's a true dragon. Isn't that the same or equal to in power? She has the power of dreams and illusions. Maybe she made that as an illusion to have you, too, pet her? Possible, not impossible. She's old and wise. I don't think she would resort to such weird tricks to get my affection. She's been quite straightforward with her words to everyone. Look at her. I did so, and she looked quite content with my hand on her head. I don't understand women. I sigh and shake my head as I remove my hand. All right, time for lunch then. You guys hungry? They all nod. I snapped my fingers and the food I prepared alongside Grafia appeared. That evening go fish. Kuroka. We're playing blackjack. I don't know the difference, Naya. A calm evening for all of us. A few girls were playing, blackjack. Kuroka has no idea what's happening and shouted go fish. It was cute, but yeah, screw the rules, Naya. Kuroka screamed and pulled out a card. Purple eyes. Purple dragon go. She slammed the card on top of the rest. Her group went silent as they stared dumbfounded at her. Apparently, the card game Yu-Gi-Oh!, or as it's called here in Yu-Gi-Oh!, is quite popular, and the famous Blue Eyes White Dragon was Purple Eyes Purple Dragon. I'm loving the knockoffs more and more. From what I could see, it was literally the same card, except, the name, color, and it had an extra 1,000 ATK points. That's not how this works, Nae-sama. Chiron had snapped and lunged at her sister. The two started rolling around, having a cat fight, Nakoma to fight, Catgirl fight, tug. Jean, I glance, and Valerie had come up to me again. It's that time again, huh? She pulled me away since she didn't want anyone else noticing this. Gasper hadn't noticed since he was reading a light novel that Rias had given him. It's the Tenshira knockoff. We arrive in the hallway. I gave her easy access to my neck as she nods. Sorry about this, Jean. Don't worry about it. I already offered to let you take a little blood from my fingertip before, but you refused. I even offered to give you small bottles of it, but you refused. I have no idea why. This is a strange way of trying to earn my affection, Valerie. Valerie hugged me tightly, and I was surprised by the sudden closeness. Valerie-san, I would like to know why. Well, this is certainly a first. I look up and Valerie stiffens. Yasaka had come back from the kitchen and was smirking at the both of us. I gently nodded at Valerie to encourage her to continue, and she reluctantly did so. You already know what this is, Yasaka. I chuckled at her, and so did she. I certainly do, Mai. It's as Irene said, quite a beautiful sight. Very lovely indeed. Why haven't you approached her and asked her to be yours, Jean? She asked and winked my way. Well, Yasaka-sama, that's just not my way of doing things. You know that, Centuredo, but I also get a nagging feeling I threw that out the window during that time too. Valerie is cute, no. All of you are amazing looking. I want all of you for myself. That's how selfish I am. Thinking of you guys being with other men makes me insanely jealous, even though there's a low chance of that happening. Also, Centuredo, she quickly leaves back to the living room. Yasaka was giggling to herself. HAAA. I want to go on dates with everyone, mingle, and have fun like our lives depended on it. Just everyday slice of life shit. Cool. Why didn't I reincarnate into a super alternate universe like that? Would we even exist? I was wondering the same thing. I don't know. Maybe you guys will have human forms and be like the cool uncles or something. The brothers ID have, like right now. I can see it. Yes, though, I believe we would quarrel quite a bit, Drake. A maiden's heart is complicated, right, Jean? Yasaka had approached me and stood in front of me. Yeah, it is. Gotta try understanding the person and then their feelings and then... Geez, this is tough. Yeah, they are. I appreciate your upfront and forwardness, Yasaka. Oh, does that mean you accepted me? She latches onto me and smiles. I already did, though. I did say I wanted to take it slow, though. She literally wanted to get very close to me the first time we met. I did say we needed to go slowly, But yes, I already in a way accepted you in my last visit to Kyoto. Yasaka blankly stared at me once I said that. She stayed like that for a few seconds before going into a fit of giggles. Is that so, Jean? No. We need to have a serious talk about your last husband and Kunis' biological father. For what I can tell, you're a strong woman, Yasaka, but you've deliberately hadn't mentioned him at all. No, but we'll need to do I say it now. What she shuts me off. But we do need to talk about him down the line, need to? Might as well do it now. Talk about Kunis' biological father and your previous husband. Yeah, I expected that. She was looking at me silently, without saying a word. She might be thinking about what to say. The atmosphere still feels awkward, but not entirely. That man we separated on amicable terms. She gets off me, but puts a hand on my chest while looking down. We will talk about this another time, Jean. But I do promise we will just not now. She gave me a peck on the cheek and went into the living room. Was that the best time to bring it up? Is any time good? I'm not sure. Maybe I messed up. But she's willing on talking about him, maybe when Konu is with us? When we make it official. Well, she can't avoid speaking about him forever, partner. He'll come up in conversation one way or another. Am I too immature for that talk yet? Will I react some way she won't like? When's the right time? Hopefully during this year or the next. Don't think too deeply about it. Partner, Cinchureto, of course, that includes everyone else. Aquino, Kuroka, Asia, Chiron, and Ingvild. It was nighttime, everyone had done asleep, and well, woke up since I wanted a drink. A drink I made earlier today. I didn't think I would like it that much. Of course, everyone thought I was weird for liking it. Cinchureto, I nod and pick her up bridal style and plop her on her bed. She was blushing as she stared up at me, already in her blue and silver nightgown. It was hard to believe I was about to spend the night with Graphia Lucifuge, the strict female who had been so hostile to me in the beginning. It still felt unreal. Cinchureto, the rest of the group, simply went along with it. They had no real choice. I mentally shake my head. I need to focus on the task right in front of me. Nothing else. I sit beside Graphia, lift her carefully, and settle her across my knees so her back is to me. Cinchureto, they shared many affectionate moments together, and over time I discovered she really enjoyed showing care and closeness, even in small, sweet gestures. You could say Graphia is a devoted and loving maid. I held her close with deep affection. She responded warmly, and our bond grew stronger. Cinchureto, more. I want my first time now. I was just teasing her, but she immediately started bravado me again. My Graphia can be really affectionate and cute when she wants to be. FIA, come closer to me, I said gently, and she did so happily. Cinchureto, I've had Aquino and Kuroka say that to me. She smiled and leaned to kiss me. I kissed her back. It was an innocent kiss, a first kiss, you would say, full of love and no lust. You should go back for the night, so selfless as always, but no. Those girls should hopefully forgive me. I want to spend the rest of this night with her Graphia Lucifuge. It's fine, Graphia. He'll stay with you the rest of the night. The girls should understand in the morning. We both went silent and continued to cuddle. 8 months later, it's been 10 months in total. Cinchureto, but I may have asked to do it a bit much the first few months. We were caught a few times by Asia, Ingvild, Natsum, and even Suzuku. It was a bit embarrassing, but not world-ending. The girls had gotten along swimmingly the past 10 months, many friendships blooming and growing. Haleve and Irene had developed a strong bond with many of my close friends. I'm not sure if I should call them the trio Yasaka, Graphia, and Irene. One is a real mother, while the other two are technically classified as older women since they're not mothers and have not given birth yet. I'm waiting for the birth of the church trio. That should be soon, I think. Boom. ZZZZKT. Doing. Huh. HNGH. Aquino and Rias were sparring. Aquino was in her fallen angel mode, while Rias had developed her own form. She had heavily based it on my own scale mail from my boosted gear. It was crimson in color, almost like Issei's true queen, his Cardinal Crimson promotion, without the helmet, wings, or jewels. Rias covered her whole body with her power of destruction while shaping it into a sort of armor shape. Since I was the closest to her and had showed her numerous times my scale mail over the months, she adopted it. She had to practice shaping her power of destruction into more complex structures and ways before she could pull this off. With the help of Rennie, Graphia, Ophis, and Irene, she mastered her shaping in around 4 months, which is pretty incredible. After that, she just had to extend the shaping across herself and also had to manage her time to be able to maintain it. Currently, after 10 months, she could sustain it for a whole 2 months. Of course, since Aquino had longer to master her fallen angel mode, she could keep it up from what she personally told me 20 years. She had managed to decrease its demonic consumption so much that it takes very little to activate and maintain. This includes when she uses powerful techniques and spells. Much like my armor, it increases Rias' overall power and defenses. Rias also developed her Extinguished Star move, and the speed which she creates it is very fast. Even more so, when she's in her new form or mode, she hasn't officially given a name yet. I'll let the two duke it out and look at the others in here. Valerie has been in a good mood lately, as she's been humming happily beside me. She has recently reached Satan class. Her powers have improved a lot. She caught up to Gasper pretty quickly. Does she have a higher potential than him? She hasn't really touched her sacred gear. Either I can't blame her, but I, along with everyone else, has been encouraging her to do it. She's still missing the other 2 Grolf. She can still use the one she has. But she did say she wanted all of them back before actively using them again. I should try to get them back as fast as I can. As mentioned earlier, everyone went up a rank or multiple ranks, while also slowing mastering their own powers. Even creating new moves from the ones I taught, or let them see. I've also been wondering, should I teach them hockey? The ones from One Piece. I personally think, yes. It should benefit them all a lot. The ones with 2Ki may go up in power by a lot if they master armament hockey and observation hockey. I have no idea which ones can awaken Conqueror's hockey, unless I just outright give it to them. Of course, I would need to put this foreign power into them. It doesn't exist in this world, but if I do put hockey into them, maybe only a select few will awaken the Conqueror. Isn't 2Ki and hockey the same thing? So, I need to make them separate things so they can be used at the same time as 2Ki. It would benefit Kiba and Zenobia in the future by a lot if they learned both armament and observation, as well as 2Ki. I have talked with the guy, but he's hesitant. He could be quite stubborn with the weirdest things. Slap. Pap. Don. Good. Rosweiss and Suzaku were in sparring match with me. They wanted to improve their hand-to-hand combat. The two were already good at it, but wanted to train a bit more. Everyone else was having lunch at my home, so I stopped the spawning. The 3 of us were currently outside going at it. Rosweiss took it upon herself to learn enchantment magic from Irene. Asia had learned it from me and also Irene when they met. Rosweiss easily picked it up, and now our group has 2 that could do enchanting, excluding Irene and I. She had enchanted herself and Suzaku. Fwyap. Schweish. The both came at me at the same time, sending punches and kicks towards me. I had swiftly dodged them. Suzaku, increasing her speed, appeared behind me and sent a roundhouse kick. Meanwhile, Rosweiss empowered her fist with a bit of magic and rushed in front of me. I teleport away, and the 2 of them seemed surprised, and both their attacks collided. Don. Ack. Ugh. The 2 hit each other. Suzaku's kick hit Rosweiss on the shoulder, and Rosweiss's punch hit her on the stomach. The 2 of them sent each other flying by accident. I know I'm not the bad guy here, am I? I just dodged. You could have stopped them, but you chose this. It's not bad, partner. I sigh and quickly gathered the both of them up and healed them. You too, all right? Yes. I'm fine. Are you okay, Rosweiss-san? Yes, I'm okay. I'm glad you're okay too, Suzaku-san. Seems like they're okay. I nod. You two want to keep going? They shake their heads. We should have lunch now. We still have the rest of the day to train after all. Yes, I agree. The 2 quickly left with each other, chatting about how to improve. The 2 of them glanced at me briefly and kept walking. It's fine, right? I've improved my relationships with everyone these past 10 months. Nighttime, after dinner foie. Finally, I can relax. Gasper let out a sigh as he opened up a new light novel he got from Rias. It was some obscure title that I hadn't heard of before. Kiba had also sat down while drinking some coffee. He came out from the bath just now. Gasper went in before having dinner. I was the only one left that hadn't gone, though. I usually wash myself with magic. Not all the time, mind you. What are you reading there, Jayasuk? He looks up at me and smiles. I had started calling that a few months back, and he didn't mind, so I kept using it. A light novel about being reborn in another world with a cheat-like ability. The main character gathers a large group of companions around him as well. Almost like you senpai. Apart from the reborn thing, though. Haha, it's vague, though. There are probably hundreds of those circulating, and it kind of tells my story. Though mine is 1,000,000 times more complex. Also, I don't want to hear it, you too. There are probably hundreds of those kinds circulating around. Is this one a little different? The three of us laugh and agree that there's quite a few of them around. Well, the main character changes gender anytime he kisses a girl, any girl. That's what? I guess it's interesting. Is it some kind of curse or something? Sounds like a hassle. Is it a curse? I'm not sure yet. I'm only on volume 1. I see. Well, can't help it then. I look to my side and see Suzuka staring at me. She notices and gives me a smile, then looks away. This has been happening for at least 2 months now. I'll go ask Akino. She might know. Hey, Akino. I call her out as she was speaking with a group of girls. She runs over to me and hugs me. Yes. I hug her back and carry her with me. I stop by an empty room. So what's up with your cousin, Suzuka, lately? When I asked this, she started to giggle at me. Oh, what? Does she hate me? Did she hate what I did earlier today? No, this started a few months back, Jean. I really wonder if you're just that dense at times, or you're willfully ignorant. I wryly smile at her. I would like to pick option 2, please. I mean, some guys need an outright, I guess. Hint? No roundabout ways of saying. It's just a straightforward, I like you, or let's date, or something along those lines. We'll take a mix of the two, please. So she's interested in me? A bit. Nasan is just a bit confused right now. She knows we're dating. She knows Mom is still not too on board with the situation, but she knows you can make us happy. So, Nasan is confused. Does she go for it? You've done a lot for her, especially the training, helping her friend, promising to help the Himejima clan to accept Tobio, and what you did for my family. Just because I help people, especially females, I don't expect them to fall in love with me. Akino. They don't owe me anything like that. With the pieces of my past, my own personality, and his soul, maybe the dragons and I have theorized that they may have mixed to my current one. I know, Jean, but 9 times out of 10, that's what ends up happening. Of course, you will accept anyone who admires you. Will you accept Nasan? I want to know that I find Suzaku impressive. The two of you share similar qualities. Akino adjusts her posture and smiles. Centuratum, we give each other a kiss, and she goes back to the girl she was talking to. But I don't know, I've certainly gotten along with her the last 2 years. She's kind, caring, and gentle with everyone. She's even gotten along with Ophis a lot quicker than Rennie, which was surprising. The only other one is Asia, but she has a weird knack for dragons. I can't sleep. What is this? This happens every now and again. Are the sleeping servers full? Do I have to wait for someone to log off? Whatever, I summon a shirt and put it on, and I slip out from beside the girls that were sleeping next to me. I could feel a few girls still up Natsum, Shigian, Rennie, and Suzuku. I wonder why. Are they talking about me? God, I'm full of myself, Jesus Christ. HAAA. I scratch my head and summon a grape and strawberry juice mix. I like it. Bite me. I walk around the home with no goal in mind. When I pass by a door that was open, I see the girls. I glance over, and my gaze meets with Suzuku. She waves at me, and so the girls turn around. Natsum immediately gets up and opens the door. Ooh-wee. Whoa. She just gave me a big grin and pulled me into the room. A night with the Slash Dog girls? Don't mind if I do. I was forced to sit down. Natsum and Rennie immediately changing seats to sit beside me. Natsu has become a lot more open with her affection for me, but she still gets flustered easily around me and tends to keep some distance, which I completely respect. Centurato. God help me. Open, my bad. I had walked into a room that I assumed was empty, only to find Gabriel startled inside. She frowned at me and stepped back. Barging in is rude, Jean. Sorry, it was an accident. Drake's mark appeared. I don't think this will end well. He's lying, Gabriel. He can sense auras anytime he wants. He went in here to purposefully snoop on you. The dragon announced and left. He'll defeat you, brass dragon. Don't call me that. Uloa. He started to cry and weep. When I looked back at Gabriel, she was still blushing and shook her head. Ow. Jean bad. Ow. Right when she was done changing, she came out and hugged me. Is she angry or happy? The maiden heart is complicated. HAAA, why do you want to see my special technique? You rarely use the power of the Welsh dragon. I just wish to witness it in action. Latia had called me out at night and wanted me to perform well. That. Sure, I guess you're up, Drake. I enter my balance break and change forms. Latia observed the transformation and told me I could stop. Thank you. That will be all. She started to walk away. What the hell just happened? I kept staring at her as she joined Aquino and Rias, and she pumped her fist. Why? A successful mission? What the heck? Aquino turned around and giggled at me. Oh God, is that her way of barato? That was just work on my part. Latia, you're a fine, noble devil lady. You surely have better ways of going about this. I mean, I'm no Casanova. My first interactions with Aquino are a telltale sign. But you surely have better ways. Ask your friends and comrades you made hurry. I'm not complaining, I gotta stretch my legs. That doesn't make sense, you overgrown lizard. Will I be used? I'm sorry, Albion, I'll try. Dawn. Rose and I were sparring, yeah that. Your loyal followers sometimes call you the Supreme Dragon Emperor. Why? You don't know, why do you cry when you hear that title? It's not that bad. Also, the Mighty Dragon Emperor. Kahuhu. Fwahahaha. My heart I can't last. Partner, I'm dying, the two dragons were in despair. I'm sorry, but like I said before, I'm a hopeless romantic, and I never hide it from my girls. Just minor coincidences, don't think too hard about it. Dawn. Our fists collide. Rossweiss rushes towards me and starts doing feints. Cinchuredo, am I getting better or worse at this dancing thing? Karma. Sorry, and thanks for this, Jean. It's no problem, Jean. I love doing this. Ingvild was helping me with, the fancy noble way of dancing. Is there a word for that? It's ballroom dancing, right? Yeah, if so, that's what she's helping me with. I thought about it, this definitely will happen when Rias and I get together, probably Latia too. So, might as well get a hang of it now, right? I also added eating elegantly to that. The noble devils have been helping me with that at night. Grafia is such a strict teacher. I've nearly cried a few times. All the info of the underworld, I just had Contour shove into my brain, so I don't need to worry about that. Ingvild and I danced around a new room I made in here. It'll probably add it into my real home. When I go out, you're getting better at this. Jean, you have a talent for this. Ingvild laid her head on my chest as we went around the room, holding each other and dancing, twirling, and the like. More like Grafia and Rias beat it into me. It didn't take long to learn, but man, they become like army sergeants or whoever is the one always screaming at new troops. Cinchuredo, the two of us laugh at her. We totally understand where you're coming from. Our second year here finally ended. During that time, I had a lot of interesting times with everyone. They all also trained constantly. They also made more techniques, which surprised me. The world outside is going to have a hell of a time when they come out after the third year. All right, all rested and ready to head back? Yes. They answered enthusiastically. Flashback in present day, Jean skyward nibble. During the third year in the pocket dimension, everyone went up more in power. Everyone is like this now. Rias Gremory. Low-tier God Class S. Aquino Himajima. Middle-tier God Class SS Asia Argento. Low-tier God Class S. Chiron Tiju. Low-tier God Class S. Kibayuto. Super Devil AAA Gasper Vladi. Super Devil AAA Gabriel. High-tier God Class SS Grafia Lucifuge. High-tier God Class SS Ingvild Leviathan. High-tier God Class SS Irene Belsirian. Dragon God X Canoe. Satan Class X Karoka. High-tier God Class SS Latia Astaroth. Satan Class X Lavinia Rennie. Dragon God BBB Natsa Managawa. Middle-tier God Class SS Ophis. Dragon God X Rossweiss. Middle-tier God Class SS Shigen Nataru. Middle-tier God Class SS Suzaku Himajima. Middle-tier God Class SS Valerie Teeps. Low-tier God Class S. Yasaka. Low-tier god, class S. Rini, she finally reached it. But it became a lot harder for her to progress after that. She wanted to reach triple A. I even put on the 2x growth, but only pushed her to triple B. She was like a mad woman hunting down anything and everything. But everyone more or less reached God class, including the 2 Gremory male members. Sir's X is a super devil X, so that's saying something they're at least in the top 20 in the world in terms of raw power. Kiba and Gasper just need to reach balance break. Kiba, while also getting his second sacred gear in the next events of this world, Gasper needing to evolve his forbidden Baylor view in an Aeon Baylor, as well as controlling the insane power he has within him. Latias slowed down her hunting and killing. Instead, she focused on her mastering the new powers I gave her. She also focused on perfecting her demonic powers. In a way, she sacrificed raw power for mastery and control. I had told her she could do both, but said she wanted to focus on what she wants. I already changed her potential like everyone else. Maybe I should change Gasper and Kibis. I'm not too sure yet. Everyone else's growth was what I expected. I also deepened my relationship with all of them, a few still hesitant to take that last step, but am willing to wait. I have eternity after all. I also created the same door for Gabriel like Yasaka and Kunis. Now her room in heaven is connected to her room in my home. Cinchuredo, I can't? She asked me, all teary-eyed. Woman, that's unfair. How can you even ugh? Go ahead. Happy with my answer, she went back to whispering playful things near my ear while leaning close to me. So, we spent the rest of lunch just playfully teasing each other like a silly couple, but no one else could see us. Does that make us a normal couple? I have no idea. After school occult research club, Gasper, Kiba, and I were outside the door of the main club room. Everyone else was there since Rhea said she wanted to give us a little pep talk for when the ball tournament started tomorrow. Why were the 3 of us outside? Well, I want to make a dramatic entrance. Just the guys. Senpai, do we really have to do this? It seems fun, Gasper Cohen. I don't see why not. Gasper asked a bit uncertain, but Kiba had my back, giving his usual cool laugh, while reassuring our junior. ITLL be fine, Jayasuk. Just follow my lead. Kuntwar, get that music ready. Kuntwar. Answer. To be used in such a moronic way very well. Hee. I nodded at them, and they did so to me. I pushed the door with quite a bit of force. And go. Slam. The girls in the clubroom were a bit surprised by the sudden loud noise. As they turned to look at us, the 3 of us were in a pose. What pose, you may ask? The 3 pillar men of JoJo, of course. To the left was Gasper as a Sidisai, to the right was Kiba as Kars, and on the ground was me as Wamu. I also had Kuntwar playing the music of the Pillar Men Awakening. They all stared dumbfounded at us, music blaring from somewhere. The lone exception? Rias. She looked quite happy and ecstatic while doing some JoJo poses by herself. Of course, JoJo is known as Go-Go in the universe. No, it just is. So, that's how Rias got this reference. The music was basically 1 for 1, no changes at all. And cut, I said, and the guys stopped posing and the music stopped. Gasper was blushing quite hard while hiding his face with his hands. Kiba looked satisfied while chuckling to himself. I was waiting for the girls to react. Well, apart from Rias, that is. Amazing. Can we do go-go poses next time? Cute. She completely lost the dignified and noble girl look, turning into an otaku, gushing over this. Sure, but you called us here for a club meeting, haha. Once I reminded her, the excitement all but disappeared as she embarrassingly coughed into her fist. Why, yes, that's right. Everyone please take your seats. We did so. I sat beside Ingvild. Aquino had started to pour tea for everyone. Chiron sat on my lap, so did Asia. Now I couldn't see anything. So, Rias went on for the next few minutes on what she wanted to win and what we were mean to do. We obviously had to hold back even more, by we I mean them. They did stabilize their powers over the last 4 months in our 3rd session in the pocket dimension. But they do sometimes lose a bit of control when they get a bit excited or hyper. Next day ball, tournament, ora. We were playing dodgeball, and it was class versus class. The guys were aiming for me like their life depended on it. Come on. It's been 2 months, please get over it. Kill him. Eat shit, Gene. Ora. They were shouting quite harsh words at me while throwing their dodgeballs at me. I take a look at Rias. She did tell me to win, but this would be, she's looking at me with a weird determination. How competitive are you? I inwardly sigh and catch the balls that were thrown at me. They seemed quite surprised as the referee shouted they were out. I immediately retaliated and threw the balls I caught back at all the other team. One ball hitting two people, the other two hitting one each. Hoo-hoo-hoo, just you and me now, Gene. I was against Ida. I'm sorry, man, I'll end it quick. We stare each other down until he threw the ball he had hidden behind his back. Take this. Ultra Mega Star Throw. You named it. That's just a normal throw. I caught it, so the teacher blew the whistle indicating my class wins. Ida fell to the ground defeated. Dude, too dramatic. We're winning this. Occult Research Club. Fight. We all answered Rias in an upbeat tone. We were about to play a baseball game. While we lacked members, we still went through with it. I had to work the infield because of the lack of players. The others had the outfield. Kiba was catcher. I was pitcher. Gasper first base. Asia second base. Ingval third base. Rias, Chiron, and Aquino were the outfielders. We had no shortstop, so I had to play that role in a way. Whistle. The game started, and we were at bat. Rias was first, and she was against the ace pitcher for our baseball team. Thomas Anderson. He seemed pretty fired up. The guy could throw consistent 95 to 99 miles per hour fastballs. Even with his bulky and muscular build, he was quite fast on his feet. He threw his pitch. Bang. Rias hit it, and it went flying. A home run on the first pitch. Oi! We're meant to hold back, you know. The ball flew and flew. Until it sailed across the school, Thomas Cohen looked dumbfounded by what just happened. I'm sorry, man. But I think Rias called her peerage last night to tell them to get only home runs off you. It was the fourth inning. Thomas Cohen looked defeated. We only had hit home runs. But I wanted to give him some mercy, so I missed on purpose at bat. The guy really looked like his soul left him. But I didn't let any of them hit when I was pitching. I like it too much, sorry. Ding! Chiron hit another home run. The crowd that was watching had become numb to it. The fans of Chiron were the ones cheering her on now. Of course, the same with the girls. I mostly got boos from the guys. The girls cheer me on, while a few gay guys did too. Thanks for the support, I guess. Strike. Strike two. Strike three. Game set. It was over. I closed out the game with my last 3 pitches. I didn't need to throw anything else but fastballs all game. The baseball team had lost their will to fight quite early on. I'm sorry, you guys. Please win the official tournament, though. Don't let this get in the way. We all started to shake each other's hand. When I got to Thomas Cohen, he looked at me with a defeated look. Vinkun. I am more fired up than ever. I didn't expect him to be this high tension. What happened to that depressed aura? I will admit that our club got cocky when we won that game. Honestly, you did the most during that match. But with this lose, we were humbled. So, thank you, Occult Research Club. Rias-san, I wasn't expecting that either. Well, at least it ends well. Yes, good luck, Thomas Cohen. The two shake hands, a new fire lit inside of Thomas, and the entire baseball club. You guys better win, otherwise I'm choked, slamming you all. Centuradoing Viled, and I. She's also aware of the supernatural, since she's from a family of beast tamers. She's also the current captain of the tennis club. Let's have a great match, Rias-san. She smiled at Rias, but that had a deeper meaning than just a regular smile. It was a declaration of war. We can't use our supernatural strength, so it comes down to technique and stamina, since we're forced to use normal power. She looked at me and smirked. Why? We barely interacted since today. We have had greeted each other, and that's about it. Your status, since you have come out to the supernatural world, as both the middleman and Red Dragon Emperor, it is no surprise that many beings have become interested in you. Right, you're right, but she remained passive towards me even before today. Okay, maybe a few glances here and there, but is she planning on asking me to? But that's so far away, unless it's been pushed forward. I was talking about her engagement. Yeah, she's also been forced into an arranged marriage by her father, but how the hell do I deal with that? Whatever, they'll leave it for another time. They'll focus on the tennis matches first. The tennis club won the first match. It was Gasper versus a veteran player. He stood no chance. Even with all the training of the pocket dimension, Gasper still had a bit of problem with interacting with new people. He wouldn't scream, cry, and run away. No, he's a lot better now. But he doesn't like the excessive attention, I guess. Since it's the ball tournament and a lot of eyes are on him, it got to him and he messed up a few times, even tripping on nothing. Jayasuk, we need to work on that more. The second match we won. Aquino versus another veteran tennis player. She asked for some encouragement, so I kissed her in front of everyone. Yeah, that caused a ruckus. People freaked out left and right. I didn't care ITL be a scandal to humans, though. Since I already said I have a girlfriend and all, but it did motivate Aquino, and she easily overpowered her opponent. We were meant to play 5 matches in total. 2 have been played, 1 win for each club. 3 left to go. I was meant to play the last game regardless of how the score is. Hua. Rias and Abe were going at it. They've been on the same rally for 5 minutes now, neither giving up. If Abe scored, she won the 4th match, making a tie. Right now, the Occult Research Club had 2 wins. The tennis club had 1. Kiba played the 3rd game and won against a junior of the club. Even though they were younger, they were quite talented, but the Grimmery's Knight S speed was something else, and he won. Ba. The 2 furiously hit the tennis ball back at each other until Tan. Rias lost a bit of her balance and couldn't get to the ball in time to hit it back. Whistle. Kyom Abe won the 4th game. Now, it was tied at 2-2, 2 wins to us and 2 wins to them. She looked quite happy and was smiling brightly towards her club. They were also cheering her on, the same with a lot of the male populace. Rias came over upset with herself. I pet her a bit. It's all right, you did your best. You can't win it all. They'll come home with the win. She gave me a bitter smile and nodded. Let's get jiggy then. I grab a racket and walk toward my side. I have also seen another female stand on her side. I've never seen her before. She looks like a senior like me. Oh ho ho. That's Shizue. She's the current vice captain of the club, Jean-san. Prepare yourself, Abe announced. I'm the one serving first. The chair umpire blew the whistle to start the match. I threw the ball up, bang. Fwash. Thud. Shizue-san stood there with a shocked face. She didn't know what just happened. I didn't use excessive force. I want to win this, So, I'll use all my regular strength. Equal rights, equal fights. These fists will beat you up, lady well racket. But you know what I mean. The same thing happened until I gained a lead in point. Of course, when she served, I also returned it with the same strength. The strings on her racket snapped, and it went through. That repeated 3 times until she forfeited. They didn't want to go through all the rackets the club had, so they were forced to forfeit the match. Abe did not look happy with me. She was glaring at me quite hard. Sorry, I needed to win. Yes. Rias jumped up, and that further annoyed Abe. The 2 captains, Rias and Abe, shook hands, but they had dangerous auras leaking. They were also gripping each other's hand a little bit more forcefully than they should be. Well done on the win. Rias-san, grip. You too, Abe-san, grip. Okay, you 2 need to chill. And so the tennis games ended with the win for the Occult Research Club, thanks to a forfeit on the tennis club's part. Pass. One last game today, the basketball game, club versus club, Occult Research Club versus basketball team. I was appointed point guard while everyone else were given their role. I passed the ball to Kiba, who used his speed and reflexes to dodge and weave through the baseball players. But one thing, he ran without the ball. Kiba, the ball. He turns to look at his hand. The ball wasn't there, and the basketball team had it. Thwack. Gasper, almost nearly invisible on the court like Kuriko from Kuriko no Basket. His misdirection slapped the ball away from the player who had it. I got it and passed it to Aquino. She shot a 3. Whoosh. It went in, and we high-fived. Kiba came over embarrassed. Sorry, I thought I had the ball. Don't worry about it. Let's just focus on the game. The knight forgot to dribble the ball. Now that's something new. He looked pretty confident weaving through the basketball team. We won't lose this, Jean-senpai, a second year, said to me with determination. They transferred to the school this year as well, but were promoted to the starting lineup rather quickly. His name was Rintaro Akatsuki, or what he likes to be called, Rinrin. I have no idea why, but he does. Bring it. I answered back, grinning at him. We won. I didn't need to do much, but set up plays and score a few points. Kiba got his grove the further we played. Gasper was a literal invisible person during it. He made so many steals that it was almost stupid. Everyone did a splendid job. We worked well as a team. I have the pocket dimension to thank for that. The entire basketball team was confused. Aquino was our shooting guard, Kiba our power forward, Gasper as small forward, and finally Chiron as center, as weird as it sounds. She surprised many with her jumping power and pushing people taller than her. I didn't expect that outcome, Jean San. The captain and I shook hands. I was the default captain for the match, as well as point guard. Everyone else, which was Rias, Ingvild, and Asia, sat back for this one. Yeah, it was a good game, Fuji-kun. Fuji Itarai Kyusuk captain and the best player of the basketball team for the male team. He's a good player. He nearly brought the team to nationals by himself when the club first formed. That was during his second year. Now he's a third year like myself. If we need help with the games this year, yeah, it'll help. Don't worry about it. I finished his sentence for him, and we went our ways. And club members had a small celebration. Nighttime cheers. Even though it was only the first day of the ball tournament, we celebrated even more during dinner. There was still time for retribution for some clubs during the week. We'll undoubtedly be facing off against some of them again. Kyome Abe shall be fired up even more when the time comes. She has literal Ujisama energy, having the Ohoho part of her personality, but she's also kind, as evidenced by how she treats the beasts, monsters, and yukai she has tamed. Though it was brief, I did see it. Everyone else in my home joined us. Of course, there was no alcohol involved this time, so they were safe. We still have the rest of the week. We may face against some clubs again. Stay focused, everyone. Yes, President. Such energetic replies. Isn't this time to relax? The rest of dinner and the night was filled with laughter and banter between everyone. Kuroka, especially teasing Chiron about being the center for basketball and Rennie. Where's everyone else? It was only Rennie and I in my room, and she was sitting in a Seiza position when I first came here a few seconds ago. I was quite shocked the schedule had quite a number of girls, so her being here means. I asked them to let me spend the evening with you. You look so cute. So adorable. My Rennie. My Lavinia. I was crying tears of joy inside. How can you be this? Were those even words? I don't know. I quickly sat beside her, and when I did, Centurado, 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 Centurado. We were together in that moment. Rennie was breathing heavily, letting out a few pained gasps. Rennie, my eyes widened. Tears were falling from her eyes. I looked down and see she was hurt. I could stop. No, stay, please. I'm not crying because it's painful. I'm crying because I'm so happy right now. Drip, drip. Don't cry. God, Rennie, you're so adorable right now. I wiped the tears that were going down her cheeks with my hand and bravado her on the cheek. I don't like seeing you sad. Not just you. Everyone else too. Centurado, 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 Centurado. I had gone back to hugging her. I didn't want to let her go. I guess she felt the same way, as her hold of me didn't lighten one bit. Lemon and Rennie and I were cuddling together, much like Grafia and I. We were cuddling closely. I was at the back and she was in front. You seemed quite happy. She turned around once I said that and gave me a kiss. Mommy, we finally did it, she said that as she buried her face into my neck. This woman is just adorable. Please marry me. I want to wait until I graduate to propose to her. Yeah, to the first three. Aquino, Kuroka, and Rennie. They were the ones I was going to propose to first. Why can't I graduate now? I suddenly felt Rennie grab my left hand and hold it gently. Rennie? Drip, drip. She was crying again. I really don't like seeing her cry. Please just smile for me. I really want to avoid any of you from crying. In the future. Why we have that forever? Can we? Kids, children, my own Rennie, and his children, I haven't thought of that at all. I mean, I've thought of it in passing, but nothing too seriously, Rennie. I thought you sigh. She put a finger to my mouth, stopping me from continuing. She shakes her head. Back then in Grigori, now, or the future, my answer will remain the same, Jean. I want to be with you forever. Please? Okay. I had already made my decision. So I changed her lifespan. I turned her immortal. She can't die of old age anymore. With this, it's done. She smiled brightly, tears still streaming down her cheeks. She lightly bumped foreheads with me. MMM together with Jean, forever. I love you. Yeah, I love you too, Rennie. I felt happy many times these past few months being here. But right now it's something indescribable. I swear I can't find words. But, to put it simply, I felt sheer euphoria. A few days later nighttime, the ball tournament is slowly unwinding. It's currently Thursday, and tomorrow is the last day for it. We, the Occult Research Club, won quite a bit of the sports that we participated in. We also faced off against the Student Council. That was a hell of a fight. Rias and Sona were almost like they were out to kill each other. That's how heated it got. The rest of us club members just sat back and watched them duke it out. I guess this is a way for them to show their friendship to each other. Rias stayed behind today. Once the ball festivities were over, apparently, Sona wanted to talk to her about something. I know what it was because I felt 3 familiar auras that entered Kuo today. Zenobia, Irina, and to my surprise, Griselda. I influenced it. This world that much that she also went with them for this mission, though. I would believe it's due to Azrael and his rumored divine beasts. Crash. Thud. I was chilling with everyone in the living room, just unwinding when we heard a loud crash at the entrance. I quickly rushed over with everyone else and opened the door. Watch Chapter 2, A Holy Sword in Silence, Japan. Cinchuredo, then I brought him to an unoccupied room and lay him down. His arm also grew back. He's fine, Rias. It just healed him. But ITLL take him time to wake up. Did he drag himself all the way to my house? Or was he attacked? Who attacked him? How did they escape my? No. Nyarlathotep, did she? That's the only way. So, it's somewhat of importance that she's hiding shit. After a few minutes, Kibo woke up. I had put another more effective regeneration spell on him. It mostly healed his psyche and soul. Everyone else was there. I even expanded the room so we could all fit in there. President, everyone, he muttered, still tired. Kiba, you can tell us when you have more energy. We can know. It's fine, I can speak now. He cut me off, wanted to tell us what had happened to him. I had stepped out to get something in the shopping district. Gasper and I were missing an ingredient for our dinner, so that's why I stepped out. It started to rain, and when I was around the park, someone in a robe attacked me. I think they were stray exorcists. They wielded a holy sword. It's one that I hadn't seen before. It was crimson in color crimson. Could it be Jean? Everyone looked at me. Rennie looked like she recognized what the sword was too. Gallatin is one of the 13 swords of the Knights of the Round Table, a band of knights led by the legendary King Arthur of Camelot. It was owned by one of the Knights of the Round Table and King Arthur's nephew, Sir Gawain. Considered to be the sister sword to both Excalibur and Arondite, the holy-turned demon sword of Sir Lancelot du Lac. Gallatin possesses similar characteristics to both as a holy sword as well as a unique blade that can never be nicked. Also formerly wielded by an exorcist called David Serro. He was a teacher of Freed Selzin, the psycho-exorcist that was meant to help Rainier, but I killed him before he reached her. What does that mean? Many of their eyes widen, and I confirm Rias's question. Yeah, he's a natural wielder of a holy sword, whoever attacked Kiba. He's a lot more dangerous than the ones wielding the Excalibur pieces. Everyone needs to remain alert. I can't detect him. Everyone looked at me in shock. Yeah, there are some people I'm not able to detect thanks to the other outer god currently awake. Is the other one hiding them? Yeah, she's definitely messing with me right now. Well, it should be us. But, yeah, stay on high alert. I also felt some exorcist earlier today. I know them since I did complete a request for them before Well for Heaven. I turned to Rias. We're meeting them tomorrow, right? She nods. Yes, they have come here for a mission. They met with Sona before I spoke with her. We will be meeting them after school tomorrow. Kibiyudo, I had walked to the shopping district to buy some ingredients that Gasperkuin and I were missing. Things have been quite hectic lately. The 3 years we spent in the pocket dimension Jean Senpai made, we the Grimmery group grew a lot in power. Jean Senpai told Gasperkuin and I that we had reached the special status of Super Devil, though I trust his judgment. It still didn't feel real. To be suddenly told that my raw power output was on par with the top 20 strongest in the world, as well as Satan's Surzex Lucifer Sama, it seemed inconceivable. Almost like a fantasy fever dream. In spite of being the knight of Rias Grimmery, my king, and she formally referred to me as the ace of the group. It seems like a long time ago. I feel like I've stagnated in strength. I haven't reached balance break state, yet the same for Gasperquin. However, I believe his potential to be higher than my own. His mastery over his sacred gear kept getting better. He also displayed an absurd amount of power that was different from the usual devil HA. It was raining when I left the supermarket, so I had an umbrella in my left hand as well as a bag of groceries in my right. It started slow and weak, but eventually turned into a downpour. I have to hurry unless I let Gaspercoin star we do have some emergency snacks if he does get hungry. I felt a sudden chill and looked to my right. Someone in a hood was standing there. Shying. A holy sword? The figure dashed towards me. I had to throw away the bag I had as well as the umbrella I had. I quickly summoned my holy eraser demonic sword and clashed with the hooded individual. Clang. Who are you? I asked, but the person didn't answer. But he also seemed equally surprised to see me parry his strike. This person is strong, add to the fact that his crimson holy blade didn't change once our blades clashed. It did not look like an Excalibur piece. Could it be another type of holy sword? But what? Clang, clang. The two of us disappeared, and our swords clashed against one another. Sparks were generated by the amount of force we were using. This is a problem. Normal humans were still out, and about even though it was nighttime, it was still relatively early. I must end this quickly. It was what I thought, and I could see the cloaked individual thought the same thing. In order to do this, I decided to use all my current power. Doom! When I unleashed my repressed aura, the hood the man was wearing partially blew off, and his face was revealed a foreigner. The man had a brown skin tone and a rugged face, yellow-green hair, and sharp eyes. I also noticed that his arms had strange green tattoos on them. While I suddenly feel someone grab hold of my legs. When I looked down, there were tree roots holding me in place. What the? Can this man control plants or roots? As I slashed at the roots with my sword, something deflected them, no? Something stopped them? You must fall here, challenger. Centurado, are these roots draining my energy? I could feel myself getting slower and becoming more tired. I summoned my flame sword and tried to burn the roots with the flames, but it was also blocked from reaching them. Cut! Arg! I looked at my side and saw my arm had been struck, forcing me to drop my flame sword. Damn it. Hold on, I can get through this. I didn't train for 3 years for nothing. Jean Senpai's efforts would be wasted. I can't let down President, for I am a knight of the Gremory called Rias. Arg! I kept on swinging my sword in a desperate attempt at winning. This was so uncool. If Jean Senpai saw me, he would say that, but would then train with me while making jokes and puns. Oh, why am I thinking of him at this moment? In time, brilliant. I have never seen such a strong fighting spirit from someone before. After that, everything went black. Next thing I knew, I was dragging myself through the streets of Kuo towards Jean Senpai's house, but I also had no full memory of what had happened after I blacked out. When I reached the door, I fell against it. I hoped that I had hit it loud enough so that they could hear Wayudo. They heard me, thanks Satan. I finally lost consciousness again. The next day, Kuo, Academy lunch. Jean skyward. The situation has been tense since last night, with a mysterious attacker that attacked Kiba. I have confirmed with Heaven and the Church that they are not involved with this stray exorcist, nor do they know where the holy sword Gallatin is. Having a seraph as a partner is quite convenient, since I could just walk through the door in her room to reach her room in heaven. I met with Michael that night and asked a few questions. He seemed to not know anything about it, so I had him inform the church to be on the lookout for this individual if he had fled. In the morning, Kiba gave more details on what had happened. The man had a unique look, one I had never seen before. He could also use some kind of plant manipulation, almost like with style for Naruto, but a much weaker version from what I heard, but could drain energy, stamina, or both. But I doubt that man went all out. For him to overpower Kiba, who's a super devil, Nyarlathotep had a hand in this, since he told us that a female voice came out of nowhere and stopped him from breaking free from the roots or vines that kept him in place. Rias was tense. One of her servants and family members had been hurt quite badly, so she held off meeting up during lunch and decided to meet after school. She had actually gone to check up on Kiba just now. Jo, Heen, you look tense. What's up, man? Kuda and Najima came up to me, seemingly worried. How considerate of them. Nothing serious. I was just thinking of what to cook for dinner tonight. Seriously? Talk about making such a serious expression for the dumbest things. The two of them laugh, and I jokingly try to punch them. I see that Sona was waving at me. They follow my gaze and see that the school president was beckoning for me. Sorry, got a jet. And his group of admirers grows. Praise the king. The two make an exaggerated bow towards me, and I smack them both on the head. Ow! I ignore their protests and complaints and follow Sona. A few eyes were on us, but we ignored them. Need something from me, Sona? We'll continue in the student council room. I nod, and we silently walk there. We descended the stairs, and I passed Ingvild and her friends. Her friends started giggling at her, and she blushed. Look at your boyfriend cheating with President Sona. You're going to let this slide? Inchon? Go take your man back. Ingvild turned around slightly flustered and angry with them. Gee, stop it, you guys. They only giggled at her more, then pulled her away while chatting about God knows what. Walking through the halls seems too weird. I spent 3 years in the pocket dimension with many people, and I wonder if they're having the same thoughts. It was like a very long camping trip, and now we're back to reality. I have an Eve BZZT. Never mind. I was about to say I still hadn't received the text. I take my phone out and check it. I miss you. It was a text from Natsum. How cute. How adorable. She's become a lot more open, and I love it. But she can still get flustered easily. Ding, ding, ding. What is this timing? I got a text from Suzaku, Rosweiss, and Kunu. I opened up Suzaku's message first. Hi, Jean. Are you well? I seem to have found myself staring into the sky quite a lot lately. Perhaps my time in the pocket dimension seemed like a faraway dream. Say hi to Aquino for me. Looks like I wasn't the only one feeling like this. Next up, Rosweiss. I got drunk a few times there. I never did have a chance to apologize also for getting angry at you when the Welsh dragon did that scandalous technique. So, we set the date for you to meet Granny at the end of the month, yes? She looks forward to it. Yeah, we did. I wonder what kind of character she has. She seemed like a strong woman from the brief time we had. I also had to take the reins when Rose got drunk in the last session of the Pocket Dimension, while I admit I like the more honest Rose. However, it'll wait until she can do that while sober. Finally, Kano, I wonder what it's about. Hi, Jean. Did something happen between you and Mother? She seemed to be lost in thought a lot these days. I've also been training here as well. I can't wait to show you my progress. Yasaka and I have talked quite a lot since I asked her that question. However, she hadn't brought it up yet. She acted like her usual self, and I also teased her back a few times. Honestly, I want to bring it up, but it'll wait until she is ready because she is the one who needs to be ready to have that talk. We're here. Once I heard Sona's voice, I put away my phone. He'll reply to them later. Sup, Saji? Jean Senpai. I greet him, and he nods to me. The guy has a grin on his face. Did he get together with? Who knows, he'll know soon enough. So take a seat, Jean. Let's play a casual game of chess. I nod and sit down at the same table where we once played chess. We immediately start playing. He'll try winning without Kantuar's help and see where that leads. So, I heard from Rias that Kiba Yudo-kun was attacked last night. Yeah, there's someone I can't detect because of interferences, but I have my own eyes and ears throughout Kuo right now. I created the nano-flies, millions of them. I have them all over Kuo right now. I have eyes and ears everywhere. If they see the person that has the same appearance as who Kiba described, I can confront them directly. Is that so? Can they be trusted? Check. Yeah, you could say I personally created them, like the android fairy I made for your sister and Surzex. I see, checkmate. Shoot, I don't think I did too badly. I look at the board and chuckle. I heard some exorcist came to visit you. I snap my fingers and reset the board. Sona nods and starts moving her pieces again. Barato, you're a lifesaver at times. Kantuar, answer, only at times? HAAA, you're becoming more and more human. It's weird, but I also welcome it. I made my move too. Yes, there were 3 of them. However, the oldest and most powerful was the one who did most of the talking. She was a pleasant woman. Yeah, she is. Leave it to Griselda to do the talking. ITLL be a lot smoother. Irina isn't the smartest, but she can keep a calm head. Zenobia is more of a fist now. Talk later kind of lady. I wonder how much stronger they got. I'll see them later today. if Kiba asked them to spar. I don't think he lost his cool when he saw the holy sword last night. Good on him. I probably know them. They were all women, right? Check. Yes. They were, you know them? From your requests? As the middleman? Yeah. Evan had once asked me to do a job for them. Well, I had more requests in the past from them, but yeah, I traveled to the Vatican for that one. Even fought their strongest exorcist. I will assume you won. Check. Yeah. Well, it was a request from him, so I had to try a bit. Don't want to look like an ass, you know? Checkmate. I won against her without comptoir, go me. I guess I'm not that stupid after all. Don't worry about it, Sona. They won't cause trouble, even the one that has a high chance of doing so. They'll take care of it. Then I leave it to you, Jean. However, the Citri group, are here for support. I know. They'll ask for help from Sona-sama, if needed. You got Mr. Dragon King over there, too. Saji looked quite proud of himself and puffed his chest, only to be smacked by one of the female peerage members. I had left the student council room, Sona, and I had played 6 chess games in total. I won 3 games, and she won 3 as well. I'm a lot more surprised at myself. How did I manage that without using comptoir? Did I play chess in my past life? Maybe if I did, I didn't have as tough of a time with Sona. There were a few minutes left of lunch, so I hurried back to my classroom. I was joined by Ingvild on the way back. Jean, you heard the rumors circulating around about you? Rumors? No, I haven't heard any rumors. What are they? I tilt my head at her. Rumors say that you're two-timing your girlfriend with Aquino. I facepalm. Maybe I should just clear things up somehow. No, that's dumb. It's a human world. While some are open to multi-partner dynamics because of anime and such, many still look at polyamorous relationships as, well, wrong or at least weird. Rumors are rumors. You know the truth, so I don't care much. I lean in close to her. You're also part of that situation, aren't you? I pull away and we both laugh. Yeah, whatever, like I care about their opinion of me. I only care if they make my normal life a hassle. If they start bullying me, I'll take action, but for now, it's like a fart in the wind. It's gross, but not life-ending. We kept on talking until we reached our classroom. We had more eyes on us than ever. They want adding Vile to this crap, right? After school, Rias and Aquino headed first to the Occult Research Club. I could feel the auras of those 3 in the club room already. I left to pick up Chiron and Asia with Ingvild. We were going to see Kiba, but he had already left. His aura was also present in the clubroom. He's not being an irrational asshole. Thank you past me for dealing with that. Jean Senpai, do you know the people who are coming? Yep, I already met them. The older one, who I think is the leader, is level-headed and can be trusted. We'll have an easy time talking to them. I see Chiron nod beside me. Asia was messing around with her ring. They've used it a lot, but she was messing around with the storage or inventory function. She was testing its limits, putting random school items into them, taking them out, and such. And the other 2? One's interesting. She has her heart in the right place, but is just above average in smarts. But she has good judgment most of the time. The other, I hope she doesn't do what I think she'll do. She's a bit hard-headed. I'll deal with her, so don't worry. Yeah, if Zenobia threatens Asia, I'm sorry, but he'll be defending my new girlfriend, well, as in 2 years new, but that's beside the point. Yeah, Asia can defend herself, but I can't let it slide, even if things get complicated between us in the future. We finally reach the last door, and I push it open. Once through, everyone looks at us and smiles. There was clear tension in the room. The 3 see me and smile, well, 2 of them did. Zenobia just gave me her usual blank look. I already told them last night to behave, so Asia and Chiron know they can't crowd around me during this meeting. They were very affectionate last night, though, as much as I would allow. Everyone took their seats. I took mine beside Ingvild and Chiron. Unfortunately, Asia had to sit somewhere else. Once seated, Aquino poured everyone tea. Oh, tea made by a devil. Thank you, Amen. The devils cringe at Irina's Amen, and I let out a snort, getting a light slap from Ingvild. Shall we start then? Griselda nods at Rias' question. I am Rias Gremory, as you know, and this is my peerage over there as well. Jean, you already know him. They nod. Hey, at least give me a proper introduction. I am Griselda Corda, an exorcist from a church. These 2 are trainees I am in charge of, as well as fellow exorcists in training. Irina and Zenobia. Recently, the holy swords Excaliburs that were kept by the Catholic Church Headquarter Vatican, Protestant Church, and Eastern Orthodox Church were stolen. Quite a few devil's eyes widened when this was mentioned. I don't blame them. They're supposed to be safe, so they did a great job. Can you feel my sarcasm? 3 of them were stolen months apart. Well, one was. The 2 ill-assumed were recent and close enough to each other. Griselda nods at what I said. However, I'm surprised they didn't act sooner. At the time, only one of them was missing. The other 2 were still in their possession. Let me guess. Excalibur Nightmare, Rapidly and Transparency are the ones missing? Griselda nods sadly. Didn't we up the security on them? How the hell well? Maybe back then I could say who can do this. However, knowing Azrael, Avetsa, and Nyarlathotep's existence, it is possible. Excalibur Ruler is missing, but I more or less know who has it. So Mimic and Destruction are with these 2? I conclude and gesture to Zenobia and Irina. They seemed surprised, but Griselda answered for them, but was interrupted by Irina. As expected of Boss Jean, Irina os vered enthusiastically. Excuse me, Boss Jean? Where in the world did you come up with that? We met once, you know. You also motivated them, that one meeting. Motivated? Call Virgil. Drake, shut up. In any case, I checked them out, and they're both middle class, so it beats them being low class. I was hoping for high class, but this is fine. Fighting will lead to their defeat by Kiba. Griselda lightly smacks Irina and nods at me. Yes, that's correct. We currently possess Mimic, Destruction, and Blessing. However, Blessing is stored in an even more secure location. I could see Asia was confused beside me. The same with Ingvild. Excalibur doesn't exist. They look at me. The original was broken long ago, and so were born Excalibur Destruction, Mimic, Rapidly Nightmare, Transparency, Blessing, and Ruler. If all 7 are merged, the original Excalibur can be remade again. They were broken and remade into the 7 pieces using alchemy. The church had 6 of them, while Ruler was lost along the way. Griselda smiled at me, and the 2 Asia and Ingvild nodded along. Anyway, who does the church think stole the pieces? Surely not Grigori. I've been there many times myself, and I have not once felt any pieces there. Originally, they thought that Grigori was involved, but that has changed. We believe it is a group of rogue fallen led by Kokabil. We are also led to believe the Angel of Death is their true leader, Azrael. Azrael, finally he's been mentioned. I haven't that's useless to think about. If Kokabil and Azrael are working together, that means Nyarlathotep is also hiding him. Everyone in the club seemed quite surprised. It's not every day that the Angel of Death is mentioned. We are led to believe he's somewhere in this town, as we have sent priests, exorcists to this town, and they kept getting killed. Zenobia gets up and glares at Rias. Our request, no. Our order is to tell the devils not to interfere in the battle between us and the fallen angels for the Excaliburs. In other words, we came here to tell you not to interfere with this incident. Rias stared at Zenobia with no change in emotion. She looked back at Griselda, who was holding her head. Zenobia, seed. Griselda glared at the girl, and she flinched. She reluctantly did so. While Jean has made a lot of the hate subside on all sides, many still can't let go of the grudge that has been around for many years. Many of the church's higher-ups don't trust devils or fallen angels. We were told to use force, if necessary. But upon seeing Jean, I do not believe the devils have anything to do with this. I will also take his word for the fallen. Look at you. Your reputation is helping you out here. Huh? I guess it is. I think I made the right call being a middleman. This is because a lot of the crap and misunderstandings in canon can be quelled with my presence and actions. Wait, if they have a natural wielder, then he's not the one using the pieces. Then who is? Another stray exorcist? Great, more enemies. Actually, this may be a bit more complicated than you think. I interrupt them, and everyone looks at me. Rias seems to understand what I mean. I nod at her and let her continue. Last night, my knight Kiba Yudo was attacked by a hooded individual that could wield a holy sword. We did in Zenobia starts, but was cut off by Rias. They were male with yellow-green hair. He could also manipulate plants or wood. I have never heard of such a description from any of our own. Perhaps they may be a rogue? Possibly working for Azrael. Darn, another dead end. Perhaps. The room falls silent, everyone thinking of the new situation that has been told to us. Then I want to propose something. They all look at me. Let's work together. Devil and exorcists. We can speed things up that way. You got the middleman here to oversee it all. Of course, a lend a hand too. I also have beef to settle with Azrael. Maybe I can meet Nyarlathotep this way. Zenobia didn't like the idea, but the other two seemed fine with it. I can't blame her for her narrow way of thinking. She was taught that devils were evil, probably since childhood. Then I come and try to unite everyone. I see no problems with that, yes. I don't mind cooperating to rid of this problem from my territory. Rias and Griselda are in agreement. Rias will probably tell Sona what happened here, and Sona will also probably cooperate. The two get up and shake hands. Good. Peace, harmony, and all that sweet jazz. Zenobia gets up and stares at Asia. Oh, boy, here we go. Everyone looks at her confused. When I saw you earlier, I thought maybe it was you. Are you the witch Asia Argento? I never expected to meet you in a place like this. Zenobia said. Asia's body froze after she was called witch. That word is something painful to Asia. Irina seemed like she noticed as well and stared at Asia. Are you the rumored witch? The former holy maiden? You are said to have the power to heal devils and fallen angels, right? I heard that you were sent somewhere after getting exiled, but I never thought you became a devil. Asia stared at her with a frown, but hadn't said anything. It's okay. I want to tell the higher-ups what I saw here, so rest assured. People who were around the holy maiden Asia will also get shocked as well. Asia made a perplexed expression at Irina's words. But to become a devil, the one who was called a holy maiden, you fell to the lowest place you could. Do you still believe in our God? Zenobia. There's no way that she, who became a devil, still believes in God. Irina said it with an amazed face. No, I can smell the belief from her. It might be an abstract way of saying it, but I'm sensitive to these things. There are people who betray the teachings and still have guilt within them because they couldn't forget the teachings. I can feel something similar coming from her. Zenobia said it sharply, and Irina stared at Asia with even more interest. Is that true? Asia-san, you still believe in God, even if you have turned into a devil? Asia replied to that question with a sad expression. I just can't put it aside. I believed in it for my whole life. Hearing that, Zenobia took her sword out from the cloth and pointed it at Asia. Is that so? Then we should cut you down right now. I can cut you in the name of God. Even if you have sinned, our God will forgive you. I suggest you put that sword down, Zenobia. I cut off Griselda as she tried to stop her junior. I read that many times in the novel, and I've seen that many times in the anime. But after spending so much time with Asia, seeing her like this, it pissed me off. So I let out a bit of my aura at her and stared at her coldly. You don't say those things to her, ever. Zenobia flinched as her body trembled. She put her sword away and turned away. So I stopped using my aura. Anyway, we show if I may interrupt. I started, but Kiba stopped me, so he's planning to have a match then? Let's have a sparring match then. If you're that fired up to put down a comrade of mine. Who are you? Kiba smiled at Zenobia's question. I'm your senpai, though I apparently was a failure. Rias tried to stop Kiba, but I put a hand out, the same to Griselda. Zenobia agreed. So the two left. I looked at Irina and gestured for her to follow them. She gave me a strained smile and did so. I tell I'll be good for them. I know those two will ask me to fight them down the line, to evaluate how much they progressed. Also, this can be therapeutic for Kiba. All right, stop them if it goes too far, Jean. I trust in your judgment, Jean. Both Rias and Griselda agreed, and we all stepped out to join them. So, why am I also fighting? I expected them to fight me. Afterwards, Kiba battles them. Wins, I heal them. Then they'll fight me, something like that. Everyone was ready and had swords out. I feel a bit out of place. They'll use one then. I summoned the Grand Chariot, and they looked surprised. Jean, what is that? Aquino asked, as everyone listened in. A new Longinus I created called Carnage Incarnate. Grand Chariot. Don't worry, I won't use its balance break. They gave me weird expressions as the area fell silent. Yes, it's weird that I just created a new Longinus. Just get used to it already. Jean-senpai, you can't just say that you made a new sacred gear and move on. I can, Chiron, and I will. Come on, we got a Psycho Crow to catch. Let's get jiggy. I haven't used this thing since fighting Tobio, but I did upgrade it a few times. This is because it can obtain a breakdown the beast eventually. It's basically the equivalent of Juggernaut Drive from the two Heavenly Dragons. All right, you all ready? I asked them, and they nodded. Let's start then. Dash! Kiba quickly dashed in front of Zenobia, surprising her with his speed. Kiba summoned his Holy Eraser and slashed towards Zenobia. The girl barely got her Excalibur Destruction out and parried the attack, but she was sent backwards. I appear in front of Irina, and she let out a cute eep. Looks like it's you and me. Irina, show me how much you improved. Yes, Boss Jean. She took out Excalibur Mimic and changed it into a katana. Ting! Ting! Irina swung her sword at me, and I parried it. Ora ora. Is that a JoJo reference? Doubt it. She was using quite a bit of her strength to hack and slash at me. However, I do not have a benchmark for her strength. Therefore, I'm unsure of how much weaker her previous strikes were. Slash. I sent a slash her way, with a speed she could follow, but her reaction time wasn't up to par, and it hit her. Well, she managed to partially block it with her sword. GHHH. Irina struggled to slow down the speed at which she was being pushed back by my strike. Zenobia immediately jumped back beside her as Kiba jumped backward beside me. Your thoughts? Kiba? I expected my demonic sword to be outmatched because of the wielder I fought last night. However, she is weak. Ouch, dude. Talk about putting salt in an open wound. This obviously ticked off Zenobia as she looked at him with a glare that could kill. She collected herself and sprinted towards Kiba. Irina did the same, but towards me. Clang! Clang! The two girls moved in sync, and our swords parried their slashes. Their power wasn't high enough that our clashes would create any sort of pressure, sparks, or shockwave. I look forward to training them. Hugh Kiba let out a frustrated sigh. No, it was a disappointed sigh, this guy. Haha. He gained a serious look and slashed once. That slash reverberated through the air, sending Zenovia's sword high into the sky. Wog. Once her sword was out of her hands, Kiba dismissed his demonic sword and punched Zenobia in the gut. The girl keeled over, clutching her stomach. The sword fell loudly beside her. She was unable to do anything, only clutching her stomach in pain. I followed suit and grabbed the sword out of Irina's grasp, surprising her. I point both my swords towards her neck. I guess that's checkmate on both our sides. Yes. Kiba seemed satisfied with himself and began to walk away. He was still pissed at losing to that guy from before. Yudo, I am fine. President, I will go home early today. I'm Sully. It seems my injuries from the previous night may still be affecting me. He told Rias, bowed, and teleported away. Yeah, she didn't believe him, but didn't stop him either. She just defeatedly sighed and let him be. I walk over to Zenobia and put a hand on her shoulder and healed her. Once she was healed, she got up and grabbed her sword again. I also handed the sword I took from Irina back to her. You two improved quite a bit. If I had to compare it, you two were low class in terms of devil rankings when I first met you two. Now you are both middle class. It's an impressive jump in a short time. Unfortunately for you, Kiba jumped up in strength even more. You would need to be at least Satan class to keep up with him. But he wasn't taking me seriously? If he did, you would be dead, and that wouldn't be good for me or the factions. KHH. Zenobia wasn't happy about it, as she grits her teeth in frustration. Irina wasn't too bothered. In fact, she looked quite happy with herself. Come on, Zenobia. Boss said we improved a lot. I still lost. She was quite harsh on herself. She also could have used a Randall, but didn't. Does she consider it her trump card? Well, she's a natural wielder after all, that makes two. The unknown male wielder and Zenobia. Gallatin and Durandal. How vexing. Leaving those thoughts for now, I walk over to Griselda with Zenobia and Irina. Do you guys have a place to stay while you're in town? Ada, are you offering your place up for us? Jean-san? I nod. I would rather not have them out in the streets, begging for food, or losing their funds in the stupidest of ways. Who even falls for obvious scams in this day and age? When I look at Zenobia and Irina, I can sort of understand. Irina tilts her head, confused about why I glanced at her. Zenobia was still grumbling to herself. Then we'll take you up on that offer, Jean-san. We'll be in your care. She bows, and the other two follow suit. Irina had to make Zenobia do it. She probably didn't want to live in the same house as devils. Don't worry, Zenobia. You'll have a complete 180 turn in personality soon. You guys don't mind, right? I turn to the girls who lived with me, and they shake their heads. Good. But it's my house, so even if they refuse, I have the final say. Nighttime dinner, Zenobia and Irina were wolfing down their food. I had made dinner with Grafia and Aquino. Irina made her typical food made by two devils. Amen. Making the girls cringe. But in the end, she ended up liking it. The same for Zenobia. Griselda was eating it quite elegantly. No, she's just being normal about it, but I can tell by her eyes and her emotions that she quite liked it. Kibo was at his home with Gasper. I'm glad he isn't wandering around Kuo trying to look for the suspect. I sent him a text of my nanoflies, and he seemed satisfied with it. If Jean-senpai has that many, then I will stand by. I swear that guy is acting strange around me. To think you have gathered this many. As well as Griselda stopped eating and commented on how many women are around me. She also looked to my right side. Gabriel was there, and the three of them were quite shocked to see a Seraph here. They knew of our friendly relationship from back then, but it's obviously changed. Gabriel cutely tilted her head and waved at her, then continued eating. Yeah, a lot of things happen after all. I've never eaten something so delicious. Thank you, God. Amen. When Irina finally lost it, she cried out in a loud voice and thanked the dead god, causing the devils to cringe again. I can't get enough of that. So, earlier Aquino told me she wanted to help me freshen up, so I'm making my way to the bathroom on the second floor, the same floor where our bedrooms are. I let out a yawn since I'd been lazily relaxing with Ingvild and Asia on my bed. The rest of them were downstairs. The church duo, as I dubbed them, Irina and Zenobia, were in an unoccupied room I assigned them to. They'd been in there since dinner. They had taken a bath earlier. I made sure of it to avoid any trouble. I finally reached the door and slid it open. I gathered my clothes and put them in a basket. I opened the next door to go into the actual bathroom. I did say I wanted to avoid any awkward situations that are all too common in anime. Unfortunately, Cinchuredo, I would like to think you wouldn't fall once you reincarnated as an angel. It's fine, Jean-san. Aquino-san has come to visit us as well. Is this really okay? I'm fine with whatever, I don't mind. Just then the door slid open again, and Aquino came in with Asia in tow. When did she wake up? While I was relaxing with Ingvild and Asia, they both fell asleep. Oh hey, I got here a bit earlier than you. Era Griselda-san is also here, sorry to intrude. However, I was here first, so I don't mind all of you joining me. Aquino nodded and got ready to join them. She washed herself and entered the bath. Yeah, that won't fit all of us. Time to expand this place. This was meant to be a normal-sized bath in the first place. I snapped my fingers. The room and the bathtub grew in size. Do I even need to snap my fingers? I can just think of it, right? Whatever. Cinchuredo. If she joins, then we'll have our special team expand. Era. It seems Jean was thinking of something mischievous. Perhaps the famous special team he made up? I turned to Aquino and look at her in shock. Woman, how the heck do you know about these things? I hear Asia start to mumble to herself. Cinchuredo Griselda calls out to the nun beside me, and she looks up temporarily, stopping her muttering. I'm sorry for what my junior did earlier. What she did was out of line. I'm sorry. Please accept my apologies. Griselda bows towards Asia. She obviously got flustered. While I didn't mention it earlier, Griselda is counted in the top 5 strongest female exorcists currently. When she reincarnates, I wonder how much more powerful she'll be. My guess would be 6 or 8 since Dulio will have 10 wings in total. Please don't bow to me, Griselda-san. I already got over it. It really didn't bother me that much, so there's no need to apologize. As kind, as usual, I pat her on the head and she smiles. You hurt her yourself. Don't worry about it much. I also lost my cool, so my bad too. Cinchuredo. It seemed Griselda was trying to find the right time to apologize to Asia after what she saw earlier today. All that's left is to wrap up this event and have Zenobia apologize herself. Shouldn't be too hard. It was Sunday, and a few of us, myself, Chiron, Asia, Kiba, and Saji were together. The church exorcist went on their own investigation. Right now, we were wandering the streets of Kuo, looking for any signs of Kokobile or the guy who attacked Kiba. My nanoflies hadn't seen or detected him at all. He's been quite cautious since his run-in with Kiba. Kiba said that the guy looked surprised that he could fend him off, so I'm guessing that the guy who attacked Kiba didn't expect him to be the strong good thing. I spent 3 years in there then. Logically, that would mean he must be wary of the rest of us. If he doesn't know the rest of us, he may be waiting for backup, the new exorcist that will wield the Excalibur pieces, Valper, Kokobile, and Azrael, maybe even Ivetsa and her divine beasts. Man, we've run into nothing. So, far can we eat lunch soon? Saji had his arms around the back of his head while half-heartedly glancing to his sides. I would like to end this soon, man, but shit is beyond my control. It also pisses me off. I'm also quite hungry myself. Food. Okay, let's get over there then. I relent and point to a family restaurant. We make our way there. I pay for everyone's meal. I had Saji give me his order, and I got both our food. He secured seats for us. I could sense everyone else in different parts of Kuo still looking. We were finished and went back to searching. But I have to ask, what does this have to do with you, Kiba? How are you even related to Excalibur? Saji asked the Grimmery Knight as he looked back at him with a sad smile. I knew this would eventually come. I don't mind sharing my past. Let's find a more private place to talk. So Kiba led us to the park where I had my date with Rainier. It had not many people here right now, even though it was Sunday. Strange. Once everyone was seated, he took a deep breath and began. Kiba then started to talk about his past after everyone readied themselves. The project that the Catholic Church planned secretly. The Holy Sword Project. The test to make lots of people who can use holy swords was taking place in a certain institute. There were boys and girls who had talents at using swords and were possessors of sacred gears. Day after day, they were going through inhuman experiments. They were being experimented on and had their rights of freedom taken away. They weren't treated as humans and their lives were ignored. But they had a dream. To live on. They were forced to believe that they were loved by God, and they were just waiting for that day to come. They believed that they would become special beings. They believed that they could become people who could wield holy swords. But the result was disposal. Kiba and his comrades couldn't use the holy swords. Everyone died. They were killed. Centuredo Kiba told us his story. We listened to him silently. Kiba somehow managed to escape from the laboratory, but the poisonous gas had already infected him. Apart from certain people, the test subjects who had lower abilities than average were all disposed of because they weren't needed. Kiba, who managed to escape, met Rius, who came to observe Italy as he was dying. And now he was here. I want to accomplish my comrades' regrets. No, I don't want to make their deaths be in vain. I need to keep on living in their place, and I have to prove that I'm stronger than Excalibur. He chuckled and looked at me with a content smile. But I realized a few months back, no, Jean Senpai in a way made me realize the path I was going wasn't the right one. He asked me who was really responsible for mine and my comrades' pain and suffering. It certainly wasn't the sword's fault, inanimate objects that did not have feelings or the will of their own. So I changed and directed that anger at the main source, the man who caused it all. Valper Galilei, the genocide archbishop. Day by day, each new training session, my hatred for the sword subsided. Now my anger and hatred focused on that man. Once he was done telling us his sad, Asia was crying and holding on to me. Chiron just looked sad. She probably knew this to some extent. And then there's Saji Hiyuo. Kaba. Saji was hugging himself, bawling his eyes out. I don't blame you, man. Kiba had a hell of a sad life before becoming Rias Knight. Kiba, it must have been horrible. It must have been painful. Damn it. There isn't any God or hope in this world. Right now, I feel so much sympathy for you. Yeah, it's a horrible story. I understand why you hold a grudge against those people from the church and Excalibur. To tell you the truth, I didn't like you before because you were a good-looking guy, but it's different now. I will also help. But before that, we have to destroy Excalibur. I will also work hard. You also have to live on. Don't ever betray Ria Senpai, who saved you. His heart was always in the right place. Also, his reason for helping Sona was admirable. He okay? It's a good time. I want you guys to hear my story. You guys should know about me if we were working together. Saji seemed a bit shy, then said it with glittering eyes. My dream is to marry President Sona and become her partner. But, finding someone to marry and build a life with is hard for an unpopular guy like me. There aren't any girls interested in me, to begin with, but I will one day find the right person and marry her. Huh? Wait, he's still pursuing Sona? I had a feeling he had a girlfriend now. My man, if you do and she finds out and doesn't approve, rest in peace, Saji Jinchuru. Everyone else laughed awkwardly at Saji after his confession. Weirdo. He fell down, being called a weirdo by Chiron. Being called that by her, it was a one-hit bravado. Chin up, man. She's actually not so different. Don't worry about it. Pinch. No wandering thoughts. Why me? Chiron pinched me. I swear these girls are mind readers. First Graphia, Aquino, and now Chiron. It won't be long until all of them we did not find anything that day. It's frustrating. A few days later after school, we had gathered in the park, myself, Saji, Chiron, Asia, Kiba, Zenobia, and Irina. Rias, Aquino, and Griselda were nearby doing their own search, while the Citri peerage did their own. Since Saji was assigned to our group a few days back, we kept it. Every day after school, we searched many places within Kuo to find, well, anything. No luck. Maybe we should expand the search radius. Not just to Kuo, but beyond. But would they even hide there? It's not impossible. For no progress today, huh? Saji said as if he lost interest. Saji was the one who was most eager to do this. This guy is truly a nice guy. Our first meeting wasn't the best, but we get along fine now. You can say that he's the Citri group's version of me. A bit weaker in terms of power, though, but he has potential. I was thinking like that, but Kiba, who was walking in front of us, stopped his feet. Chiron. Asia. The both of them nod and get ready. Chiron goes into his stance, and Asia enchants everyone except me. What's happening? Saji was confused and looked at Kiba, the girls, and then me. Above us. I shouted. Everyone looked up, and a priest with dark blue hair with white tips was falling down with a long sword. I spy me a group of devils. Catchy. Kiba took out a demonic sword and parried the blow from the priest. Who are you? It's a person I haven't seen before. Another new existence? Like the one Kiba fought? No, this guy must be the replacement for Freed. You replaced Freed, didn't you? The man twirled and gave us a nasty smile. Bingo. Wow. Middleman Kuin is smart. This guy was holding Excalibur rapidly, and to top it off, her was ultimate class. Where the hell are these guys popping from? First, the guy who fought Kiba, and now this nut job. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kusuk, just Kusuk. Teehee. After his introduction, he did the stupid magical girl pose and lightly hit his head. Psychos everywhere. Swish. Something that looked like a skinny black hand left Saji's hand and headed for Kusuk. On his hand, there was a cute-looking deformed lizard face equipped. The line was coming from its mouth. Then that skinny hand was the tongue of the lizard. It was his sacred gear, well, one of them, since he only has one right now. Absorption line, one of 4 parts of Vritra's sacred gears. He'll get the rest from Grigori sooner or later. Such a pain. Kusuk tried to knock it away with his holy sword. But the lizard's tongue changed its direction and went downwards. It stuck onto Kusuk's right foot, and it started to swirl around his leg. Kusuk tried to cut the tongue off with his swords, but it went past as if the tongue didn't have any physical form. You can't cut it down that easily, you weirdo. Do it, Kiba. Thank you. Kiba rushed in quickly. He was going towards Kusuk with 2 demonic swords. So, it's not only the holy eraser, I see. Having multiple demonic swords. Are you the possessor of sword birth, perhaps? Wow. You are guilty of having a rare sacred gear. Cinchuredo, but his smile got even wider. Interesting. Very interesting. As expected of a group being trained by Middleman Chan. Catchin. Ting. Clang. The 2 of them clashed. The strength they exuded made sparks come out of their blades. Even with demonic swords, Kiba looked like he had the upper hand. With the help of Saji's absorption line draining Kusuk's powers, he has an even bigger advantage. You guys help him. We'll keep an eye out if anyone else comes to help him. Chiron and Asia nod and dash towards Kiba. Much like her older sister, Chiron shot an aura bullet towards the priest. Kai, even more scummy devils. Cold air suddenly surrounded the man. He grinned and shot icicle shards towards Asia and Chiron. Kiba had jumped out of the way and dodged the attack too. Kai, haha, you seriously don't believe I only relied on my Excalibur-chan, right? Yudo, Kaneko, Asia, looks like Rias, Aquino, and Griselda had arrived. Zenobia and Irina came out of their stupor when they heard her voice. Seems like they froze when they felt Kusuk's aura and power. Ultimate class psycho priests and 2 trainees middle-class exorcists? If they froze up to Griselda, who's the same power as this guy, it makes sense. They get to where I am and ready themselves. Fushu, it's him. The man that Kiba had fought suddenly arrived at the battlefield. He had the sword Gallatin ready by his side. Someone else also arrived with him, Valper Galilei. Kiba roared so loud that the glass on the park's lights shattered, surprising even me. I didn't think I was that famous and loved. How do you do, devils? A wonderful evening, no? Ajamu, Kusuk, we retreat for now. Valper had the appearance of a short, bespectacled elderly man with gray hair, a mustache, and black eyes, who wore a priest outfit. He also ordered the newly named Ajamu, the one who attacked Kiba, to retreat. Fine, Kusuk agreed, but still didn't like it. He used something on the Excalibur and cut the line from Saji. He grinned at us. I played along for too long, my bad. He'll play more with you all next time. Shouldn't be too long, though. Valper disappeared, and the 2 priests start to run away. Oh no, you don't. Zenobia shouted as she took out her own Excalibur and chased the 2 down. We're going after them, Irina. Yes. A bit flustered, Irina agreed with what Zenobia said and ran after her. You 2 stop, Griselda shouted, but they didn't listen. Cinchuredo, he's at least its super devil in terms of strength. I felt even more blood from Azrael coming from him than ever before. Did that crow give him more blood than the past cryptids? How'd he even survive? I felt uneasy. Jima, enter a shadow. Help them if they're in danger. Once I said that a shadow grunted as he left my shadow and went into Griselda. He should keep them safe. Those 2 are strong. The man named Kusuk, the one who wielded Excalibur rapidly, is at least ultimate class. The one who attacked Kiba, named Ajamu, is at least a super devil or low god class. Wow. Azrael, from what the counselor told me, she and I felt very high amounts of blood coming from him. I would also assume the cryptids I killed in Spain, and as well as numerous cryptids that Team /Dog from Grigori killed had Azrael's blood in them, making them stronger. The counselor? Sona was confused. Yeah, she doesn't know. But now's not the time for that. I need them to prepare. They're definitely in Kuo somewhere, being hidden by Nyarlathotep. We'll tell you a different time, Sona. Both of you need to get prepared. Something big is going to happen. I think Azrael and Kokabil may want to restart the Great War by killing the 2 of you. Why? What do they gain from that? Some beings are not content with peace. They only feel alive when war, fighting, and blood are shed. You'll meet them soon, maybe even tonight. Don't let your guards down. Later that night, everyone was tense in my home. I had sent Kaisel to scout the areas beyond Kuo. I had turned him invisible, obviously, otherwise that would have caused a panic. He didn't find anything, so he returned to my shadow. Sona had started to put a barrier around the academy. As much as I think that's good, it's useless. I'm sorry, Sona. You may be high class, but the beings you'll be facing are a lot stronger than that. Ingvild, Rennie, and I were the ones left here. Kiba had disappeared, and probably ran after Ajamu and Kusuk. Hopefully, Jima helped them if they did catch up. Griselda is also powerful, so I'm not too worried. Thud, thud, rumble, rumble. The 3 of us go outside and see Kusuk slamming himself against my barrier, and Kokabil was in the sky, floating. Kusuk had a huge grin plastered on his face, slamming his body and slashing at the barrier around my home. Let me in, middleman Kuin. This guy was insane. His head was starting to bleed. Where the hell did you find this guy, Valper? How do you do, Red Dragon Emperor? You already know me, Kokabeel. Tonight, we celebrate. Why, you may ask? Because war. War will start. I am also here on behalf of my partner and boss, Azrael, the Angel of Death. Oh, this too. A giant, sickening grin spreads across his face. He throws a body towards us. It was Irina. She goes through the barrier, and I caught her. She was alive. She wasn't that badly hurt, all things considered. Regardless, I healed her, and the pained expression on her softened. Tonight, a full-scale assault on Kuo will take place. Enjoy your time before then, Red Dragon Emperor, devils. Kuahaha. He appeared near Kusuk, and they both vanish. Shit, that's not good. Innocent people will be dragged into this. I put some regeneration spell and healing spell on Irina. She won't be too useful for this, so I snap my fingers and let her sleep in her room in my home. I grab the two girls and teleport us to the academy where both peerages were at. I had gathered everyone up and told them what Kokabeel told me. They looked mortified. So Sona went around the place, double-checking and making the barrier stronger. I had quickly left the academy and went in search for Jima. I went in the general direction of where they chased the priests. There, he was in some sort of prison or trap, sealing him in it. Comptoir. Answer. A sort of sealing technique outer gods can use. You're able to use this to hide beings or things from other outer gods. Nyarlathotep is quite skilled with it, so even I had trouble finding it. Are you kidding me? Dispel this for me, Comptoir. She did so, freeing Jima. Forgive me, my liege. I was suddenly trapped in this spell, and could not help your comrades, nor could I communicate with you. Comptoir. Answer. It also prevents any type of communication. It is no surprise he could not. It's fine, return for now. He did so, and I went back to the academy. I felt uneasy now. When I got back, Rennie and Ingvald approached me. Jean, they'll go put up barriers around Kuo. No, Phil, no. I'm not taking any chances, Rennie. I won't budge on this. I won't let you go alone out there. Even if you're a dragon god in power, that's too risky. They'll go with Rennie then. Ingvald joins Rennie's side. I still can't do it. A high-tier god class and a dragon god class. Maybe they have Iron 2 Omniversal. It should be fine shit. They look like they won't budge. I have Iron Chan with me too. We'll be fine, Jean. Please. Fine. But do it quickly and come back immediately. Otherwise, impersonally and literally going to turn this city upside looking for you. The two of them smile at me and fly away. I touch the ground and teleport all normal humans of Kuo into a separate dimension, while also putting them all into a deep sleep. I evacuated all the town citizens that were normal human beings. They're in a separate dimension. They're safe. They looked a bit bewildered but nodded. Aquino and Grafia come back to us. Rias, President Sona, Grafia, and I just finished contacting both Satan Lucifer and Satan Leviathan. Reinforcements will arrive in an hour, however. Leviathan Sama will be coming here herself. Personally, in a few minutes. She seemed angry. Angry would be an understatement. Grafia, knowing her little sister was in danger, should wipe out Japan itself. I see. Good work, Aquino, and thank you, Grafia. Sona put a hand on her head, seemingly both embarrassed and frustrated. But in the end, she sighed and went away. She said to leave the barrier around Kuo to her and her peerage, the Grimory, and my group will be doing the fighting. Jean-senpai, good luck. Everyone else, too. Saji also wished me and everyone else well as he ran after Sona. All we need to do now is wait, Naya. Yuwa. Va. I don't want to gasp or seem nervous. Everyone did. War isn't something you could just spot willy-nilly. Kokabeel and Azrael were serious about this. Kiba, Zenobia, and Griselda were still not here either, but I could feel their auras rushing towards the academy. Doom! Suddenly, Kokabeel and a woman in a lab coat appeared from Rennie and the Slash Dog Girl's description. That woman is Avetsa. Underneath them was also something strange. In the middle of the school field, there were 4 swords that were releasing extreme lights while floating. Having the swords at the center, there was a suspicious-looking magic circle spread in the whole school field. There was an old man located in the middle of the magic circle. Valper Galilei, that geezer. He was going to fuse them. I'm going to make the 4 Excaliburs into one. Valper said it, as if he found it amusing. Valper, how much longer will it take for the Excaliburs to merge? Kokobeel, who had the moon as a background. He was sitting on a chair up now, in the sky, while looking down on us. Was it the power of a fallen angel that was making the chair float? He was crossing his legs confidently. It won't even take 5 minutes, Kokobeel. Is that so? I will leave it to you. Kokobeel moved his eyes from Valper to Rias, and then me. Is Surzex coming? Or is it Serafal? Or will the middleman personally stop me? In the places of Oni Isama and Leviathan Sumo. Swish. Banning. After the sound of the wind, there was a sound of an explosion that echoed throughout the area. The sound came from the place where the gym is. No, where the gym was. There wasn't even a trace of it. Did it get blown away? Boring. Well, that's okay. It will be entertaining. Kokobeel wiped out the gym with a pillar of light. Talk about flexing, it's much bigger than what was described or what I have seen this guy with Satan class. No, true Satan class. Wasn't he just ultimate class last time? Did Azrael give him more blood? Whatever. It's time started, Avetsa. Hee of course, my babies have been waiting for this for a long time. Rumble, 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 shine, shine. Multiple magic circles appeared all around the town of Kuo, for also appeared inside the school while I made 4 perfected divine beasts. The rest should be around true Satan class. These babies in this school should range from low to high god class. Jean-san. I turn around and see Zenobia, Kiba, and Griselda coming towards us. They finally made it. More ants to kill. Very well. Boom. The 4 divine beasts were summoned around the school. 3 of them were big, and 3 of them were the size of Big Ben, the clock tower in the United Kingdom. That's 96 meters tall. Only one was human-sized. One divine beast was some sort of Godzilla ripoff. The other was a giant bee, almost like Beedrill from Pokemon. The third was like a bunny that looked like from the anime Blood Sea. It looked extremely creepy. And finally, the last one. It looked like Kibbutz Suji Musen. All of them let out powerful auras that shook the entire school. The other monsters that appeared were rampaging across the town of Kuo. I have to reverse time on the town to repair the damages. After this is all over, it can't be helped then. This is a preview of what's to come for the both of you. Get ready. Drake will be doing this first with you. Wait, what? What's happening? All of you, focus on the 4 divine beasts. I have someone else for the other beasts that are rampaging around Kuo. Drake, get out here. Boosted gear. I summon the boosted gear. Normally this technique is only achievable in the future, but screw the rules, I can bypass them. I don't need my Diabolos dragon god form. On my right hand, an arm up high come. Welsh dragon, red dragon of domination. Why Drake gotch. Sheing. Oh. Its thigh is pertiny near. The gauntlet in my hand burst forth with a bright red and light energy. It swallowed up the whole school, no, the whole town of Kuo. A pillar of red and green light. When the light died, down an enormous shadow was covering the academy. Everyone was speechless. Above us was the red dragon of domination in the flesh. Alive, summoned into the world. Fuahaha. I'm alive. Take care of those dumb monsters around Kuo, Drake. We'll deal with the rest here. Hell yeah. On it, partner. Zoom. Boom. Boom. Drake let out a hearty laugh and flew away while destroying cryptids all over town. To be able to summon the Welsh dragon into our realm, you're quite an interesting individual, Red Dragon Emperor. Kokobeel had a huge grin on him. 2 more people joined the battlefield. It was Ajamu and Kusuk. I'm here, old man. Are you done? Kusuk ran towards Valper, followed by Ajamu, who had his crimson sword Gallatin ready. It's complete, Valpers said in a calm tone. Then the 4 Excaliburs that were placed in the center of the school field started giving out incredible amounts of light. Kokobeel started applauding. The 4 Excaliburs are going to become one. It started giving out divine light that spread throughout the school field. I stared at the center of the school field. I saw that the 4 Excaliburs were put on top of each other. Excalibur, that was originally one. It was split into 7, but 4 of them were going to become one. When the bright lights were gone, there was one holy sword at the center of the field giving out a blue-white aura. Because of the light created by the Excalibur when it turned into one, the spell on the ground is also complete. This town will collapse within 20 minutes. The only way to dispel it is by beating Kokobeel. Use the Excalibur in the circle. It shall be the last entertainment. Fight while using the fused Excalibur. Yeah. Geez. My boss sure uses people recklessly. But, it's like I'm so honored to use the Excalibur-chan that has become super wonderful. Something like that. Yuhihi. It will make killing these bats easier. Kusuk put on a crazy smile while holding the Excalibur located at the center of the school field. So he could use it. He did have the factor that he got from Valper. Zenobia then spoke to Kiba. Reis Grimmery's Knight. If the cooperation is still valid, let us destroy that Excalibur together. I have no quarrels with it. Zenobia laughed fearlessly at Kiba's words. Good. It won't be a problem if I collect the fragment of the Excalibur that is acting as the core of it. Since Kusuk is wielding it, that is a holy sword, but it isn't a holy sword. Even if it's a holy sword, it's the same as any other weapon. It changes depending on the person using it. That is a sword of heresy. Someone was laughing at the duo's conversation. It was Valper. Valper Galilei. I am a survivor of the Holy Sword Project. No, I am the one who was killed by you, to be more precise. I have continued living by being reincarnated into a devil. Kiba said calmly to Valper, but his eyes were filled with flames of hatred. Centuredo, I like them so much that they come out of my dreams. Possibly because my heart was fascinated by the legend of Excalibur since I was a child. That's why when I found out that I can't use Excalibur, I went into despair. Valper suddenly started talking about his life. A story about the geezer's past. I held admiration for those who can wield it because I couldn't. That feeling became so powerful that I started an experiment to create those who can use them. Then it was complete. It's thanks to you and the others. What? Complete? You killed all of us when you deemed it a failure. Kiba lifted his eyebrows, seemingly in doubt. But Valper shook his head. I realized that there was an essential factor needed to wield holy swords. So, I used the numerical value of the factors to investigate its capability. Most of the test subjects had the elements, but they didn't have the numerical value needed to wield the Excalibur. Then I reached a conclusion. Is there a way to take out the elements and gather them? I see. I understand now. The thing that is put inside the holy sword wielders when they received a blessing is... Zenobia seemed like she learned the truth and grit her teeth hatefully. Valper continued to talk. That's right, holy sword wielder girl. We take out the holy elements from those who have them and crystallize them. Just like this. Valper took out an orb that was giving out light. It was a shiny orb. It had a holy aura in it. With this, the research on holy sword wielders improved. Even so, those fools from the church banished me for heresy and took away my reports on the research. By looking at you, I see that the project was succeeded by someone. That Michael. Centuredo, to create holy sword users artificially, it required a sacrifice. So Kiba and Zenobia were victims of the project started by Valper. You killed my comrades and took out the elements needed to wield the holy swords? That's right. This orb is from back then. I have used 3 of them on Kusuk, though. This is the last one. Ha. Other guys besides me died because their bodies couldn't synchronize with the elements. If I think like that, that makes me special. If it was just like Kusuk said, then the other ones who stole the Excalibur died. Valper Galilei, how many lives have you sacrificed for your greed and experiments? Kiba's hands were shaking, and there was an aura of anger coming out of his body. What incredible intensity. If you say that, then I will give this orb to you. My research has reached the stage where it is possible to mass produce them in the right environment. First of all, I will destroy this town with Kokobeel. Next, I will gather the legendary holy swords stored around the world. Then I will mass produce holy sword wielders and start a war against Michael and the Vatican with the combined Excaliburs. I'm going to show the result of my research to those foolish angels and their followers who have convicted me. That was the reason why Kokobeel and Valper teamed up. Both of them had hatred towards the angels. Both of them sought war. A match made in heaven, you could say. Valper threw away the orb as if he had lost interest in it. It rolled on the ground and went to Kiba's foot. Kiba leaned down silently and picked it up. He patted the orb sadly, lovingly, and dearly. Everyone. There was a tear on Kiba's cheek. His expression was filled with sadness and anger. Then it happened. The orb that Kiba held started giving out shallow lights. The lights started to spread, and they eventually covered the whole school field. From the ground, there were lights coming out, and it started to form a shape. Then it formed into a proper shape. It took the shape of people. There were boys and girls who were giving out blue-white lights, and they were surrounding Kiba. Were they perhaps? The various powers that are present on this battlefield made the spirits within the orbs appear. Akino muttered, "The demonic swords, holy swords, devils and fallen angels, cryptids, divine beasts, and the two dragons here, Drake and I. Everything was present here. So, it was not weird for this to happen." They looked at Kiba with a dear and sad expression. Everyone, yeah, they were also the ones who were involved in the Holy Sword Project. They were the ones who were disposed of. I have always thought about it. Was it all right that I was the only one that survived? There were those who had more dreams than me. There were those who wanted to live more than me. Is it all right that I am the only one to have a peaceful life? Then one boy's spirit smiled, and it seemed like he wanted to say something. He was moving his lips. I understood what he said, so I translated. "Don't worry about us anymore. You are alive at least." That's what they are saying. There were tears coming out from both of his eyes because it seemed like their thoughts reached him. Then the spirits of boys and girls started to move their lips in a rhythm. They were singing the sacred song. Asia finished my thought out loud. They were singing the sacred song. Kiba started to sing while shedding tears. When they were going through the painful experiment, this was the only thing they obtained to keep their hopes and dreams. This was the only support they had to continue living during their harsh life. Kiba and his comrades had the smiles of innocent children. Their bodies started to glow blue-white. Those lights were getting brighter, with Kiba in the center. We were no good alone. We didn't have enough elements to wield the holy swords. But it will be okay if we are together. Originally, the sacred song was supposed to make devils suffer. There are different types of powers in this place. It wasn't painful for them. Instead, it had a warm feeling. Something warm that was thinking about friends and comrades. You have to accept the holy sword. It's not scary, even if God is watching. Our hearts are always one. Their spirits went up into the heaven, and they turned into a big light that fell down to Kiba. I started to laugh loudly. A few heads turned toward me. I had a giant grin on me. "Jean-senpai, Jean, the night has reached it." Sacred gears change and evolve while using the feelings of their current wielders. That's right. Kiba Yudo, you reached your balance break. The light that split the abyss night looked as if it was giving blessings to Kiba. Kiba Yudo, I had escaped from the hellish nightmare I was subjected to. I was running through a forest when I finally collapsed of exhausting, as well as the poison running through my body. When I got out of the forest, I met her, a high-class devil. "What do you desire?" The crimson-haired girl asked me while she held me. I was on the verge of death, and I mumbled one word: help. I wanted to live. I wanted to avenge my comrades, my friends, my family, to live as a devil. That was the wish of my master, and also my wish. I thought that it was fine, but I couldn't forget my hatred towards the Excaliburs and my comrades' vengeance. No, I could have forgotten about it. I have the best comrades now. Jean-senpai, Kaneko-chan, Gasper-kun, Asia-chan, and Akino-san. They helped me, who was driven by vengeance. I thought about it while searching for the holy sword wielders. They are comrades who would help me. I thought, that isn't this already enough for me? But if my former comrades' spirits are wishing for their vengeance, I can't let go of my demonic swords that carry their hatred. But my thoughts were just released. Centurado, there will be a repetition of the incident that happened to us. I won't let it happen. Valper Galilei, as long as I don't harm you, there will be those who will suffer the same fate as us. It's been said for a long time that research always comes with sacrifices. Haven't you realized that yet? You're too far gone to see any reasoning. Kiba, it's time to move forward. Cut down your past. Valper, and those two psychos with your powers. Jean-senpai, Kiba-senpai. Let's keep getting stronger together. Gasper-kun, do it, Yudo. Finish No, surpass Excalibur, and forge a new path in your life. live for me, your king, Rias Gremory, as you are my knight. You certainly won't be beaten by a phony Excalibur. Kidakon. Fight! As a close friend of Jean, you can overcome anything. President Aquino-san Senpai, do you best. Fight! Kiba-san, Kaneko-chan, Asia-chan, and everyone else following Jean Senpai, cheer me on too. I'm really blessed with new friends and comrades. Everyone, drip, I'm crying again. Jean Senpai will surely make fun of me. I'm being so uncool right now. I ignore the crazy ramblings of the crazy Kasuk. I wiped my tears away and looked forward with brand new determination. I will become a sword. My comrades who have merged with my spirit. Let us overcome it together. The feelings we couldn't say back then. The wishes we couldn't fulfill back then. Right now, right here. I shall become the sword of Rias Gremory and my comrades. Please respond to my feelings now. Sword rebirth. My sacred gear and the spirits of my comrades mixed. It started to align and formed a shape. The demonic power and the holy power were combining. Yes, this feeling my sacred gear. My comrades are telling me this sword was giving out an aura of both demonic and holy properties. Balance breaker sword of betrayer. This sword has received both the powers of light and demonic powers. Have a taste of it. Kasuk. I ran towards Kasuk with all I had, while also using the trait of night. My Godspeed will evolve. Gianting. Gah. He couldn't react on time, and I landed a powerful strike to his midsection. He forcefully pulls himself away and clutches his side with one hand. Ak. A sword that has both properties? Impossible. Don't mess with me. Kasuk lunged back at me, ignoring the amount of blood coming out of his wound. Ting, ting, ting. Why? Why isn't it hitting? This is the fused Excalibur. Why can't I hit you? Kasuk started to use his ice abilities too. Centuredo, she was wielding another holy sword. Durandal, it's a sword that is so famous that it is on par with Excalibur. Why does she have it? Durandal, you are not the wielder of the Excalibur. Not just Valper. Even Kokabeel couldn't hide his astonishment. Wrong. I was originally the wielder of Durandal. I was also chosen as the holder of the Excalibur. That's all. Zenobia made a stance with Durandal. Two-sword style along with the Excalibur. Absurd. According to my research, we haven't reached the stage where someone can wield Durandal. Of course, even in the Vatican, they haven't made someone who can wield Durandal artificially. Then why? Unlike those common artificial holy sword wielders like Irina, I'm a natural-born wielder. Valper became speechless at her words. Unlike us, Zenobia was someone who was blessed to naturally wield the holy sword. Yudokiba, let's end this. I nodded Zenobia. Right? Kasuk was suddenly rooted to the ground. Those chains, Jean Senpai, Zenobia, and I dashed towards Kasuk, who slashed his sword at us. I went faster and knocked the sword from his hands with one strike, putting all my strength into it. Kasuk was thrown back, along with everything in front of me. I hope I didn't hit anyone from the Citri group. Zenobia followed up and struck him down. Dang. Everything. Kasuk, the wielder of the fused Excalibur, fell, taken down by Zenobia Corda and I. So, there was another natural wielder, the man named Ajamu, had been watching idly as he pointed his sword at us. Well met, Durandal wielder. I am the wielder of Gallatin. For two natural-born wielders to be in one place, quite peculiar. Leave him to me, Yudo, Kiba. You have Valpor to deal with, right? Jean Skyward Kasuk is down. All that's left is the divine beast Drake has been busy killing everything else. Not many left. This should be over soon. Greed, Tank, Kaisel, Ejima come. The four shadows come out of my shadow. Take care of the divine beasts. Don't let any of them live. They all nod and disappear. Sheening. Finally. Took you all long enough. Suddenly, a giant magic circle appeared and robed mages came out of them. Those are magicians from the Cows Brigade. They suddenly started launching attacks at everyone else. On your 6. Those guys are high-class magicians. Take them down. Don't hold back. I order everyone else to move, and they did. Rhea started hitting them with her power of destruction spirit gun, taking down the ones hit instantly. I also ran out of use for you. Pierce. Kokabeel suddenly created a light spear and threw it at Valper, striking him down. Had I expected this to happen sooner or later? Can't even trust fallen angel. The last words of Valper were cynical. He took his last breath and died. Kiba stood there in shock. Clang! Clang! Kiba, help Zenobia. She's fighting someone that's a super devil like you. Yes. With his sword of betrayer in his hands, he quickly dashed towards Ajamu and Zenobia. He will need to use everything he had to fight him on equal terms. It seems like my babies are being eliminated quite quickly. I shall retreat for now. Good luck, Kokabeel. With that, Avetsa vanished, seemingly leaving the job to Kokabeel. Doom, it's done. I look at all 4 divine beasts, and my shadows had quickly killed them off. Kaisel had taken on the Beedrill divine beast. The thing now was on the ground, all burnt up dead. Jima had taken on the Godzilla ripoff. Jima struck the creature down with his trident. Tank stood triumphantly over the bunny he had defeated. The bunny lay broken on the ground with Tank standing over it. Greed had struck Musin down, having overpowered him completely. Looks like the knockoff Musin was nothing to Greed. Stay with them. Take them down again if they somehow come back. The shadows nod and remain where they were. Everything's going awry. Dang. Itche, where's boss when you need him? Kokabeel seemed a lot calmer than I would have thought. Does he have a trump card or something? How about this then? So many great fighters here. I'm a lot more surprised at how much stronger the little sister of Lucifer is. You have my praise, Bat. Rias glared at Kokabeel's remark. Everyone else was busy killing off the mages who kept coming through the magic circle. Chiron and Aquino had joined Kiba and Zenobia in fighting Ajamu. The guy was struggling now. Not only did he have to defend with his sword, but he also had to dodge Senjutsu and lightning attacks from Chiron and Aquino. When he tried to use his plant manipulation, Aquino burned them instantly. She isn't interfering, hell, why hasn't she done anything so far? It's strange, another wicked smile spread across Kokabeel's face. Tell me, how can you lot keep fighting when the master you serve is long gone? What are you talking about? Rias was staring at Kokabeel with a frown. Everyone else quickly killed their enemies to listen to what the crow had to say. Fuhaha. Fuhaha. That's right. I totally forgot. The truth wasn't revealed to you lower guys. Then I will tell you. In the war between the 3 sides, not only did the 4 great Satans die, but so did God. You've been serving a dead God for so many years. Do you not wonder why he hasn't answered any of your prayers? Kokabeel kept on laughing like a maniac. He even started to clutch his stomach with how much he was laughing. I see Asia fall to her knees with a look of despair. Griselda was beside her and put a hand on her shoulder. Lies. Those are lies. Further away, Zenobia, who was battling Ajamu, had stopped. She had stood still looking at Kokabeel in disbelief. No, everyone was, even the magicians that were coming out of the magic circle, even Ajamu. What? How can the god of the Bible be dead? Ajamu asked Kokabeel. The fallen angel just shrugged. Beats me. Truth is, he's dead. Gone. Blip. God doesn't exist. God is dead. Then the love we were giving him is. Kokabeel laughed at Asia's despair. That's right. It's normal that there is no love from God and no divine protection from him. God is gone already. Michael is certainly doing well. He's taking the place of God and is taking care of the angels and humans. Well, if the system used by God is operating, then the prayer to God, the blessing of God, and exorcism would function. But if you compare it to the time God was present, the number of believers and miracles decreased. That holy demonic sword Brad over there was able to create the holy demonic sword because the balance between God and the Satans broke. In reality, holy and demonic powers cannot merge. If the ones who rule the power of holy and demonic powers, God and the Satans, disappear, then lots of unique phenomena occur. He still had a smirk on him as he let that fact sink in for everyone. The magicians in the air even looked at each other, not too sure in what to do. It's Cow's Brigade. They will definitely spread this. They need to die. You, Red Dragon Emperor. You don't look surprised at all. He cocked a brow at me, and I shrug. I knew. Before I met up with Michael in heaven, Before becoming the middleman, I already knew of his death. I have my ways of getting information. Fuhahaha. Interesting. So, that's why you do not look shocked. He grins. Those divine beasts were certainly powerful in their own right. Those shadow beings you have were much more powerful than them. However, Cinchuredo who blew you away? Hee-ha-ha-ha. He's here. Cocabeal started to laugh maniacally again. He? Does he mean Azrael? So the one who launched Drake all the way back here was him? That's impressive. To be able to hit the Welsh dragon with so much force to launch him back to Kuo Academy. Grafia was in awe, and Drake gave her an awkward smile. Partner, I took care of the monsters around Kuo, but could only save one. Save one? What the hell are you talking about? He turned into a blue ball of light and came beside me. From the light was an injuring Wild. Ingvild. I quickly touch her and heal her. She wasn't in any life-threatening danger. Her injuries weren't that bad. Drake, did you protect her? Wait, where's Rennie? Drake, the ball of light went inside me. Drake, where's Rennie? I got no answer. Drake, I swear to all that is where is she? But I still got no answer. Who? So you're the Red Dragon Emperor? Huh? Another voice came. I was holding Ingvild as her breathing had returned to normal. She was mostly sleeping now. Coratia, look after her. Coratia came out of the ring and stood defensively in front of Ingvild and the rest of my allies. I turned to the voice, and it was another Fallen. Azrael, glad you could join me. What's that? Azrael had a wide grin on him as he looked at me and tossed something my way with a smirk. Missing something? Red Dragon Emperor? Rennie. The girls screamed as they watched her body come towards me. I jumped up and caught her, holding her close, not want to let her go. Rennie felt cold. She was badly wounded. I reached toward her. Barato. Answer. Lavinia Rennie is alive, beginning the process of healing. Shiying. Help her. Answer. Healing successful. Her life is no longer in danger, Jean. Jean? Jean. Jean. Rennie, you'll put my trust in you, Jean. Rennie, my heart feels strange when I'm with you. It hurts and I get the butterflies in my stomach. Every time you praise me, I can't describe how happy I get. Even sharing that hotel room with you and resting beside you was the best sleep I had in a very long time. Rennie, I mean it, Jean. I want to be with you. Forever. I wasn't too sure about my answer a month ago, but right now, I'm certain of my answer. Rennie, in the future. When we have that forever. Can we? Rennie back then in Grigori now, or the future. My answer will remain the same, Jean. I want to be with you forever. Please? MMM together with Jean, forever. I love you, it's my fault. You got hurt because of me, because of my negligence power output. Outer God. One Akino Himajima, fuhaha. RR. The Red Dragon Emperor has gone silent. Cocabeal kept laughing after one of my best friends was seriously injured. She wasn't killed. I refuse to believe that. Jean, Jean, Jean. Everyone else was shouting his name. He hasn't responded, yet he's been cradling Rennie in his arms without saying a word. I can't see his expression at all. Shing. Si Contour? KHH. Contour seemed to be worried. Did something happen to Jean? What happened, all of you? Help me with this barrier. Any help would do. Please. I'm not everybody else. The rest of Rias Peerage, everyone else in Jean's group, were covered with some kind of aura, a shield. Hurry. Barato shouted at us. Jean's shadows had frozen on the spot. They looked unsure of what to do. But one by one, they started to kneel from where they were. Even the new woman that came from his ring, Coratia, had a look of terror on her face. She started to kneel as well. What is FWSHHH? Jean got up, an ominous aura surrounding him. What is this? I'm scared. Something is this the power of an outer god? Jean held Rennie protectively. It's the same feeling. Ingvild knew everyone else was shaking, but Ingvild was doing better than the rest of us. Jean, please come out of it. Jean still said nothing. He looked up at the two Fallen as they had stopped laughing. A look of pure terror and panic on both their faces. Jean opened then closed his right hand. Cocabeal was struck down in an instant. What happened? He hasn't lost control. Barato couldn't find the word she was looking for, but she was clearly unsure of what to do. She was panicking like the rest of us, a supercomputer panicking. It sounds funny when saying it a calm and controlled rage. We all look over at Grafia, who is helping Kuntwar maintain a barrier she had erected. Why you? You're the same as my goddess. Azrael screamed at Jean, a slow realization dawning on him. Chapter 3, Part 1. Change in 5 years. What is this? Did a being become a god? This feels like divinity, but a bit sickening. Find where this is coming from. Heaven Michael and Gabriel were in his office discussing something when something didn't feel right. What is this? Jean? Jean? Gabriel started to panic and started to scream her lover's name. Michael was shocked this power, this feeling, was from Jean. Why? What happened? Gabriel. Sister, please explain. She kept shaking her head and ran out the room. Gabriel. You're a Kyoto High. Jean. Yasaka had hugged her daughter Kunu. They felt this feeling before. They knew it all too well since they felt it once before from a man called Jean. Why? What happened? Yasaka looked over to the door that linked their home in Kyoto to Jean's home in Kuo. She wasn't sure in what to do. Land of Feo. Oh, what is this? It's quite sickening. Hey Titania, do you know what it is? My boat is already shaking. Haha. Titania frowned. She didn't know what or who this was coming from, but she was concerned for her kingdom. Oberon. All right, let's take this seriously for once. Ask our 9 realms. Oh, to think someone could produce such power. Ho ho ho. I'm getting old. Odin's 3 sons looked at the table in front of them with concern. They all had the same thought. Who is this coming from? Rosweiss was fidgeting beside Odin, and it caught his attention. Rosweiss, is something wrong? Odin-sama, I have to go. Odin stopped her. Not unless you tell me why. Jean. This is from Jean. I have to go. Odin and everyone else in the room looked quite surprised. This overwhelming aura was coming from Jean? The young lad is angry, troubled, I would assume. All right, go. Rosweiss nodded and hurriedly left the palace to her home. She had to get something first and then go to Kuo. Grigori, what the hell? Azazel was in the middle of a meeting with Valley when the both of them felt an enormous amount of energy spike. That it has a hint of dragon. It has to be Jean. He is my rival after all. You knew. Who wouldn't after he revealed himself when fighting the Devil Riser Phoenix? Fair enough, are you going? I was originally going to send you to get Kokobeel back. Yes, I'm going. Azazel nodded and sent Valley on his way. Underworld Seraphal, you don't need to leave. The reinforcements are ready. Surzex tried to persuade his fellow Satan not to leave, but she was adamant. Nothing was going to change her mind. While he also wanted to go personally, he didn't think it was necessary. Her sister and everyone else, Jean, was there. It was fine. No. Surzex John. I'm going. No one's going to STO high. Seraphal flinched as she felt the same feeling from before. What is this? Is the Ouroboros dragon fighting someone? Perhaps that thing? We must prepare, wherever this energy is coming from. They may attack us. No. That's Jean. What happened? I'm going. Now I'm really going. Seraphal lost her magical girl clothing and changed back to her business attire. She was concerned for her own sister and now her future boyfriend. Jijin. What? What he showed before wasn't his full power. Incredible. Even Falbium was on alert now. His lazy attitude was nowhere to be seen. Full power? This is just one if what Jean told me was true. Back in Kyoto, Seraphal teleported away using her own magic circle. 1%. Surzex, Ajuka, and Falbium looked at each other with concern. What in the world is happening over there? Yes. Come on, little brother. Show me what you can do. Show me how strong you are. Show me how angry you can get. Come on. Keep going. Kuo Academy Akino Himejima. The same as his goddess. The other outer god is the one helping Azrael. The other outer that was awake. Jean points his hand at Azrael doing. Azrael was slammed into the ground. Something kept him from getting up. He struggled to push himself up. Did Jean change the gravity around him? We could see his face now. The light in his eyes was gone. He looked so emotionless. He looked sharply at Ingvild, making her flinch. No, he was looking at her shadow, Baru. She immediately saw a shadow soldier emerge from her shadow. Of course, my liege. Jean puts Rennie down as Baru immediately put his hands above her, and a bright green light started emitting from his palms. He turned around and faced Azrael. His horrified look had not left him. Jean slowly walked toward the fallen and picked him up by his neck with his left hand. "Don't mess with me. I have the power of a dragon god." Smack! Jean struck Azrael with incredible force, completely shattering his body in a single blow. The shockwave generated by the strike devastated that part of Kuo. Everything on Jean's left side, that part of the town, was wiped out. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared from the ground. Azrael came out of the circle. He was as shocked as we were. Was this his resurrection ability? What? You brought me back to Lee Splat. Jean struck Azrael again, and he was defeated. This isn't like you, Jean. Please come out of it. Again, Azrael was resurrected. This time, he moved and attacked Jean. His attack didn't reach him. It stopped. What? No. Azrael was struck down again. This repeated for the next few minutes. Jean silently defeated Azrael over and over again. The angel of death somewhere down the line gave up fighting back and let it happen to him. He kept muttering to himself why his goddess wasn't helping him. Without a word, Jean kept killing him. Jean then summoned a rabbit? Why? The rabbit started to multiply by the hundreds. No. Cinchuredo, Azrael's body stopped struggling. He fell still once more. The fallen angel looked even more horrified at Jean. He cried out again, unable to move since Jean bound him to the ground with chains. Russell. Rennie woke up. Rennie. I was the only one who hadn't gotten up and helped Kuntuar with the barrier. Even the Citri peerage, who had no idea who she was helping him useless. I scurried over to Rennie and started checking her for any other injuries. The Citri peerage and everyone else who experienced this for the first time were covered in cold sweat. It seemed that the auras covering us were protecting us. Even now, he's still. You're okay. I hugged her as she looked confused at me. Jean? What's wrong with Jean? Rennie, do you know what happened to you? Rennie was concerned for Jean, even though she was heavily injured, probably nearly died too. I was fighting someone. He said he was Azrael. Drake Chan and Ingvild were also helping me, as well as Iron Chan. We were losing. He was toying with us. The ring I couldn't call Jean. Neither could Drake. It's like something was stopping us, keeping us hidden, keeping our battle hidden. The other outer god. It was stopping Jean from finding out. Jean said he and Kuntuar couldn't find her, so she used the same ability in the area where they were fighting. Are we lost in we? I sent Drake Chan away with Inchan. She was very injured. After that, it was all a blur. Iron Chan and I tried fighting him. Iron Chan was having an easy time until he was trapped in something. He couldn't move, and I couldn't hear him. I had to fight Azrael by myself. His power felt like Ophis and Irene, but a little bit weaker, but stronger than me. The ring, it didn't work. Something stopped it. I nodded to her, and then I relayed what happened to her and why Jean's like that. We need to stop him, but before she could move further, Baru stopped her from moving any further. My liege has told me not to let you near him. My apologies, Ice Princess Lavinia Summa. Baru looked serious. He was glaring at us. If we took a step further, he would probably knock us out and stand by guarding us again. I felt as if the other shadows and the being called Koratia would do the same. She looked pleased watching Jean be so aggressive towards that fallen angel. Jean pulled his arm back. No, Jean, don't do that. Barato tried to stop Jean, but he didn't listen. No, she couldn't. She was the one in charge of maintaining the barrier. Boom! His punch was stopped by something, an invisible barrier. The shockwave was also stopped, so the area in front of him stayed intact. Not time yet, little brother Shing. Jean was gone, and so was Azrael. The entire academy, the entire town. The whole area was in a state of complete disaster. The houses, the surroundings, everything was destroyed. It was like the apocalypse had begun. Jean. Rennie had started to struggle wildly as she clawed the ground in front of her, bawling her eyes out. I could feel hot tears streaming down my own face. I'm heading there. We will be back to repair everything. Kuntuar told everyone as we stared in shock at her. She then vanished. Jean, please come back. Jean skyward. Where is this? A woman in a red chi-pao was floating in front of me. In the middle of her dress was an open spot with a red eye. Her belly button was also exposed. She had black hair, sharp red eyes, and tentacles were coming out from behind her. She also had a Shan in the color red with red eyes on them. They slowly blinked at me. She felt like a god, an outer god. Is this Nyarlathotep? Comptoir. Answer. It is. She is the outer god Nyarlathotep. Partner. Save it. Drake. That conversation is for later. All right. Let's talk later. I can finally meet you in person, little brother. How was it? My silly pranks. They were great, right? Is she insane? Are the other outer gods like this? Bashita-san? You call nearly killing M.Y. Rennie a prank? A joke? Power output. Outer god. 50 blip. Boom. I disappear and reappear in front of her. She had a very excited look on her face, clearly eager to see what I was going to do. I sent a punch her way. She put her hand out to block it. Doing. My, little brother, you're quite vicious. That's why I love you. That was a pretty powerful punch. If Azathoth hadn't intervened, half of this multiverse would be gone, as expected of his successor. She smacked her barato again. PSSSDT. My cheek had been cut and blood was coming out of it. Was she able to bypass my true infinity? She's dangerous. I should go full power comptoir. Answer. You two will be stopped by Azathoth. Outer gods are not meant to fight. Ah, is it your system you were talking to? Hi, System Sean. Give me Gene Sean. He's all mine now, and I'll never let him go. I love him. So excited. She was bouncing around energetically. Why do I always meet weirdos wherever I go? Please, little brother, come and stay with me. We can be together, free done. Don't say that word. Hearing you say it makes me sick. Huh. This arm will take time to regenerate. I love that temper, little brother. How about we give you a new title? About the true dragon of domination and annihilation. I say it has a nice ring to it. No? Nyarlathotep's right arm was missing, but it was slowly regenerating. My punch at 50 power did that much damage. I should start using techniques, and skills come up. Papazoth is here. Such a shame. Well, you to just send out punches at half your full power. That certainly troubled the multiverse. Hee, I don't care. You need to disappear. Comptoir. Answer. Jean, stop. Ignoring Barato, I dashed towards Nyarlathotep again. When I was about to launch an attack at her, my body froze. BZZZT. I felt like some form of electric shock just hit my body. Halt! Let me hit her. She needs to be stopped. Boom! A mix of draconic power and outer power exploded from my body. So much animosity, it's all for me. I love it. Honey ho hoo, I look at her in fury, as I never felt this much anger in my life. She suddenly flings Azrael into a portal. He still has his uses, even after you traumatized him a little. What do you call this? A reoccurring villain? Well, he's useless now, but still. He can be used as a power source. Look forward to more powered-up villains in your world, honey. Nyarlathotep waved at me and jumped into a portal of her own. She got away. Free pass. Free pass. Forget you. I don't care about any of that. I should have just died without being reincarnated at the very least. She wouldn't have been hurt that way. I can't get the image out of my head. Now, all this shit is happening. They'll all be dragged into it. Partner, let's go home. Yes, everyone is waiting, Jean. Comptoir. Answer. We cannot find her, Jean. Please go home to your family. No time has passed. Maybe she was feeling playful today, so she didn't separate you from your companions for thousands or even millions of years by changing the time dilation. Open a portal back. Barato obliged and created a portal for me to pass through. I will come to find you, and when I do, things will be different. They'll make you suffer, Nyarlathotep. 2 months later, pocket dimension, Lavinia, Rennie Jean, boom. Boom. Don Don. Everyone was worried about him. Our Jean. When he first came back, he wouldn't stop hugging me or apologizing. He kept blaming himself for what had happened. I told him that it was because I was weak. He shut that down really quickly. He immediately restored the destroyed Kuo, got rid of the cryptic corpses, and put the residents into their homes. Not too long after, reinforcements arrived, as well as a Seraphal Leviathan. Jean relayed what had happened to her and told her he had everything under control. However, she seemed skeptical, but the stare Jean gave made her back up and accept what he said. We asked him what had happened, and he assured us that everything was fine. He said he would be making more plans just in case something like that happened again, but added that he didn't want anything like that to occur again. Due to my recklessness, I almost lost our forever together. But as usual, he blamed himself. Look at him go. I looked to my side, and Drake Chan had appeared. During the 2 months that had passed, Jean revived both heavenly dragons within him, the two of them now having human forms. Yeah, he's pushing himself, even though he told him not to carry everything by himself. Albion Chan also appeared beside me. Albion Chan took the form of a young man with medium-length white hair, which covers his forehead and runs down to his nape. He also has icy blue eyes. He also had a muscular build. He wore an expensive-looking white and silver tuxedo with a blue tie. Drake Chan is a tall, muscular man with red hair and amber eyes. His red hair is kept short, ruffled, and spiked. This is done by having 2 strands of hair near the opposite sides of his head falling over his face, as well as distinct sideburns. He wears a black, leather jacket with a fur collar and a white V-neck underneath. He wears dark blue denim jeans held up by a simple brown belt. This belt is attached to a silver chain attached from the belt to his back pocket, paired with black shoes to top off the rest of his outfit. Drake Chan looked like a delinquent old man, while Albion Chan looked like a young man from a high social class family. Why did you even choose to look like that? Drake Chan looked at his rival, now turned friend. Albion Chan did the same. The two of them stared at each other looking like they might start a fight. No fighting. I reprimand the both of them. My bad. Sorry, Ice Princess. Jean turned both his sacred gears into homes the 2 dragons could return to. They were more or less like the places Irene, Ophis, and Coratia lived in. The 2 of them could change how the inside of their homes looked or add things they want. The 2 of them preferred to live there. Even though Jean offered them rooms in his home, these 2 are very loyal supporters and brother figures to Jean. They talk to him a lot and give him advice, especially in the last 2 months. Zenobia Corda has also joined us in here. She changed into a devil and joined Rias Chan's peerage. She also moved into Jean's home and had apologized over and over again to Asia. She had been training nonstop since we came here. We're 4 months into our 5-year training session in here. We won't be taking breaks. This was the first time Jean became a bit forceful with us. He didn't take no for an answer. We understood why, so we had no problems going back. The same could be said for the ones who were there. However, Yasaka, Rosweiss, Gabriel, and Kunu, who had come to Kuo immediately the same night of the incident, were informed. I had called Natsum and Shigyun. They were also confused about the power spike Rias-chan informed Latia, and Akino told Suzuko. Jean also changed the properties of Rias' evil pieces. He made so that she could reincarnate gods or god-class beings or individuals who had god-class powers. He hinted that Rosweiss may join in the future. He told that to me in confidence. I don't think she will, but I'm not sure. Well, we better get back to hunting. I want to reach a new height in power. Yeah, the 2 dragons agreed and flew away. They knew how Jean felt. Even though they were alive again, they were still connected to him. Therefore, they felt what he felt and vice versa. Mainly emotions, not physical pain. That's what Comptoir told us. Jean also created more beings like Coratia. 3 in total, 2 more females, and 1 male who obeyed him and were as powerful as Coratia. Coratia was in Jean's ring, and so was the male. He was rather intimidating to look at or be around. The other 2 were a lot more outgoing. Both were human. One was a maid. Grafia wasn't too happy about it. But when the 2 of them worked together, they got many of the house's chores done together and talked about household tasks. The other one was an upbeat girl. She was also inside Jean's ring. According to Jean, he may put her in the dimensional gap to serve as another protector. Apparently, she was created to be an ultimate human like the maid. She's an upbeat girl who was a mage. However, the maid was an assassin of sorts. She mainly used daggers and strings to fight, as well as magic that complemented her style of fighting. The upbeat girl was a magician of sorts. She could use all types of magic, all types of elements, and was a master at it. The man could control and create dragons, similar to Coratia. He had the aura of a leader or ruler. However, they both bow their heads, and follow Jean without question. The man has outright said he would follow Jean to the ends of time to do his bidding. That's how much they respected him. The upbeat girl and maid were in the same boat. The maid was assigned to look after Yasaka and Kunu. She lived with them in Kyoto too. It apparently made things easier for them. Jean, he became very overprotective of us. It's not over the top, but anything or being he deems a threat is almost instantaneously dealt with. Case in point, there were a few magicians that appeared within Kuo's borders. Jean located them, found out their intentions, and killed them. If they had a sacred gear, he would either keep it or send them back to heaven. Before killing them, he would read their memories. But they almost never had anything useful. Jean so far hasn't kept any sacred gear he found on them. He deemed them useless and said he could create the same thing and give it more potential. It's almost like Jean has two personalities. If he sees anything as serious or business, he'll have that face on. Jean usually had a relaxed, almost aloof expression, ready for anything but didn't take things too seriously. That was when he spoke to Seraphal. That was the stare I'd seen in a way. It was the business Jean. But any time at home or with us as close friends, his group, it's the usual Jean, but it almost seemed forced. No, that's not the right word. It's like his heart isn't into it. Jean is definitely depressed. We all tried comforting him over the last 2 months, but he's given us the answer of it's me. It's all on me. Not any of you. I'm sorry, ITLL, take a while to get back to the old me. No one blames him for what has happened. Even Kuntuar said it was beyond their control. It pains me and the other girls to see him this way. Even the 2 dragons, as well as Gasperkuin and Kibakuin. Centurado. He has a preference for ending them as quickly as possible, and this is referring to actual fights. He still holds back and drags it out when we request to spar with him. He always looks sad when sparring. Rennie, come on, let's train. We can try again with Jean tonight. I turn to see Suzaku shake my shoulder. Natsum and Shigen were also there. They all had strained smiles on them. Yeah, we can try soothing him at night again. Jean, skyward, boom. I was sparring with Igris and Baru. I matched their power, and we have been fighting for I don't know how long. I couldn't go up in power until I evolve. I had to evolve at any cost back then. Azathoth apparently was satisfied with how I handled things, so he gave me a pass, whatever that means. I haven't had any dreams or voices at all. He also hasn't shown up yet. I'm eager to speak with him. I had officially revived the 2 heavenly dragons, as well as created more beings that were loyal to me. I had one that was a maid and assigned her to Yasaka and Kunu. She mostly stays with them. She's only in my home when those 2 are. The other 2 are in my ring, not counting Koratia since she was made before them. Don, Kochhaing, Dang, Clang. My fists collide with Barris and Igris' sword. The clashes between us produce powerful shock waves. I had erected a barrier between us. Kuntuar, answer. Gina is around lunchtime. The 2 shadows and I disengage. That will be all for now. Well done. The 2 bow and go back to Aquino and Ingvild. I will be making more shadows and beings in the future. I just need to find good candidates for them. I turn around and dispel the barrier. I flash step around the pocket dimension to check on everyone's progress. They have grown in power, especially Zenobia. It has been 4 months, and she has climbed up to the peak of ultimate class. After the incident, she became a devil. Irina and Griselda returned to the Vatican. I gave her my phone number, so if anything happens, she can get in touch with me. Zenobia was obviously expelled from the church, so Rias and I took her in. She currently lives in my home. It's lunch, let's go in. In response to my announcement, the monsters ceased spawning, and the ones left were killed by the ones who were fighting them. I go in first, and the being I created was already finishing making lunch. Jin-sama. She smiled at me and bowed. I nod at her and join her. I start helping her get the food on their plates. This is just some plain old sandwiches of varying tastes. I had taken account of everyone's preferences. I see. Well done, Sharon. Yes, the maid I created, Sharon Kreuger. She was what I call the ultimate or perfect human, but in a way, they're considered gods due to their abilities. Sharon is a young woman with turquoise eyes and lavender hair, reaching her neck. In her default appearance, Sharon wears an elaborate dark violet maid's outfit with a white apron, leather knee-length boots, and a brown leather corset around her torso. She utilizes an unusual ornate knife with demonic patterns in red all over the blade. The hilt is covered in several small round blades. She also uses steel wires in battle, with the light often seen reflecting from them when entering a combat situation. Sharon displays herself as a humble and cheerful woman, devoted entirely to me, as well as my inner circle. She never makes any objections to orders given by me, and rarely finds herself conflicting with anyone unless she goes out of her way to tease them. Her devotion to me is so profound that she freely offers her services to anyone on good terms with me, including my inner circle, Kiba, Gasper, and the like. A maid whose multitasking abilities reach no end, Sharon performs extraordinary feats of organization and housework. Upon revealing her proficiency in combat, she shows a fierce and merciless edge toward her enemies. Sharon displays a visible and complete hostility towards anyone I consider an enemy. She also has an unusually high tolerance for alcohol and is capable of drinking down bottles of such drinks with no apparent side effects. I did not give her those abilities. How she got them, I do not know. Perhaps Contour did something during her creation? A nod to the original, perhaps? Chua had been staring at her, and she suddenly gave me a kiss on the cheek. I was not aware of giving her the female beings I created any kind of affection to me apart from loyalty. However, they have displayed them quite clearly. The only male so far does not cross that line. However, he is very devoted to me as well. Sharon is being quite bold with Jean for a maid. Yasaka first came in and commented on what Sharon had done. As I nodded to her, I teleported all the food onto the table. That troubles me, Jean-sama. If you do these things, it will hinder my job as a maid. Sharon pouted, and I nod. Grafia has also said the same things to me before, during the 4 months. We'll try to correct or stop that then. Everyone started to pile into the dining room, and we all had lunch. Everyone was in a good mood, probably. Drake and Albion were there, happily eating the food provided to them. That's the one thing they enjoy apart from fighting each other or hunting down monsters to get stronger. Nighttime, I was in the open bath near midnight. Everyone else had already taken theirs, including Drake and Albion. They had gone back to their respective sacred gears and are probably sleeping. Fuwa. I let out a tired sigh. These days it feels like I have some sort of invisible weight on my shoulders, as well as on my chest. It feels nostalgic depression. This is what I'm experiencing right now. I was probably depressed in my past life. With that voice I heard. Tap, tap, tap. I had been looking at the water. I had noticed someone was here. I also recognized their aura. I look up, still feeling guilty. Rennie. She smiled at me. Yeah, that smile. I don't want to lose any of them. I don't want to lose any of them. Rishi had reached me and hugged me. The girls have been showering me with love and affection these last 2 months. Even now, for months later, I return it back, but they're not dumb. They know that my entire being isn't into it. I feel bad. Cinchuredo. She gently grabs my head and puts it to her chest. No, she had me just above her heart. Can you hear it? Can you feel it, Jean? Yeah, I can hear your heartbeat. We both fell silent, my head on her chest, just listening to her heartbeat. Rennie, I messed up. I want to get better at this living and being responsible thing. I'm really bad at it. Honestly, I have no idea how the hell I've managed until now. Nearly losing you gave me a reality. Check 'em. She tightened her hug on me, and I did the same. Instead of just resting my arms loosely, I had wrapped them fully around her. Stay with me until the end. Please, not until the end. Always. Always then. When we stayed in each other's embrace, I could feel some tears coming from her. I don't like seeing her cry or sad, but the way I am right now. Cinchuredo, she had officially breached Ultimate Class a few months ago, and she had been slowly mastering her new powers. She was currently using a normal demonic sword that Kiba had created. She was swinging her sword with precision and full of her current power. They felt heavy. She had her feelings in them in those strikes and slashes. I wanted to see the compatibility of Zenobia and Grand Chariot. Yeah, that's right. Zenobia Corda was the one I had planned on giving this sacred gear to. Her defense was subpar. She only had more when she used that, but I don't know if he'll use that with anyone for now anyway. Shatter. When Zenobia slashed down on me with her demonic sword, I shattered it with a punch. She grunted and summoned her Durandal. She didn't need a chant then, not yet. She dashed back towards me and swung Durandal down. I blocked it with a finger. When I did, I pushed her back and she was blown away quite far. She got up a bit shakily and grinned at me. She sucked some air in and dashed back. What a determined girl. Cinchuredo, she focused on getting more raw power. Next up was more training with Durandal. That's what we discussed. She and Yudo got along and made amends, and they were also part of the same peerage now. So they had to. Next up is the peace conference, as well as the attack by Cow's Brigade and Valley after that summer holidays. Trip to the underworld, more training for the Grimoire peerage, and the Grimoire versus Citri rating game. I have a lot in store after the peace conference. I'll be going back to Ireland, Kyoto, and perhaps more factions or pantheons will reach out to me for an alliance. All right, I'll go train with someone else then. She bows and flew away with her devil wings. Once she stabilizes her power, I'll gift her the sacred gear, so she can train with it too. I'm curious about how she'll evolve. Will she achieve break down the beast? Or will she go another path? Nighttime I was cooking with Sharon, Grafia, and Aquino. I gave them the recipes that I wanted to make tonight. They were nothing special, just a few ones I mixed together in the past and hadn't gotten around to making them. Jean-sama, this is finished. Great, thanks. Sharon put the bowl in front of me and went to help Aquino. A small rivalry had formed between Grafia and Sharon. She had confided in me that she feels a bit inferior to her, not just in raw power in battle, but as a maid too. I have spent quality time with my partners. I wouldn't want to neglect that. Am I doing it out of love or obligation? I would like to think it's out of love. Sizzle sizzle pa, here you go, Jean-sama. Thanks. I was about to ask someone to pass me the pepper, but Sharon read me like an open book. I could see it annoyed Grafia a little. This is healthy, right? The perfect maid Grafia Lucifuge, who loves being a maid, was shown up by Sharon. It's a healthy rivalry. HA is so delicious. Add some alcohol to it, and it's even better. Rossweiss was already drunk. I had told Sharon to keep alcohol away from her, because too much and she'll fly off the handles. It's fine. Cinchuredo, a few pities, but most were feeling bad for her, as she'll have a nasty hangover the next day. Choo-choo-choo-choo-choo-goo. I was stuck with her, as she showered me with kisses on the cheek while hugging me. The rest were doing their own thing. Sharon had poured tea for everyone, as it had been around an hour after dinner. We were just unwinding. I do admit that an honest Rossweiss was quite cute. She was stuck to me with the smell of alcohol very much present. My cheeks will also smell like alcohol too. I can increase your tolerance or outright remove it. I had suggested those to her before, but she's still thinking about it. It's her choice. I won't force it on her, but I am worried about her well-being, as she does tend to puke after too heavy of drinking. I snap my fingers and make the alcohol rose had disappear. She seemed a bit surprised and started to protest, but I stepped in and guided her away from the table. Come on, let's get you some water and an early night. You'll thank me in the morning. Nia. She had leaned against me and started adding Naya to whatever she said. I just sat back while letting her do what she wished. Drunken Rossweiss. You will definitely remember this tomorrow and be embarrassed at yourself. This isn't the first time I have seen Rossweiss drunk. However, it is always interesting to look at. She is always strict when sober, but when drunk she's a lot more honest with herself. Yeah, we noticed that a lot, Naya. Zenobia had been staring at Rossweiss and I as she gave her opinion on the woman. Everyone was in agreement. Will she need to be sober or drunk to confess to me? No, she's confessed multiple times. I just haven't given her an answer, whether she was drunk or sober. Is this my fault? There's a high chance. I agree. I will respond then. I look at the drunken Rossweiss as she did the same, a very goofy smile on her, still drunkenly oblivious to how she is right now, or what is about to be done to her. I kiss her on the cheek. She freezes and goes red. It seemed like she immediately sobered up. What are you doing, Kropka? Yeah, she sobered up. I tilt my head at her, confused. Responding to you? Rose got up and ran away from me, screaming loudly. Did I do something wrong? Did I push too fast? Rose-chan needs to come to terms herself. Maybe that was a push in the right direction, Jean. Yasaka sighed and told me that she and Rossweiss were good friends. Rossweiss always was in all the friend groups in here, whether that be Grafia, Yasaka, or Irene's group. The Slash Dog Girls, the Grimmery Peerage, or any random groups mixed together. She felt out of place at times. She's just 19 years old. After all, she's not that old. I'm not old. How did she even hear me? I should follow her. Give her time, partner. She needs to accept those feelings of hers. If you push too hard, they'll reject it. Very well. I look at Yasaka, and she nods. With Kunu and Ophis in tow, they leave to get Rossweiss. Ophis, the day after that happened, she became weird. No, clingy at times. A being who had trouble conveying her own feelings or understanding others, became worried about me. It was strange, and it still is. She, like the others, insists on staying close to me if not all the time, then nearby whenever she can. The one who gave her a new home had a drastic change, and seemed not like himself. Can you even blame her for being worried? Point taken. But I do see this as a good change. She's more open to the others, conveying or at the very least trying her best to speak or describe how she's feeling if she doesn't know what it is. No one truly stops growing. We will always grow in one way or another. Take us, for example. We still quarrel, but not to the point of leaving destruction in our wake when we're in our human or dragon forms when out and about. Yeah, partner. We still fight, wanting to see who's stronger, but we do keep in mind our surroundings and who's around us. I don't want to die again if I piss you off. Drake let out an awkward laugh. Don't worry, Drake. I will probably annoy you a bit if you do hurt them. Nothing too bothersome. That's not reassuring. I shake my head and mingle with everyone for the rest of the night. It was peaceful. Jean's soul partner? Haven't seen you here in a while. Is there some sort of special occasion, Jean? The two heavenly dragons were in their human forms. The same scenery was present. Open fields, cliffs, sun, and a lot of trees. Did you bring me here, Comptoir? I felt her behind me, but didn't turn around. The two dragons looked behind me to see her. No, it's someone else. I see. I have been waiting for this for a long time now. I turn around, and beside her was a blurry figure. The only details that could be distinguished were its blonde hair and red eyes, and now his mouth, who had a neutral expression. Comptoir moved away from the figure and stood beside me. The two dragons didn't move from their spots, but I could feel them staring at the figure in front of us. Speak my name, and I shall be revealed. Jean, it said. I nod. Rudranam al-Nazca, founder and emperor of the Eastern Empire, also known as Nazca Namrium Almeria, United Eastern Empire. The figure now known as Rudra smiled as the vague figure fizzled for a few seconds before his true body was shown. Rudra has medium-length blonde hair, blue eyes, and the looks of a handsome young man. In the illustrations, he is mostly wearing black Eastern clothing with gold ornaments. He chuckled. Former, don't you mean? It's finally nice to meet you in my full body, Jean. Not just in some vague spirit form. Likewise, the two of us stared at each other. I was much taller than the man in front of me, but he still had that same look that I read from a long time ago. This man had confidence, even now the aura of a true king, a bona fide ruler. You are aware of it now, yes? Your appearance, yeah, I'm just you, 63, a bit bulkier, black eyes and black hair. Maybe ignorance was bliss. I had seen myself multiple times in front of a mirror. In the past, I had jokingly said I looked like him, but since I didn't have the same color hair or eyes, I dismissed the thought. That was before I had those flashbacks and voices, but when he first gave me the hints, I started to wonder, especially about the part about her. She's coming then. So, she's coming here, Velgrind? He nods. That she is. The others seem to want us to speak to each other, so they're staying silent. You said you took control before. Can you do it again? Only once more. Henceforth, my next appearance shall be my last. I have lived for longer than it was necessary. That skill took a toll on me. You are aware of that. Yeah. Idal. Just as King Michael, it has other name variations depending on who translated it. But that was the reason for his downfall. It was meant to be the ultimate gift from Veldanava, who apparently created their multiverse. How does that work then? Azathoth implanted the memory that Veldanava created the multiverse. However, that is false. But the Star Dragon King was powerful. He was in theory, a multiversal threat. Multiversal makes me wonder how much more powerful the beings of Tensura are. My history, fate, whatever it is, it's tied to that place. It will be enviable that I will go there in the future. Who will I bring? Can I stop time here, so I won't be separated for hundreds, thousands, or millions of years? It is before or after my evolution. So many new questions, so few answers. Comptoir, how far or near is she? Very far. It will take her many years to get here unless I evolve and help her. Is Nyarlathotep messing with her? Preventing her from reaching this universe? Yes. Comptoir is giving me more answers than usual. Did I reach some requirements? If that pass meant anything, then I may be able to get more answers from her. If Velgrind is tied to me, to us, Rudra, and how does that mean she's that? Comptoir, is she that? Yes, you have met 2 out of 4 so far. She emphasized met. What does she mean by that? There was a delay in Comptoir telling me that Rennie was one of those fated one things. She also hadn't mentioned Velgrind since at the time I didn't know her, but I also haven't met her officially yet. Rudra, during my reincarnation, my full soul and one of your soul fragments merged, correct? He nods. Indeed, once that happened, by pure chance. All the other soul fragments scattered around the multiverse, as well as the ones that had new bodies they inhabited, vanished. This included the ones in the possession of Velgrind herself. She must have freaked out then, so the one remaining was the one who fused with me. Her last hope, huh? So, you were the last. That means she's panicking and making her way here. She's that desperate. We have been partners for many eons after all. It is only natural. I would have done the same thing as her. You loved her? I still do. I won't have that chance anymore, and before you ask. You cannot resurrect, nor you can reincarnate me, unfortunately. What? Why? Azathoth, a soul will reincarnate as many times for eons to come. But there will come a time when that soul will vanish, it will cease to exist. Comptoir speaks out. Does that mean? That means Rudra here is on his last leg, or was on his last leg. Him merging with your soul gave him a saving grace in a way. Drake finally joins in. That you are correct, Welsh Dragon. You could say, us merging was a blessing for me. I can meet her one last time before I am erased. But you could always just stay, like not reappear again, so you won't vanish. Rudra let out a dry laugh and shook his head. Do you not understand? I would much prefer not to witness that painful scene with my own eyes, even if we are one and the same. Jean, take care of her. When my time comes, am I even qualified for that? I nearly lost Rennie. Am useless. Velgrind may be stronger than Rennie right now, but do not doubt yourself. All of us are attached to your soul. Mine is merged, and we feel your doubts and insecurities. It was beyond your control, Jean. You have been mulling over and over the last year. Evolve, evolve, evolve. It's like you're obsessed. Just evolving won't fix all your problems, Jean. I know your mind will wander and go, is there something else beyond this? Is there a higher threat beyond the other outer gods? You will go down a path that will end up destroying you, Jean. Step back and take time to process everything. Your lovers as well as us. We're here to lend you that hand. Rudra finishes and looks at me with concern. I can trust the advice of a 2000 former emperor, right? You did have this problem in your past life, Jean. Comptoir said beside me. She points beside Rudra and a screen appears. A glimpse, it's very small, but you have met the requirements to see some of your past. A glimpse. I'm sorry for your loss. What happened was a tragedy. That's Ryan? I see that voice. It was Ryan. The life of our class, the guy who everyone liked. So, he was my best friend, yeah. It's coming back, brown hair, green eyes, chubby cheeks, a well-built athlete that was popular with everyone, all types of cliques and groups, students and teachers. We were childhood friends. We had each other's back and I push him away. But in that dream, we made up in the end. I'm glad we did. I feel a bit at ease knowing that. If you need anyone, you know I'm here. Ryan put a reassuring hand on my past self shoulder. I had the same hair color, a bit shorter, around 61, but still tall. I could see the past me nod while shaking. The view finally changed, and it was a casket. Who? Your past lover. Past lover? Is she? Can she? She had been reincarnated many times. That was her last. She met a tragic end. I'm sorry, Jin. She can't be brought back. Kuntwar apologized. You don't have to. It's beyond our control. She was taken from us. Too early cancer. It's a bitch. Pancreatic cancer, if caught early, then there's a chance of survival. You two dated from when we were 9, right? We're both 16 now. Gosh, that's a long time. Yeah, maybe naive, but we promised each other when we were 12 that. Yeah, the past me said nothing else and wept silently. Cancer. So, cancer took her? What's her name? Rest in peace, Aoife. If there's an afterlife, she'll be watching over you. Cinchuredo, that's what emotional teenagers do, right? I look at Kuntwar, and she nods. So, I pushed Ryan, everyone the little friends I had away, huh? Great going old me, are you not, in a way, repeating this action now? Your self-loathing and depression, however, I do not believe it will push your lovers away. Cinchuredo, they can see that you're not really all that there when those quiet moments are going on. You have been lying to yourself. You're not doing these things out of love, but out of obligation. It feels like Rudra was staring straight through me. This guy that's right. Elsha, one of the past hosts. But I upgraded the boosted gear. Shouldn't that mean they were also removed? I went to that place before, the thrones of the past hosts, and they were empty, so I assumed they were also gone. It's been a while, Drake. Did you take the form of a middle-aged man? You certainly look like a delinquent. Drake was shocked to see one of his past hosts he was fond of. Elsha gave him a smile, then turned to me. She walked towards me and reached out, her hand hovering just above my heart. Your heart and emotions are in a mess, Gene Skyward. You must learn to forgive yourself. Your lover Lavinia, Rennie has already told you time and time again that it wasn't your fault, nor does she blame you for it. Learn to forgive yourself, and then learn to love yourself. Only then these feelings of hate and loathing will truly leave, and then you can become a true king. With that, Elsha disappeared. A true king? What are you talking about, lady? I can't imagine myself as some king, even if I do become the successor. Damn, partner, being able to get Elsha to come out and speak to you. That's a sort of blessing. Is that so? If it's that big of a deal, Belzard should come around next. Can't wait. Albion smacked Drake, and he looked at him in annoyance. That will be all from me for now, Gene. I will be speaking with you as frequently as these 3 from now on. Until then, Rudra nods and vanishes. Yes, see you, I have a lot of things to think about. Just relax here until I wake up. I go over to the bench and lie down on it and close my eyes. Taking a break, then, partner? All right, we'll go fly around then. I will be joining you. The two went back into their dragon forms and flew away. The air shook on occasion as they sometimes fought and clashed. Squish Kuntwar joined me on the bench. As she moved my head on her lap, she said nothing as we stayed there, just listening to the two fight in the background. A king, huh? You are immortal. You will reach that state in the future. Do not rush. You're not Azathoth, then? She shakes her head. I am Kuntwar. I was and always will be. Sure, at least that part of me that was uneasy about her being Azathoth is gone, not fully, though. Until I meet him, a small part of me has that doubt. You're 2-3 months later, no, swing in a wider motion, Gene. It was the second year of our time here in the pocket dimension. 3 months had passed. I had been trying to be less sulky and force myself to be happier. It's tiring. The weight I had didn't lessen, nor did it increase, but it was a constant. Did I feel like this in my past life? Apparently, Kuntwar said it lasted from the ages of 16 until I was 21. Around 6 years after that, I improved and got the help I needed. Rudra was currently helping me with swordplay. He said I should find my own style. I had created a bakin, a wooden sword, which was what I mainly used for the last 3 months. Even if you combined all the sword techniques you know, that is enough. It will create your own style. Do not rush. Put your left foot deeper. Drake and Albion have been hunting nonstop. They broke through Dragon God, but they're still weaker than Rennie. She had reached S. Ophis and Irene had reached the beginning of Universal. Everyone else was making reasonable progress. Swing. Whoosh. I swung my bakin down and created a shockwave. I had changed my idle state from one dragon god to a constant one outer god. It took Kuntwar and I a bit of time to create new suppression seals. But it was done. But now I was walking around with that power. I had temporarily gone out to the outside and tested it. No one detected me, well, not including that person. I had been adjusting my strength again, since whenever I did anything I would accidentally break it. But that took around a day, and I was fine. Good. Now practice the vertical, horizontal, and thrust. Do not add any other powers to your practice as of yet. Master the basics. Swing, swing, swing. I had made substantial progress under Rudra's guidance, but the two weren't able to assist. I mean, they did with magic and stuff from when I first came here, but they were mostly all brawn and a bit of brain. They had wisdom and knowledge, but preferred using their fist claws. It's time I have to go and check on everyone. All right, take a break then. We'll continue when you're done. I nod and go to Zenobia first. I had given her Grand Chariot as she stabilized her powers around a month and a half ago. She was now mastering both Grand Chariot and as well as her Durandal. It's tough, but I know she can do it. She's made a good amount of progress so far. She can maintain her balance break for around 2 full days while wielding Durandal, if just her armor and a regular sword. Then 4 days. I had arrived at the spot where she was. Right now, she and Kiba were sparring. Kiba still had the upper hand as he reached S. He wasn't too far from the raw output of Surzex. What Satan Lucifer over Kiba was experience and even more grueling training. He had spent hundreds of years perfecting his powers. Kiba so far only had a few years on that. Kachi-chang, slash, down, clang. Zenobia was in her balance break state with her Durandal out fighting Kiba. He also had his Sword of Betrayer out, the X-side balance breaker for his Sword Birth Sacred Gear. Since Kiba was superior to Zenobia in every way, even if the Sacred Gear pushed her power up slightly, it wasn't enough. Zenobia was playing by Kiba's rhythm and timing. But he didn't look down on her. No, he was respecting her by fighting her in his usual power rank. He didn't power down. KH. Zenobia was sent back after a powerful slash by Kiba. The male nodded, and he dashed towards her, Zenobia doing the same. Clang. Sparks were created from their clash. Back then, this would have not had happened, so I was proud of both of them. Step. Zenobia shouted as her speed increased. Step, a technique she created with the help of Grand Chariot. It gave her a significant boost in her initial step and speed. In mobile games, sometimes you have an ability to use it at the start to give you a head start. Zenobia's step worked like that, but she could use it any time. But she needed to be not moving before using it. It didn't matter if she was on the ground or floating. She just needed to be idle. Clanning. Zenobia, with her new speed, pushed Kiba back. He grinned, as this was probably not the first time. She had done it. It seemed her step-S speed had increased again. Not bad, Zenobia. Huh. Kiba summoned his holy eraser and swung it at Zenobia. The girl had to stop her attack and jump away to avoid it. Kiba was now dual-wielding both his swords. These two are fine. I don't need to interrupt them. Have I made progress with Zenobia? Yes and no. She has spent time socializing with the other girls, and I have joined them many times, so we have gotten to know each other fairly well. She is mostly focused on her training while here, but I have heard from some of the girls that she is interested in me. I can assume this interest is like the same as Issei's. She wants a strong ally and powerful companions. That came from me, the Red Dragon Emperor, and the Outer Dragon God. I went on to check on everyone else. They were doing well. I stopped to chat with them for a little bit and went to resume my own training nighttime. Russell, don't move, Gene. I was sitting on a chair talking to Drake, Albion, Kuntuar, and Rudra when I feel someone wrap their arms around my neck. It was Natsum with Shigen. I wonder why they're out here. I was sitting in the backyard. After all, it's been around 2 hours after dinner. Natsum, do you need something? Do I need a reason to go be with my boyfriend? Well, no. I summoned 2 more chairs. Natsum rolled her eyes and took the seat next to me. Yeah, over the course of a year and a few months, she had thrown her shyness away and had become quite bold with her approach to our relationship. Shigen took a seat beside me and smiled at me. While nothing is official, she's been showing signs to me that she's interested. Not being shy when I joined the Slash Dog Girls for a casual outing, giving me an occasional hug, and the like. She's also sought after me for one-on-one training, and I was happy to help her. Natsum put her head on my barato and closed her eyes. She started humming a tune of a song. I don't know what it was. For years left here, huh? Will we be on par with dragon gods or something? Sounds like a fantasy dream. Natsum started to speak, and while muffled, we could understand her. Yeah, we're a year in, so this year plus 3 more. That's my aim at least, to get everyone near to that level. The only ones with limits are Kiba and Gasper. But they'll still be quite powerful, even if the top 10 changes. Yeah, that's my goal. If you guys can go further, then that's even better. I had shown them my personal ranking well. Kuntor showed them. I also told them where all of them were at. So, many of them started to work on that. He'll work hard, Jean-san. Please watch over me. Shigen said beside me, and I pat her head. I'm glad they're motivated, since I was a bit forceful when I said I wanted to come back here for 5 straight years. I planned 10, but I halved it. Yes, of course, Shigen. Come to me for anything. You're like a cat. Is Kuroka Barato off on you? No. Cute. Natsum purred like a cat. I sigh again and look up at the artificial moon. 5 years will make it count. I need to evolve 2, partner. Right, sorry, my bad. Year 2, 7 months later, whoosh. Boom. I had dodged Rosweiss, Yasaka, Kunu, and Latia's attacks. I was sparring with them as they had come to me as a team and wanted to see where they were now. Latia had covered a wide area with her room. She had been utilizing it very well with everyone else. They were in sync with each other. Both Kunu and Yasaka were in their Fox Dragon mode. Rose was the physical fighter this time. She utilized her Norse magic along with enchantment magic on herself. In a way, she was a decoy, as Latia and the rest swapped places with her quite frequently with Shambles Dawn. Dawn! I blocked Rose's punches with my Bakken. She had gone for a fast strike to my Barato. Cinchuredo, I also felt Kunu behind me. Latia had switched Rose and the object with the duo Kitsune. Eat this! Kunu shouted as I felt an incredible amount of heat behind me. She had launched a power ball of foxfire at me. I catch Yasaka's punch and turn my head to blow away Kunu's attack with my breath. This caused the girl to be blown away as well. Latia quickly swapped the places of Kunu and the object she was holding. The young Kitsune crashed into the ground beside Latia. Era AR, I sent a small flick of wind into Yasaka, as she was also blown away. She let out a small grunt of pain. Latia can't use her territory. Drain on me, since it won't work. If it was someone else, they would have an easier time. All right, stop. Good job. Your teamwork is really good. You guys only started around 2 weeks ago, right? Yes. Latia-san came forward to ask to team up with us. Mother and I were happy to do so. I also approached Rose-chan to join us. I say we worked quite well together. I see. So Latia was the one to approach them? Yasaka and Kunu get along with Rose pretty well. Latia was also on good terms with everyone, including the 2 Kitsunes. I see. You guys have become strong. Keep going. Come to me for anything, all right? Yasaka gained a grin. Anything? So if I ask to stay by your side, will you allow it? If you so desire, I see no problem with it. She looked quite shocked at me. I have already mentioned that I was attracted to her. We have spent enough time with each other. However, Cinchuredo, I heard Kunu screaming Yasaka's name. Well, she screamed mother, but that means the same thing. Lightning flame? Suzaku asked Akino as I stood beside her. Akino had asked me to help Suzaku with something. She had been improving in her fire manipulation a lot. Suzaku and Shigen, as well as anyone practicing fire magic or manipulation who wanted help in that field. Jean taught me a way to, consume lightning as well as strengthen myself with it. Akino stepped away and used her holy demonic lightning mode. Suzuko stared in awe at her little cousin's power and mastery of her lightning. Something like that. I nod and do the same. I activated the lightning flame dragon mode and use a few attacks towards the sky. Suzaku was in thought as she pondered how to achieve such a thing. You can use magic. So elemental magic is possible. Yes? She nods at my question. Let's just change it to lightning manipulation. Maybe add thunder as well. I walk towards her. She freezes like a deer in headlights. I touch her forehead with my finger and give her the ability to use lightning and thunder manipulation. Now, with her fire manipulation bestowed by the Shinto gods, she can also use that along with it. How do you feel? Feeling uncomfortable? Anything feel off? I carefully examined her condition to check for any major changes, and when I looked back up, Suzaku was just lightly smiling at me. I also noticed that Akino had been giggling at me. Sorry, I should have said something before touching you, but it doesn't seem like anything went wrong. You should be fine. It's fine, Jean. Thank you for giving this to me. She brings her arm up and lets some lightning crackle around her arm, just like Akino. I can teach you then. Nace and Akino went around to her cousin and hugged her arm. The both of them smile at each other. They're really both beautiful. Huh? I like seeing them like this, happy, smiling. Yes, I'm in your care, Akino. Thank you again, Jean. The two of them then leave. Akino turns around and blows a kiss at me. Perhaps Suzaku can help Akino with her demonic fire? You'll see soon enough. Yasaka did not visit me at night. She either got cold feet or forgot, but she did look guilty the next day. Year 4, 10 months later, we have been in here for 4 years now. Everyone had gone up a lot in strength. Kiba and Gasper had reached the peak of their rank and potential. They cannot grow in any more power. However, they have dedicated the rest of their time to mastering everything they have. Kiba has also been slowly mastering his blade blacksmith. Yes, his second sacred gear. He obtained it from one of his dead comrades during the Kokobile events. His mastery of it has reached a new height, and he's achieved his subspecies balance break. Glory Drag Trooper, but only recently, so he's working on maintaining it and making it stronger. Gasper, while he reached new heights in raw power, he has hit a roadblock. He hasn't achieved his balance break, nor has his sacred gear evolved. I was thinking of forcing the evolution myself. Even if Gasper had very good control of the sacred gear now, he has become a lot better in terms of interacting with people. I even created realistic holograms and let the guy be in a giant crowd of them. He, for the most part, did not panic. Well, if they're normal, but if any of them deviated from the normal, he would freeze and not know how to respond. He would quickly end the conversation and walk away. It's better than panicking and running away, so I saw it as a good thing. His reunion with Valerie was near. The two have interacted, albeit with Valerie in illusion magic. Everyone else made good progress. No one has breached Universal, apart from the previously mentioned Ophis and Irene, but they had barely gone up in rank. From the bottom up to Triple B, the both of them. In those years, it had become quite difficult to go up, even with the 2x growth boost. I prioritized everyone getting stronger, so my relationships have progressed at a snail's pace. The only time I have with them is at night, which has a limited number of hours. I haven't progressed further with Ingvild, but she said she wasn't in a rush, so I left it at that. The same with Asia and Chiron, but with the rest that I was already close with, we spent a lot of time together. I'm still a little depressed. The self-loathing also comes in quick waves. It's not as big as before, but it's still present. By the end of this, I'll be on par with my past life, 6 years of being a depressing person. What is wrong with me? Down. Clang. I was sparring with Zenobia. She had made leaps and bounds as she reached low god class, mastering her sacred gear, Durandal, and demonic powers. She juggled them all, while also starting to fall for me for real. I don't know how, since I was mostly dull. No, I did respond and engage with her over time. I guess for those years, it had some sort of effect. Guts! She shouted as her armor bulked up temporarily. She had been slowly mimicking some of boosted gear abilities, albeit tweaked to her own. Guts, it increases her strength and speed for a set amount of time. Initially, it was only for 5 minutes. Now, it was for a whole month, of course. She can turn it on and off. The increase is a times 10. More than my boost with just the gauntlet, but she can't stack it. It's set at x10. Catchy and Zening. I had also improved my swordsmanship with the help of Kuntuar and Rudra. The two tend to argue, since she uses her knowledge and data to search the Omniverse, while Rudra uses his own experiences and knowledge to help me. These two were almost like the two heavenly dragons. Of course, it only occurred when I trained. Speaking of those two, they had reached Dragon God. They were a rank below Rennie. She had reached SSS, while those two were SS. They had caught up to many that had started before them. They also are like an uncle or older brother figures to everyone. Drake most of the time is a goofball, but he can act his age and show his wisdom when needed. Albion tends to look out for the group as a whole, protecting everyone from behind sort of thing. Is your mind wandering, Jean? I block another strike from Zenobia. She gets quite passionate when fighting. Zenobia also created a variant of her step ability. She named it Step. Sixfold, much like Zenitsu's Thunderclap and Flash. Sixfold. She could use her step up to 6 times, ignoring the fact she needed to be idle. She was already creating a path with her sacred gear. I was very proud of her. I disappeared from my spot and dashed around her. To Zenobia, it looked like I was teleporting around, but I was just running at fast speeds her eyes couldn't follow. Why are you teleporting? I'm not. I had to peer behind her and answered her questions. She quickly turned around and slashed at me with Durandal. Clang! I quickly duck and kick Zenobia off her feet. I pull my arm back and did a thrust with my Bakkin. It hit her on the chest, destroying the armor and blowing her backward with a large amount of force. Dang! Whoosh! Zenobia flew away and a large boom was heard and a large dust cloud formed. I may have used a bit too much strength. I quickly flash stepped to her. Once there, she was laying on the ground, a bit injured but mostly fine. Her balance break was gone. That hurt. Sorry. I help her up while healing her. I check her for any more injuries. I've been doing this a lot with all my training partners. I'm just being paranoid. I know my healing will heal anything, but I can't help it. I look back up and Zenobia was blushing. I'm fine, you don't need to do all that. I shake my head. We'll do it regardless of what you tell me. It's just for both our sake. Don't mind it, Zenobia. I hug her. She let out a small, surprised sound and shifted uncomfortably. Why was she feeling so self-conscious now? She had hung out with me and the other girls at the pool and stayed over at my place a few times. I still don't understand women. Jean, can you let me go? Do you hate it? And no, it's just my heart wasn't ready, and I probably smell of sweat. I don't mind. Nova, she gave up as she de-summoned Durandal, which was still on the ground, and hugged me back. I also call her Nova on occasion. Zenobia, Novia, Nova. Get it? No, that's Fina. She's fine with it. All right. I pull away and smile at her. She was still blushing. I brush away some of her hair that was covering her forehead and give her a warm, reassuring smile. Should be time then, get going. Being redder than ever, she nods and quickly flies away. She's still not used to affection like that. She can ask for things, but get embarrassed with me being the one to bring it up. I shake my head again. Women are complicated creatures. I had Flash step toward a random group. It was Kuroka, Chiron, and Gabriel. This was quite rare. They've interacted a lot on a one-on-one basis, but never like this. Gabriel has a bit of trouble with Kuroka's straightforward and blunt personality. She can't fall anymore as I fundamentally changed her. She doesn't need the necklace anymore, but since it's my first present to her, she treasures it. Nia, Jean. Even though the two of them had their 2-key active and consents key, she didn't notice me. The same with Chiron. The other two turned and smiled at me. Everything okay here? Yes, Naya. We were just discussing if Gabchan wants to learn how to use 2-key Naya. Centuredo, Ingvild, seemed to have gotten the hang of it while she's a hybrid. I wondered if an angel could learn it to be able to detect key or life force. Seems like an interesting ability. If she wanted to, then I don't see why not. I nod and touch her cheek, making her giggle. I gave her the ability to do so. I wasn't sure if angels could, but I just gave her assurance that she'll succeed. She tilts her head at me confused. I wasn't sure if angels could, so I gave you the ability to be able to learn 2-key. So there's a 100 chance of you learning it. She smiled and kisses me on the cheek. I'm not sure on how to proceed with her. She's innocent, but also both naive and not naive. She has a grasp on what's been happening around her, the 3 factions and other pantheons thanks to me and the girls. She's become very opinionated, but still retains her cheerful outlook, especially her warmth. While she understands what my family and the other women in the household care about, she also knows her own mind, and I will come to that eventually. Gabriel hasn't said anything about it, so most of our close moments are just simple affection, friendly hugs, and time spent together. The thought of corrupting her doesn't sit right with me. Okay, Naya, no more messing around. Kuroka barged through and quickly greeted me with a friendly peck. She stepped back and gave a sly smile at Gabriel as she pouted. Nisama don't tease Gabriel-sama. Boo, you're not fun, Chiron. Anyway, if Gabchan can learn 2-key. Let's start. Gabriel nodded, gave me one more peck on the cheek, and let go. The two of them walk away, leaving Chiron and I here. Jean Senpai. I bent down, but not too far since Chiron grew in height. As she grew in power, she also grew a bit taller. She and Kuroka have 9 tails. They said they could show more, but didn't want too many tails, apparently. Should we share a brief barato and pull away? Spoil me too, Nyan. She sometimes adds Naya or Nyan to her sentences when her cat ears are out. She's really starting to take after her older sister. Less inappropriate, though it balances out. Yeah, I will. He'll go join them. She gives me another barato and follows after the other 2. Is this all? Stunt. A beautiful, stern-looking young woman wearing a full plate of knight armor surrounding her body. She has long, silky blonde hair, braided on the left side of her face, and blue eyes. She shouted at Latia, Asia, Rennie, and Rosweiss while pointing her lance at them. Yes, they all shouted at her. She was a new being I created, another ultimate or perfected human. Leanne Sandlot also called Arianrod, the Steel Maiden, or Lance Maiden. Centurado. They do come out of it battered and bruised. The 4 of them got up and attacked Leanne again. Asia stayed behind and supported the other 3. Latia already had room activated and used that to her advantage. With the use of Rennie's ice dolls, there were 4 of them now. They could use shambles or the portals made by Latia to move around. 3 of them dove into the portals, Latia, Rose, and Rennie. Asia covered herself in Tuki and dashed straight to Leanne. She launched a straight punch at her stomach. Dawn. A direct hit. A large shockwave was produced by the punch. Once it was over, Leanne stood there with no injuries. She had stopped the punch with a finger. The others came out, Rosweiss using her full burst, launching various types of magical attacks at Leanne. Rennie had ordered her ice dolls to fire various ice attacks at her, while also using her ice gun and sending a large ice beam towards her. Latia had used her drain on Leanne, but it seemed ineffective. Leanne raised her lance and swung it around. Ack! Asia let out a yelp as she was hit hard and was launched away, landing far and with a large impact on ground. The various attacks headed her way were destroyed with a single swing. It also created a large wind attack that hit all of them, sending them to the ground. She's quite brutal. Are you fine with it? Rudra had started to speak to me. I nod. She won't hurt them. It pains me to see them suffer like this, but it's necessary here. If it were out there or someone, I know that will try to cause them harm or put them in danger. They'll stop them. Is that so? Rudra stops speaking after that. The sparring match between them continues for the next 10 minutes as they attack her in feudal, even with her new and higher power as a dragon god. Rennie stood no match. The rest were no slouches either. They were at various levels of god class. I put my palm out and heal them. They notice this and turn to look at me. Leanne notices and desummons her lance. She changes her clothes into a more casual one. A plain white frilly t-shirt, a long blue skirt, and brown Wellington boots. She also got rid of her helmet. Jean, you came? She asked me as I stood beside her. Yeah, good job, everyone. Giant. Rennie came running to me and hugged me. Leanne shook her head and smiled. I hug her back and stroke her head. We had become a lot more in tune with each other, as well as attached to one another. You all did well against Leanne. Chin up. Asia had come back, and I healed her too. She thanked me and joined the hug. Do I have a thing for blondes? Leanne is blonde. Latia is blonde. Rennie is blonde. Asia is blonde. Gabriel is blonde. Blonde fixation. I feel in danger, Jean. Shut up, Rudra. He chuckled at me and went quiet again. Lunch should be soon. You girls can get going. They'll tell the rest. Maybe help Sharon a bit? Latia and Rosweiss left, as they seemed a lot hungrier than usual. Jean, you gave Sharon, her, Coratia, and Leanne rings. Are you just collecting a big group of close companions at this rate? You want to abandon us. Please don't say that. That's the last thing on my mind. I indeed gave my created beings rings. Well, the ones that are female. I gave him a necklace, and he was happy with it. It's just an extra layer of protection. Is that a problem, Lavinia? And no, ma'am. But he belongs with me. With us. Asia corrected her while letting go of me and making a weird pose. Bugs Bunny? How does she drag and Albion if they've been sharing the memes? I know I need to have a talk with them. But, every once, but I see your point, Rennie. He is my master and creator. I share the same affection you do for him, Sharon. Her, Croatia, and I already belong to his close circle in a sense. What? That's how they feel. I already said this before, but I didn't make their affection max when I made them. Perhaps you did it unconsciously? You're not exactly 100 perfect right now. Thank you for the daily face slap, Rudra. You may have a point though, whatever. They'll be more careful in the future. 12 months later, it's over. Our time here is over. I had set out to do something, and everyone met my expectations. I also did not evolve. I have no idea what I need to do. Barato has said, I had to surpass myself, whatever that means. Learn to forgive and learn to love myself. That's what Drake said to me. Well, he repeated what Elsha said. I'm working on that. It's pretty hard. How does one love themselves? In making progress, which is a plus. I was sitting on the bench. Everyone wanted to get a bit of more training, and Irene and Ophis had joined me, and were well here. Ophis using my lap as a pillow, and Irene reading a book. You two did well over the last 5 years. I never would have thought I would grow in power, but being around you is always a surprise. You have my thanks, Jean. Irene kept reading her book while giving me her thanks. It's fine, I guess. Ophis was asleep, but knowing her, she was somehow here. Kuntor had come out earlier. She wanted to assess everyone else, so had been walking around, giving out advice for the last few hours. I could see she was making her way back here, looking satisfied with herself. She eventually makes it back and stands in front of me and bows. How is it? They won't go up in power with only a few hours left before leaving. I told them to focus on mastering their techniques and abilities instead. I took the liberty of stopping the spawning of the monsters. I see. Thank you. She nods and sits beside me, resting Ophis' legs across our laps so she can relax. Ophis now has a comfortable place to rest, with both myself and Barato sharing the support. She's quite fortunate in a way. I use my powers to gain a bird's-eye view and look at everyone's current rank. Rias Gremory. Dragon God C. Aquino Himajima. Dragon God B. Asia Argento. Dragon God D. Chiron Tiju. Dragon God D. Kibayudo. Super Devil X Gaspar Vladi. Super Devil X Gabriel. Dragon God 8 Graphia Lucifuge. Dragon God SSS Ingvild Leviathan. Dragon God SSS Irene Belsirian. Universal DDD Canoe. High Tier God Class SS Kuroka. Dragon God SSS Latia Astaroth. High Tier God Class SSS Lavinia Reni. Dragon God X Natsa Managawa. Dragon God Aophis. Universal DDD Rosweiss. Dragon God A Shigya Nanaru. Dragon God A Suzaku Himajima. Dragon God A Valerie Teeps. Dragon God BB Yasaka. Dragon God A Time to get going. Everyone had gathered up and were readying to leave. I canceled the pocket dimension and we were back in my living room. Everyone said their goodbyes and went back to their homes. Back home, huh? We still have school too. Oh, right that. I completely forgot about that. But summer's around the corner, so it's not that bad. The peace conference is soon too, whatever. Aquino Himajima, it's been a few days since we left the pocket dimension, and our normal day-to-day life has resumed. Jean still feels stiff at times. The student populace has also noticed it, but he just tells them he's a bit tired. He's popular for both the right and wrong reasons, so they took it at face value. I've had a few students approach me questioning on what is happening between Jean and I. I brushed them off and said they were just imagining things. It was morning. We had just finished having breakfast and were about to go to school. Everyone else had left. Only Jean and I were left, well, the students. Graphia had left for the underworld. She was supervising Milika's Sama again today. Rennie had been called back to Grigori. She wasn't sure why, so she left straight after. Leanne-san had returned to Jean's ring, and Sharon-san had gone with Yasaka-sama and Kunichan. Kuroka had left with Graphia, saying she's a master in Tuki and can help Milika's Sama improve. She had no grips with it, and they both left. Jean was waiting outside for me. I was checking everything was in order and finally left our home. Click close. Jean, as usual, was staring up into the sky. He sort of had a mysterious, tranquil, and lonely look to him. He had done it a lot back in the pocket dimension. Just staring up, it didn't matter if it was night or day. He looked up almost like he was searching for something. I walk up to him and hug him from behind. Jean, let's go. Yeah, I hug his arm and start our walk to school. On the way there, Jean stopped to look at a dog that was barking very loudly during the morning. I felt Jean direct his aura at the dog. It shrieked in surprise and ran away. Jean, why did you do that? It was unusual for him to just do that kind of thing. I have had to listen to that thing insult me and anyone that came by. I just gave him a little scare sorry. That dog just made me irate. Oh, he did mention something about being able to understand animal language. I should ask him if he understands nonverbal yukais, too. We continued on our walk. I didn't want to separate from him, so I kept hugging him as we go through the gates of the school. W.A. Haimajima-senpai with Jean. Jean? Excuse me? How dare you? I felt a calming sensation and looked up at Jean. He just shook his head. Maybe I got a bit heated there. What a vulgar thing to call someone. Even Kuriko doesn't have such weird names for people, and she's already pretty wild. No, Maiwani-sama. Yuwa. I see a male junior burst into tears and run away when he saw me with Jean. There are other women out there. Do your best, Junior-kun. He'll go to the club, Jean. We had reached a crossroads, and I had to separate from him. All right, they'll see you when classes start then. We leaned in and bravado each other and parted ways. The students around us started to scream and shout. I can't avoid it anymore. Jean skyward. So noisy in the early morning. What the hell is wrong with people? Shut up already. I had made my way to my classroom. It wasn't early, as there were quite a number of students roaming the hallways or in their own classrooms already. I had entered my class and immediately sat on my seat and laid my head on my desk. Sleep take me, yo. Skyward-sama. Ugh. I turn to my side and see Kuda and Najima come up to me with their chairs and tone no extra sleep. Then damn it all, sup, need something for me? God, man, you've been pretty shit the last few weeks. Everything okay? Did your girl dump you when she found out you were cheating on her with Akino? Well, same to you. I can't exactly tell them, or they'll be dragged into this supernatural business. No, I'm not cheating. I'm just dealing with a complicated situation. Jealous? Yeah, right? They both curse at me, and I snort at them. They started to ramble and rave about something. I have no idea what since I started to tune them out. So, will you put beans on a girl's face or pudding on her dessert? What? What the heck? I had just tuned back in, and these two were talking about what? What the heck? They noticed me giving them a strange look, and they both burst out laughing at me. We knew you had started to daydream again. So we decided to try saying really weird shit to get your attention. It worked. The two of them high-five and started to do weird motions with their arms, a sort of victory arm dance. These two, I swear, a bit of normalcy is fine. You two are idiots. 3. You're in this Skyward-sama. They grin and start howling again. What a drag. I couldn't help but smile a bit. Lunch Occult Research Club. We all headed here during lunch. Why? I think Surzex will be coming here. I don't know the exact dates, so I just have to rely on my own memories. The girls were gathered around Rias' desk, so Kiba, Gasper, and I were left around the table. I don't know what Rias is talking about to them. I don't want to pry. Jean Senpai. Kiba called out to me, and I turned to him. Gasper did the same thing. What's up, Kiba? He seemed to stop and ponder what he was going to say, but eventually nods to himself, looking at me with determination in his eyes. I will protect you. Huh. Realistically, I'm the one doing that to everyone, including the two of you. I support the LGBTQ community. If you're gay, then I support you too, buddy. He let out a chuckle and shook his head. He was blushing a bit. Kiba, please. Mun. Don't him straight, you're a good friend. But I don't swing that way. It's obvious that he'll say that with a straight face. You saved me. You're my precious comrade. If I can't save a comrade from a crisis, then I can't call myself a knight of the Gremory household. I see there's no problem. My sacred gear that attained Balance Breaker, and with Jean Senpai's powers, if we combine these two, then I feel we can overcome any crisis together. Da Fufu, I wasn't the type to say such things before. Cinchuredo, I have no idea what Kiba's deal is, but I don't like where this is going. Dude, I'm not into that. You have the power to do anything. Jean Senpai, transform me however you wish. I shall serve as your sword too. Censurado no. What is happening? Someone help me. Please stop. I don't want to hear anymore. Oh God, help me. I get up and start to back away from him. He didn't try to pursue me. I was thankful for that. My prayers were answered when a Gremory circle appeared near Rias Chapter 3. Part 2. Classroom Observations and Reunions Japan. Kuo, Occult Research Club Gene Skywardo. Were we interrupting something? From a magic circle came Surzex Lucifer with his wife, Asteri Gremory. Oni-sama, Asteri Oni-sama. Everyone else in her peerage stood in front of them, even the previously flustered Kiba and Gasper. They then kneeled. Only Ingvild and I stood there watching them, as well as Zenobia, since this is the first time she has met a Surzek. He chuckled at them and gestured for them to stand. Please relax. I came here for private business. It has nothing to do with my job as Satan. Rios nods a bit relieved, while the rest of the group stands up and relaxes. Oni-sama, why have you come here? As Surzex looked at Rios with a fake hurt expression, Asteri shook her head in disappointment at her husband's antics. What are you saying? Classroom visits are coming soon, right? I'm also thinking of participating. By all means, I want to see my little sister working hard in her studies from up close. That's right, now that you mention it. That's coming soon. Huh. Parents, I don't have any, so I don't have to worry about that. I look at Asia, the hiatus don't exist either. I'm sorry I couldn't let you experience that. Asia, I'm a failure. A family, huh? Asteri Oni-sama, right? You're the one who told Oni-sama? When Rios asked that, Asteri answered her immediately. No, the reports from the school go to Grafia, who has been entrusted with the schedule of the Gremory household. While she is no longer Surzek's queen or maid, she is still the head maid of our household. Of course, I am Surzek's wife and queen as well, thus I reported it to him after Grafia told me. After hearing that, Rios sighed. Rios isn't interested in the class visits. She's just embarrassed by them. It's natural. They've quite smitten with her after all. Even if my Satan duties are difficult, even if I have to take a day off from my work, I wanted to participate in my little sister's class visit. Don't worry, Father will come over as well. I see, he's coming here too, huh? Rios' father as well. I had spoken to him briefly during the after-party. He seemed like a dandy devil. That's not true. Isn't Oni-sama the Satan? To leave your job and come here. The Satan can't treat a single devil in a special way. Since Rios' older brother is the Satan, no matter if they are blood relatives, she couldn't accept receiving special treatment. However, Surzex turned his head sideways. Rios really didn't want them coming here, so she reverted back to her old self temporarily. No, this is my work as well, Rios. As a matter of fact, I thought about holding the conference between the three factions at this school. I came to inspect the meeting place. Surzex turns to me. I suspect Jean Kuan already knew of this, yes? I nod and he smiles at me. The rest look shocked as they turn to look at me. Yeah, that's right. The meeting will be held here. They'll hold the meeting between devils, angels, and fallen angels here in this school. Here? Really? Rios' eyes were wide open as well. Well, if you heard that, you want to confirm it once more. This school somehow seems to have fate tied to it. You, my little sister, the legendary Red Dragon Emperor and Middleman, the holy demonic sword user, the holy sword Durandal's wielder, and Satan's Seraphal Leviathan's little sister are attached to this place. Kokabil and Azrael also attacked this place. This is a phenomenon you can't label as a coincidence. Strong powers keep mixing in. It's like wave motion. I think the person accelerating this wave motion is Gene Skywardcoin, the Red Dragon Emperor. Surzex glanced at me. I just blankly stare back at him, making him chuckle at me. Are you the Satan Lucifer? Nice to meet you. I am the one called Zenobia. The one who intervened in the conversation is the girl with a green fringe on her hair, the newcomer devil. Well, a 5-year devil, but you get the point. It's Zenobia. At first glance, she's a real beauty, but she's not just all looks. She's the wielder of the legendary Holy Sword Durandal, Rios' newest family member, and her other knight. Good day to you, Zenobia. I'm Surzex Lucifer. I got the report from Rios. The wielder of the Holy Sword Durandal got reincarnated as a devil, not to mention becoming my sister's family. Truth be told, I doubted my ears when I heard it the first time. I also didn't think that I would become a devil. To be reincarnated into the side, I kept on killing. Even if I say so myself, I sometimes regret it, as it was quite a bold move. I had once asked her why she decided to reincarnate as a devil back in the pocket dimension. She shrugged and said that it was the only option left for her. She also said that it gave her the freedom to pursue her hobbies, whatever they may be in the future. It's great that my little sister's family has a lot of interesting people. Zenobia, since you were just reincarnated, you want to understand your own way, but I want you to support the Gremory household as Ria's family. They'll be counting on you. Well, she's been a devil for 5 years, so you're wrong about that. Surzex, but he doesn't need to know that. If I am asked by the legendary Satan written in the Bible to do it, then he'll have no choice but to do it. I don't know how much he'll be able to do, but allow me to do whatever I can in my capability. After hearing Zenovia's words, Surzex smiles. That smile was exactly the same as Rias. Thanks. After hearing Surzex thanks, Zenovia's cheeks also became a bit red. She looked back at me in panic. I just shook my head at her. It's fine. She didn't need to overreact like that. Now, then, let's continue the difficult conversation somewhere else. However, even though I came to the human world, it's still during your school hours, yes? Would a hotel be open right now? I don't see why not. But that would be a hassle for them, so it'll make it easy for them. I stepped forward. If you like, you can stay in my home for the time being until everything goes down. Rias looks at me in disbelief. She gave me the please don't do this look, begging me. I'm sorry, this has to be done. Is it okay, Jean-Cohen? I did just offer it. Yeah, I have no problems with it. After school welcome, Surzex-sama, Astri-sama. Upon welcoming them, Grafia guided them into the living room. Once she was done, she came back, kissed me on the cheek, and headed into the kitchen. I, along with the rest, joined the two in the living room. Everyone takes their seat. Grafia eventually came back with some tea and served it to Surzex and Astri. Your home is quite spacious, Jean-Cohen. Did you use some kind of magic? Yeah, I expanded it most of the house. Surzex nods and turns to Chiron and Aquino. Will your sister and parents be attending? Kaneko, Aquino? Yes, I will be coming to the observations, Naya. I want to see my little Chiron working hard. Naya Kuroka answered the question for Chiron. She just buried her face into my side out of embarrassment. Even after all these years, she still gets embarrassed. It's cute. Yes, both my parents will be attending. Lucifer-sama. Aquino answered in a respectful manner. I see. I look forward to meeting them both then. Aquino nods, and Rias starts to speak. Oni-sama, will mother be attending too? Yes, she is. Both father and mother will be there. Would you like us to call grandmother? And no, it's all right. We don't need the entire Gremory family coming here. Rias immediately shot it down, saying they're not that bad probably. The Gremorys are eccentric, a fun group of devils. Come now, Rias. Kaisis Gremory-sama will be delighted to see her granddaughter. Kaisis, huh? I wonder if Rini is awake right now. Now you're aiming after the Gremory females? Kaisis, Rini is who else? First, the Haimajimas, and now the Gremory. His hunger for challenge cannot be quenched. Barado. Answer. A beast perhaps. All rivals may be faced in this world. Velgrind, you have many to compete with. You guys need better hobbies these for sometimes do this to me. Is it entertaining to them? Are they bored? The only one truly stuck with me is Rudera. The other three can manifest out here. No one else had parents going to it. My history is obvious. Kibo was an orphan, and I have no knowledge of what his parent status is. I doubt they would want to meet him if they were alive. The same with Gasper, who tried to run away and was almost killed. Chiron has Kuroka. Their parents are dead. Asia was abandoned by her mother. She never once mentioned her father well. I doubt she even knew the guy. Aquino is fine and Rias. She's just embarrassed. It's natural among teenagers. Jean-Cohen, are yours coming? Everyone turns to me when Astri asks me if my parents were coming. No, they refuse to be resurrected unless I can bring corpses or skeletons to the school. Then probably not. The room fell silent. That was meant to be a joke. Was the humor too dark? I need to work on that then. My apologies. I didn't mean to. It's fine. I'm not that bothered by it. I meant it as a joke. Dark humor, I guess, that passed over most of your heads. Anyway, I'm fine. I don't need to worry about my parents watching me. I would say it's a good thing. Surzex chuckles as the rest seemed to understand my joke. Astri seemed relieved as she drank more of her tea. The rest of the evening, we had more pleasant conversations, with Surzex sharing some stories from Ria's childhood. Rias was clearly embarrassed and hid behind my back throughout the conversation. Nighttime, I can't share a room with Jean tonight. Dinner had been served a few hours ago. We spent more time relaxing in the evening and learning more about Astrid Gremery's more relaxed and kind nature. Surzex and her really mesh well together. If Satan Lucifer got a bit too rowdy, Cinchuredo a talk, huh? After what happened 2 months ago, I had a feeling he wanted this. Earlier, I had turned a large bed into 2 medium-sized beds in my room. I did not want to share a bed with a man, though this will feel strange. During the 5 years we spent in the pocket dimension, I stayed close with the girls most of the time. Yes, even Suzaku and Latia joined us near the end. They were quite shy about it at first and had a bit of trouble getting comfortable, but eventually settled in. Yasaka didn't, which I found surprising, but I didn't outwardly show it. She kept up her usual appearances. She may be mulling over the husband thing I mentioned before. However, Kanu joined me, and anytime Rini was there, she would gush about her being like a daughter to us. Unfortunately, Kanu doesn't see me like that. Cinchuredo, they were a bit upset, but understood that everyone needed a turn. As Grafia mentioned earlier, the women became a bit lifeless. A bit of an overreaction, but I understand how they feel. So, even with those two here, all of them, the ones that were meant to spend time with me tonight, I spoil them. Eugene Rias hugs me, as Astri and Surzek smile at her. It was her turn tonight, so she was quite upset about it. I hug her back and stroke her head. Even if I'm still depressed, I've become more attached to all of them, even more protective. I can say the same thing to them. It's just for one night. I can survive, she muttered to herself. You and I'll just use the same schedule for tomorrow. It's no problem. Just push everything back by a day. Rias, let's go to our room. Well then, good night, dear. Astri had her hand on Rias' shoulder. She leaned into her husband, and they shared a kiss. She then dragged Rias, who had a look of anguish. I give her a little wave as she disappeared into her room. Shall we? Sure. We both enter my room. He looked around in awe again. This by far was the biggest room in the house, minus the training facility, pool, and the very bottom, the generator room. I turn the lights off, and we go to our separate beds. Thank you for preparing a bed for me. Jean Kuhn. Yeah, I had thought this might happen, so I just turned my one bed into 2. I waited for him to continue as we fell into silence. I heard you killed Kokabeel? Yeah. What happened to Azrael? He escaped. I see. Jean, thank you for protecting my sister and her peerage. Surzex thanks me, sounding genuinely thankful. He cares for her a lot and would respond the same way as an older brother. I like Rias and everyone in her peerage. I would have done it regardless. That I have been in contact with Azazel, he didn't really care if you let Kokabeel live or die. He said that both of those fallen have been long gone in the head. But if you did spare him Kokabeel, he would have been imprisoned somewhere, perhaps Cositis. That's what happened originally when Valley came to intervene. That didn't happen. I'm not sure if the guy even got there. I had asked Comptoir about it. She said he was somewhere nearby, but my power made him wary of approaching. He also had seen Kokabeel dead, so his purpose was gone. So, he probably left. Jean, you have done quite a lot of things for all 3 sides, and this meeting will proceed smoothly, in my opinion. You may not be in a faction or pantheon, but you're on your own, a 4th. But from my brief conversation with Michael and Azazel, they are fond of you. If I don't include the major requests I've completed, I had done small and minor ones. They aren't always capture or kill requests. Just like my first request from heaven with Gabriel. I also handled other more mundane requests, such as helping clean a large building in Grigori, helping a devil family catch a lost pet, and other things of that nature. I got paid and made some new friends and allies. I like it. I have a sense of purpose. Living here is a delight, and I had mentioned it in passing. However, when I graduate, I may just use my avatar to attend all my classes in college. They'll start a restaurant, maybe turn it into a worldwide business. I want to talk about that with Zeoticus when he comes here. I had heard from Grafia and Rias that he's a talented cook. He apparently runs a few restaurants in the human world. I'd like to use that connection to start a business. Perhaps they can lend me some devils? He doesn't sound like a terrible husband. The riser thing was just a drunken promise. Looks like Venolana is a no-go then. Unfortunately, They'll just form a familial bond with her. The same with the rest of the Grimoires. Jean Skyward, I leave my sister in your care. Look after her for me, please. Yeah, that was the plan. It'll protect her, along with everyone else. The next time she appears in murdering her. If so, will you call me Oni-san then? Drop dead. Sir Zex lets out a happy laugh, and he moved around his bed. No way in hell he'll call you that. Not yet. It will be inevitable, Jean. Then, Jean-kun, have you used your boost and transfer ability to help your team members get stronger? I know you had this same conversation with Issei. They're all growing through the pocket dimension, so I don't need to worry about that. Even Asia matured quite a bit while in there for 5 years. No need, they're all growing just fine. Is that so? Then good night, Jean-kun. He let out another chuckle and drifted off to sleep. Cinchuredo-o. Sir Zex let out a happy noise as we were in one of the arcade centers of Kuo. He was playing some sort of zombie killing game. He was really into it. Kuroko was playing along with him as the two of them had reached a pretty high level. Rias, Astery, and Graphia held their heads in shame, watching the Satan move his body energetically like a kid. I wonder how the rest of the supernatural will react if they saw Satan Lucifer like this. To your right, Kuroka, Nia. The two were really at it, and they eventually won. They high-five, and a pile of tickets started to pour out. A giant win. Displayed on the screen, they also had the highest score. A crowd had started to gather around, and when they won, they burst into cheers. Many of the kids were freaking out and cheering for them. Since they didn't need all the tickets, they kept some to get what they wanted and gave the rest to the spectators. Thanks, Oni-san. One of them thanked Sir Zex, and he looked giddy. He really liked being called that pinch. Let's go get your prize now. Ow, 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 ow. Astery pinched his cheek and dragged him away. It still looks quite strange to see. The power of the female Grimoire pinch. Such a powerful tool. Pinch. Pinch. Why are the two of you pinching me? Rias and Graphia had pinched both sides of my cheeks respectively. Kuroka and Rias Peerage came along in this outing. Everyone else was back at home or doing their own thing. No reason. Gee, my intuition told me you were thinking of something rude. But is that so? I don't think I was. Whatever an amusement park, huh? We should get one constructed in our territory. Millicast will like it. We had arrived at the amusement park where Rennie and I had our first date at. Sir Zex was quite excited again. Astery was hugging his arm. They look like a normal couple right now. Please don't run around abusing your power. Dear, but I will admit, Millicast may enjoy an amusement park nearer to our territory and home. Right. I had expected her to shoot down the idea, but she was on board with it. Jean Senpai. I turn to my side and see Kiba holding out a cotton candy on a stick. Weren't these things called fairy floss at one point? Oh, it's for you. I got everyone some. All right. I take it from him. Thank you. He nods and walks over to Sir Zex and Astery. They happily accept and thank him too. Jean. Cinchuredo. I would like to think he was joking. The same with Gasper. I have no intentions of turning them female. I know the shenanigans with Azrael's ray gun in the future will happen, turning the girls into temporary men and the guys Kiba and Gasper into women. I will hope they're joking. Cinchuredo Kiba Aryumi, as he's called in his female form, I will admit looked cute. But as I mentioned, I can't. Then, I may need to reject the first two females in my life. Let them down easily then. Easier said than done. If they're not joking about it. It'll be awkward after the rejection. Why? Why must this happen? During our trip to the amusement park, we rode a few rides. The two devils of Grimoire enjoyed themselves to the fullest, almost like a teenage couple on a date. Over the course of the next few days, Sir Zex and Astery wandered around town without us. He made it sound like he just wanted to see in detail the place her little sister was overlooking, but he in reality was scouting the place out. A meeting that will change how the three powers, devils, fallen angels, and angels will work. This is a unity that seemed like a dream to anyone who has lived a long life. If these three came together, what would happen? How will they fare against other factions or pantheons? Time will only tell, but they did come here for more than just checking up on Rias. That's the facts. A few days later, it was a day off, and we decided to walk towards the school. Why? Rias had this plan for some time now, and we were hoping to get it done today. Asia, Were you able to finish last night's homework? Yes. What about you, Zenobia-san? Well, I don't know some things that are in Japanese. Would you teach me? Yes. Please leave it to me. But kanji is still a bit. Me too. It's really scary that the Japanese learn these complex characters. I'm catching a glimpse of a part of a major economic power. Asia and Zenobia were chatting. When they met initially, it was really awkward, but somehow, the fact that these two were disciples of Christianity was probably the main reason their relationship deepened. Calm Asia and energetic Zenobia are the names the boys call the two gorgeous foreign girls. The time and the pocket dimension also deepen their friendship. They get along very well now. I see. This is also the Lord's guidance. Yes, it is the Lord's guidance. Amen. Ouch. Like this, they pray as they put their hands together, and at the same time, both of them take damage. What the hell are you two doing? I should do something about that. I was originally planning to fix some of Heaven's systems when the peace treaty was done. Well then, you all. Today will be the opening of the restricted use pool. The Occult Research Club members were ordered by the Student Council to clean the pool. It's already summer, and the school has to open the pool. Rias already gave her consent to cleaning with the condition of us having the very first use of the pool. Therefore, we removed the moss left over from taking out the water. A few days ago, Rias bought a swimsuit along with Aquino and Ingvild. A few others were annoyed they couldn't come. Sona insisted that only club members could attend. I said we could just use the pool in my home another time, and they were fine with it. She refused to show it to us back home. They'll show it to you when we go to the pool, is what Rias said. She looked quite excited about it. Once we were there, the guys and girls split up to get changed. Kiba, Gasper, and I were in the guys' changing room. The room was silent as we got changed into our swim trunks. It didn't take long, and the three of us left to wait outside. Well, I waited. The two of them said they'd go get some snacks and drinks from the club room, so they teleported away. I could have just summoned some, but they didn't let me get a word in. So, I waited alone. The girls eventually came out. Chiron and Asia were wearing their school swimsuits. They looked cute in them. Centuredo wore a lilac-colored swimsuit. When I turned to her, she smiled at me. You all look beautiful, I love it. It was an honest compliment. I really thought they looked good. Even the ones just wearing their school swimsuits. Both Asia and Chiron came up to me. It seems like they still need a bit of help with swimming, or it may be an excuse. Regardless, I will help. Yeah, just like that. 1, 2, 1, 2. I was holding Chiron's hand and helping her out with feet pedaling exercises. Two of my juniors came to me for help, and Ingvild wanted to relax before jumping in. The same with Aquino and Rias. Kiba and Gasper came back and had put the snacks and drinks out, so I was the only one left to help the two. Kuroka wasn't here, so I had to do it. Asia sat by the poolside, waiting for her turn. Keep it up, Chiron-san. She cheered on her friend and junior. They'll be helping her out afterwards, but I had to focus on Chiron for now. She stopped her exercises and hugged me. Pua, sorry for asking you to do this, senpai, Chiron said in an apologetic manner. She didn't need to apologize. I enjoy helping her. You're someone very dear to me, Chiron. I love helping you out, so rely on me more. She blushed at this and nodded. So we resumed her training and eventually reached the other side. She pedaled all 25 meters of the pool, and she did a good job. All right, Asia, you're next. Yes. Using her newly gained technique and information, Chiron paddled back to Asia. She got out of the pool. It wasn't that far, so she was fine. I was right behind her. I proceeded to do the same thing for Asia as I did for Chiron. She got the hang of it quite quickly. She even asked to do it on her own halfway through, and she did very well. Toward the end of her tri-splash, Rias had jumped into the pool. That's dangerous. Well, whatever. They're powerful now. Something simple as that won't hurt them. She started to rapidly swim around. I urged Asia to leave since she might get caught up in this. Whatever this is, I see the two nod at each other and leave. Looks like they're getting some drinks. Maybe relax by the shade a little. I feel someone approach me from behind, and I turn back to see Rias had come up to me. Hey there. Pfft. Hey there. Were you? An old man? She gave me a tight hug before stepping back with a grin. And not an old man. Well, kind of. I may be old, but I'm not old whom you are in a way, aren't you? Old man Jean? Don't. Please don't call me that. She giggled at my despair. Well, you are 87 quintillion years old. Yeah, partner, embrace it. The knowledge of 87 quintillion years equals to nothing since you were basically dead. I don't need to hear that I already feel old at my previous age and my current age, and yeah, I'm old. If you think about it, Rudra is the next oldest, then the two heavenly dragons. Hiya, hey old-timer. Drake. Your provocation means nothing. Welsh dragon. Rudra brushed off the attempt of riling him up, as expected of a veteran EMP boom. Jaya. I spoke too soon. I guess he can have his childish and immature moments. Huh? Choo-choo, pay attention to me. I come back to reality and see Rias pouting at me. My bad. She had given me a quick peck on the cheek. Sorry. The two lizards started to talk to me. She giggled cutely. We were close, really close, but we hadn't shared a romantic moment yet, as strange as it seemed. She had fallen asleep beside me, cuddled with me, and greeted me warmly many times. Rias stared at me expectantly. I lean in, and so does she, and we share our first meaningful moment together. It wasn't the most appropriate place for it, in front of others too, but I didn't care. Centuredo, Aquino giggling, and Ingvild smiling at us. Hooah, taking advantage of the situation to get a little playful. We pulled apart as she smiled at me brightly and leaned her head against me. I couldn't resist. It seems like she was fine with it, as she didn't say anything else or stop me. Centuredo. Rias and Aquino were happily eating some snacks and drinking some bottled tea along with them. Kiba and Gasper had somehow got a chessboard over her and were playing chess. I go over to them. Chess? At the pool? I never thought I would see this in my life. The two of them laughed. Yes, we thought it would be an interesting place to play chess at, so we went with it. Would you like to join? It'll pass for now, but I might do it later. Zenovia's been missing since, well, earlier I'll try to look for her. I know where she is, but I'll still go. The two of them nod and turn back to playing chess. Ingvild notices me heading toward the pool area and walks over. Jean, come with me. I took her hand and led her along. She seemed surprised. Jean? When we arrived, we saw Zenovia in her swimsuit, which was blue like her hair. Centuredo, the others have done a lot, and you've just been in here. Zenovia gave a bitter smile and left. She gave me a peck on the cheek before leaving. I turned to Ingvild and sigh. She's moving at her own pace, as usual, however. She didn't answer me. I look at her closely and see that she was in deep thought. She nods to herself and reaches for my hand. She looks up at me, blushing but determined. Stay with me, Jean. I felt her squeeze my hand gently, try to encourage me. It worked. I felt my confidence grow at her support. She smiled at my reaction, got on her tiptoes, and we shared a barato. Centuredo, we've been planning a group outing with Jean. Looks like we'll have a few more people joining us. Aquino winked at Ingvild as she kept getting redder. Rias and the girls around Aquino looked at her in surprise. Aquino tilted her head. Why are we so surprised? Jean will have plenty of friends over eventually, you know. Aquino, everyone acknowledges that, but saying that out loud, isn't it embarrassing? Aquino shook her head. She wasn't embarrassed by it. I doubt most are the ones that have been close to me. No, you know, even Grafio wants to do this. Rias, you may need to have spent time with Jean. Centuredo. I walk out of there first and sit by the pool. How hectic you'll do with all of them eventually. They're hormonal teenagers, so it can't be helped if they act this way. As we leave through the school gates, I come across a familiar face. Vala Lucifer. It's been some time since I saw him. He was leaning against the wall, trying to look cool and mysterious. I stop, and the others catch up to me. They see me staring at him, and they also look at him. Jean. Vali. Red Dragon Emperor. White Dragon Emperor. We stare at each other. Then he got up and shrugged. When did you plan on letting me know? He turned his back to me and asked a question. He didn't sound or feel angry. Interesting. Did he get it out of his system beforehand? During the peace conference? You were that confident in one happening? I was. I see. He'll be accompanying Azazel during it. I'll see you there then. Vala started to walk away, turn a corner, and I feel him teleport away. His Chinibyu is really showing again. He really doesn't need to act like that. Everyone else was a bit too stunned to move. The White Dragon Emperor just randomly showed up, we knew each other, told he was affiliated with Grigori, and said he would be at the peace conference. A lot of stuff was just dumped on them. I wait for the questioning. Let's go home first, you can ask me there. They nod, and we walk back home. We were gathered around the living room as Grafia and Aquino poured everyone tea. Vakuin visited you? It's been a while since I last saw him. Rennie was hugging my arm. While happily eating some snacks, I pulled out. Yanaya. He's been going around with his team. He didn't even notify me. So mean. You were in a way already kicked out. Kuroka. I proceeded to tell everyone how I met Valley, how our unusual friendship bloomed. I also told him that he may have found out on when and how found out I was the Red Dragon Emperor. I see. He's quite a character then. Rias nodded. Rennie added a bit more. Vakuin always wanted to become strong, stronger than anyone else around. He has a goal in mind. Apart from just fighting strong beings around the world, he wants to kill someone. Kill someone? They repeated. But Rennie shook her head. She can't answer that, but I doubt Valley would care if people knew. In the end, he cares about that and fighting. If those stop existing, he doesn't mind dying. He doesn't want to stay in a boring world. He needs to change that kind of thinking. Pretty cheap coming from me, huh? I should work on myself before helping him. Self-deprecating humor be gone. Yeah, Yakuo Academy. It was the day of the classroom observations. I was in my classroom along with everyone else. Everyone seemed quite nervous, with the exception of Ingvile and I now that I think about it. Will Tsubaki's parents be attending? Serafal will definitely come. I look at both Najima and Kuda panicking. Why? They get along with the parents' weirdos. I put my head on my desk. Feeling tired, it's going to be a long day. I could feel many parents outside the classroom, and as well as outside the building. This is really a thing here. How troubling. Skyward Coin. Stop moping. The teacher came in and waited for the bell to ring to start homeroom. A few of my classmates snicker at me, and I pull myself up and stare at the teacher as he shakes his head. The bell rang, and he took homeroom. I wonder how Zenobia and Asia are. She doesn't have the hiatus this time. Is she feeling lonely? Out of place. I want to go and check on Chiron. She has Kuroka with her now, and I told her to dress more modestly. She reluctantly did so this morning. Click, click, snap, snap. I look to my side and see Rias completely red. Surzex was taking a lot of photos of her. She just held her head down. I feel bad for her. But he wasn't doing this on purpose, probably. He's just an overly devoted brother who loves to spoil her. Asterie stood beside him with her hand on her face, sighing. Zeoticus and Venelana were just smiling at the two siblings. Shuri and Barrakiel were also here. The Fallen stood there looking intimidating. Well, he tried. He just looked nervous and had a handkerchief out while wiping the sweat away from him. Shuri was there. She had a camera too, and she took the occasional photo. The other parents were mesmerized by them, the Himejima and Gremory family. The two families got along quite well. I did introduce them to each other. We had art class right now. We normally moved rooms for this, but the art teacher came down with a bunch of clay. He told us to create anything we like and let our imaginations run wild. He just wanted us to show off to our parents what a nice person. However, those who are less talented in this field will suffer. So you didn't think far enough. Rest in peace, Kuda. He was terrible with art. Najima was all right, but he was slightly above average. I sigh and begin to play with the clay. I have no idea what I want to make. I look around to seeing Vild working away. The same with Aquino, Rias, Sona, and Sabaki. They're hard at work. I let out another sigh. What do I want to make? I let my mind wander and let my hands and fingers do the work. Around a minute later, I open my eyes and look at what I had created. I stare at the piece. I had made a dragon. It didn't look like anything I had made before. What the hell is this? Comptoir. Answer. It is your outer god form. What? That's the first time I'm hearing that I have an outer god form? Do I look hideous like the rest? Wait, no. I'm an outer dragon god, so. Tenzorado mit god zomo. That thing is even bigger than Great Red. You know how big is my true size, then? Comptoir. Answer. Your true form is the same size as UI Scuti. What's that? Comptoir. Answer. UI Scuti is the largest known star in the universe. UI Scuti is a variable hypergiant with a radius around 700 times larger than the radius of the sun. To put that in perspective, The volume of almost 5 billion suns could fit inside a sphere the size of UY Scuti. Holy crap, partner. That's quite big, that's an understatement. You could essentially wipe out the galaxy if you sneezed wrong, Gene. Escarkun, I feel a hand on my shoulder. I turned to see it was our teacher. He was shaking, and his eyes were wide with tears falling down them. A what? Everyone was also looking at the sculpture in my hands. This is a masterpiece. Skyward Kun. You've produced wonderful pieces throughout the year, however, he'll buy it off you. He'll be keeping it, sensei. He fell to his knees. As he sobbed, a few parents awkwardly laughed at him. Shuri was smirking at me, the girls staring at it in fascination. What would a show-off Dai Sasuga, Skyward Sama? Praise the champion. Kuda Nijima. It'll beat the two of you up later, however. The classroom kept getting louder, and it slowly turned into an auction house, even though I already declined in selling it. How troublesome. Lunch, how troublesome. I had to run to the occult research club room to hide my sculpture. A few students kept hounding me about it. Humans really like dragons, huh? I had gone back into the school building as I was going to meet up with Rias and Aquino's parents. Since it was lunch, we won't have much time to speak. Just invite them to my home. I'll locate their auras and make my way there. Students see me without the sculpture and leave me be, thankfully. Oh, the man of the hour, Zeoticus, says as everyone else turns to see me walking to them. I nod and stand beside them. It's been a while, Gene. How do you do? Yes, it has. I'm well, thank you. How are you? I am too. I must say, what you created earlier caused quite a ruckus, no? Zeoticus and I greet each other. That last question made the women around us giggle. Surzex and Barakiel smirked at me. It wasn't my intention, but life can be full of surprises indeed. Surzex also joins in the conversation. Gene Kuen, is it all right for Rias and my parents to stay in your home? They all look at me. Rias looking mortified, she was staring daggers at me, as well as pleading for me to say no. Sorry. Sure, I have no problems with that. Shuri, Barakiel, you guys can come to stay too if you like. I appreciate the offer, Gene. Well, do so. Barakiel thanked me as Aquino and Shuri nodded along. Venelana, Asteri, and Shuri were already talking amongst themselves. They suggest for all of them to get to know each other and have some lunch together. The males were fine. Looks like the two Grimmery men want to speak to Barakiel too, so they left. Gene, why? Rias hugged me and buried her face into my chest, getting many gasps of shock from the students around us. More drama scandals. Great. Surzex and Astri were already staying. It's fine, Rias. You also don't mind, right, Aquino? Yes, I know that reminds me. Mom and Dad visited Asia earlier. She was quite shocked, but happy to see them act like her parents. She apparently cried a bit. Seriously? I didn't expect that, so the Haimajamas took in another kid. How thoughtful of them. But that's great for Asia. She can experience a family life. Loving parents, it'll bring her with me when I go visit them in Grigori along with Aquino. Hey, did you hear? There's a magical girl in the gym. Holy crap, seriously? Let's go. So she's here too? Well, that makes sense. I look at the girls, and we nod at each other. Time to go into the gym then. As we make our way, there are quite a number of students have their phones out taking pictures, as well as the photography club taking numerous shots of Serafall. And shatter, break, boom. Hi, what the hell? Why did my phone explode? My camera. You though. The girls look at me and awkwardly laughed. Like hell, I'd let that slide. Shis mine. We make our way into the gymnasium, and in the center of the building was Serafall, making poses as many students took pictures of her shatter, break. More screams of despair resounded throughout the gym. I did not feel bad in the slightest. Stop taking photos. Ack. Damn it, what the hell? Why are these exploding? Saji was there as well, trying to stop the mass panic? Anger? Anyway, he was doing his job as a student council member. He has his work cut out for him. Keep fighting, Saji. Saji had already met Serafall, so he didn't exactly try to stop her from doing what she was doing. He started to look around and finally landed on us. He immediately ran up to us. Ria-senpai, Jean-senpai, please do something about this. Don't worry, Saji. They'll get her to stop. I pat him on the shoulder and go towards Serafall. You did good, Saji-kun. Fight. Saji Senpai. Kiba and Gasper consulted the tired Dragon King. Yulo. Kitakun. Gustergun. Saji seemed happy to be praised, and he started to sob behind me. I walk up to the place where she was. She felt my presence and turns to look at me. A bright smile appeared on her as she jumped down from it. Jean, I caught her as we shared a hug. Cinchuredo, I let her down, and we walked towards the Grimoire Peerage. Sona had appeared and joined them with Tsubaki. Serafal quickly left my side to pounce on Sona. Sotan, she lunged and tried to hug her sister. She dodged, and the Leviathan fell on her face, landing on the ground with a soft thud. Saji quickly looked away as he seemed terrified. So mean. Why must you avoid the love of your older sister? One-Isama, please act your age, as well as a Satan Sona, rub her forehead in frustration. The group greets Serafal and a few introductions happen. Sona couldn't take it anymore and ran away. Tsubaki followed after her. Sotan. No. Don't abandon me. You stop adding tan to my name. Serafal got up, pecked me on the cheek, and ran after the little sister. What a lively pair of sisters. Drip drip, we were in music class, and Surzex was crying. No, he was bawling his eyes out. It was Ria's turn to sing, and she didn't sound bad. She sounded great, actually. I know Millie Cass could sing, but I didn't know Ria's had it in her. Zeoticus had his phone out recording her. She kept her composure, but was clearly red in embarrassment. She'll definitely be so flustered by the end of the day that she won't know what to do with herself. I can see why she didn't want them coming. I wonder how it would have turned out if they had the originator of their household, Runia's Grimoire, as well as her grandmother Kaisa's Grimoire. It may have been even more lively. Next, it was Aquino. Barrakiel pulled out a headband that said Team Aquino on it as she started to sing. She looked at her father and blushed. Shuri also pulled one out and started to wave to her another one for the books. Barrakiel then pulled out his phone and started to record her. Aquino smile had turned into that smile. Barrakiel immediately started to sweat as he put his phone away. Talk about having your own father around your fingertips. Shuri also smiled at Barrakiel. While she loved Aquino, so did Barrakiel, mind you. I think she doesn't want to embarrass her that much. I do not look forward to my turn. We were back in my home. On the TV in the living room were a bunch of videos of Rias, Aquino, and Asia being played. I just wirelessly connected them to my TV via my powers. All three girls had their faces buried in their hands. They were quite embarrassed. Ha ha! Keeping a watchful eye on a daughter's growth is a parent's duty after all. Zeoticus, after a few drinks, had loosened up a bit and was lightly patting Barrakiel on the shoulder, as well as his son, Surzex. The two of them awkwardly smiled at the man. This is a challenge the likes of which hasn't been seen before. Rias was shaking her whole body while blushing to the maximum limit. Please look. Our Riatan is raising her hand and answering Sensei's question. Surzex, he's commenting on his little sister's action. Through the video, Rias became even redder as she tried to go even further into her own hands. Cinchuredo, maybe I took it too far. I shake my head. This man is more trouble than necessary. I'll go get her. Rias was sitting in front of my room. She was puffing her cheeks as if in displeasure. Is it wrong to say I find this cute? Rias, would you like to enter my room? She nodded without saying any words. Somehow, she was just acting like a girl her age that was embarrassed by her parents. After entering the room, Rias jumped on the bed and was quiet while lying upside down. I sat on my bed as she lay there silently. I let her mope for a little bit while I wait for her to speak. I scoot over a little further and start petting her head. My mother, father, and Aquino's family are getting along quite well. I didn't say anything. She still has things to say, so I wait. This meeting, as I feel, is good. Father and mother also seem to be enjoying it. They're getting along really well. Cinchuredo, yes? Are you happy to have met me? I am. I'm glad to have met all of you. Even if we had our little hiccup a few months ago, I'm glad it went down that way. Before I could answer, Rias continued. I am happy to have met Jean. A life without you is impossible. Just imaging you not in it, it's painful. I can say the rest of the girls agree with this. I know. I'm spoiled by all of you and blessed by all of you. If I didn't reincarnate, if it didn't exist, you all would have your usual fate. Would that have been better? I forced you all into this crap I'm in after all. Of course, Rias. I'm glad to have met you. I'm glad I met all of you. My life is full of fun and interesting things happening to it. But it's full of dangers as well. You already saw it a few months back, even though I held back from asking. Are you sure you want to stay with me? Even knowing that those dangers are just around the corner? I can always just erase the memory of me from everyone from this world, then face this by myself. She shakes her head furiously, letting go of the pillow and lunging forward to hug me. I don't want that. Please don't do that. That sounds so lonely and painful, being forgotten by everyone. You alone will be keeping those precious memories while we... She started to cry. Tears fell from her eyes. Sincerado, Rennie cried the hardest. The way she clung onto me for dear life, like I would blip out of existence if she let go. The other girls too. Asia, after finding out God was dead and seeing me just vanishing. Aquino, that probably reminded her of her mother. I messed up. I'm terrible. No. Stop, I can't keep going with this kind of mindset focus. Jean, come on, man, hey. Jean, I look back up at her. I've been staring at my bed while she slowly stopped crying. Aquino said you would marry her in the future. Can we? I have thought about my marriage ceremony as well, you know? Japanese style would be good. For the reception, somewhere in Japan would be good. If you talk about a place with beautiful scenery, then Rias had already imagined it till there. As expected of a Japanophile, but yeah, he'll marry them all. I don't care what others say. He'll do it. He'll make them all happy, whatever other opinion there is. Ria, my mouth was suddenly silenced as Ria barado me and wrapped her arms around my neck. I instinctively wrapped my arms around her to steady her. The moment felt close and unexpected, and after a moment we pulled back. Sincerado, don't underestimate them. Rias frowned and glared at Aquino. She did the same thing. Well, at least she's feeling a little better. Rias grimmery faux. I had calmed down and I was sitting on Jean's bed. I grabbed his pillow again and hugged it tightly while resting on his bed. Sincerado, I did my best to fix his bed. My first barado with him was at the pool. I agree with what he said. It wasn't the most romantic setting, but I don't regret it. I make my way out of his room, close the door, and go back to the living room. Everyone was still there but Jean, Oni-sama, and mother. And Astri-Wani-sama were missing. Oju-sama, welcome back. Jean and your family are in the dining room. If you wish, you may join them. I'm also going there now. Ografia had greeted me, the others waving at me. Aquino had joined her mother on the couch and was laughing at Asia on the TV. She was laughing along with him. Why couldn't I do that? I still have a lot of room for growth and maturity. I nod at Grafia, and we make our way to the kitchen. Once there, Oni-sama, mother, and Astro-Oni-sama were chatting amongst themselves. They notice mine and Grafia's presence, and they turn and smile at us. Yeah, nice to see you come down to join us, Rias. Hello, dear. Have you calmed yourself, Rias? The three of them greet me, and I nod. I see Oni-sama glance towards the kitchen, and I turn to look. Father and Jean were over there. Father and Jean Cohen became best buds. Do you see that, Rias? Cuckoo. They bonded over food and cooking techniques. Grafia told me about the future career he wanted to pursue in the human world. Cooking. I finished for Oni-sama, and he nods. Yes, so I forwarded that to Father around a month back. He wanted to see what Jean Cohen was capable of, so now they're over there. If all goes well, we the Grimmery will back him up. He has the funds. Just needs some backers to start up his business during college. Jean started to think of the future. I look at him and Father. The two of them were discussing things. I could hear them. Oh, you use that for this dish? I never would have thought of that, so. What does it turn out? Yes, it turns out quite crispy, actually. He snaps his fingers and a dish appeared on the counter. This is it. Care for taste? Father nods, takes a fork, and tastes the food. His eyes widen. Incredible. It goes well with some red wine. Jean summoned a glass of wine in a small glass and handed it over. My father's eyes widened even more. I think he's got his approval. Looks like Father may approve of this much sooner than we thought. Oni-sama chuckled. He gets along with any more he meets, even with my father, who barely interacted back in the after-party era. I have a son-in-law already. Ofufa mother put her hand on her cheek as she laughed to herself. I could feel my cheeks heating up. Son-in-law, why am I embarrassed when I asked him to marry me? I will be focusing on my raiding game career, as well as taking up the position as head of the Gremory clan when I graduate, of course. I will be attending college too. We can't just vanish once we're done here in the human world. Like myself, Gene has made friends here, so if he randomly disappears, it would cause some concern. He needs to have a human job to keep up appearances. I will make my own path, as well as to what that is. Oh, Rias, glad you could join us. I come out of my thoughts and see Gene and my father walking towards us. They had some food on plates. Please try it out. Gene had come up with this. It's quite tasty. They both set the plates down as well as some forks. We all took one, and tasted the food. It was crispy on the outside and soft on the inside. What is this? It's so delicious, it'll take 20 to go. Gene Kuin. Smack. Astrid when Isama lightly smacked Oni Isama with her paper fan. That really does run in the family, but I'm glad Oni Isama liked it. This is delicious, I concur. I never would have thought of you as a chief, Gene. But I'm glad you all like it. He's really changed. The old Gene would have said something like, oh really? Haha, I'm glad you all like it. I guess I can keep improving on my cooking after all. But is this a good or bad thing? We're here to support him, so. They all turn to me as I fidget a bit. Deep breaths, Rias, deep breaths, I bow. I'm sorry for my outburst earlier. It was inappropriate and immature of me. They chuckle at me. It's fine, Rias. I took it a bit too far, but I can't help it. I'm just proud of you. I already scolded this buffoon. Don't worry too much, Rias. It's natural for your age. Oni Isama apologized, and it seems like Astrid when Isama already scolded him. It's fine, Rias. It seems like there's a boy who will stay by yourself and help you. He's a great cook too. That's too embarrassing, mother. Haha. Yes, I too am relieved. I can leave the family to you when I retire, Rias. Father turns to Gene. We can discuss this in further detail in the future, Gene. Summer is coming up. Join my daughter and her peerage so we can discuss it then in detail. Of course, do this when you're not busy. You have your job as middleman after all. I can only assume you'll be receiving more requests after the success of the peace treaty. Come by then when you have the time. Yes, of course, it will do just then, Zeoticus-san. Bah, Zeoticus is fine. Gene nods. He really next day. Gene skyward, both Rias and Aquino's family had left in the morning. Today was the day that Gasper was meant to be introduced. That's been thrown out the window. For now, I think it'll reunite both Valerie and Gasper. I think it's fine. Valerie is in good condition now, and Gasper should be ready. He'll need to meet up with Michael to receive Ascalon too. It'll be with Aquino for that then. Kuo Academy. I thought I was going to die yesterday. Both Najima and Kudo were sitting beside me early in the morning. Let me get extra rest. Why? Did you get caught doing something embarrassing? Kuda asked Najima. Who asked a question like that? I also don't want to be labeled in a weird way. Please stop. Ding. Saved by the bell. After school, I had asked everyone to be in attendance in the clubroom. Ingval didn't have any plans with her friends, so it all worked out. Once everyone was there, they were eating snacks, drinking tea, the usual. I had informed Rias and Aquino of what I was planning. Kiba had no idea who Valerie was. He was also tricked by the illusion magic I had on her. All right, we're all here. All eyes were on me. Why did you call us here? Gene-senpai. Gasper, you're the reason. I'm glad you asked, Gasper. But first, Kumein. When I said that, someone came from the back room of the clubroom. They came out, and they were wearing a mask and still had the illusion magic on them. The person you brought with us? Why is she here? Kiba looked confused, but I ignore his confusion and look at Gasper. He looked back at me with the same confusion. Gasper, remember back when we first met? He nods. Do you remember the promise I made you? He blankly stares at me, but slowly nods in response. He looks at me, then at the masked woman, back at me, and I gave him a quick smile with the corner of my mouth. Yeah, it's done. When I said that, Valerie took her mask off, and I undo the illusion magic on her. Once she revealed herself, Gasper stood up. Allow me to introduce to you Valerie Teeps, your childhood friend. Igabonne. Valerie didn't finish her sentence as Gasper ran over to her and hugged her tightly. The two of them share a hug, and Asia started to cry. The same with Zenobia. I thought I would never see you again. Gasper started to cry. Valerie also became teary-eyed. You have Gene to thank for that. Valerie looked at me with a content expression. Gasper let go off her and bear hugged me too. Senpai, Yua, why are you crying even harder when you hug me? Come on, man, we worked on this good grief. I pat the guy on the head. What a troublesome junior I have come on. Jayasuk, be a man. That's what it means to be in the club for us guys, right? He stopped crying, and wiped his tears away. Even though some still dripped from his cheek, he changed his expression and looked at me seriously. He nods his head and turns back to Valerie. Welcome back, Valerie. Let's get along again. You too, Gasper. Everyone looked at the two with smiles as they have finally reunited. I'm also relieved that Gasper didn't hate me either. Senpai, I winded you a few months back. I waited for Valerie to heal. She was quite, let's say, damaged. I didn't think it would have been a good idea for you two to meet then. I had Rias and Aquino keep it secret. I'm sorry if that rubs you the wrong way, Jayasuk. He shakes his head furiously. No, it's fine. You were looking out for me. I don't know how damaged Valerie was, but thinking about it, Gasper's power started to spike. I quickly walk over and put a hand on his shoulder while calming him down. I'm sorry. Don't be. You care for her and your comrades. That's a good trait, Jayasuk. Yes, he looked gloomily at the ground for nearly losing himself there. Why are you here, Azazel? I glance at the door as everyone turns to look at the governor. Hey there, Gene Cohen, wow you to become a gloomy guy after all. I've got to hand it to Valley. All right. I just came here to check out the Gremory group. And you? I've got to say I can't feel your powers or auras anymore. What in the world did you do to them? H.A. turning into the silent type, huh? All right, sure, whatever. It'll get going then, not too long till the peace conference. See you all there. Ciao, Azazel turned around to leave and teleported away. What a carefree guy. I have less energy, and I can't keep up with his rhythm. What a drag. Nighttime, Gasper and Valerie were catching up in the living room after having dinner. Everyone else was doing their thing. I was on the couch to their right, relaxing with everyone else. Rennie was attached to me, as per usual. I turn to my right, open my palm, and close it. It's useless, no useful information. Why do they keep doing this? Cow's Brigade kept sending magicians here to create magic circles to do the mass teleportation for the invasion, but I kept killing them. I doubt this is all of them. Since Azrael no, he's useless now, if what she said was true. Then whoever was telling them to come here is stupid. Nyarlathotep definitely is hiding some to create the circle. I can't detect any of them. Jean? I turn back to see Rennie worriedly looking at me. I shake my head and lightly bump our foreheads. It's fine, I got rid of it. Censuredo and both felt content. Slowly, everyone the girls wanted me to do the same thing when the world. Hey, partner, where's my forehead bump? Ha ha ha. AHHH, you didn't need to burn me. You deserved it, Rookie Dragon. Rookie Dragon. Barato. Answer, Rookie Dragon. Yulo, why am I being bullied? Now you know how I feel when you do it to me. Never again. Imsully. Patna. Yulo. Jean's soul swing. Slash. Swoosh. Step in deeper, yell like that. Taking Rudra's advice, I did just that. I stepped in deeper while twisting my body and thrusting my bakin. Doom. Not bad, but can be improved. Your saving grace is your power. Even with subpar technique, you can easily overpower anyone. Right. Hey, partner. I turned to look at Drake as he was lying on the grass in his human form. Cuntuar and Albion were sitting on the bench having drinks. When are we going to use your True Queen for our boosted gear? I'm not sure yet. I mean, we haven't really needed to. Also, haven't finished making the chant for him. What was the chant Haido Issei use again? Feel free to say it, Jean. I can prevent it from activating. Cuntuar tells me. That I appreciate it. But which one do you mean, Drake? The initial chant or the one when he fought Shalba? Shalba. I nod and recite it for him. Everyone was looking at me. I, who is about to awaken, am the Red Dragon Emperor who holds the truth of the king up high, holding the infinite hopes and unbreakable dreams, and walking the path of righteousness. I will become an emperor of Crimson Dragon, and I will lead you to the path of heaven, glowing in deep crimson light. I see. So that's the chant, so. You're having trouble rewriting it for your own? Yeah, well, let's find a different word for crimson, then since, let's be honest, Rias Gremory isn't your one. Right now, it's between Rennie and Aquino. Sorry, Kuroka, but I don't think adding Naya would be too fitting. Might I suggest adding Scorch? Blue? Gold? I haven't even met her yet. Rudra, I think. We keep the first two lines. It still fits you, Jean. I would say the first three Albion turns to Comptoir and nods. Yes, the first three make sense. Perhaps change the Red Dragon Emperor to True Emperor or such. True Dragon Emperor. It doesn't have the ring to it. Red and white mix pink, you know. We are not the Pink Dragon Emperor. The two dragons immediately shut it down. I was just talking to myself. I wasn't going to seriously suggest it. Okay, how about this? We all turn to Drake, who stands up and starts to chant. I, who am about to awaken, am the true Dragon Emperor, who holds the truth of the king up high, holding the infinite hopes and unbreakable dreams, and walking the path of righteousness. I will become a god king of dragons. And I will lead you beyond the path of paradise, shining in true outer light. How about it? Drake looks at us rather excitedly. That sucks. Gah. Drake fell down to his knees after I told him on how I felt about the chant. I mean, it's not that bad, but I don't know, did you even hear what I said, you mongoose? I said it had to involve or have a nod to either Rennie or Aquino. Maybe even both. You know the crimson is for Rias Gremory. You though. He started to cry after being scolded by Albion. What a useless dragon. I go over to him and pat his back. Chin up, Drake. We still have time before we use it, whenever that is. Oh. Partner. He hugged me while cackling to himself. We spent the rest of the time in there, tried to come up with a new chant. We got nowhere. Next day, Aquino had left early in the morning. She said she had somewhere to go. The rest didn't know except Rias. She didn't tell me, but told me to meet her at the shrine she used to live in. I knew it was time for me to receive Ascalon from Michael. So I knew where to go and follow that path I haven't gone to in a while. I know Aquino sometimes goes there to clean her home welcome. Jinkun. Jinkun. Did she ever call me that? It was the figure of Aquino clad in a shrine maiden's outfit. While I was climbing the steps, Aquino, who was moving forward, said it without stopping. Sorry for suddenly calling you out like this. Jinkun. It's no problem. I was also free with no work. Is this the meeting with Michael? Perhaps a gift from heaven? Aquino looked a bit surprised but laughed and nodded. Yes, it is. Rias has to do a final meeting with Sir Zexama regarding the conference matter. She'll join us in a little bit. Aquino's shrine maiden outfit was the best. It suited her pretty well. She's surely a Yamato, not a Shiko. Perhaps her title, the Priestess of Thunder, came from here? It has changed since then. We had reached the top. I stand beside her. I compliment her quietly, and she gave a small smile. She looks back at me with an expectant look. But I shake my head. We can't act so casual here, otherwise Michael may have a heart attack. She pouted a little. We can hang out later tonight. Let's go. Fwash. It's been some time, Michael. In front of us, Michael had appeared from a column of light. He smiles at the both of us and nods. Michael had golden-colored wings to the point of dazzling and fluttering in front of me. His body was wrapped in an extravagant white robe, and above his head, a golden-colored halo was floating. Yes, it has been Jinkun. We had gone into the shrine as Michael and I sat at a table. Aquino had gone to get us some tea. It didn't take long as she came back and poured some for us. Thank you. Thanks, Aquino. We both thank her as she sits beside me. Across from us was Michael. He sips on the tea and looks at us. He makes a gesture and a sword appears. Saint-Georges Dragon Slaying Odyswort, Ascalon. Correct. As knowledgeable as always, Jinkun. As a special courtesy, since I am giving you this, even you, a human who has the power of the dragon, can handle it. Before you can possess it, do you think you can assimilate it into the boosted gear? Even Michael has his doubts. I'm still human. Well, he'll give them a partial truth during the conference. He'll say I'm a human-dragon-god hybrid. They don't need to know the whole truth. Why give it to me? Wouldn't it be more beneficial to give it to the devils or fallen? He nods at my question. During this time's meeting, I think there's a huge opportunity to cooperate between the three great powers. I know you knew beforehand, you told us back in heaven after all, but we lost our creator, God, during the last war. Our enemies also lost the old Satans in battle. The leaders of the fallen angels are reticent. Azazel also has his official stand of not wanting to create wars. This is a chance to get rid of the useless battles. If small-scale battles continue like this intermittently, then anyhow, the three great powers will be destroyed. Even if that isn't the case, other powers may invade from the side. That sword was originally a present from me to the devil's side. Of course, I also sent presents to the fallen angel side. I got the rumored holy demonic sword from the devil's side as well, so our side is very grateful as well. However, I, as well as Satan Lucifer and Governor Azazel, believe this will be in better hands if handed to you. You played a big role for this to happen, Jinkoin. Other factions have already approached you about an alliance. Yes? Yes, Asgard, West Ukai faction, and the Fae in Ireland. I expect more after this peace conference. Michael makes the sword float towards me. I grab it and summon the boosted gear. I concentrate, and the sword disappears and is combined with the sacred gear. Michael smiles at me, satisfied with what I did. Ascalon, blade. Drake announces, and the sword Ascalon appears from the boosted gear. It seems it worked. With that, my work here is done. I shall see you soon, Jinkoin. He gets up and starts to teleport, but I stop him. He looks at me a bit confused. Wait, Michael, who's coming with you to the conference? Gabriel and someone else. Let's keep that as a surprise, shall we, Jinkoin? I nod, and he finally teleports away in a pillar of light. Someone else, huh? I wonder who. I can guess it's not the other four great seraphs. Then who? Maybe one of the 10 seraphs? It's plausible Aquino and I were left in the shrine once Michael left. We sat side by side without saying anything. She had leaned on me after he left. Rias will join us soon. Am I really making good in this world? Or am I destroying it? I wasn't sure anymore. Did I really contribute that much with the peace conference? Or I felt Aquino touch my cheek with her hand. She looks at me sadly. You're making that face again? Making that face again? What does she mean? What face? After that incident and during the 5 years, you sometimes always make that face. A face that says you're not too sure if what you're doing is the right thing. A face that has a lot of doubts. A face of a lot of sadness. I haven't really noticed. I can't really look at myself unless I use my own powers. I know I've been down, but making a face? Really? You learn something new every day. You haven't cried at all, you know? When that happened to Rennie, instead of crying, probably because of the past me, I have no concrete evidence. But maybe I did that enough times back then that I became numb. Or society norms? A guy crying is usually looked down upon or isn't socially accepted. It's a double standard I hate. Or that's just an excuse you're spouting right now, Jean. Aquino looks at me a bit mad. No, she's just concerned for my mental health. I don't know. I just find it hard to cry. I'm sorry, Aquino. I don't know. I just find it hard to cry. But I did feel sad and furious when that happened to Rennie. Don't worry, Jean. We'll make you cry in the future. What? Huh? Why? Comptoir, Drake, and Albion said it to us, so we'll get it done. Comptoir said it was essential, as well as have you admit certain words and phrases. Huh? Wait, what? Hey, Comptoir, Drake, Albion. What's Aquino talking about? Comptoir. Answer. It's for your own good, Jean. This is one answer that you must find yourself. We cannot help you know. It's not an answer, more like admitting a truth to yourself. Allow me to give you a hint. It's 2 parts. Pull yourself out of this rut and admit one truth. Once that is done, you'll meet some requirements. The next, hopefully, will happen when you graduate. That's all I'm saying. Admit 2 truths? What? HAAA. Look, partner, when you say these things and admit some things to yourself, you will evolve. Comptoir. Answer. It won't be instantaneous, but it will happen. So those are what I need to evolve. They didn't answer me, God. What the hell? That's not that helpful. No. Cinturito, we look at her, and she seemed unamused. She sighs and shakes her head. Let's go home. Aquino hopped down and skipped over to Rias as the two lightly glare at each other. I know that they'd both leave, and I get up. The peace conference should be tomorrow, all right. They'll be completely serious for once, Leanne, and he can be my bodyguards. He'll station a few shadows around the school and clubroom. I'll look at my ring since Sharon isn't here. He'll rely on those two. Let's get this done and over within Gregory Azazel. Do I have to attend tomorrow's conference as well? Of course, Valley, since you're the White Dragon Emperor. Hey, Azazel, our war's not going to occur anymore. You just seek battle. You sure got attached to an ideal dragon. You're the type that won't live long. That's fine. I don't have any interest in living long. It's just, I regret being born in this age. A world without God. I wanted to try defeating God. That's really like the White Dragon Emperor. And after defeating all the strong guys, what will you do? I don't have any interest in such a boring world. Even if that means leaving behind Jinbu Duminchan to be all alone, I'm leaving. Azazel watched Valley leave the room. TCH. What a coward. Face or you wimp. Chapter 4. Peace Conference and Cow's Brigade, Ireland. Dunleg Air Jean skyward. It was early in the morning, and I had teleported to Ireland. Tonight was the night for the Peace Conference. The girls were still asleep when I left. I wanted some time for myself and to relax. I wasn't worried or nervous about it. I just need a breath of fresh air. This was the same spot I sat at near the pier. I felt nostalgic here, so I came here. Russell, I glanced to my side as I leaned forward and took a sip from my coffee. Beside me was Leanne. She had decided to come out. It was cold here, but she was not affected by that, so she was wearing her casual wear. Quite a splendid view, Jean. Yeah, even though I created her, I found it a bit difficult to talk to her. She had this elegance. There was an aura or feeling around her. I spoke with her normally during training and the like, but we never sat down before, just the two of us, and spoke. I and him will be escorting you and acting as bodyguards tonight. Yes? Yeah. They'll have a few shadows stationed around the academy when they attack. You're certain they will attack? Yeah. I searched the town and found magic circles all over the place. I rigged around 99% of them to stop and neutralize the magicians once they teleport in. I had done this as the day of the peace conference drew nearer. I can't dispel them since Nyarlathotep did something so they would just reappear. I looked through it together with Barado, and we discovered that they will permanently disappear once the conference is over. As annoying as ever, that person. Therefore, we messed with it. As long as it's not destroyed, it won't revert back to its previous state. So we changed some of its properties. When those magicians teleport in, they'll be defeated. Obviously, not all of them do this. Some have a delay, then they die. Saw the Vali. You won't have your spotlight this time around. Did I become some kind of sicko? I don't know, I hope not. What are my plans for Kateria Leviathan? You will get rid of her. So, Azazel won't lose an arm this time around. He offered no, insisted, begged me almost. I didn't mind. This means Azazel won't be able to show off his artificially created sacred gear down Fall Dragon Spear, but he will be able to perfect it even more. Hi, Leanne, and I turn around to see if Faye had appeared more specifically, an Ariel. What can I do for you? Invite. Once the peace conference is over, the Queen and King has invited you back to our kingdom. The Fae laughed happily and informed me. It giggled and then flew away. I was expecting this, so it's fine. Once the peace conference was over, summer would soon have arrived. This is when Rias and her peerage will go to the underworld to train and prepare for the upcoming youth raiding games. It'll take that time when they train to go to Ireland and Kyoto. If I'm approached by other pantheons or factions about an alliance, then it'll go there. She was quite adorable, no? I guess so. I'm not quite sure how to respond to that. That Ariel was just, well, an Ariel. I didn't know if it was cute or whatever. I sigh and get up. Let's get moving. Everyone should wake up in a few hours. Leanne nodded. I expected her to go back into the ring, but instead, when I got up, she hugged my left arm and waited. A small smile crossed her lips as she closed her eyes. Whatever, it's her choice to do this. Japan, Kuo, my liege, some activity from those magicians within their territory in the dimensional gap. Bellion had just contacted me. Activity? What kind of activity? They have been testing various forms of magic, quite destructive ones. Keep an eye on them. If you deem them dangerous, neutralize them. Understood. Glinda is there. Rennie and I haven't spoken much about her past when she was still under Glinda's tutelage. I also don't know if she holds any kind of feelings for her former mentor. They'll let her decide her fate when the time comes. I feel there's still unfinished business between the two. I notice a few auras around the house. It seems like a few girls have woken up, as well as Kiba in the training facility. Seeing as Leanne wasn't letting go, I keep walking as she accompanies me. We first go to the training facility. We arrive there via the elevator. I decided to use it since it would be useless otherwise. Kiba had his sword of betrayer out and was attacking the dummies with various techniques. He looked relaxed, but I felt some tension within him. We walked toward him until I purposefully stepped forward with a bit more force to catch his attention. He stops attacking and turns around. Jin Senpai, Lian Sensei. He greets us and bows to Lian. Lian Sensei, I should let her become a teacher in the school. She has both brains and muscles. After all, she could teach any subject, but I think physical education would suit her. Hey, Kiba, why are you up so early in the morning? Are you nervous about the peace conference that you couldn't sleep? Yes, I tried to sleep, but only slept for an hour. After that, I stayed up and then came here. I envy Gasper-kun. He's out like a light. Kiba let out a small chuckle at the thought of Gasper, seemingly not bothered by the upcoming conference. Lian lets go of me and walk over to Kiba. Then, let us have an early training session. Good luck, dude. For the rest of the time, until all the girls woke up, many screams were heard down here. Lunch G, my man. What's up with everyone in your club? They all look nervous? Kuda and Najima came over to me during lunch. I was about to go to the club room when these two approached me. Oh, it's nothing. We're going to be fighting a world-ending dragon soon. Just your typical weekday. The two stare blankly at me before bursting into laughter. Najima was slapping his sides, and Kuda was actually crying. Why? It wasn't that funny. And he'll be fighting the bread dragon tonight. Young warrior, I wish thee luck. Yeah, he'll be tackling the homeward dragon too. What a mighty foe. They high-five. These two spend more time with each other and are practically inseparable. Their bond is so strong that if the situation were different, they would surely be the closest of partners. What if one was a female? Then they would be inseparable best friends. Simple as that. You two would be perfect for each other. Why not date? We're not gay. They both screamed at me in unison. You guys aren't helping yourselves, just another normal day of school passes nighttime Rias Gremory. It was time, and I Rias Gremory headed to my club room at Kuo Academy. My peerage was also with me. However, Jean and Ingval were not. He said he would come to the meeting on his own. He looked quite serious. The rest of his lovers opted to stay at home since there was no reason for them to be there, but a few insisted on accompanying him. Jean also put his foot down, so they couldn't go. He left Quretia at home. Baru was also there since he's in Ingvild's shadow. If by any chance something happens in today's conference and it breaks down, this place might become a battlefield. My peerage answered me in high spirits. Thanks to Jean, everyone could potentially make it to the meeting. However, since there isn't much space, we had to leave Kaneko and Gasper here. Gasper received a game console from Jean earlier in the week. This was so he and Kaneko could play with them while they wait for this to be over. He also prepared snacks for the two. I feel like he's spoiling them a bit too much. Jean also put a barrier around the club room, just in case. I thought he was being paranoid, but he looked quite serious when he told us that it could help. So we didn't question him. Now then, we're leaving. Behave, all right? Yes, President, both of them had already started playing. I sighed inwardly and shook my head. If I confiscate them later, would that be too strict? Aquino, Yudo, Asia, and I left the club room and made our way to the new school buildings as the peace conference was held there. Did Jean mention when he would show up? I turned and asked Aquino, but she shook her head. I would guess. He will show up last. That's the impression I got. Last, is there a reason for that? I hear Yudo chuckle beside me. Perhaps Jean-senpai wants to look cool, or he may be doing last-minute checkups. I don't think Jean wants to show up just to look cool. He doesn't seem to be that kind of person lately. But doing last-minute checkups on what? Asia didn't say anything as she had a serious look on her face. I smile. Jean is definitely affecting her. We don't talk much as we drew closer to the room. I could feel the auras of Oni-sama, Gabriel-sama, Azazel, Leviathan-sama, and the White Dragon Emperor. There were a few auras that I didn't recognize or wasn't too familiar with. Sona and her peerage were also there. Knock, knock, I knock on the door. Excuse us. I opened the door, and there was a gorgeous and high-class table. It was surrounded by people I recognized. The air was eerily quiet, and everyone had a serious face. Even though I was quite strong now, I couldn't help but feel nervous. Today, if it goes well, could change everything. I could feel that my peerage felt the same way. I briefly glanced at them, and they had dawned on serious faces. Asia's hadn't changed hers since earlier. From the devil's side, there were Surzek-sama and Leviathan-sama, as well as Asteri-sama. She was on standby beside the tea preparing cart. She may be playing the role waitress tonight. From the angels' side, there are the golden-feathered Michael San, Gabriel San, Griselda San, and Irina. From the fallen angels' side, there were Azazel with his 12 wings unfurled and the vanishing dragon, Valley, glancing at us, his brow raised, probably confused since Jean wasn't with us. The ends of Azazel's lips rose as if happy. Surzek-sama and Leviathan-sama were wearing clothes with ornaments decorating them, as well my younger sister and her family. Surzek-sama introduced me and my family to the VIP of the other factions. I bowed to them. The only one left is Middleman Kuin then. I wonder where he's at. Azazel had looked at the door and shook his head. He sounded eager to see Jean. Valley, the White Dragon Emperor, also had an expectant glint in his eyes too. My peerage and I walked toward Oni-sama and Leviathan-sama. We stand behind them and wait for Jean to arrive. Jiggle open. Suddenly the doorknob jiggled and the door opened and everyone else in the room stiffened as we felt an authoritative aura walk through the door. It was Jean, with Leanne and someone else with him, a man. I haven't seen him before, another creation of his. Jean Skyward Rias and her peerage had left earlier, so I had put on a more appropriate attire for the peace conference tonight. A black suit, much like Karitsugu Amiya, but without the black trench coat. I had changed the tie to a gold one, much to Rudra's insistence. The rest of the girls were going to be staying at home, so I had Jima, Baru, and Koratia stay behind and protect them if anything went wrong. In addition, there were battle android fairies on standby. I had also recalled Igris earlier, since I plan on using him. I turn around and see Rennie there with the other girls. I had been in front of the mirror fixing my tie, and failing miserably. Grafia walked up to me and fixed it for me. Thank you, Grafia. You need to look the part for tonight, Jean. She smiled at me and kissed me on the cheek. The girls did the same one by one, slowly leaving the room, and I was left with Rennie in the end. Good luck. You've been working hard on this for the last few months. Yeah, it's finally paying off. Well, if it goes well. She pinches me on both of my cheeks and puffs her own. Positive thinking, mister. Yeah, ITLL go well. Anyway, I should get going. She hugs me one last time, and we leave the room together. I found Leanne and the other being I created waiting for me in the entrance hallway. Antares, the king of dragons and the monarch of destruction. Antares was a handsome middle-aged man with long crimson hair, a neatly trimmed red beard, and glowing scarlet eyes. He also wore silver-red armor with a high collar and a reddish-brown tailcoat. That's right, he was my right-hand man and served as my other bodyguard. These two were going to accompany me tonight. As Rennie let go of my arm, I walked toward them. Good luck. I glance back and nod. I look at the two of them with a serious expression. Let's go. Leanne had her armor back on without the helmet. The two of them nod, and I teleport to Kuo Academy. Kuo Academy, I had teleported just outside the room where this meeting was going to take place. Spread out, be ready. When given the signal, capture them. The shadows left me and took their stations around the school. I took hold of the doorknob, turned it, and pushed the door open. As I stepped through the door, I let a very small fraction of my aura out. I was looking straight ahead with a serious expression on my face. I wanted to present myself as a serious middleman for once. Sorry for the wait. Everyone in the room had frozen up as they felt my aura. I could see that there weren't enough chairs. Did they forget to account for me? Oh, not enough chairs, huh? Who messed that up? Azazel was the first to come out of it. He blurted out what I was thinking and awkwardly chuckled. It doesn't matter. I pointed to the spot beside him and summoned a chair. I walked over and sat on it, while Leanne and Antares waited on either side of the closed door. Let's start this meeting then. I retract my aura and wait for them to speak. Surzex coughs into his fist and speaks. Yes, let's start. Everyone hear my sister, her peerage, Sonakun, her peerage, Jean-kun, and his lovers were present during the attack by Kokabil and Azrael. I have heard the report. I give him my thanks once more. Michael gave his thanks to Rias. Rias conducted herself coolly and bowed once more. Sorry that Kokabil and Azrael on my side caused you trouble. Azazel said it with a brazen expression. Now that everyone has arrived, I'll outline the preconditions for the meeting. The people present here to acknowledge the most significant event and forbidden subject, i.e., the non-existence of God. Serzex looks around the room. No one did or say anything. He took that as a sign of acknowledgement. Then, acknowledging that, let's continue the conversation. So it began, the peace conference that could change the fate between these three great powers. Like that, we angels Michael said that. That's true. That way would be better. If it's like right now, the three great powers will go down the road of destruction. Serzex also said that. Well, we don't have any particular thing to fuss over. There were instances when this place would freeze, when Azazel said a sentence occasionally as well, but the governor of the fallen angels was purposely making that atmosphere awkward and was enjoying it. The three of them talked about crap that had to do with the inner workings of their factions. I did not care too much. I didn't belong to their factions, but for the sake of keeping up my appearance, I listened in. They would sometimes go over where they thought their factions were going to end up in the future, and who would be leading them. The inner works of what did what, who did what, and how they generally ran things. I glanced around as everyone was listening in. Asia looked confused by it all, the same with Rias, but she tried her best to try to understand it all. I noticed that Griselda and Irina were present, as well as Gabriel. I'm sorry that I might have scared you earlier. I told Gabriel. She looks at me and smiled. I could see Valis staring at me. He looked unsure about something. Whether that be on fighting me here tonight or betraying Azazel, that will remain to be seen. Now then, Rias, could you speak about the incident a few months back? Yes, Lucifer Sama. Seemingly finished with their talks, Serzex asked Rias to relay the events that had transpired. I had told her beforehand to leave out my outburst. I did the same with Sona with fear. Forgive me. You'll understand in the future. After being urged by Serzex, Rias, Sona, and Aquino stepped forward. They talked about the events that transpired, about the attacks from Kokabil, the holy swords as well as Valpur, the divine beasts made by Vetsa, the appearance of Draig, and how Azrael escaped. Everyone belonging to the three great powers continued to hear about it. Rias talked about the summary of the incident she experienced herself plainly in a calm manner. Each of the faction's VIPs who heard the report were either letting out a sigh, scowling, or smiling. Each person had a different reaction. That is all regarding the report of the events which I, Rias Gremory, and the household devils over there experienced. Rias, who had said everything, had stepped back upon hearing Serzek's good work. She did well. She kept her calm and explained everything in a way that everyone could understand. I'll reward her late. Thanks. Rias-chan Serafal also winked at Rias, showing she's still herself even in times like these. Now, Azazel, after hearing this report, I want to hear the opinion of the governor of the fallen angels. Upon Serzek's questioning, everyone's gaze was focused on the black-haired governor. Azazel started talking after letting out an intrepid smile. Regarding the incident a few months back, Kokabil, a leader of our central organization, had already turned rogue months ago. No, probably even years ago, he may have met up with Azrael during those times. He kept quiet to the other leaders, as well as to me, the governor, and acted independently. He was disposed of by Jean. I had originally sent Vala to do it, but he had come back saying Jean took care of it. The explanation for that, everything was written in the material that was forwarded to you, right? That is all. But I want to add that if Jean kept him alive, he would be in Cositis right now, never allowed to leave. Michael said while sighing, I understand where you're coming from. It's the worst-case scenario, but it's my understanding that you personally do not wish to start a conflict with us. Is that true? Yeah, I don't have any interest in wars. When Kokabil also disparaged me, don't you have the report for that as well? Azazel is right. That crow was long gone, already messed up in the head, probably the reason why he fell. The same can be said for Azrael. Azazel, who was passive about wars and only had an interest in sacred gears, didn't care for war. This time, Serzex asked Azazel, Azazel, I want to ask one thing. Why have you been gathering owners of sacred gears for the past decades? At first, I thought you were gathering humans and attempting to increase your battle potential. I even anticipated you waging war against heaven or us, but yes, No matter how much time has passed, you have never declared war against us. When I heard you got hold of the vanishing dragon, I was enveloped by a strong wariness. Michael's opinion was the same as Surzek's. Upon hearing the two's opinions, Azazel smiled bitterly. It's for the sake of sacred gear research. If that's the case, should I send a part of the research materials to you as well? Even if I did research, I wouldn't wage a war against you or anything. I don't have any interest in war at this late of an hour. I am perfectly satisfied with the world right now. I have strongly ordered my subordinates. Don't interfere with the human world's political affairs, you know? I have no intention of intervening in religion either or influencing the business of the devils. Damn, is my trust in the three factions the least? That's true. That's right. That's exactly it. I decided to join in too. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Screw you, Gene. Language, Azazel. Gene cursed too. What the? Are you favoring him or something? Azazel shook his head, tired of everything. Michael had to reprimand his former brother, or are they still considered brothers at this point? Che, I thought you were better than God or the last generation's Lucifer, but you guys are troublesome guys yourselves. Me researching doesn't mesh well with you lot. Huh? Well, whatever. Let's just make peace. Originally, was it that the intention of you angels and devils as well? Azazel tried to move the conversation along. He just wanted peace to be achieved so he could go back to researching. Well, we do want that, but the one who had and is making this a possibility is the man in front of us, no? That's right, Gene Chan's done a lot of requests for all our sides after all Surzek's and Michael nod. Azazel rolled his eyes, and a wide smile appeared on his face. I know what he's going to say, but I don't care at this point. It's painfully obvious that even a brain-damaged ant would have figured it out already. Centurado, why isn't anyone surprised by this revelation? Azazel, it's quite obvious that's the reason why Gene became the middleman. He did say that he wanted to gather many companions around him. This was the logical way to approach it, wasn't it? Azazel stared at Michael slack-jawed. Even Valley let out a snort at him. Moving along, Surzek says as the leaders calmed themselves down. I was also planning to propose peace to the devils and Grigori. Even if we choose to continue the relationship between the three factions, it will prove harmful to the world right now. The leader of the angels, have said it since. The original cause of the war, God and Satan's, have been annihilated. Michael said that he wanted peace in this transition. Azazel burst out laughing at Michael's words. Huh, has that stubborn Michael finally started to change his perspective? Even though he was all about God before like a sick puppy. I have lost a lot of things. However, there is no point in seeking things that aren't there. It is our duty to guide humans. We members of the Seraph have the same opinion that the most important thing is to watch over the children of God from now on as well, and to guide them. Hey, with your speech just now, you'll fall, you know? That's what I thought, but you actually took over the system. It's become a good world. It's completely different from the time when we fell. Michael shook his head and touched the necklace I gave him. With this, there is no chance of me falling. We can thank Gene Cohen for that. Gabriel agreed beside Michael as Surzek's Seraphal, and Azazel looked at him in surprise, as well as the necklace he touched. Gene Cohen created this necklace a few months back. It prevents pure angels from falling. For the time being, only the 10 seraphs and us, the 4 great seraphs, have these necklaces. We want to ask for Gene to mass create these when the time comes. It prevents angels from falling? Then can you say a swear word to prove it? Azazel seemed interested in the necklace and leaned closer towards Michael. Gabriel lightly smacked him on the head, and he retreated back. I will not say those words. Surzek again moves the conversation along. We are the same. Even the Satans that aren't here agree. In order to continue the species, the devils must have moved forward as well. Even we wouldn't want war. If we start another war, the devils will be destroyed. On Surzek's words, Azazel nodded as well. Yes, if we start another war, the 3 factions will definitely be mutually destroyed. And then it will affect the human world as well, and the world will end. We can't do wars now. Some time ago, Azazel had a joking and carefree mood, but it's done a complete change, and he has a serious expression now. Do you think a world without God is wrong? Do you think a world without God would decay? I am sorry to say, but that isn't the case. You and I are both living quite well like this, right? Azazel said that while opening his arms. I finish his sentence for him. The world moves even without God. He glances at me and nods. That's right, we move on. Even without Father, we know the humans are fine without him. Even without God, I live in this world. Other people's lives have remained the same. The world moves even without God. The believers of God have been in decline for many years now, whether it be here or in my old world. That's one fact that remains unchanged. Even normal humans have their doubts about the supernatural. If you woke up one day and found out it was real, how would you react? I feel like the old me would have shoved it into people's faces. I was a heavy believer, probably. After that, the conversation moved to what would happen if after this and other topics. After a lengthy discussion, and is this it? On Surzek's sentence, the VIPs let out a huge sigh. It seems the key conversations were finished. It has been a little more than an hour since the conference began. It sure feels long. Michael turned his gaze towards Kiba as Astery served tea. Now, then, since the discussion has considerably been moving in a good direction, I have noticed that holy demonic sword Cohen has been gazing at me questioningly for quite some time. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Kiba. Having looked surprised, he glanced at Asia and nodded. Why did you exile Asia? Upon hearing his question to Michael, everyone was astonished and probably wondered, why is he talking about it now? But Kiba looked quite curious about this question. He may have wanted to ask about the Holy Sword Project, but asked a different question that had to do with his comrades instead. Very thoughtful of him. Asia, who trusted God that much, why was she exiled from the church? I knew, but they didn't. So, I'll wait for Michael to answer him. Michael replied in an earnest manner. I can only apologize for that after God was gone. Only the system to govern divine protection, mercy, and miracles remained. This system is, if I explain it simply, the system to perform the miracles and many other things. God made the system and used it to bring about miracles above ground, to bring about the effect of holy things like exorcism, crosses, etc. These two are the system's powers. Kiba nods. The damage the devils take when they touch a cross is the effect of the system. After God died, some system trouble occurred, is what you're saying? On his question, Michael nodded. To be honest, it takes a big toll on anyone who uses it with the exception of God. With me, as the center, all of the seraph were able to somehow start up the system. But compared to the time before God ceased to exist, the divine protection and mercy that God extends to those who believe in him is not complete. It's an unfortunate thing, but those who can be granted salvation are limited. Kokabeel did mention that, so it makes sense that the miracles are very limited now. Only the God of the Bible can use that thing while I can. He'll mention that soon. For that, there is a need to keep away those people related to the church who could possibly cause an influence on the system. As an example of those who can influence the system, a part of the sacred gears, like Asia Argento's Twilight Healing, is included as well. Jean's boosted gear, and also divine dividing as well. Asia is included because she can heal devils and fallen angels as well. On Kiba's question, Michael nodded again. Yes, if there is a person who can heal devils and fallen angels present within the followers, it will influence the faith of the ones around her. The source of us living in heaven is the faith of believers. Because of its nature, Twilight Healing is a forbidden sacred gear which can have an impact on the system. And also, as an example of the impact on the system, Zenobia interrupted Michael and continued. The people who know about the non-existence of God, right? Yes, that's right, Zenobia. To lose you is a serious wound even for us, but if apart from us seraphs and the higher rank angels. A fair amount of people who know about the non-existence of God approach a place with a direct connection, and there's a huge effect on the system. I apologize. There is no other way but to make you and Asia Argento heretics. Michael had bowed to the two. They stare at him, in surprise, speechless. The current leader of heaven was bowing to them. You don't get that every day. And no, please don't bow, Michael Sama. The fact that you reincarnated as a devil, that is our crime. It's really alright. I may have regretted it a little bit at the start, but now it's changed. I enjoy my life as a devil. I feel like I have a little bit more freedom to do things. I want to pursue things I never would have pursued if I say these words. I may anger some believers, but still I am satisfied with my current life. I also feel the same way. I do not regret reincarnating as a devil. In a way, this led to the both of us meeting you in person. Michael Sama, it's an honor. Asia explained herself, and Zenobia agreed with her. Upon hearing both the girls' words, Michael showed a relieved expression. I am sorry and thank you. I am grateful for your forgiving hearts. I leave Durandal to you, Zenobia. Since it's the family of Surzek's sister, then I am at ease that it won't be used by those who do as they please. Azazel coughs, getting everyone's attention. He looks at everyone, then at Valley, and finally me. Now then, it's time we hear the opinion of people other than us. Those who seem like they can influence the world, the invincible dragon Samus. First, Valley, what do you want to do to the world? On Azazel's question, the White Dragon Emperor, Valis, smiled. If I can fight strong guys, then it's fine. That's an expected answer from Valley. He lives for that and his one purpose in life, which may change in the future depending on his own actions as well as mine. Azazel turns to me and asks the same question. Then, Middleman Cohen, Red Dragon Emperor, who has caused a ruckus these past few months, your thoughts? I adjusted my somewhat lax posture as all eyes were on me. I have been working towards peace, as you said earlier. What I truly desire is to live a relaxing life with my close companions. If I can achieve peace, then I can spend very pleasant days ahead of me with no wars and no fighting. Just peace. So yes, I advocate for this treaty. Anyway, I want to say something about Heaven's system. I can control it. They all look at me in shock. Not the ones close to me, though. They've become numb to it. Are you serious, Gene Cohen? I nod. Of course, controlling Heaven's system is quite easy. If God can create angels, I glance at the two behind me. And Terry smirked and Leanne smiled. Creating life is quite easy for me. Anyway, they'll go to heaven sometime in the future and change a few rules and fix a few bugs for you guys. I wasn't sure if I should fix the dilemma of pure angels from needing to repopulate. The Brave Saint system wouldn't be created then. It'll wait until they create it then and then go. Then, I shall send in a request for this, Gene Cohen. Michael still seemed a bit surprised, but agreed with a bright smile. Gabriel was happily nodding along. A man of miracles, huh? Surzek repeats the words he said a few months ago as a question as he looked at me. Azazel's eyes widened. That's right, I've been meaning to ask you. What the hell are you? Don't bullshit me with I am a human crap, Gene. It's obvious that you're not one. Centuredo, I don't mind revealing what I am. I will tell them a partial truth. Maybe you can look at this as a lie. It doesn't matter. The dragon god part is true. I'm just keeping the outer part from them. I focus on my back and unfurl my outer dragon god wings. I glance at them. They were black and blue in color, with streaks of gold and red. I'm a human dragon god hybrid, as you can see from my wings. The faction leaders, Citri Peerage, and Vala blankly stared at me until bwahahaha. A dragon god. Who would have thought? Holy smokes. Ahaha. Azazel burst into laughter as he clutched his stomach. Vala's eyes widened, and Surzek shook his head. Sarah, I'm lying. They'll tell you the full truth in the future. I was a human dragon god hybrid, though. Seraphal looked even more surprised when I told her. She nods her as she looks back at Rias and Aquino. They just give her an understanding smile. Oh, brother. Hey, Valley. Do you think you can win? Your rival is a human dragon god hybrid. In a way, he's the Red Dragon God Emperor, huh? I will best him one day. He flatly answered. Hey, you better. Drake answered as he left the sacred gear. Sup? Y'all, it's me, it's yo boy Asmongold. Everyone looked at him confused. I just put my hand on my forehead, feeling a headache brewing. Who Azazel starts, but I cut him off. That is Drake. I fully revived him. He still lives in the boosted gear, though. Anyway, meet his human form, I guess. Hey, White One. Jealous. I can turn into my dragon form, too. Fwahaha, that I hate you. Albion from Valis spoke with disdain. Valley had a defeated look on his face and sighed. I forced Drake back into the boosted gear, and he didn't complain too much. I guess he just wanted to come out and taunt Albion? Zing. Ada. Time stopped. Huh. Wait, Rias Peerage can move. Wait, what? Azazel was confused and looked around him, and as well as at Rias Peerage. Meanwhile, Sona's Peerage was frozen, even Saji. Didn't you come to visit us not too long ago and commented on how you couldn't even tell their power levels? I sometimes question your intelligence. Azazel Gasper activated his sacred gear. He kept it within the school's limit too. I will praise him later. We're under attack, boom. Boom. No, we're not. Michael started, but when everyone looked out the window, the magicians that had teleported and were suddenly taken down before they could act. A violent burst erupted everywhere. I could see Vala look outside with a shocked expression. He looks at me and seemed even warier. I noticed some magic circles around here for a few days, the same around Kuo, so I took the liberty of tampering with them. They had the same feeling as the circles the magicians used back then. If they teleport in, they'll immediately explode. They better find a different way of coming through. Shine, done on your end? I explained to them. Suddenly I felt Gasper and Chiron teleport into the room. Yes, Jean Senpai. Centuredo, seems like they stopped using them. They're using a different method now. We better repel this attack from Cow's Brigade. Talk about timing. Cow's Brigade, huh? All right, whatever, Vala, go. Azazel sighed as he shook his head. Vala nods and jumps out the window. Balance break. Vanishing dragon balance breaker. After Albion shouted, a snow-white aura covered Vala's form. When the light stopped, his body was wrapped in a suit of whole-body armor that emitted a white radiance. Dawn, 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 Dawn. He flew around, quickly disposing of the magicians that had successfully infiltrated school. It doesn't seem like she's involved in this. So it's just cutthroat? Fine with me. Less hassle too. Cow's Brigade, huh? You mentioned that before to us, Azazel. So, this is their doing? Surzex turned to Azazel and questioned him. The governor nodded. Cow's Brigade, that's the organization's name. Jean had told me about it a few months back. I was already aware of it, so I put more manpower into looking into it. It said that they're gathering dangerous members from all three big powers. Some sacred gear-possessing humans who have attained Balance Breaker also seem to be included. I've also confirmed a number of Longinus possessors among them. Their goal is? Michael asked that. Destruction and mayhem. It's that simple, you know? They don't like this world's peace. They're terrorists. Moreover, they're ill-natured to the extreme. The organization's leader was the powerful fiendish dragon beside the Welsh dragon and vanishing dragon, the Ouroboros dragon, Ophis. But now, I have no idea. Maybe Azrael? Kokabil is dead. Some of the old Satan faction, too. What? Then what happened to her? Surzex was confused. Azazel shrugged and looked at me. She's with me. I made her abandon that organization months ago. So, yeah. Azrael and some original Satan descendants are the leaders. Maybe others too, original descendants? Seraphal repeated. That's right, we have new leaders now. A magic circle appeared on the floor of the meeting room. When they saw it, all the leaders of the three great powers were shocked. No, Azazel laughed, and Surzex made a sour expression. The magic circle of Leviathan. I muttered as the Grimory Peerage look on with frowns on them. It's something seen in the books of the Vatican. That's the magic circle of the original Satan Leviathan. I added, a tall, bespectacled woman had teleported in. She had tan skin with long brown hair, tied into a bun with a headset, and she had purple eyes. She wore an elegant dress with a high slit that added a bold flair to her appearance. How do you do, current Satan Surzex Dano? The woman greeted Surzex with a fearless tone. The one descended from the blood of the previous Leviathan, Kateria Leviathan. What is the meaning of this? Before she could continue, Antares grabbed her neck and smashed her to ground. Boom! Isn't it obvious, Surzex? She's part of Cow's Brigade. Who would have thought someone this bitter and sour could be in the same lineage as Ingvild? I look at her in disgust. Her face started to turn blue. I open my palm and pointed at her. I remove her power and put it into my inventory. Let her go. Antares nodded and did so. Kateria immediately opened her palm and tried to use a spell, but nothing happened. She looked dumbfounded, and she tried it again. But nothing happened. The panic in her eyes started to set in as she looks at me in disbelief. Can't use your powers. Cinchuredo, you know. Kateria's eyes widen as she started to sweat. I could feel my shadows starting to kill off the other magicians and other pests that were showing up. I turned back to the beings with me. Feel free to get questions out of her. They'll go outside. Liane, Antares, come, Rias Yulat, Seat Tights. I'll deal with this myself. Oh yes. I summon some slime pills and throw it to Aquino. Slime pills, heal her if she nearly dies. Gotta keep those answers coming, right? Yufufu, of course, Jean. Aquino wore a cruel grin as she smirked darkly. Her comrades shivered beside her. Wait, Jean, who are these two you brought with you? Azazel shouted at me as he looks at me with a bit of fear in his eyes. The fearless governor, this is weird to see. The man is Antares, the king of dragons and the monarch of destruction. He's also my right-hand man. He hates everything besides my lovers and people I see as comrades. The woman is Liane, the steel maiden or lance maiden. That's all you need to know. With that, I left through the window with the two in tow. Aquino Himajimajin just gave me these pills, and the cute rabbit I'd seen before was nibbling on Kateria-san's leg. She tried to struggle, but couldn't muster up the strength. What did Jean do to her? Michael asked, somewhat shocked at the sudden turn of events. Jean removed her powers from her. I could feel him stored somewhere else. Right now, she's as strong as a newborn human baby. He did the same thing to some fallen that turned rogue, but they're working for me again, hot damn. Jean Azazel finished my sentence for me as I nodded. Her cries began after the attack had injured her leg. She was seriously injured. The rabbit continued to eat first. How strange. Lucifer Sama, it's imperative we help her now before she passes out or possibly dies from shock. I feel something go into my skirt's pocket. It was a note with a small vial attached. Everybody notices me when I take this out and read the letter out loud. Dear Aquino, Jean here. This vial is a truth potion. Splash on that lady and she'll answer all questions asked honestly. Love, Jean. I smile and walk over to the woman, and she agrees to the demonstration. I take the small cap off the vial and gently apply it to her face. Serafal Sama runs up to her. Kateria-chan, why? The woman glared at Serafal Leviathan. Serafal, how dare you act so shamelessly as the one who stole the position of Leviathan from me? As a descendant of the original Leviathan, I was meant to be Satan. She managed to say a full sentence before crying out in pain. Her hate and grudge towards Serafal must have been deep to be able to push through the pain to say that. We tried to ask more questions, but it was met by silence or more cries of anguish, and she eventually took the pill on her own. Even without swallowing, the original descendant was healed. She won't answer anything how vexing. Astri shook her head as the other leaders agreed with her. As Kibakuin raises his hand, the leaders look at him and give him a nod. We can wait for Jean Senpai to come back. He can extract or look through memories no need, Kiba-san. We all turn to a distinct voice. No, it's a voice that we the Grimmery group were used to. It was Kantuar. You are? Azazel is suspicious of the new person here. An affiliate of Jean. I can read her memories right now. Another surprise for the leaders. She smiles at them and then at us. Kantuar walks over to Kateria and touches her head. She stands there for a few moments before removing her hand. She turns and shakes her head at us. It seems a higher power had erased the essential parts of her memories. However, Cruisery Asmodeus and Shalba Beelzebub are part of Cow's brigade. Nilrim, a group of magicians, is within their ranks the ones attacking us currently. A faction called Clippeth is also part of Cow's brigade. However, she does not have much information about it. The hero faction contains humans with sacred gears, wielders of holy or demonic swords, or possessors of Longina sacred gears. And finally, Kuntor looks at Azazel as he raises a brow. He and the other leaders listen intently. Team Valley, the White Dragon Emperor has defected to Cow's brigade for quite some time. Azazel's eyes widen as the other leaders look at him. You didn't know? Of course not. Doesn't my reaction sound genuine? Sorry, I lost my cool. No, I didn't. I have my suspicions, though, but nothing concrete. My work here is done. Goodbye. Kuntuar bows to us and disappears. The rabbit also disappears. Is Jean finished? I put another pill in her mouth as she is healed. We need to check outside, boom. We quickly leave and join Jean outside. Jean skyward so. Do you like playing pretend, Valley? I slowly float up, as do Leanne and Antares. I stare at Valley as he retracts his helmet and grins at me. Ha, you already knew because of Kuroka, so I don't care. But I am serious about this, Jean. I will take him down and surpass you. Being a terrorist will just give me more freedom. Knowing Valley, he won't accept the handouts of Azrael's blood. If what Nyarlathotep said was true, then Azrael is just being used as a power source, probably held somewhere against his will, so they can siphon his energy. This will enable them to power up. Is this a fate worse than death? Is he even conscious? I won't know until I find him again. Did she amplify his blood even more? I don't think the hero faction will accept no. They might. They do use Chaos Drive and Chaos Break. So, using Azrael's blood isn't too far from them. Rennie won't like this, you know. She'll scold you. Shut up and fight me. Vala snaps his fingers, and 2 magic circles appear behind him. 2 giant monsters appear. Divine beasts, no weaker, like the ones Dre killed. Leanne and Terry's take care of them. They'll duel Vala for a little bit. Barato, help him out in there. The 2 of them nod. Twitch and the 2 divine beasts explode and die. How pitiful. The magicians had stopped teleporting in. My shadows, Igris, Greed, Tank, and Kaisel were spread around the school watching Valley intently. Kuntuar leaves in a ball of light, and her human form appears just outside the window. She then steps in. Your little toys are dead, Valley. You're the only one left. We have some faction leaders, the Grimmery Peerage, Leanne and Terry's in my shadows. Do you think you can win? Vala didn't answer me as he looked around his surroundings and assessed the situation. I know you're a smart one, Valley. Think carefully, but I won't wait forever. I look at him apathetically and clap my hands horizontally. Boom! The gravity around Valley changes as he slammed hard into the ground below. I had increased it to 10,000 times normal on him. I trust he can survive that. I look at him as he struggles to recover from the impact. You said to Rennie you wouldn't harm him. I know. I want. Jean? I turn around and see that everyone had come out. I nod at them. Any useful information from her? Yes, we can work with what we got. We didn't get a chance to thank Barato-san. Surzex answers my question as they look down at the fallen valley. Azazel cracks up but shakes his head. Diobali, you doing okay down there? How about you come quietly so we can ask some questions? Dylan, Ag. I had reduced the gravity power and Valley used all his power to break free. He was still bleeding but managed to get back up. I am not done yet. Jean, I still have it. You really think that will work? Vala Lucifer. The area fell silent after I revealed his real name, and Valley started to laugh. Hey, I am a descendant of the previous generation's Satan, Lucifer, who died. However, I'm a child of mixed blood, born from a father who was the old Satan's grandson and a human mother. I obtained the Vanishing Dragon's sacred gear because I'm half human. It was just by chance. However, I, who is a true blood relative of Lucifer and is also the Vanishing Dragon, was born. If there really is such a thing as fate and miracles, I may be one of them. Just joking. The rest of the devils that didn't know were staring at Valley in disbelief. It's true. He is the embodiment of such a ridiculous existence. He'll become the strongest white dragon emperor among those I knew in the past and present, and probably of all time as well. For those who still didn't believe, Azazel confirmed it for them. Too bad for you though, Valley. This thing is even more special. Azazel points at me, and Terry's glares at him as he backs away with his hands waving at him defensively. That still doesn't change the fact that you're still surrounded, Valley. Then he'll make use of Juggernaut Drive to escape, even if it means wiping out some of this town. Valley, do not recklessly enter Juggernaut Drive. It may remove Drake's curse. ITLL be okay. Albion, I, who am about to awaken, am the heavenly dragon. Don't act rashly. Valley, is it your desire to be at the mercy of my power? Albion was worried about him. How cute. I pull my hand back and send a strong shockwave towards Valley. Doom, SBHHSHHHK. That hurts. What the heck? A man wearing armor that would be worn by a military commander of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms suddenly appeared and blocked my attack. He was injured, though. One of his arms was bleeding badly. So Biko came, huh? He did while blocking that, even though I held back quite considerably. Valley, I've come for you. It was a young man with a youthful face. He spoke to Valley cheerfully. So it's Biko. What have you come for? Valley asked the guy as he coughed up a bit more blood, and he wiped it away. Isn't that cruel? I made a long journey and came all the way to this island country because my partner is in a pinch, you know? The other guys were making a fuss at headquarters, you know? Because we're joining together to fight the northern country gods. You were supposed to flee and return right away if the mission failed, right? Kateria failed to assassinate Michael, Azazel, and Lucifer, right? In that case, your observation role is also over. Come back with me. I see, so it's already time. In their own world and pace as usual. Whatever, it's fine. Valley isn't some world-ending threat. They'll just beat him up again and have Rennie beat him up too. I can let him go. He will be useful later on. To think I would see the descendant of the fighting Buddha here. The world is full of surprises, huh? Biko stared at me and started to laugh. I like you already, Red Dragon Emperor. Biko was looking at me with a giant grin. To say it correctly, he is a monkey yokai that has inherited Sun Wukong's power. However, it really is the end of the world if even you have joined the Cows Brigade. No, you're the Sun Wukong to the Vanishing Dragon. You're also well-matched. He laughed at Azazel's words while patting Valley on the back. The guy looked annoyed. He is still hurt after all. I'm different from the first generation that became a Buddha. I just live doing whatever I want. My name is Biko. Nice to meet you, Red Dragon Emperor. He casually greeted me. The yokai called Biko spun around a cane that was in his hand, and then pierced it into the area behind him. Instantly, a black darkness spread behind them. It enveloped Valley and Biko and made them completely sink into it. Gene, he'll come back stronger the next time we meet. He'll come back with an angry Rennie the next time we meet. Hurry up, Biko. The wrath of Rennie. Huh? I probably won't experience that. The two completely vanish. I turn to everyone as they look at me questioningly. I put my hand up and restore the destroyed environment. Is it all right to let him go, Master? Antares asked me. Valley isn't a threat. The same can be said for his team. They'll drag them back to our side, kicking and screaming in the future. Leave them to me. No, I know for a fact they'll switch sides. You have the middleman guarantee. I can also read his mind in the future to see what those guys have planned when he joins our side. At the very least, he'll know the deal with Chow Chow. Yasaka won't be kidnapped by them since Sharon is with them. She also much stronger, the same with Kunu. How will that part of the events work? Let's give it a try. I close my eyes and try to look into the future. I stood in front of Giant Eye again. Stop. Screw you too. I leave. What a waste. I come back and see Azazel looking around him, looking strangely satisfied with himself. I cleaned this up, you know. Am a reason you still have your arm, you know? Partner, they don't know. Leave it. It feels like you become aggressive, Gene. Perhaps he's regressing back to his difficult past? Am not probably. He'll try to correct it. Whatever. Let's get this treaty signed already. Centuredo, I glare at him, and he grumbled something as he flew back down to the entrance. Everyone else did the same thing. Right, once I fix Heaven's system, Asia, Zenobia, you two can pray again. It's nice seeing you two again, Griselda, Irina. They'll also have a word with Michael about projects being done by the church around the world. Can't have more tragedies like that now, can we? Kiba? I said this as the leaders had already gone inside. Asia and Zenobia smiled at me and thanked me. The same with Kiba. Thank you, Gene. Likewise, Gene, it's been an interesting 2 months, you two, boss. Gene Senpai, will you need my sword of betrayer? When the time comes, he'll ask for it. I can make holy demonic swords myself, but ITLL be better to have the one who made it from his sacred gears. I see him nod at me as we continue forward. Griselda and Irina also greet me. I leave the Grimory group, along with Irina and Griselda. I'm still the middleman in all of this. Azazel spoke to Michael as we walked, our escorts or bodyguards behind us. Michael, they'll leave the explaining to the Valhalla guys to you. After all, It will be problematic for me to move imprudently. Afterwards, you'll have to explain what happened today to MT Sumeru as well. I can do you don't have connections to MT Sumeru yet, Jean. Leave this to us for now. We can't keep asking you to do everything. Since we're going to sign the treaty, let us do it. Azazel interrupts me. I nod very well. While I have not received any notifications from Hindu mythology, I am looking forward to seeing them, especially Shiva, the god of destruction. Yes, leave this to me, Jean Cohen. Neither the governor of the fallen angels nor the Satans can explain things persuasively, so I'll have to tell them. I'm accustomed to reporting to God after all. Azazel declared behind to the fallen angel that had appeared and were following us. I have chosen peace. The fallen angels won't fight with the angels and devils at all from now on. Those who are dissatisfied with this may leave. However, I'll destroy you without reservation the next time we meet. Only those who want to follow may come with me. We will live for the sake of Governor Azazel till the end of our days. The subordinate's loyalty became a roar. Azazel saw this and expressed his gratitude with a smile and thank you. Thank you. This was the first time I have seen the man with such a genuine expression. He looks at me with a smirk. The white dragon who seeks power and the red dragon who seeks comfort and love. Either one is purely simple that it's shocking. I can't wait to see how this world ends up. A human-devil hybrid, the white dragon emperor, and a human-dragon god hybrid, the red dragon emperor. You two will surely shake this world to its core. Ha! Fun times are ahead of us. Azazel laughed to himself as the other leaders and I shake our heads. It will be for better or worse. We got to the room. Everyone sat down and a piece of paper was summoned. On this day, Heaven's representative head angel Michael, Governor Azazel of the Fallen Angels Central Organization Grigori, the underworld's representative Satan, Surzex Lucifer, with these representatives of the three great powers, a peace treaty was signed. Thereafter, disputes between the three great powers were prohibited in the framework of cooperation. This treaty adopted its name from our school, which became its stage, and was called the Kuo Treaty. They also had me sign it as a witness. Jean's household, I along with the Gremory peerage, minus Kiba and Gasper as they continued their way home, had arrived back in my home. Jima, Baru, and Koratia quickly appeared before me kneeling. Any problems? None at all, my liege. Baru answered, and the other two nodded along. Rennie came running out with Kuroko with makeup. Baru-chan, Jima-chan, we weren't done. Try makeup on the both of you. Jean, welcome back. Nya. The two of them hugged me, and I hugged them back. But now that I look at it, these two have some mascara on and a few blushes applied to their cheeks. Is this an honor or a humiliation? Baru felt proud of it. Jima was neutral, and Koratia had a smirk and was staring at them. Is that so? All right, return or finish what you were doing. Koratia returned immediately. It appeared she wasn't doing anything noteworthy. Jima and Baru let themselves be dragged away by the two girls to have their makeup done. I turned and nodded at Leanne and Antares. Antares went back inside my ring. Leanne changed into her casual clothing as the two of us walked into the living room. During this time, the Gremory peerage had already walked past us and into the living room. They had apparently changed clothes too. I sat down, and a few girls got comfortable beside me. Leanne sat beside Graphia as they had tea and spoke. Should I ask this question now or later? Later, and not everyone who's either officially or unofficially part of my inner circle is present. It's up to them if they want to stay with me forever. I can extend their lives to a certain number or give them immortality like Rennie. I don't know some of their answers. Asia, on the spur of the moment, during an impulsive moment, said she wants to be with me forever. Perhaps I already have someone else? You'll need to ask that again, or should I ask them individually at different times? All at once. Individually. The ones you suspect that may answer yes, ask them individually. For the ones that you suspect to be unsure, I am not sure. Perhaps also individually? They may feel pressure to answer a certain way if asked in a group, Jean. Much like public proposals. Comptoir, I agree with Rudra. Ask some of them yourself, just like Lavinia Rennie. All right. I changed my answer, what Rudra said. I see. All right, he'll do that, but I need the right time, though. He'll start with Asia, then he'll do it soon then. Noticing the usual pattern with the blondes, I see. A few days later at Kuo Academy. It was nearly the end of school, for the day and for summer. In any case, I had felt Azazel here. It seems he had applied to be a teacher here. I could see the Gremory peerage. More specifically, it was Akino and Rias who had noticed. Sona and Tsubaki were already aware, as he had to speak with them first to get in. Rias seemed a little irritated all day since she felt his presence in the school, but hasn't outright shown it. After school occult research club room, and so, from today on, I'll be the advisor of this occult research club. Please call me Azazel Sensei, or, oh, Governor is fine too. When we entered the clubroom, Azazel was already there, sitting on Ria's chair by her desk. He was wearing a worn-out suit as he twirled around a pen in his hand. I felt your presence all day. Why are you here? Touching her forehead with her hand, Rias was in a perplexed state. I was requested to take this position by Sarah Fall's little sister. Well, it's because I'm a super cool guy. Centurato. Rias Gremory? I was told by Sarah Fall's sister that this was requested by Surzex. That's why she requested me. The condition for me staying at this school is that I make the immature sacred gears possessed by the devils of the Gremory family grow. Well, I can help, I guess, but seeing you guys, I doubt I could do much at this point. Jean has that handled. Jean, did he hear that from? However, my knowledge as a sacred gear enthusiast is still useful after all. You guys have also heard about it, but there's a weird organization called the Cows Brigade from Jean, right? They nod. As a future deterrent against them, the Welsh Dragon and your family have become famous. Rather than that, I'm an expert on the opposing Vanishing Dragon. From the information I got on him, I know that Valley has his own team. Well, Kantuar-san told me, but I have my suspicions. She just confirmed it for me. She called it Team Valley or Valateam. Several people are gathering around the ones who have been identified at present. Vala Lucifer and Sun Wukong. I know the rest of his team, minus Kuroka, who has essentially been kicked out. Go on. Donning a serious expression, Azazel urged me on. As you know, the leader and founder is Vala Lucifer, the White Dragon Emperor. Next is Biko, a descendant of Sun Wukong and current Monkey King, Arthur Pendragon, also a descendant of the original King Arthur, as well as Morgan Le Fay. Arthur is currently in the possession of Excalibur ruler. Finally, Le Fay Pendragon, a descendant of Morgan Le Fay and King Arthur. She is the younger sister of Arthur Pendragon. She's a very skilled magician, even though she's quite young. The room falls into silence. They absorb what I had just revealed. Especially Azazel, he breathes a hot sigh and leans back. That's quite a team Valley has rounded up. A bunch of descendants, huh? Do you have any idea on future members he might recruit? So this Arthur fellow has Excalibur ruler, huh? Zenobia seemed interested, as did Kiba. A fellow swordsman they could fight. As of now, no, I do, but since this world is different, they are not a guarantee anymore. Fenrir, the god-devouring wolf, Gogmagog. The Gogmagogs were originally a group of golems that were created by the ancient gods to be used as mass-produced weapons of destruction. The Gogmagogs, however, were eventually abandoned by the ancient gods who deactivated all of them and abandoned them in the dimensional gap. Later members Valley recruits are Sha Wujing, a young Yukai, and a descendant of the original Sha Wujing from the Chinese epic novel Journey to the West. The other Zhu Beiji, another Yukai, and descendant of Zhu Beiji from the same epic novel. Whatever, we know that Valley won't attack again, since the three powers leaders won't converge for a while. But before that, summer vacation is coming up. Azazel agreed with me as he continued. That's right. The first term is ending soon. So use this time to get stronger. Well, okay, just do something productive, since I can't really tell how powerful you all are anymore. Hone your powers, Jean has probably said that, right? They nod and sigh. Oh, that's right. So, according to what I've heard, there's going to be a meeting of young devils soon, right? I heard Rias Gremory was included among the names of promising young devils that are close to debuting. Yes, noble families and old families meet together with several young devils. It seems to be a custom. That's also happening. I'll meet Sarorg there again. I wonder how he's been. A few days later, I was walking home, and around noon, I noticed an unknown presence had entered Kuo. Although they didn't appear hostile, a sense of divinity emanated from them. Therefore, I didn't act. They may be looking for me. They finally reached me as I had been in the shopping district getting groceries. I had left and was on the way home. That's when they appeared and approached me. In front of me was someone in a brown hood. Jean Skyward Sand, middleman, correct? I nod. An invitation to Mount Olympus in Greece. You may come anytime during your summer vacation. They approach me and give me the letter. They bow and vanish. Mount Olympus, huh? So, I'm finally being confronted by the Greek gods, but since the peace treaty has been signed and it's been spread all throughout the supernatural world, it's only a matter of time until I'm approached by more factions and pantheons. I need to go back to the Fae, Kyoto, and Asgard now. I have to travel to Olympus too. I wonder how that will turn out, considering the number of personalities these gods have. Azazel, sorry for contacting you like this, Shemhazai. So that's why I'll be staying here for a while. Understood. However, Azazel, there are also subordinates who don't think kindly of you for this piece. It's fine. It doesn't matter. Leaving that aside, it's you that I'm worried about. I assume your child will be born, right? Azazel, I take extra special care of that devil wife of yours. She's a courageous woman for coming this far to be with you, even though she might be killed. Your child will become the bridge between devils and fallen angels. I would have been happy if I alone had been resented. For you to be so. Donc I, my Conrad, am used to being resented. I'll shoulder everything with these 12 black wings. So just be silent and follow me, Shemhazai. Yes, my master. Actually, someone else has been helping me and her for quite some time. Who would that be? Jean San. He has provided me with various things. He gave my wife and soon-be-born child a pair of necklaces. They can apparently nullify magical and physical attacks within a certain radius, as well as projectiles that come into contact with the barrier it produces. Even some of the clothings he gave us, they have some sort of safety runes on them. He told me they can't be replicated. So, if you tried to... I know, I want that brat. So he knew, huh? It seems so. I'm grateful to him, too. You try to be cool. I'm gonna go hit him. They'll see you soon, my comrade. Yes. Asgard 9 Realms, and that is the report from Michael Dono, Odin-sama. These youngsters have sprung back up. It's a bold thing pretending to be God, that damn Michael. Looks like Gene Boy really pulled it off. What shall we do? It was unexpected that the God recorded in the Holy Bible has died. Really, with that youngster Michael, that fake Lucifer, and that naughty kid Azazel. It's a play gathering of little brats. Then, shall we teach those youngsters what we, the Asgard, the true gods, are like? Freyr, I want to be able to respond to a war engulfing the world after so long with my old body. However, the earnestness of these youngsters is interesting. They'll go watch the raiding games of the devils. Also, Gene won't stand by and let war happen. He may end us all. We're in a good relationship with him. You haven't met him yet, right? I have not. I look forward to meeting him on his next visit. And yes, they do seem interesting, don't they? The raiding games. It has seemed fun. The struggling of these youngsters who have lost their god. Now then, what will they do from now on? I'm also curious on what Gene Boy will do. The world's become even more interesting, that power he exuded. It was nothing else like we have felt. Odin-sama. They'll even to Rosweiss. They seem to get along. That little Valkyrie is growing up too. Gene, take care of her. Last day of school, Gene, Skyward the day before summer vacation. We were at the closing ceremony. It was hot and humid. Coulda had passed out earlier and was rushed to the nurse's office. Poor dude. Najima doesn't seem that good either, but he's holding on. Finally, it ended as music was played through the speakers. The principal had left the stand, and both staff and students heaved a sigh of relief. They could finally get out of the heat. I thought I was going to die. Najima's hand clung to my shoulder as he started to fan himself with his other hand. Many other students doing the same thing. We were going back to our classrooms to gather up our things, and then we were free for the summer. Got any plans? If you don't, we can hang out, you, me, and Kuda. I'm sorry, man, but I'll be going back to Ireland this summer. I'll try to get back and try to make it work, but no promises. I don't worry about it then. You're visiting relatives there. All right, see you, dude. We'll try to have some fun. Who says that to their friend as parting words? I sigh to myself and put my things into my bag. In reality, I dumped them into my inventory gene. I feel Aquino hug me from behind. The rest of the students were too busy leaving to care or were too excited about the break. I turn around and hug her back. Ready for your underworld vacation? You fufu. Of course, a summer full of training and fun. Not what I meant, Aquino. But yeah, I do plan on moving forward with a lot of relationships, on top of going to those places. I just hope there isn't too much crap that happens. I Ingviled. And the Gremory peerage left the school. It was summer. Along 10k Academy Senior High School end of first semester. Occult Research Club. Advising teacher. Azazel, Fallen Angel Governor, President. Rias Gremory, King. Third-year student, remaining pieces. 1 Rook, 8 Pawns Vice President. Aquino Himajima, Queen. Third-year student club members. Gene Skyward, third-year student, middleman, Red Dragon Emperor. Ingvald Leviathan, Kyrie. Third-year student Chiron, Kaneko. Rook. First-year student Kiba Yudo, Knight. Second-year student. Zenobia Corda, Knight. Second-year student Asia Argento, Bishop. Second-year student Gaspar Vladi, Bishop. First-year student Chapter 5, Part 1, Underworld and the Gathering Japan, Kuo Gene Skyward. It was summer, both to the world and students alike. The Gremory peerage, as well as everyone in my home, had a small celebration, while we did have summer homework. I had gotten that done during the night before. I didn't want to think about it during my break. The girls, as well as Gaspar and Kiba, followed suit. They did their homework with my help and tutoring, so we were all free from that crap for the whole summer. We could focus on other things. A few days have passed since then. Rias informed her peerage that they were heading to the underworld for the rest of the summer vacation. I was invited along. I had the entire summer break to travel to those factions and pantheons, so I agreed. The other girls were welcome to join us, but many have their own things they want to do. Ingvild had the summer to spend with her friends as well as me. She had planned this week, so I left her be. The girl looked guilty, but I told her she didn't have to live her life always asking for permission. I'm not going to be keeping a chain around their neck and watching everything they do. Kuroka was going with Chiron. They said they could visit their mother again. Kuroka asked me if I could repair their old home. I didn't have any problems with it, so that's a plan down the line. Since the peace conference, a lot of things have happened. Therefore, Rennie had taken a lot of missions and assignments with her team, /dog. This also meant we had less time as of late. I hate it. She hates it. Right now I'm sitting next to Grafia, resting on the couch beside her. She didn't have her maid clothes on, but casual home wear, short blue shorts, a white tank top. She was just watching TV while stroking my head from time to time. Are you coming back to the Gremory territory with us tomorrow, Grafia? I faced up as I asked her this question. She answered, yes, I'm still the head maid for the Gremory family after all. I will also be supervising Milika's Samish training as per usual. Since you are heading to the underworld, Milika's Sama is quite excited to see you again. Right, I hadn't found time to come help him. He'll apologize to him. He's a big fan after all. Rias and her peerage were packing their suitcases right now. They wanted to get that done so they can relax for the rest of the day. Rennie was out on a mission for Grigori. I even had Natsum text me earlier complaining about it. Another thing I have done since summer break started. I had renovated my home. I had obviously done it at night. Even though it's nothing like the devil's homes in the underworld and nothing like the giant mansions of rich people, it's still an upgrade. My house has now become a 4-story house. I also expanded the underground portion of my home. Previously, my home was just 2 stories, not including the attic. The ground floor or first floor, depending on what you call it, was mostly the same. I had made them much, much larger, though. The living room, kitchen, dining room, multiple closets to store things in, and 2 brand new bathrooms. While they're not the same size as the one upstairs, they're still quite large. They also had a toilet in each of them. Interestingly, the first and second floors remain the same, an infinite hallway with doors on either side, many of which are unoccupied, but the girls' previous rooms remain the same. I just made them larger on the inside. Also, the previous bathroom was also made larger. It is kind of an inside open bath with a faux sky, but it still feels real. It's been designed like the open bath in Yasaka's home in Yurikyoto. The 3rd or 4th floor is a large entertainment room. It houses all types of entertainment, from arcade games to high-end computers, to board games, a pool table, a small bar, a mini cinema, and a music system that was all around the room, as well as a small jacuzzi. Lastly, the top floor was another endless hallway, but this time, the doors led to normal storage. The inside was quite large because it was expanded, so anything that didn't need to be kept in there could be. The roof was also redone. Now it wasn't just a normal rooftop. It had its own space up there. Up there was a large jacuzzi, or the main one, as well as multiple chairs, benches, and tables. I also expanded the temperature panel to encompass the whole home, so we could control the temperature all over the home. This included the rooftop, so we could stay up there in swimsuits, even in the winter if we want. I also upgraded the combat fairies. I changed them from multiversal to omniversal. It was a small change, but I thought it was time for a change. I didn't do anything to the backyard except make it a little more spacious. I also added more places to sit, the same for the front garden. It was just a little bigger. I made the elevator in the entrance hall connect to the new floors too. Crash. They'll go sit tight. We both heard a crash, so I teleport to where I heard the noise. Once I was there, I saw Rias covered in a mountain of clothes. Did she need this much? Rias? I'm fine. She burst through the pile of clothing that she was covered in. Her bedroom was a mess. Multiple suitcases and bags littered it. It was spacious, so she could have spread it all out, but chose to keep them all in one spot. I snapped my fingers and cleaned the place up. I read her mind and knew where she wanted them all to go. In response to seeing her own clothes flying into suitcases and bags, she got up and stood by my side. You could have offered to do that earlier. She looks at me with a bit of annoyance. I just shrug at her. I could, but I didn't. Well, whatever. I'll head to Aquino, Chiron, and Asia's room and offer them my help. What would you like in return? What? I didn't want some kind of reward anyway. She gave me a quick friendly peck on the cheek, which I didn't mind. A token of thanks is a token of thanks. It was a quick one as she smiled at me and sat on her bed. They'll go over some things for now. Thank you, Jean. I nod and leave her room as she waved at me. I walked to the rooms of each girl and did the same thing for them. I got a warm greeting from each of them. I'll head to Kiba and Gasper's home, them are guys. So we won't eat too many things, right? Right? You didn't need to answer me, Drake. I shake my head and go back to the living room. I relay back to Grafia what had occurred. She gave me an amused smile. I'll help you with yours later. They'll go to Kiba and Gasper's home and help them out. Jean, Valerie was standing behind me when I turned around. She had her usual dress on and waved me over. I walk to her and we stand in the entrance hallway. What's up? 1. I want to go with you to the underworld. No. Can I just go with you? I think I get what she means. She wants to stay by my side for the summer, right? That's what she means. I don't mind so. She wants to come with me to Kiba and Gasper's home right now. I think I get what you're trying to say, all right. I don't mind. I'm about to go to Gasper's home. Want to tag along? She happily nods and stands beside me. We go to their home. Crash. Thud. Jaya. Gus Terkun. Valerie, and I stood there speechless at the sight in front of us. Kiba and Gasper were covered in clothes and suitcases. I stand corrected. They were going to bring a lot of clothes with them. I shake my head and snap my fingers. The clothes flew into their respective suitcases. The two look shocked and surprised as they see me and Valerie standing there. The damper girl waves to her childhood friend. Valerie, Jean Senpai. Gasper gets up and comes over to us, as well as Kiba. Thank you for the help. Jean Senpai, it's fine. Kiba, but please don't say that while blushing at me. I still have very mixed feelings on that weird confession you gave me not too long ago. Right anyway, tomorrow we leave, so you're both all set, right? I gesture to the suitcases and they nod fine. Valerie and I spend the next few hours there. We chatted and played some games that Gasper owned. I clashed with Kiba for a little bit and we left for home. I helped Grafia pack that night. As well as telling the girls what I had planned, they were fine with it since they can just contact me with the rings. Centurado. He grumbled at me, but didn't deny what I said. It was around 10 in the morning when we set off. They had their luggage and their rings, the girls. Meanwhile, I'd stored the ones for Gasper and Kiba in my inventory. Kateria's powers were still in there. What the hell do I do with it? She wasn't weak by any means, but no one here will gain any benefits from using it on themselves. Once we arrived at Kuo Station, we all headed to the elevators, and Rias beckoned Asia, Zenobia, Kuroka, Valerie, and how to follow her. It was the first time I would use this method to travel to the underworld. You could say I've been going there illegally. Yudo and the rest of you who have used this before, come with Azazel afterwards. Yes, President. Once we were in, Rias took out a card. She pressed it against the electronic panel, and the elevator moved down. Asia, Valerie, Kuroka, and Zenobia were shocked. Rias looked at me expecting the same reaction, but I already knew. Sorry, Rias. She puffed her cheeks. You knew? Yeah. Hi anyway. This is only known by the devils. Ordinary humans can't access it. Many areas such as this are spread across the entire town of Kuo. You know? She had turned to Asia, Valerie, and Zenobia, who were looking at her in awe. Hey guys, I had shown you many cool and mysterious things, and you never reacted like this. At least Kuroko wasn't that impressed by it. They're just used to it. You said it yourself. They've become numb. I guess. We kept going down for a full minute until we stopped. Afterwards, the door opened, and she urged the four to go first while she followed after. I was the last to leave. In front of us was a vast artificial space, like a cave of sorts, but still looked like a train station. We waited for everyone else to arrive. Then the elevator made the same sound, and everyone joined us. I created something and threw it at Azazel, who was still looking dead. Still aware of his surroundings, he reflexively catches it. Can you not throw things at me? ITLL help you, just eat it. He looks at me strangely, at the pill I threw at him, shrugged, and ate it. Almost immediately his mood changed, and he regained some energy. What the hell is this? I feel like I just slept an entire month. It gets rid of fatigue and refreshes you. We'll take a whole bottle, Gene. Not for sale. TCH. Whatever. Thanks anyway. Rias started to walk to a different platform. It seemed like we were heading to platform 3. Once there we stood silently. I looked around and could see the lights were being powered by magic. It was like the ones in the fairy kingdom. Eventually, a train appeared. I had been staring into space, so I only noticed when Aquino held my hand and pulled me into it. So, this train is owned by the Grimoire? Zenobia turns to Rias and asks. She nods. Yes, it is. Ryaning. The departure whistle sounded. The train began to move. We had chosen to sit down in the center of the train. Rias was in the first train car ahead of us, and it appeared that the rest of our group had to sit in the central train car behind it. Valerie and I sat together on the seats facing away from the train's motion, and Aquino and Zenobia took the seats facing us. Chiron, Asia, Kuroka, Gasper, and Kiba took the seats next to us. Then there was Azazel sitting at the end of the car, but he had already entered sleep mode, even though I had just given him that pill. The train started running for several minutes. The train advanced down the dark tunnel. I'd been told that this train was powered by a unique fuel that existed in the underworld. I wasn't too interested in it. I had infinite energy running in the basement of my house. If I sold that, I would be rich. Nah, I already am. Seeing how fast we're traveling. We'll arrive in around an hour, right? I look at Aquino, and she nods. Valerie had leaned on my shoulder and had fallen asleep. Gasper was looking at me with intense and focused eyes. Yes, that's right. Since it seems that this train passes through the dimensional barrier using official means before it eventually arrives at the underworld. Heh, I've been teleporting in and out of the underworld willy-nilly, like an illegal person. Usually that's fine, but if other new household devils don't enter at least once by the official route, you'll be punished for illegally entering. That's why the others have to go through the official entry procedure. But I doubt anyone could realistically do anything to you so. That's probably why Lucifer Sama and the other Satans have said nothing. Zenobia nodded beside Aquino as she gave me a strained smile. That's true. Everyone hears Rias' voice and turns towards her. Alongside her was an elderly man. He had the appearance of a train conductor. He had a white beard on him. He took off his hat and bowed to us. Nice to meet you, all of the princess' new servant devils. I am Reynaldo, the conductor of the Grimoire private train. Pleased to make your acquaintance. He looks at me and smiles. It's also a pleasure, Middleman San. Likewise, Reynaldo San. Am Asia Argento. Her bishop, please treat me well, Reynaldo San. Im Xenovia Kvata. Knight. Please treat me well from now on. With the greetings finished, The conductor, Reynaldo, took out a unique device and captured the two of them in what seemed to be a monitor. Asia and Zenobia were troubled by this action. Rias and Aquino seemed to know what it was. I also knew, but kept quiet. Might as well let them do the talking. This is a device from the devil's world that checks and compares you. The fact that this train is formally entering the underworld is very significant, and therefore all modes of transport require inspection. It would be a serious matter in the case that there is some fabrication. Currently, it would be quite serious if some uninvited guests occupied the train. In layman's terms, it checks if you're the real person or not. It would be unnecessary trouble if an imposter came on board. Your records give your piece designations, and when transmitted it is registered as data in the underworld. That's why they check it with this machine. There's no problem, since everyone here is who they say they are. It made a few strange noises but then died down, and the two nodded, confirming that they were who they were. They weren't checking me? I didn't care, less hassle on my side. Is Azazel next? He's fast asleep. Rias asked Reynaldo, but I interrupt and point towards the sleeping governor. He also started to drool. What a carefree guy. Reynaldo let out a laugh as he was checked. The device confirmed that he was real. I should make my leave then, princess again. It's a pleasure to see you, everyone. Reynaldo bows once more and then leaves. Rias joins us as she sits next to Aquino. During all this, Valerie hadn't woken up, and Gasper hadn't stopped watching us. He was really watching me intently. Was he waiting for me to do something to Valerie? Maybe he's jealous? Juste donc. About 40 minutes after our departure, we heard an announcement. Kiba, Asia, Gasper, and Chiron were playing cards. Kuroka, who was previously beside Chiron, had transformed into her cat form and was sleeping on my lap. Valerie was still fast asleep. Zenobia was slowly nodding off herself until the announcement started. We will momentarily be breaking through the dimensional wall. We will momentarily be breaking through the dimensional wall. Try looking outside. At first, Rias had been seated in the front train car as a high-class devil, but she appeared to have been lonely and had spent the time in our car instead. Following Rias' words, Zenobia pushed her face against the window along with Asia. And then the scenery changed from the darkness of before, and a landscape appeared, a purple sky, and there were mountains and trees too. Ha ha! Amazing! Amazing! Zenobia unintentionally babbled excitedly in a loud voice. But next to her, Asia was giddy with her cries of amazing, amazing, because they were seeing a landscape they hadn't seen before. They were having fun. Asia was only here for a brief time during the after-party of the rating game between Rias and Riser, so she didn't get to see the scenery and views. It's fine if you open the window now. Rias had given them permission, so Zenobia opened the window. The wind came in. They breathed in the air of the underworld. Not too long after that, we passed through the dimensional wall and were finally in the underworld. I could see the landscape of the underworld from my seat. There were mountains and rivers as well. Trees also grew in abundance, and there were even forests. A town, there were many houses too. This area is already within Gremory territory. Rias spoke proudly. Then, is everything including these train tracks we've been running on until now on the land of the Gremory family? Rias nodded at Asia's question. She seemed quite amazed. The same could be said for Zenobia. As a result, the mountains and rivers in the town we passed before were part of her family's territory. The people of that town were vassals of this fiefdom. Devils and their old ways of living, it's like the feudal times of humanity. No, not like is. By the way, the Gremory territory is the size of Honshu in Japan. Honshu, Zenobia shouted. She had been learning Japanese history and geography along with Asia in classes, and the two were even more surprised. I nod and continue. The underworld has the same amount of surface area as the human world, but the population here isn't the same as the human world. Even with devils, fallen angels, and other races, it isn't that high. And since there are no oceans, the land is also spacious. Even if I said it's the size of Honshu, it's mostly in used space. It's mostly just forest and mountains. Clap. Rias claps her hand and looks at Asia and Zenobia with a bright smile. That's right. Asia, Zenobia. Since part of my territory will be given to you all later, please tell me what places you want. We can have our own territory? Asia asks in shock. All of you are servant devils to the next family head. Living in my territory as part of the Gremory group is permitted. Aquino, Yudo, Kaneko, and even Gasper possess land within my territory. Pawn. Rias made a map appear in the air with magic, and then expanded it and showed it to them. It's the geography of the underworld, but more specifically, it seems to be a map of Gremory territory. Rias spoke with a pleasant smile. The red areas are places that have already been taken, so they're no good, but anywhere else is okay. Now, please point at the land you like. I'll give it to you. For some 10-odd minutes after that, the train continued through this world that was unknown to me. I had closed my eyes and leaned my head on Valerie's. I listened in to the conversation between the Gremory peerage. Asia and Zenovia picked the territories they wanted. Asia picked one near a village, and Zenovia decided to pick one near Asia so they could visit each other frequently in the future. We will soon arrive at the main residence of the Gremory family. We will soon be arriving at the Gremory main residence. Everyone, thank you for riding this train. Zenovia closed the window that was open when the announcement told us we were near the home. The train gradually slowed down its speed and eventually stopped. Azazel had woken up somewhere during that time and was silently staring out the window. After it stopped, everyone started to get off. I shook Valerie awake. She had started to drool on my shoulder. I also woke Kuroko up, who transformed back into her human form. She quickly walked over to Chiron and clung to her. Cinchuredo, I have a meeting with Surzex and the others there. A so-called invitation. Since it faces the main residence of the Gremorys, it'll come after I get to see them and finish my greetings. Azazel-sensei waved his hand and explained this. How heartless. I wasn't invited. I smirked at Azazel, and he rolled his eyes. Faction leader business, you damn brat. I just snort at him and leave. Ria shook her head at me. Say hi to my brother for me. Azazel. Sensei waved his hand in response to Rias's words. Once we were all off, the train rang its bell again and left. Azazel gave a peace sign as he left. When everyone turned around, including me, welcome home, Ryasoju-sama, multiple voices resounded within the area, welcoming Rias back to her home in the Gremory territory. Pampan Pampan. Fireworks were set off, soldiers aimed their guns at the sky and fired. And people that looked as if they were from an orchestra band began to play simultaneously. A soldier on top of a mysterious creature waved a flag in the sky above. Talk about over the top. Rias. No, this is normal for you. How troublesome. I muttered to myself. Rias heard me and gave me a strained smile. Looking carefully, there were a lot of butlers and maids among them too. When Rias approached them, they simultaneously bowed their heads, and then, welcome back, Ryaso-sama. They welcomed her again. Thank you, everyone. I'm home. I've returned. Rias also responded with a smile, covering her whole face. Seeing that, the butlers and maids also smiled back. And then a lady with a face I recognized appeared. It was the silver-haired maid, Grafia. She had decided to teleport back instead of coming with us. Welcome back, Oju-sama. You arrived early. Above all, it's a relief that you were safe while traveling. Now, Cinchuredo, being very professional, unlike how she's been at our house, I will travel with the servants. Since Asia seems a little anxious, as this is her first time. Understood. I prepared a few vehicles, so please board whichever pleases you. Grafia consented to Rias's request. Me, Rias, Asia, Valerie, Zenovia, and Grafia boarded the first carriage in front of us. The other members who stayed back took the next carriage. Aquino was a bit disappointed since she was separated from me. I gave her a quick kiss. She was fine with that and finally left for her carriage. Once we had boarded it, the carriage began to move forward. Pakara, after a few minutes of travel, we were finally nearing her home. Asia, Zenovia, and Valerie stared at the mansion in awe. The two had never seen anything like this before. Valerie lived in a castle, but I doubt she saw it much from the outside. It's big as ever. You'll never get used to it. You recently renovated our home, you know? I smirk at her as she looks at me confused. Our home, huh? But yeah, you have a point. But it's not as big as this, Rias. Rias looks to her side while twirling her head, sporting a small blush. Cincheredo, yes, but right now, she's the Grimmery's headmaid. Whatever, I just sigh and look back out the window outside. Beautiful flowers bloomed, water flowed out of a magnificently modeled fountain, and birds of various colors flew about. The carriage was advancing through what seemed to be the garden of Rias' home. Now that I think about it, I hadn't really bothered looking around much when I visited. Not bad at all. We seem to have arrived. After Rias murmured that, the carriage door opened. A butler-like man made a slight bow. Rias disembarked first, and then the rest of us followed from behind as well. The second carriage had also arrived, and Kiba and the others were getting off too. The maids and butlers stood in line on both sides of us and made a path. A red carpet stretched out towards the huge castle, and the huge castle gate made a jijijai noise as it opened. Oju-sama and all the members of her group, please move forward. Grafia made a slight bow and urged us forward. Come on, let's go. It was when Rias started walking on the carpet. A small silhouette broke out from the line of maids and ran towards Rias. Riashne-shama, Inni-sama. Welcome back. Rias embraced Millikas after he had emerged from the maids and butlers. He turns to me and bows. Ni-sama. What? I quickly looked back at Grafia. She looked back at me with her usual expressionless face. No, she had a very small and unnoticeable smirk on her face. Millikas, I'm back. You gotten big, haven't you? Rias also lovingly hugged the boy back. Rias one-sama. Who is this child? When Asia asked, Rias introduced the boy. This child is Millikas Gremery, the son of my brother Surzex Lucifer-sama. He's my nephew. It's been a while, Millikas. Sorry for not coming back. A few things happened that prevented me from helping with your training. Millikas nodded understandingly at me. Come on, Millikas. Greet them. These two girls are the newly added members of my group. Yes, I am Millikas Gremery. Nice to meet you. Come on, let's go into the residence. Rias held hands with Millikas and headed towards the gate. The rest of us followed behind them. Both Gasper and Valerie stuck to my back and didn't let me go. We then arrived at the main hall. There were stairs which led to the second floor in front of us. There was a huge chandelier on the ceiling. My house was now spacious. I was wondering if I should have one myself, Oju-sama. I'd like to show everyone to their rooms at once. Grafia raised her hand, and some maids gathered with us. Very well. I have to meet and greet mother and father after coming home as well. Cincheredo, yes. There should be no problem with using your room right now. I will most likely not be using that room much. Once things settle down, I'll be doing my own thing. I wish to visit certain devils before heading back to those factions, like Sarorg, Latia, and maybe Roygun. She hasn't contacted you at all. Partner, perhaps I won't bother those invited to the devil meeting since he'll see him then. Latia, yes. Roygun, I have no idea. Maybe she just forgot? Or didn't have time. Ara, Rias. So you've returned. At that moment, a woman's voice was heard from above. It seems Venelana has come down to greet us herself. As soon as Rias saw that person, she smiled. Mother, I've returned home. Era, Jean-Kuin, you've come here as well? It's been some time since we last saw each other. Venelana walked up to Rias, and the two of them hugged. She turned to me and put a hand on my cheek. Cincheredo, the two of them stand facing us. Welcome to the Gremery home in the underworld. Please enjoy your summer vacation here. After the meeting in the entrance hall a few hours ago, everyone was shown to their rooms. However, Asia and Valerie did not like to stay in their rooms, so I had told Grafia they would stay in mine. She had no problems with that and made the arrangements. Kuroka had left earlier, saying she wanted to check out her old home and that she'd get Chiron and I at a different time. For now, I, along with the two of them, were relaxing in my room, both of them reading a book. We will be having dinner with the Gremery family in 2 hours. I stood on the veranda of my room and looked out at the view, which was not bad at all. It showed the garden of this home. In the distance, there were some trees and homes, plus a few flying monsters in the sky. Valerie stood beside me, seemingly finished or having stopped reading for the moment. So, how does it feel to be in the underworld for the first time? Strange, but it's been pleasant so far. I feel sorry for her. After I rescued her, and after she woke up. We haven't done much other than training and a few outings with the girls in Kuo. I haven't taken her out to any spectacular place. Since Valerie wants to be by my side the whole summer, I'll take her with me when I visit the factions and pantheons. I would assume her disappearance in the Teeps faction has caused widespread panic, so they may be searching for her. I've already dealt with that. When she woke up, I had used an ability to mask her aura or being, much like changing your IP with a VPN or such. You're still in the same spot physically, but now they will think otherwise. I also used another ability to alter her appearance to everyone but myself and the ones I deem safe to know. So I don't need to be concerned about that. They'll deal with the fallout when the time comes. But I doubt they could oppose me. Valerie, they'll be traveling to different factions and pantheons over the course of the summer break. You'll be coming along, right? Good. Since our first stop is Ireland, the Fairy Kingdom, after that we'll hit Kyoto and then meet the Greek gods. I may bring a representative from the fallen, angels and devils with me to Greece. If things go south, which I don't think they will, and if I have to retaliate, they'll have witnesses that I did it out of self-defense, so I want lose face as the middleman. But do you know who you'll bring? Seraphal will only come from the devil's side. Maybe it will be Gabriel on the angel's side? For the fallen angels? I have no idea. Maybe Shemhazai, Barakiel, or Penemu. Valerie nods and walks back inside. The current leader of Mount Olympus is Zeus. As opposed to what I have seen in my old world's media, Zeus in this world is rather frivolous and also cares about humanity. Since he did willingly seal himself in the isolation barrier to fight Trihexa, I wish to find out if any of the myths surrounding him are true in this world. Nevertheless, I believe many of them to be true, including Poseidon. I will most likely meet others there too, especially since some new characters are showing up. I won't be surprised if some retain the same looks as other anime characters: Hades, Apollon, Artemis, Erebus, Tartarus, Kronos, Hypnos, Oneiros, Eros, Hestia, Hephaestus, Astrea, Nyx, and many others. Knock knock, Asia-sama, Valerie-sama, Jean-sama. It's time for dinner. Graphia had come to tell us that it was time. It feels strange hearing her add Sama to my name. We nod. Asia and Valerie leave the room first. Seems like Asia woke up while I was having an inner monologue. I walk over and stand by Graphia. So, you're still acting as head maid even now? Yes, Centuredo. An extravagant meal, so large that I doubt any of them could ever eat it all, was piled on top of expensive-looking plates. It all seemed quite appetizing. Kuroka was already drooling, but held back from just eating it all. I had advised her to be elegant. The servant Devils and Rias were seated around the table. The same with Venelana, Millikas, Astery, who had joined us when dinner started, and Zeoticus. Please enjoy yourselves without holding back. That is how dinner began, with a word from Zeoticus. Everyone proceeded to eat with the appropriate table manners. Rias had taught them this during the 5 years in the pocket dimension. So, Zenobia and Asia were already prepared for this. Ingvild and Graphia taught Valerie. Though she had already partial knowledge of it, I would guess during her time in the castle or before. Venelana and Zeoticus were quite surprised to see us eat elegantly. They looked proudly at Rias, who was slightly blushing. Azazel hadn't come back yet. Seems like the meeting is lasting longer than normal. Members of Rias group, please think of this place as your home. Having just come to the underworld, you are in an environment you don't understand. If there's something you want, please say so to the housemaids without reserve. They'll prepare it right away. Rias' father cheerfully told us this. He must have directed this more to Zenobia and Asia, maybe even Valerie and I too. The rest have already been here before. No, there's nothing in particular that I want anymore. I can just summon or create most things I want. Also, everyone should have most things since I did make them before we left. Jean-Kuan, it's been a while. We can discuss the opening of your restaurant in Kuo and around the world later in detail. Yes, that seems appropriate. I would have guessed that he would want to talk about cooking techniques and give each other tips too. Zeoticus nods at me with a pleasant smile, satisfied with my answer. Jean-Kuan, about your home. Would you like the Grimoires to renovate it? I didn't expect this. Even Rias and Venelana looks at him with a questioning gaze. He notices this and laughs. It will be enviable that our daughter will marry you. So, I was thinking of making your home much larger. Venelana nods. Millie Cass looked at me with starry eyes, and Rias went red. She kept eating to hide it, though. Thank you for the offer, but I have renovated it myself the past few days. While it's nothing too extravagant like your home, I believe it's in a fine place right now. Everyone seemed to like it. But if I need assistance in the future, then you'll do so. Is that so? Then I shall take your word for it. Oh yes, if you wish, you may call me father from now on. Ada, does that mean I'll be called mother then? A double attack from her parents? How do I go about this? Since I have a more casual friendship with Sirzex, I could tell him to drop dead when he told me to call him Oni-san, but these two ill think about it. But I'll refer to you two like I have so far. Father, mother, I've been listening quietly until now. While I appreciate you helping me with my relationship with Jean, I would rather go at it at my own pace. Rias, who had stayed silent and embarrassed during our brief conversation, had suddenly joined in. She's a lot calmer than what she would have said in canon. I glanced back at the two parents, and they nod. However, Venelana had more to say. I understand, Rias. However, you already canceled your engagement with Riser, remember? The fact that we permitted it should be seen of as special treatment. Well, I wasn't for it. How much effort do you think your father and Sirzex had to put in order to take care of things with the other high-class devils? Do you know that he told one noble that my selfish daughter canceled her engagement using the legendary dragon and middleman? You may be the younger sister of Satan, but there is still a limit. Rias frowned but didn't say anything, so Venelana continued. Do you think Sirzex is unrelated to what you do? Officially, that is true. However, everyone sees you as Satan's younger sister. Right now, when the three great powers have formed an alliance, your position is known even by the lower classes of the other powers. You can't behave selfishly as you have in the past. And, above all else, everyone will pay attention to you from now on. Rias, you have been placed into that kind of position, you know? Your father and I have noticed how much you've improved since Jean came into your life. We acknowledge that. But we are still your parents and are only looking out for your best interests in mind. I could feel Rias' emotions were changing from anger to sadness to acceptance. Yes, mother. After letting out a single breath, Venelana turned to us with a smile. I've shown something ugly to Rias group members, haven't I? Forgive me. Now let's have a more pleasant rest of dinner. It was nighttime, everyone was asleep, but I wasn't feeling tired. I had stayed with Valerie and Asia until they fell asleep. Centuredo. That's why she's asleep. I feel like she wants me to take on more responsibility. They'll try for her sake. I was walking around with no destination in mind when I felt Venelana's presence slowly approaching me. And when we finally met, where the hallways meet, they formed a cross shape. When she saw me, she smiled. Era, are you not feeling tired? Jean Cohen? No. I stayed with Asia and Valerie until they fell asleep. It's not the first time I've been here, but I haven't explored the place much. I was also planning on speaking with your husband. She smiled at me again and grabbed my hand. Jean Cohen, please come with me. It won't take long. I had no problems with that, so I let her pull me along. We slowly walked through some hallways, up some stairs, and arrived in front of a door. No one was in there. Drake, shut up. I obviously won't be doing anything like that, just making sure. She pushes the door open and guides me in. The door closes behind us. It was a spacious room, almost like a ballroom. Is she here to teach me or show me how to ballroom dance? This late at night? Now, then, shall we? Sure. We take up the usual positions, and we start to silently dance around the room. Step by step, motion by motion, we slowly covered the whole room with our dancing. The air tranquil, our footsteps and breathing were the only noticeable noise throughout it. Era, you seem knowledgeable about this. Jean Cohen. I had. Centuredo, please look after my daughter. She may be still childish at times, but the effect you are having on her, as well as her close friends, is definitely a positive thing. While I said some harsh things to her during dinner, I know, we're proud of her, that I have lived a long life, and so has my husband. I support him in his responsibilities after all. I know, when someone is going through something, I may not have said anything back during the classroom observations, but I believe you can pull yourself through this. You have people around you that care for you. Please rely on them. I chew my eyes widen when I felt her kiss my forehead. She quickly pulled away and smiled at me while sporting a small blush. Now then, my husband is waiting for you. I shall go to bed now. I will see you tomorrow, Jinkun. Venelana quickly but elegantly left the room. I was left there by myself. Partner, I know, that meant nothing. They already see me as their son-in-law, a mother figure giving me some reassurance. I appreciate it. No, she leave a drag. That's a future that can't be attained. All right. I also leave through the door and focus on Zeoticus' aura. I find him in a room which I will assume is his office. Knock, knock, enter. When I push the door open, Zeoticus pushes his glasses up and smiles. He also puts down the documents he was holding. Ah, Dvinkun. Welcome. Kulme, kulme. He gestures for me to sit at one of the chairs in front of his desk, and I do so. Cincheredo, are those the ones near the boutique and across the flower shop? Yes, those two. Since I'm just one person, I can either hire normal humans or create some beings to work for me. In reality, if I start in Kuo, all I need is your family's permission to start business there. I am part of the supernatural, and you own that place after all. Zeoticus nods along as he listened carefully. We can lend some of our servants to work there until you hire some normal workers or when you create your own staff. My son has forwarded that to me, not as a Satan, but as a former Gremory. I see no problems with it, Jean Cohen. However, how will you manage college while managing a restaurant? I smile at him and snap my fingers. An avatar pops into existence beside me. We look identical. Zeoticus' eyes widen, but then he starts laughing. Of course. I just acknowledge you could create life. Creating a clone or body double is child's play to you. I nod and dismiss the clone. Very well. So, after your graduation, perhaps before the start of college? Is that acceptable? Yes, that should be fine. I will gradually think of a name for my restaurant. I shall send you my own names I come up with. I nod and give him my number. He puts it away. Well then, I'll take my leave then. Good night, Zeoticus. Yes, good night, Jean Cohen. Right? You have a little something on your forehead. You may want to get rid of that. Cuckoo. Right? He laughed at me as I left his office. I quickly get rid of the lipstick on me and go back to my room. Wahahaha. Jaya. When will you learn? He never does. Rudra. His tail is on fire. Next day you'll really meet us there, right? Rias asked me for the 4th time this morning. They were going to Lucifad within the Satan's territory, the old capital of the underworld where the previous Lucifer lived. The meeting was today. I had told her during breakfast that I was meeting up with Kuroka along with Chiron. It won't take long, and we would be there before them, probably. Ojo-sama. Grafia called out to Rias as Grafia was standing by the train. Rias quickly gives me a hug, while Aquino was already hugging me from behind. Okay, all the girls were hugging me. Get going, or you'll miss this. They finally let me go, and they boarded the train. Valerie and Chiron were the ones left with me. The train rang as they started to move away. This will be exhausting. I don't look forward to meeting pompous, stuck-up noble devils. I might literally kill them. Pinch, pinch, pinch. Do not kill anyone. Grafia, Asteri, and Venelana had joined us to see off Rias and her peerage. They also pinched me great. Triple pinching is in my future. I want probably. I know some of the more older and close-minded noble devils will get on your nerves, but please do keep your calm. Jinkoin. Asteri was the one who let go of me first, followed up by Venelana. Grafia kept pinching me. All right, I want. So please let go of me, FIA. She sighs and finally does so. They'll get going too. They'll see you all this evening. They nod as we teleport away. Unknown location Kuroka. When will they arrive, Naya? Doesn't Chiron and Rias have a meeting to go to today? I have been cleaning my previous home within this unnamed part of the underworld. It was a little home that my mother and that man had lived in. It wasn't anything extravagant, but it was home. Jean said he would fix it when he finally visits this place. Today was that day I had spent yesterday, taking things out that I found important. If I was being honest, all of it was. I had memories here, whether they were fun or not. I had created a grave and headstone for my mother. During the explosion, her body was completely annihilated, bones and all, so there wasn't anything to bury. The same with that man. Even when I was still wanted, I would occasionally come here to just think. Shine, Nia. I turn to my left and see Jean, Chiron, and Valerie. They finally came. Finally, Naya. Took you long enough, Naya. I run over and hug my little sister. She didn't resist. Over the months, she stopped, though she around 70% of the time didn't hug me back, but I didn't mind. I let go and hugged Jean too, as well as Valerie. Valerie, Naya, you're being so weird with your way of getting close to Jean, but I can respect it, Naya. Now then, if you will, Jean-san. San? Right, we'll get to it then. All right, do you want me to get rid of that thing underneath? I nod. That place holds nothing of value, any more no it never did to me or Chiron. I glance at my little sister as she blankly stares at the spot. It never gets easy, even more so for Chiron. I take a hold of her hand, and she grips it back tight. I see Jean nod, and he snaps his fingers rumble. Rumble. Shirring. Shirring. Clank. Thud. Bash. The debris around the previous home was crushed and vanished. The place started to shake and rumble. Then finally a bright pillar of light engulfed the home. Once it vanished, our previous home was restored. I made a normal basement. It's pretty spacious. I also added a barrier around the place. Only the ones in our home can come and go. It also has the core I made for my home. So, infinite energy. I haven't messed with anything else. Once we go in, you can request whatever you want if you want me to change anything, that is. Chiron and I both nod. We walk past Jean and open the door to our previous home. I turn back around as Jean starts to fix the surroundings too. The garden, little pond, trees, the path, the old swing set. And other small tidbits started to go back to their previous state. We go inside as Valerie joins us. Chiron lets go of my hand as she walks around the place. She starts to touch the furniture and anything else from our past. I could feel my own emotions starting to stir. Chiron picks up a picture book that was on the table beside the armchair. She sits down and starts going through it. Flick, 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 she starts to go through it slowly, looking at each page, remembering the past. I remember Mother going through that with the both of us, drip, drip, Chiron. I walk over to my little sister as tears started to slide down her cheeks. She was shaking as well. Nay, Shauma. Mom used to, I know I remember. I urge her to put the book down so we could explore the place a little more. Along with Valerie, we went to each room, and I told her stories of the past. Here, Chiron first fell off the chair. She wanted more of the snacks Mom had, but she couldn't reach it. The tears that Chiron shed quickly dried up as she was snickering, remembering the memory. It wasn't all bad. We went up to our old room. It was tiny. We both shared it. Across from it was our parents' mother. Spent the majority of the time there alone. That man spent most of it down there. We finally make our way downstairs to the new basement that Jean made. When we got there, it was mostly empty, but it was well lit with a single light, a few storage containers, a freezer, a small core in the middle of the room in the ground. We could add it, since it was inside a glass container of sorts. Well, it's pretty normal. The two of them nod as we leave the basement. That's all of it, huh? It's a wonderful home. Kurokus-san, Chiron-san. The three of us stood by the living room again. Jean hadn't come in the entire time. How long has it been? We've been in here for almost an hour. The train from President's home takes around 3 hours to reach Lusafat. We still have time. Nay-sama. Jean hasn't come in here, has he? After Chiron told us we had more time, Valerie said what I had thought. What's he up to? We all look out the door, but he wasn't outside. We leave the home and look around for him. Over there. Chiron used her senjutsu to locate Jean.